Chapter 239. Please look after Huiqing. Come over here, there's still a seat on this cart. Yang Limei warmly greeted Feng Lingyu and Xin Huiqing. The children on the ox cart heading to school all stared with wide eyes, curiously watching them. At this time of day, the cart was usually for children going to school, and the villagers had an unspoken agreement not to compete with the kids for seats. Yang Limei, I contacted my former homeroom teacher yesterday, and she said a simple test will be enough. It's really thanks to you, otherwise I'd have to find another connection. Oh, by the way, Xiaodao made these buns herself. Try one. Feng Lingyu pulled 2 still warm buns from her pocket and pressed them into Yang Limei's hands. But all the children on the ox cart turned their gazes toward the buns in Yang Limei's hands. Most families in the village ate coarse grain-steamed buns for every meal, only enjoying refined grains during festivals. How could they not crave buns? Some of the younger children even swallowed their saliva secretly, but were immediately stopped by the kids beside them, likely their older siblings. They all knew it was rude to stare at others eating, but the aroma of the buns was simply irresistible. For a moment, Yang Limei felt too embarrassed to eat. Feng Lingyu watched these children, who clearly wanted to eat, but tried hard to control themselves, and found them not unpleasant. She recalled her past life in the orphanage, when she too had stared longingly at others eating steamed buns out of hunger. Feng Lingyu found some dried red dates in her space and pretended to take them out of her bag. You're all heading to Unity Commune School, right? I have some dried red dates here. Want to try them? A kind smile hung on Feng Lingyu's fair face, and the morning sunlight fell on her cheek, making many of the children blush. It had to be said, these children were very different from the likes of Yang Tianbao. Seeing Feng Lingyu offering them food, everyone blushed and declined. One girl who looked the oldest gathered her courage and said, "Big sister, we can't just take food from others." Thank you. Some of the younger ones, though their faces showed they really wanted to eat, were held back by their older siblings and behaved obediently. This is my younger brother, Huiqing. Have you seen him around the village? If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be your classmate from now on. These dates are his treat for you. Please look after him at school. With that, Feng Lingyu handed all the dried red dates to the girl who had just spoken. She noticed that this girl seemed to be the leader among these children. The girl was still very shy and said softly, "Thank you, Sister Feng. We'll take care of Xin Huiqing from now on." Seeing this, the other children also chimed in, promising to look after Xin Huiqing and walk to and from school together from now on. The girl's name was He Xuanfang, the daughter of He Pengcheng, the village accountant. Feng Lingyu nodded with satisfaction as she watched He Xuanfang fairly divide the red dates equally among everyone. It was clear there was a reason these children listened to her. How strange, the calculating accountant, He Pengcheng, had raised a daughter with such an upright character. It was obvious He Pengcheng cherished this daughter deeply, or he wouldn't have sent her to school. The name he gave her wasn't as careless as what most villagers chose. Since these children were about to start school, they had only heard about Xin Huiqing in the past few days and hadn't interacted with him yet. Soon enough, Xin Huiqing had become familiar with them. Feng Lingyu had her own reasons for getting along well with these children. Exclusion existed everywhere, no matter the place. What if Huiqing got bullied at school and had no one on his side? With these children's acceptance, Xin Huiqing would be seen as a member of Qingshan village in outsiders' eyes. Uncle Lu, the cart driver, was also handed a handful of red dates by Feng Lingyu. For the same reason, she hoped he would keep an eye on Huiqing. For instance, if Huiqing was delayed by something after school, if Uncle Lu remembered him, he might be lenient and wait a little longer. No matter what, Huaiyu trusted her so much and entrusted Huiqing to her. She couldn't let anything happen to him. Besides, Feng Lingyu genuinely regarded Huiqing as a younger brother. Teaching him some principles was one thing, but that didn't mean she would tolerate outsiders bullying him. After Uncle Lu drove the ox cart to the commune, everyone headed to the school. It was now the time for classes to start, and the elementary school entrance was very lively. Especially since the children were full of energy, chattering endlessly. Sister Feng, Sister Limei, Xin Huiqing, we're off to school. Goodbye. Several children on the cart politely bid farewell to Feng Lingyu and the others, knowing that Xin Huiqing had to register first. Yang Limei had long since graduated from elementary school, and seeing the familiar campus now stirred some emotions in her heart. Thanks to Sun Yiming's father bending the rules a bit, a telephone had been installed at the Qingshan Village Committee office. Yang Limei had arranged with teacher Niu yesterday to meet in her office today, so she directly led them to the office. Upon entering the office, Feng Lingyu saw a plainly dressed middle-aged woman sitting at a desk, buried in grading assignments. Niu Xinlan was overjoyed to see her former student. "Limei, come in. It's been a while and you've grown into a young lady." Niu Xinlan was a responsible teacher who remembered every student she had taught. "Teacher Niu, this is Huiqing, whom I mentioned to you, and this is his sister." Yang Lumei didn't forget the main business and first introduced Feng Lingyu and her brother. When Niu Xinlan saw Feng Lingyu and Xin Huiqing, she was momentarily stunned. The siblings were remarkably good-looking. Especially the sister, she had never seen such striking features. Hello, Teacher Niu. My brother will be in your care from now on. Please do take good care of him. Feng Lingyu said with a smile to Niu Xinlan. Hello, Teacher Niu. Xin Huiqing quickly greeted as well. Lemay mentioned it to you, right? There needs to be a test. After all, this is 5th grade, and it affects the school's advancement rate, so we can't be careless. Niu Xinlan said seriously. Although college entrance exams weren't possible now, moving from elementary to middle school was still very important. Because in the city factories, the basic requirement for hiring was a middle school diploma. We know. Should we start the test now? Feng Lingyu asked. If you're ready, we can begin now. With that, Niu Xinlan took out the test papers she had prepared earlier from her drawer. Don't be nervous. These are all basic questions. Although Xin Huiqing's little face was tense, his eyes were calm and relaxed. Chapter 240, I want a discount. Xin Huiqing first glanced over the questions, got a general idea, and quickly entered the zone, starting to write swiftly. Niu Xinlan could tell from his demeanor that this child was highly skilled. But thinking about it, it made sense. The quality of education in the capital was not something their small town could match. The test was originally set for an hour, but Xin Huiqing finished it in 20 minutes. Not only did he get everything right, but his paper was clean, and his handwriting showed clear practice. Niu Xinlan sighed inwardly. This child was too outstanding. She wondered what kind of family had raised him. No problem, this young student is excellent. Have you brought the documents? I can process his enrollment now, Niu Xinlan said with a smile. Next year's primary to secondary school exam in Danang City might just bring her a surprise from Xin Huiqing. The documents were already prepared. Feng Lingyu handed them to Niu Xinlan, and after she confirmed everything was correct, Feng Lingyu paid 3 yuan for the textbook fee. Only when she saw Niu Xinlan write Xin Huiqing's name in the student register did Feng Lingyu feel at ease. I'm teaching 5th grade this year. Xin Huiqing, you'll be in my class, Niu Xinlan said. That's exactly what I hoped for. Please take good care of Huiqing, Teacher Niu. He's new here and not familiar with anything yet. Being in Teacher Niu's class was the best outcome. Don't worry, I'll make sure to look after him, Niu Xinlan replied. After all the formalities were done, Niu Xinlan took Xin Huiqing to the classroom to meet his new classmates. To his delight, He Xuanfang was also in Teacher Niu's class. When she saw Xin Huiqing walking into the classroom behind Teacher Niu, she was overjoyed. After all, Xin Huiqing looked small, so she had thought he was only in 3rd or 4th grade. Everyone, settle down. Today, I'd like to introduce a new classmate. This is Xin Huiqing. From now on, he's part of our class. Let's give him a warm welcome. Niu Xinlan said sternly from the podium. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause, especially from He Xuanfang, who clapped the hardest, her palms turning red. Hello, everyone. My name is Xin Huiqing. I hope we can all learn and improve together. Xin Huiqing said loudly, looking at the bright eyes of his classmates. Soon, Teacher Niu arranged a seat for him. Sitting next to Xin Huiqing was a chubby little boy who looked quite endearing. Seeing that Xin Huiqing had no trouble adjusting, Feng Lingyu left with Yang Lumei, planning to pick him up after school. Yesterday, Xin Huiqing had mentioned wanting a school bag. Since the child rarely made requests, Feng Lingyu naturally wanted to fulfill it. So Feng Lingyu dragged Yang Lumei straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. The school bags available were mostly the same styles, differing only in color. Lumei, which one do you think looks better? Feng Lingyu was a bit torn. She thought both the dark blue and the army green ones looked good and couldn't decide. When young Lumei learned the price of these satchels, she was inwardly shocked. Just a few pieces of cloth sewn together cost 5 yuan plus half a chi of cloth ration? That was way too extravagant. But since it wasn't her money, Yang Lumei didn't say much. Xiaoyu was well off, so her spending habits were naturally different from theirs. Yang Lumei was quite open-minded about it. Go with the army green one. Kids these days all admire soldiers, and it even has a few 5-pointed stars on it. Yang Lumei said without hesitation. Alright, I'll take this one. Feng Lingyu asked the sales clerk to take down the satchel. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was serious about buying, the sales clerk's attitude softened considerably. These satchels had been sitting here for a long time without a single sale. Finally making a sale today, she couldn't afford to offend this young woman. Comrade, we also have some socks here. Would you like to take a look? The sales clerk. She had no choice. These items had been sitting unsold for ages. The director had been troubled for a long time. If she could resolve this today, maybe the position of team leader would be hers. Most socks people wore these days were cotton thread socks with poor elasticity. The cuffs often loosened and slipped down to the ankles. Bunching up, Feng Lingyu found them very uncomfortable. When Feng Lingyu paused, the sales clerk's heart leaped. She hadn't misjudged. Maybe there was a chance. These are the best cotton socks. Let me take them out for you to see, comrade. The sales clerk pulled out a pair of white socks from the counter. They're pure cotton, soft on the feet and absorbent. Very comfortable to wear, perfect for young ladies like you. The texture felt nice to the touch. It seemed the sales clerk wasn't lying. They really were cotton socks. The sales clerk was thrilled. Since someone was finally interested in these socks, she quoted the lowest price to avoid scaring the customer off. These socks are 1 yuan a pair, plus an industrial coupon. Hearing the price, Yang Lemei wanted to drag Feng Lingyu away immediately. That was way too expensive. Xiaoyu, forget it. You can get some cotton cloth later, and I'll have my mom make you some. The sales clerk quickly interjected. Oh, that's not the same. The director said these socks are specially for export abroad. They're different from ordinary cotton cloth. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. This sales clerk could really spin a tale. The only advantage of these socks was their elasticity. She really couldn't stand the loose, saggy socks of this era. How many pairs do you have here? A hint of amusement flickered in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Not many, just 20 pairs. These socks were originally supposed to sell for 2.5 yuan plus an industrial coupon, but now she had to sell them at cost. I'll take them all, but you'll have to give me a better price. Don't think I don't know, your socks haven't been selling. Feng Lingyu said confidently. I don't have the authority to set the price. I'll have to discuss it with the director. The sales clerk looked troubled. Xiaoyu, are you really buying that many socks? Yang Lemei still thought it was too expensive. I'll split them with Xiaodao and Huiqing when I get back. They're not all for me, Feng Lingyu explained. In truth, she had collected many cotton socks in her space from modern times. This would be a good opportunity to start using them. When the sales clerk reached the director's office at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she found the director entertaining guests. What brings you here? Is something the matter? Du Xuemin asked gently. A customer wants to buy all the socks, but she's asking for a discount. Director, what do you think? Du Xuemin understood, but he still had a big deal to discuss. He hesitated as he looked at the person across from him. Before Du Xuemin could speak, the elderly man sitting opposite him said considerately, Director Du, handle this matter first. We're in no hurry. But the young woman beside the old man showed a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Who did these random people think they were, interrupting their conversation? Didn't they know how important this matter was? Chapter 241. Your dad isn't named Li Gang, is he? Then have that comrade come to the office. Du Xueming's slightly plump face wore a warm smile. Before long, the saleswoman brought Feng Lingyu and Yang Lemei to the office. Feng Lingyu immediately spotted a familiar figure and paused briefly. Luo Xuemin was quite surprised to see that the two who entered were young women. You really want to buy all the socks? It wasn't that Luo Xuemin looked down on them, but buying these socks required not cloth coupons, but industrial coupons. Industrial coupons were much harder to accumulate than cloth coupons, and many worker families couldn't produce that many at once. Before Feng Lingyu could answer, a slightly hoarse voice spoke up. Little you girl, we meet again. Luo Xueming froze. Mr. Zhao knows these two young ladies? Wasn't Mr. Zhao said to be from the capital? How could he know two young women? Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Indeed, the speaker was Zhao Qishu, whom Feng Lingyu had met on the train. Where's your younger brother? Zhao Qishu asked with concern, thinking of the well-behaved child. Seeing how familiar Feng Lingyu was with Zhao Qishu, Luo Xuemin's shrewd eyes darted around as he made a mental calculation. A cunning smile spread across his face. So this comrade is an acquaintance of Mr. Zhao. Little comrade, if you really want to buy all the socks, I can make the call and sell them to you at a 20% discount. Feng Lingyu understood immediately, knowing the director was giving her a discount out of respect for Zhao Qishu. Still, 8 cents per sock was a great deal. Thank you, Director Luo. Since you're so straightforward, I'll take all these socks. Yang Lemei noticed a strong gaze fixed on her and looked in that direction. The young woman beside Zhao Qishu suddenly spoke up. Director Luo, I recognize one of these two. As far as I know, she's a country girl. You'd better keep your eyes open, or they might not be able to pay. The woman, with a braid and a sweet appearance, uttered harsh words. Her meaning was clear. She thought two country girls couldn't afford it and warned the director not to be fooled. You. Yang Lemei's eyelashes trembled, never expecting Chaozi to humiliate her. Yang Lemei knew Chaozi was targeting her. She had always looked down on her. Feng Lingyu frowned. Was this person a mad dog, biting randomly? Whether she could afford the socks was none of her business. Director Luo felt awkward. What was going on here? Wasn't this female comrade here with Mr. Zhao? Why was she undermining him? Clearly, Mr. Zhao knew the little comrade, and now she was speaking like this, showing no regard for him. Zhao Qingshu's expression soured as soon as Chaozi spoke. This young comrade was sent by the pharmaceutical factory, reportedly the daughter of a leader. Even an ordinary employee dared to show him disrespect. Director Luo, don't worry. Some people are snobs who love to bark wherever they go. Feng Lingyu wasn't one to swallow insults and shot back immediately. Chao Zi, used to being above others, was furious at being called a dog. How dare you call me a dog? Do you know who my father is? I didn't name names, so don't jump to conclusions, Feng Lingyu said calmly, her face showing a lofty pride. A moment later, as if remembering something, she added in a tone meant to provoke, your dad isn't named Li Gang, is he? What nonsense are you talking? My surname is Chao. Chao Zi frowned, confused why Feng Lingyu would randomly say her father's name. My father's name is Chao Datong. Chao Zi said arrogantly, lifting her chin, waiting for Feng Lingyu to look terrified. Yang Lemay tugged worriedly at Feng Lingyu's sleeve. Xiao Yu, she was my high school classmate. I heard her father is a city leader. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. Were leaders' children always this flashy? Weren't they afraid of causing trouble for their fathers, constantly dropping their names? Judging by how practiced she was, she must do this often. I don't care who your father is. He can't control me calling out a dog. You're clearly calling me a dog. Chao Zi was livid, her face reddening. Nonsense, I never said you were a dog. A hint of amusement flashed in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Chao Zi, you, she pointed at Feng Lingyu, a fierce look in her eyes. With a swift motion, she stood up from her chair and said through gritted teeth, it seems Mr. Zhao's acquaintance has a sharp tongue. I suppose you don't need our factory's goods anymore. Don't blame me, Mr. Zhao, she knows who caused this. With that, Chao Zi shot a cold glance at Feng Lingyu and Yang Lemay. You two, one talks glibly, and the other only knows how to seduce people. No wonder you're together. Yang Lemay glared angrily at Chao Zi. This woman was too much. Relying on her father being an official, she did whatever she wanted. Director Luo's face stiffened. Great, he'd heard that Chao Datong doted on his daughter the most. Zhao Qingshu's expression was also grim. This Chao Zi was using him to pressure Feng Lingyu. If Feng Lingyu were normal, knowing she'd ruined Zhao Qingshu's business, she would surely humble herself to beg Chao Zi for forgiveness. Then, wouldn't Feng Lingyu be at Chao Zi's mercy? Watching Chao Zi's arrogant retreat, a hint of menace flashed in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Seeing the potted plants in the hallway, Feng Lingyu activated her plant ability. Chao Zi was feeling pleased, already plotting how to deal with Feng Lingyu and Yang Lemay. Just as she reached the stairway, she felt something trip her foot. In Luo Xuemin's office, he was about to speak when a scream came from outside. His face changed. He hoped nothing had happened to that little troublemaker. His small office couldn't withstand the wrath of Secretary Chao. Chapter 242 Qishan Village has abundant resources, everything you need is here. Ignoring the few people still in the office, Luo Xueming hurriedly rushed outside. Feng Lingyu withdrew her gaze, sneering inwardly. She relied on having a powerful father to act so arrogantly. Grandpa Zhao, I wonder why you came here today? You heard what that crazy woman said before she left. All of this started because of me. If you tell me, maybe I can help. After Luo Xueming left, Feng Lingyu looked at Zhao Qishu with some apology. Xiao Yu, that's not it. Chao Ji targeting you is all my fault. She and I were high school classmates, and she's always had it out for me. Yang Lemay bit her lip, feeling a bit down. Chao Ji's father was a high-ranking official, so everyone gave her face. Because of this, Yang Lemay returned to the village after graduating high school and didn't look for a job in the city. Zhao Qishu sighed. At this point, anyone with eyes could see that Chao Ji was deliberately picking a fight. Feng Lingyu had only said a few words in response. How could he bring himself to put all the blame on a young girl? But he didn't know if there was still a way to fix things. If this mission failed, the factory's medicinal herbs wouldn't be supplied in time. Xiao Yu and this comrade, you don't need to feel guilty. This isn't your fault. I'll go back and think of another solution. Surely a whole medicinal herb factory can't be controlled by just one young girl. Zhao Qingshu's weathered face looked very gentle, and his words were even more heartwarming. Even though he couldn't complete his task, he didn't want the two young women to bear the psychological burden. Feng Lingyu felt warmth in her heart. Grandpa Zhao, why don't you tell me about your situation? Maybe I really can help. At the very least, I can offer you some advice. Faced with Feng Lingyu's earnest gaze, Zhao Qishu had no choice but to speak. There's nothing secret about it. I'm a specially appointed researcher at the Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory. I came to the northeast this time to purchase medicinal herbs from the Danyang Pharmaceutical Factory here. Originally, the factory took this order very seriously, but later, when they saw how eager I was to finalize it, they decided to raise the price. Saying this, Zhao Qishu looked a bit annoyed. It was all his fault for lacking experience in negotiating orders and revealing his hand. No wonder they took advantage of him. Why would your Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory come all the way here to buy medicinal herbs? Feng Lingyu asked curiously. It didn't make sense. How could a big factory not have stable partners? There was no need to go far and wide to find a supplier here. Zhao Qingshu gave Feng Lingyu an appreciative look. He didn't expect her to spot the key issue so quickly. Originally, our medicinal herb supplier, because their area was hit by a locust plague, all the herbs they planted were destroyed. We had no choice but to come here. If their pharmaceutical factory didn't get a supply of herbs soon, it would be forced to shut down. That was a big deal. I see. Feng Lingyu's eyes flickered, and she asked again, Grandpa Zhao, why did you come to the supply and marketing cooperative today? That Chaoji today was sent by the Danyang pharmaceutical factory to help. They wanted to raise the price, and I agreed, but I also made a request that their factory handle the delivery. The Danyang pharmaceutical factory has always supplied local hospitals, so they don't have a transport team. To secure this order, the factory leaders set their sights on the supply and marketing cooperative's fleet. If they could convince the cooperative, the factory would pay for it. But the city's supply and marketing cooperative transport team happened to be out of the province, so we had to come to Tuanjia commune. Zhao Qishu had originally planned to finalize the fleet arrangement here and then go back to sign the contract with the Danyang pharmaceutical factory. How was he to know this would happen today? Yang Lemay sighed sympathetically. She hadn't expected signing an order to be so troublesome. So, Grandpa Zhao, you haven't signed the contract yet? A gleam of sharpness flashed in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Not yet. Why? Zhao Qishu asked, puzzled. The herbs you need are Danshan, Fanfeng, Huangqin, Baizhu. These, right? Feng Lingyu listed a long string of herb names, all common medicinal ingredients. Yes. With these, 90% of our factory's medications can start production. The reason the Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory had sent Zhao Qingshu was that he knew herbs well and could distinguish good from bad. A hint of a smile escaped Feng Lingyu's eyes. I think I can help you. May I ask how many herbs you need? Zhao Qishu was startled, then overjoyed, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. Are you serious? The quantity we need is quite large. At the very least, it has to last until next year's new herbs come in. This was no joking matter. If the pharmaceutical factory couldn't produce medicine, it would be a life or death issue. It's true. Grandpa Zhao, you may not know this, but the place where I was sent to the countryside, Qingshan Village, has abundant resources. All the herbs you're looking for are there. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Yang Lemay grew anxious. What was Xiaoyu doing? Where did Qingshan Village have any herbs? If she delayed Mr. Zhao's matter, wouldn't that be harmful? But Yang Lemay certainly couldn't say this in front of Zhao Qishu, so she could only fret silently. But what about the quantity? I don't need just a small amount. Since I said it, it's definitely enough. But these herbs can't all be gathered right away. Can the factory in Jing City hold out for a while longer? Feng Lingyu said confidently. Zhao Qingshu still found it hard to believe and murmured, it can hold out for another 2 months, but... Grandpa Zhao, if you trust me, I will definitely gather all the herbs within 2 months. Zhao Qingshu's mind raced. It wasn't that he didn't trust Feng Lingyu, but this was a big matter. He couldn't make the decision alone. How about this? I'll call the factory and ask the leadership before making a decision. Xiaoyu, give me your address. Once I have news, I'll contact you right away. Zhao Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but felt he couldn't be hasty. He needed to be cautious. Feng Lingyu understood and gave him the village's phone number. Our village has a phone. Just ask for me directly. He hadn't expected a small mountain village to have a phone installed. Zhao Qishu inexplicably began to feel that maybe Feng Lingyu wasn't exaggerating. When they went downstairs, they saw a crowd noisily carrying someone out. Luo Xuemin's usual smile was gone. He stood there dejectedly, his eyes a bit dazed. Director Luo, what happened to Comrade Chao? Out of politeness, Zhao Qishu went over and asked. Broke her leg. Luo Xuemin said with some difficulty. I didn't entertain you well. Let's talk about our cooperation another time. All right. I'm sorry for taking up your time today. Zhao Qishu was about to leave. A clear, cold voice rang out. Director Luo, wait. Comrade, is there something else? Luo Xuemin frowned at Feng Lingyu. If it weren't for her, maybe Chaoji wouldn't have had an accident today. Luo Xuemin's mouth twitched, and he ground his teeth. It counts. Chapter 243, Medicinal Herb Purchase Prices. In the end, Feng Lingyu bought all the socks under everyone's awkward gazes. After saying goodbye to Zhao Qishu, Feng Lingyu went to the meat shop at the grocery store to buy some pork and bones. Yang Lemay saw that today's pork was quite good, so she also spent some money to buy some. She worked as a scorekeeper in the village and could get some money at the end of the year. Yang Jiangwo and Lu Hohot weren't the type to look down on girls, so this money was kept by Yang Lemay herself. Lemay, let's go check out the purchasing station, Feng Lingyu said, thinking she'd first scout out the purchase prices for medicinal herbs. Yang Lemay's mind worked quickly, and she grew a bit anxious at this. Xiaoyu, there really aren't any medicinal herbs in our village. Qingshan Village was all about farming the land, with maybe a few hunting skills here and there, but when it came to medicinal herbs, no one knew anything about them. No, There are plenty of medicinal herbs on Little Qingshan. I know Grandpa Zhao well enough, and I won't cheat him. Since Feng Lingyu had caused Grandpa Zhao to lose his cooperation, she naturally had to help him resolve this. I recognize common Chinese medicinal herbs, and I know how to process them. Lemay, if this works out, Qingshan village is sure to have a good new year this year. Young Lemay was deeply moved, never expecting Feng Lingyu to think of the villagers like this. But Mr. Zhao also said there's only 2 months. Clearly, the amount of herbs Zhao Qingshu needed was huge, and even with the whole village's effort, they might not reach the goal. I have my own plans for this. Let's go ask about the prices first. By the time Feng Lingyu made this suggestion, she had already fully thought out what to do next. But as for the specifics, she'd have to discuss them with Yang Jiangwo after returning home. When they arrived at the purchasing station, Feng Lingyu found quite a few people selling herbs there. Most of them, however, were poorly processed and couldn't fetch high prices. Over 90% of the herbs collected here were sold to the Danyang Medicinal Herb Factory. The staff also mentioned that the Danyang Medicinal Herb Factory had its own herb-growing base, and the herbs collected here only accounted for about 30% of their raw materials. Xiaoyu, I had no idea these herbs were worth so much. Yang Lemay was a bit stunned after learning the prices. She recognized many of the herbs, which were everywhere on Little Qingshan, and she thought they were just weeds. Feng Lingyu shook her head, her eyes calm and steady. What you're seeing is already processed. Do you know how much fresh herb you need to pick to get just 1 gene of this processed stuff? More than 10 gene. Fresh herbs had extremely low prices at the purchasing station. Most common ones were only 2 or 3 ma per gene, while processed herbs were much more expensive, with good quality ones selling for 2 yuan per gene. After learning the herb prices, Feng Lingyu and Yang Lemay bought some snacks casually and then went to pick up Shen Huiqing from school. Glancing at her watch, it was only 2 in the afternoon, and Feng Lingyu grumbled inwardly that elementary school kids got out way too early these days. Shen Huiqing walked out of the school gate laughing and chatting with the kids he'd met on the ox cart that morning. Xiaoyu Jia. Lemay Jia. The excitement in Shen Huiqing's voice was unmistakable. Hello, Xiaoyu Jia. Hello, Lemay Jia. The village kids also greeted Feng Lingyu politely. The group made their way noisily to the usual ox cart spot, where Old Man Lu, the driver, was already waiting. Once everyone had settled in properly, the old yellow ox pulling the cart let out 2 moos, and the bell around its neck chimed crisply. Along the way, aside from Old Man Lu's occasional shouts, there was only the chatter of the children. They had already agreed to go catch loaches in the irrigation ditch that afternoon. Feng Lingyu thought Shen Huiqing would join them, but he just smiled and shook his head, saying, I've got other things to do this afternoon. Let's play together next time. The kids looked a bit disappointed but didn't push him. All right then, we'll go to school together tomorrow. After returning to the village and saying goodbye to everyone, Feng Lingyu headed home with Shen Huiqing first. She hadn't been able to buy pork ribs at the grocery store, so on the way, she took some pork ribs out of her space. They were all wrapped in oil paper, exactly like the packaging from the grocery store, with no visible difference. Gao Xiaotao hadn't liked ribs much before, thinking plain meat was more satisfying, but after eating them a few times with Feng Lingyu, she'd gradually grown fond of them. Wow! Ribs. And there's lotus root in the village pond. We can make lotus root and rib soup. Gao Xiaotao quickly figured out how to cook the ribs. It seemed she had thoroughly studied that home cooking recipe book, able to whip up whatever she craved. Huiqing, I bought you a satchel. Do you like it? Shen Huiqing held the satchel in his hands with great affection. The red 5-pointed star on it looked very beautiful, and he nodded repeatedly. I love it. Thank you, Xiaoyu Jia. Seeing Shen Huiqing show a rare hint of childishness, Feng Lingyu's mood lifted too. I'm glad you like it. Oh, and I bought a bunch of socks, 5 pairs each for you. When they wear out, just ask me for more. Gao Xiaotao hadn't understood why she bought socks at first, but the moment she got the ones Feng Lingyu handed her, she understood immediately. These socks are stretchy. Xiaoyu, are they expensive? Gao Xiaotao usually wore the boots Gao Dashu had bought her, and her biggest annoyance was that her socks always bunched up. With socks like these, that problem would be completely gone. Much better, but his face still looks a bit off. When I went over today, Grandma Gu insisted on making me egg custard. Gao Xiaotao knew this was Gahongmei's simple way of showing gratitude. The reason Shen Huiqing had turned down playing with the other kids today was to keep Taidan company. Xiaoyu Jia, I want to go see Taidan. I promised him earlier that I'd lend him my picture books to read. All right, go ahead. Come back early for dinner. Feng Lingyu understood Shen Huiqing's intentions. He was just worried Taidan would be bored alone, so she agreed readily. Chapter 244 Zhao Qishu will definitely come. After Shen Huiqing left, Feng Lingyu went to Yang Jiangwo's house. On the way, she passed by Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan's homes, thought about it, and called them along as well. One of these two had status, the other had brains, and they would definitely be useful in a critical moment. What exactly is going on? Sun Yiming kept asking along the way. You'll know when we get there. Don't worry, it's good news. Feng Lingyu thought that if this plan worked, maybe they wouldn't have to do farm work anymore. When they arrived at Yang Jiangwo's house, they saw him rushing over anxiously. As soon as he got back, Yang Lemay had told Yang Jiangwo everything that happened today. Yang Jiangwo knew in his heart that Feng Lingyu was not a child who spoke without reason. Since she had said it, she must have a foolproof plan. If Feng Lingyu hadn't come to find him, Yang Jiangwo would have gone to her immediately. He keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity for the villagers of Qingshan village. Xiaoyu, I was just about to come find you. Tell me quickly, what exactly are you thinking? As soon as Feng Lingyu sat down on the stool, Yang Jiangwo asked urgently. Uncle Yang, I'm sure Lemay has already told you about today's events. Ever since I came to Qingshan village, I've noticed that little Qingshan is very rich in resources. This is an opportunity. If we can supply goods to Mr. Zhao, even if it's not long-term, just for now, we can make a considerable amount of money. Feng Lingyu repeated what happened today, and Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan also began to think it over. Yang Jiangwo was both happy and a bit afraid. But what if we can't complete the task? After all, the villagers don't know anything about this. After all, these were medicinal herbs. If something went wrong, wouldn't that be harmful? Uncle Yang, you can rest assured on this point. I'll first take a few people to inspect everything. Anything that doesn't meet the standard won't be accepted, and Mr. Liao's side will definitely inspect it again. Feng Lingyu had already thought this through. Is there enough medicinal herbs on Little Qingshan? Since it's a large batch, what if there aren't enough? Yang Jiangwo didn't understand herbs, but he knew the basics. If someone was coming to purchase, it wouldn't be a small amount. So, the villagers in our village don't need to go gather the herbs. Huh? What do you mean? Yang Jiangwo was confused. If they weren't going to gather herbs, what would they do? Just then, Zhao Nanshan, who had been silent, spoke up. As far as I know, the Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory's annual production is among the top in the country. Relying solely on the people in our village is absolutely not enough. So we have to mobilize all the surrounding villages to gather the herbs. Our village only needs to process them. Feng Lingyu gave Zhao Nanshan an appreciative look. His thoughts aligned perfectly with hers. Exactly. By dividing the work like this, we can maximize efficiency and won't have to worry about not completing the task. The surrounding villages were all large, and since it was the off-season for farming, as long as word got out that their village was buying fresh herbs, there would be no shortage of people coming to sell. Also, Village Chief Yang, you need to report this to the commune. Say that our village is going to establish a village cooperative. That way, the village's purchase of herbs will be legal and safe. For something that benefited the collective, the commune shouldn't object. After all, if Qingshan village succeeded, the commune leaders would have a notable achievement for the year. Feng Lingyu and the others had a plan for almost every aspect, and Yang Jiangwo couldn't help but feel reassured. But there was still one most important issue unresolved. Yang Jiangwo tapped his pipe on the table. Xiaoyu, what if that Mr. Zhao doesn't come to us? He definitely will. Feng Lingyu showed a confident smile. It was obvious that the Danying Pharmaceutical Factory was playing hard to get, stringing Zhao Qingshu along just to raise the price. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone with Chao Zi's spoiled temperament to accompany him in business negotiations. And after today's incident, Chao Zi clearly already hated them. If Zhao Qingshu had any brains, he would worry that her father might cause trouble. It would be better to choose Qingshan village. They wouldn't raise the price and could give Zhao Qingshu more say. Most importantly, when she left, she had promised Zhao Qingshu that she had a way to help deliver the herbs to the factory. Soon, Uncle Gao and his convoy would be arriving, and they could take the goods back with them. At that time, Zhao Qingshu's eyes had widened, his face showing some surprise and uncertainty. After leaving Yang Jiangwo's house, Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan were both very happy. The meaning of Feng Lingyu bringing them along today was that they could get involved in this matter in the future, wasn't it? Xiaoyu, you're something else. One trip out, and you've accomplished a major task. Sun Yiming said excitedly. In the few months since he had come to the countryside, he had visibly gotten much darker. When the time comes, if the commune doesn't approve it, you'll have to put in some effort. Feng Lingyu said casually. Sun Yiming's eyes widened. So, this is what you were waiting for. He said it. Feng Lingyu was too kind, always looking out for him with good things. His family had arranged for people to take care of him here. Zhao Nanshan rubbed his forehead, looking at his naive and innocent friend, who was only just now catching on. It's not a matter of principle. It's something that benefits everyone, so just do your part. Feng Lingyu said, holding back her laughter. Her face was covered in tears, her hair was tangled, and she looked utterly disheveled. Give me painkillers now. Otherwise, when my father gets here, I'll have him fire you. The nurse and doctor were very dissatisfied. They had already been working as fast as they could. Comrade Chow, if you keep moving around like this, your leg won't be set properly, the doctor said with a frown. If she hadn't been so disobedient, the bone in her leg would have been set by now. Hearing this, Chaozi didn't dare move anymore, afraid that her leg wouldn't heal properly. After Chaozi's leg was put in a cast, she still couldn't control her anger. It's all those two bitches' fault. I'm going to make them pay. If she hadn't been so angry with them, she wouldn't have fallen down the stairs. After Luo Xuemin finished arranging things at the supply and marketing cooperative, he came to the hospital. Hearing Chaozi's curses, he frowned. It was clearly her own carelessness that caused the fall. How could she blame those two young comrades? When she had the accident, she was the only one on the stairs. Just then, a man with deep furrows on his forehead, who looked imposing without even trying, approached. The middle-aged man exuded a strong aura, and his gaze was scrutinizing. Chapter 245, Borrowing Power to Bully Others. Secretary Chow, hello. When the man approached, Luo Xuemin flattered him with a greeting. Chao Datong's eyes were cold and stern as he scrutinized Luo Xuemin. Do you know me? Luo Xuemin had once gone to the city to report work and happened to see Chao Datong inspecting the unit, so he recognized him. Yes, I'm the director of the supply and marketing cooperative in Unity Commune. I also arranged for someone to send your daughter to the hospital. He hoped this big shot wouldn't take his anger out on him, considering he had helped in time. Comrade Chow is in the ward ahead. The doctor just finished setting her leg. Luo Xuemin, quick to read the situation, explained clearly. The moment he saw Chaozi's accident, Luo Xuemin had sent someone to notify Secretary Chow in the city. Chao Datong's face showed no emotion. Thank you. No. Please go see Comrade Chow first. Luo Xuemin's forehead dripped with cold sweat as he forced a smile. When Chaozi saw her father walk in with a cold expression, she froze for a moment, then started wailing again. I don't think you're hurt that badly, since you still have the strength to cry. At these words, Chaozi paused, her downturned mouth stiffening on her face, but soon tears streamed down her cheeks. Dad, your daughter's leg is broken, can't you see? Am I even your real daughter? Chaozi was genuinely upset, looking heartbroken. Chao Datong snorted coldly, but when his gaze fell on Chaozi's leg in a cast, a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. Chaozi was furious, crying even harder. After Mom left, you stopped caring about me. Now your only daughter has a broken leg and you don't even care. Mentioning his late wife, Chao Datong's heart darkened. His expression softened slightly, and his tone became less harsh. You're really becoming quite accomplished, breaking your leg while out negotiating a deal. Chaozi wanted to blame those two women, but she knew that since she was alone when the accident happened, she couldn't drag anyone else into it. Given her father's selfless nature, if he found out she was falsely accusing others, she'd definitely get scolded again. So Chaozi swallowed her words and instead said, Dad, look, I'm injured. I definitely can't go to work. Can you have your secretary help me out? Chaozi had her own scheme. If her father's secretary made a visit to the factory, the leaders there would have to consider her opinions. That old man Zhao wanted to easily seal the deal? No way. She was waiting for that old geezer Zhao Qishu to come with those two women to apologize. Chao Datong was busy with work, so he agreed to his daughter's request and left, leaving the rest to his secretary. He had no idea his daughter was using his name to bully others behind his back. Zhao Qishu had been frantic lately. The factory leaders said the best choice was the Danyang pharmaceutical factory, and he had to do his best to secure the deal. But no matter what he said, the leaders at Danyang pharmaceutical factory wouldn't budge. Even when he agreed to raise the price, they remained unmoved. It wasn't until he bribed a factory leader that he learned Comrade Chaozi's father had given orders not to let them cooperate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qishu knew that a strong dragon couldn't crush a local snake. His chances of cooperating with Danyang pharmaceutical factory were slim. Thinking of the number Feng Lingyu had left him, Zhao Qishu gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He hoped what Xiaoyu said was true. When Feng Lingyu heard that Zhao Qishu had called, she raised an eyebrow. She knew this matter was settled. Yang Jian was so excited he kept pacing around the village committee office. He couldn't believe their village had really gotten a windfall. Uncle Yang, first go to the commune to apply for setting up a village cooperative. Oh, and remember to take Sun Yiming with you. Feng Lingyu interrupted Yang Jian's excitement, urging him to handle the important matters first. All right, I'll go now. Yang Jian hurried off. Zhao Qishu had just called to say he would visit Qingshan village tomorrow. Over the past few days, she had taken time to find several common herbs on Little Qingshan Mountain and taught Gao Xiao how to process them. When Zhao Qishu arrived, she would first show him these process samples. This would prove she wasn't bluffing and really knew how to handle medicinal herbs. Feng Lingyu returned home and asked Shen Huiqing for some paper and a pen. She planned to write down some basic knowledge, so Sun Yiming and the others could teach the other villagers later. Xiaoyu, what are you drawing? Shin Huiqing looked at the black blob on the paper, twitched his mouth, and asked cautiously. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected a child to catch her in an awkward moment. A blush crept across her fair cheeks. I'm drawing the herbs I picked these past few days. So even the all-capable Xiaoyu had her weaknesses. Shin Huiqing really couldn't tell that the mess of black lines was supposed to be herbs. Xiaoyu, I'm not great at drawing either, but I can give it a try. Shin Huiqing hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Seeing him act like he was afraid of hurting her pride, Feng Lingyu felt speechless. So she gave up and let Shin Huiqing take her place, then placed the freshly picked herbs in front of him and told him to draw them as they were. Just draw the key features. The main thing is to make it easy for people to tell the herbs apart, as long as they don't mistake them, Feng Lingyu said, resting her elbows on the table, planning to watch nearby in case the kid made a mistake. But soon, she realized this was completely unnecessary. Shin Huiqing's sketching skills were excellent. It wasn't exactly identical, but it was lifelike. Why are you so good at drawing too? Feng Lingyu wrinkled her delicate nose, saying this with a hint of jealousy. When I was little, Grandpa hired a teacher to teach me, Shin Huiqing said with a kind lie, thinking it was better not to tell the truth. The truth was that when he was bored, he had copied a few drawing books and somehow taught himself to draw things like this. Feng Lingyu said, draw a few more. When you're done, we'll bind them together. Shin Huiqing thought for a moment and asked, can I give one to Taidan? Of course. You drew them, so it's your decision. These booklets were meant to teach the villagers how to recognize herbs anyway. Chapter 246, Village Chief Yang who performed well. After making the phone call, Zhao Qishu went to Qingshan village early the next morning. It had to be said that Qingshan village was a beautiful place with picturesque scenery. Looking at the two large mountains behind it from afar, one could tell there must be plenty of good things up there. Grandpa Zhao, you're here so early? Feng Lingyu had a faint smile on her face, and the fine fuzz on her cheeks, illuminated by the morning sun, made her look very young. In front of Feng Lingyu, Zhao Qishu didn't put on any airs. He just sighed and said, I want to get this matter settled as soon as possible. Otherwise, it really won't be in time. Come on, Grandpa Zhao, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let's go to my place for some. Seeing that Zhao Qingxi wanted to refuse, Feng Lingyu added, and while you're at it, you can take a look at the medicinal herbs I've processed to see if they meet your requirements. Hearing this, Zhao Qishu couldn't bring himself to refuse and had to follow Feng Lingyu back to her home. Looking at the standalone house before him, Zhao Qishu was surprised. Aren't you a sent-down youth? Don't you all live together in the collective housing? Feng Lingyu pushed open the door and explained, I bought this house in the village with my own money. My friend and my younger brother, the three of us live here together. Gao Xiaodao saw Feng Lingyu bringing an elderly man back and knew this was the Zhao Qingxu she had mentioned. Xiaodao, please cook a bowl of rice noodles for Grandpa Zhao. Gao Xiaodao agreed readily and went into the kitchen. The rice noodles had already been soaked, so they only needed a few seconds in hot water. Topped with the chicken broth Gao Xiaodao had prepared in advance and the mushroom meat sauce made by Wang Mingrui, a fragrant bowl of chicken broth rice noodles was ready. Zhao Qingxu hadn't had much of an appetite, but the aroma of the rice noodles immediately whetted it. After finishing the large bowl of chicken broth rice noodles, Zhao Qingxu looked a bit embarrassed. He had said he wouldn't eat, yet he ended up eating so much, as if he hadn't eaten in ages. How shameful. Let me give you some money and ration tickets. I can't just eat your food for free. Zhao Qingxu pulled out 1 yuan and 2 jin of grain ration tickets from his pocket. You're being too formal. A bowl of rice noodles is nothing. If you insist, then I wouldn't feel right accepting the books you brought for Huiqing. Feng Lingyu pressed down on Zhao Qingxu's hand, pretending to be upset. Zhao Qingxu had indeed brought many books for Huiqing when he came today. I've already processed some medicinal herbs. Would you like to check if they're up to standard? Feng Lingyu brought over a basket of sun-dried herbs and gestured for Zhao Qishu to inspect them. These are all herbs I picked from Little Qingshan Mountain and have just finished processing. With just one glance, Zhao Qingxu could tell that the quality of these herbs was excellent and they had been processed very cleanly. He looked at Feng Lingyu with admiration. I didn't expect someone so young to understand these things. Many of the workers at our factory don't even have the skill. Thinking back to how he had discovered on the train that Feng Lingyu had once been frail, he assumed someone skilled in medicine in her family must have taught her. Xiaoyu, to be honest with you, I've been to the Danyang pharmaceutical factory, and their herb processing is very rough, far inferior to yours. Zhao Qingxu said excitedly. Herbs processed to this degree could basically be used directly in medicine. As for the herbs from the Danyang pharmaceutical factory, he would definitely have to process them further after buying them. Since you're satisfied with the product, we can talk about the next steps for cooperation. As a sent-down youth, I can't make decisions on this matter alone. I'll need to find our village chief. But don't worry, our village chief is very supportive of this. Hearing this, Zhao Qingshu looked at Feng Lingyu, who was speaking confidently, with a complicated expression. Not only had she managed to buy a house in the village, but judging by her words, she also had a close relationship with the village chief. Otherwise, why would an outsider like her be able to offer suggestions to the village? Not to mention that she had also promised him that they could handle the delivery. These were not abilities an ordinary young girl would have. He had a strong feeling now that as long as he cooperated with Feng Lingyu, their factory would definitely get through this difficult time. Yang Jiangwo was already waiting at the village committee office, along with several other key village officials. He had already explained the matter of Zhao Qishu wanting to buy medicinal herbs. Anyone with common sense could see that this would benefit Qingshan village, so no one objected. When he saw the white-haired elderly man walking beside Feng Lingyu, Yang Jiangwo couldn't help but straighten his clothes before stepping out with a broad smile. Seeing Yang Jiangwo formally extend his hand for a handshake, a hint of amusement appeared on Feng Lingyu's face. She wondered where Uncle Yang had learned that. Zhao Qishu hadn't expected the village chief to be so enthusiastic. With the village chief's support, many things would be much easier to handle. Village Chief Yang, hello. I am Zhao Qishu, a researcher at the Beijing pharmaceutical factory. After everyone had sat down, Yang Jiangwo cleared his throat before speaking. Mr. Zhao, Comrade Feng, this sent-down youth has already informed us of your intentions. As long as you're willing to entrust this matter to us, we will definitely be able to complete the task. We can sign that contract, which has legal validity. Yang Jiangwo stumbled through the words that Feng Lingyu had taught him. A contract definitely needs to be signed, but I have a few concerns. Zhao Qishu spoke. For a moment, except for Feng Lingyu, everyone else looked nervously at Zhao Qishu, afraid that something might go wrong. First, can you guarantee the quantity? What I need is not a small amount, at least 2,000 gene of each type. Second, can your village guarantee the quality? These herbs are all going to be used for making medicine, so there can be no carelessness. Third, do you have the proper qualifications? Otherwise, if someone slaps the label of speculation and profiteering on us, our losses would be huge. As for the issue of transportation, Zhao Qishu didn't bring it up, knowing it was Feng Lingyu's promise. Yang Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Lingyu and Zhao Nanshan had already explained to him how to address the issues Zhao Qingshu had raised. Mr. Zhao, you don't need to worry about any of these. Once the order is confirmed, our village will purchase herbs from the surrounding villages. The people in our village will only be responsible for processing the herbs. The quality of the herbs will be checked by Comrade Feng and a few other sent-down youths, with a total of 3 inspections. If any problems arise, we will refund your money for the problematic herbs. Most importantly, our village has already established a village cooperative, approved by the commune. So our village collective has the right to engage in trade. Yang Jiangwo recited the solutions in a measured tone. This scene stunned everyone in the office. What had gotten into Yang Jiangwo? He suddenly seemed like a completely different person. Yang Jiangwo, the cultured man, with a confident smile. JPG. In reality, his palms were sweating, he sat upright, and he tried his best not to forget his lines. Chapter 247, ensuring this matter is under her control. Mr. Zhao, what do you think of the solution I just proposed? Yang Jiangwo swallowed dryly and asked. The others also looked at Zhao Qingshu. Although they hadn't understood most of what Yang Jiangwo had just said, it still sounded impressive. Zhao Qingshu saw through it clearly. Those solutions must have been taught to him by that girl Feng Lingyu. If Yang Jiangwo truly had the ability to consider every aspect of things, he wouldn't have ended up as the village chief of such a small village. However, there is another important issue: time. The stock in our factory will only last 2 months at most, maybe even less. Adding in transportation time and our testing period. As Zhao Qishu spoke, his eyes turned to Feng Lingyu. Qingshan village needs to have all the medicinal herbs ready within at least a month and a half. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhao. I've calculated it, and our village can definitely get it done. Of course, you can also add this clause to the contract. If we fail to deliver on time, we'll sell this batch of herbs at a 30% discount. Receiving a pleading look from Yang Jiangwo, Feng Lingyu spoke calmly. The expressions of the other village cadres remained unchanged. To the people in their village, even a 30% discount was still a windfall. Feng Lingyu had once calculated for them, assuming 10 gene of raw herbs could be processed into 1 gene of finished medicinal herbs. The raw herbs were purchased from the surrounding areas at 2 mao per gene, making the cost 2 yuan. But the lowest price Zhao Qingshu's pharmaceutical factory offered was 3 yuan per gene. For the more precious herbs, the price even reached 4 or 5 yuan per gene. That meant for every gene of processed herbs, they could earn at least 1 yuan. Accountant He Pengqing's face was flushed with excitement as he did the math. If their village could secure this deal, they would earn nearly 10,000 yuan. What did that mean? Their village had about 1,000 people. Even if they divided it equally, each person could get 10 yuan. For families with more members, they could earn several hundred yuan in just a month and a half. Hearing Feng Lingyu's promise, Zhao Qingshu felt reassured and immediately took out the contract. Feng Lingyu was delighted when she saw Yang Jiangwo sign the contract and stamp it with the village committee's red seal. Finally, she had made this happen. It hadn't been for nothing. After signing the contract, Yang Jiangwo escorted Zhao Qishu out of the village. Feng Lingyu called Gao Xiaodao, Sun Yiming, and Zhao Nanshan to the village committee office. Now that the first step was done, there were some things Feng Lingyu had to say up front. She wasn't about to put in all this time and effort only to let others reap the benefits. Once Yang Jiangwo returned, the village meeting officially began. This matter was made possible by Comrade Feng. Let's hear what she has to say first. Seeing no dissatisfaction on everyone's faces, Yang Jiangwo felt somewhat relieved. Let professionals handle professional matters. They were just a bunch of clueless laymen and shouldn't be throwing in their opinions. Although everyone here is my elder, and as a junior I normally wouldn't have the right to speak, no one understands this matter better than I do, so I won't stand on ceremony. Feng Lingyu's words were modest, but her expression showed no embarrassment. As you all just heard, time is tight. So the first thing we need to do is to mobilize the entire village. We must make sure everyone understands the benefits of this cooperation. Another thing is that the whole village must learn how to process medicinal herbs. Not just learn, but master it. Ordinary herbs and premium herbs are priced very differently. I've already written several booklets. The educated youths beside me have all learned the process, and they will teach the villagers. Of course, if there are young people in the village who learn quickly and well, we will fully support them. These people will be responsible for inspecting the quality of the herbs in the future. After we notify the villagers, I'll go over some rules and regulations. After all, we are now a formal cooperative. We must have order and not be a scattered mess. Feng Lingyu couldn't hold all the power herself. The villagers also needed to occupy important positions. She just wanted to ensure that this cooperation remained under her control. When the village leaders heard that the villagers would also have opportunities, their expressions brightened considerably. They thought about going back to tell their own families. With so many relatives, surely at least one of them would learn quickly. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan tried hard to control themselves, but the joy still leaked from their eyes and brows. They hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to actually pull this off. Judging by the leader's attitudes, she would be the one in charge of this matter from now on. Yang Jiangwo made the final decision. All right, let's do it the way Comrade Feng says. I'll go broadcast the announcement right now and call everyone to a meeting. Time was pressing and couldn't be wasted. Yang Jiangwo wished the villagers could learn how to process herbs right this instant. Thinking of this, Yang Jiangwo scratched his head and turned back. Xiao Yu, we don't have any raw herbs yet. Zhao Nanshan's stern face softened slightly. Village chief, quite a few people in our village married in from other villages. Everyone is connected by family. With a chance to make money, no one will keep it to themselves. Yang Jiangwo suddenly understood. Yes, as long as they made things clear today and laid out the obvious benefits, who wouldn't want to notify their relatives? Once the news spread, people would come flocking in. Comrade Feng, do you have extra copies of those booklets? My children can all read. I think learning this shouldn't be a problem for them. He Pengcheng said with a smile. What he was most proud of was that he had sent all his children to school. At first, the villagers didn't understand. They called him foolish, asking why he didn't just send one child. But look now, the opportunity had come. As the saying goes, a smiling face invites no trouble. Besides, Feng Lingyu had a good impression of He Pengcheng's daughter, He Xuanfeng. Moreover, He Pengcheng was a smart man, and Feng Lingyu liked smart people. He Pengcheng was overjoyed. With this, his children would be ahead of the game. Once the village cooperative was established, he could smoothly arrange for his children to work there. The other cadres in the meeting room secretly cursed in their hearts. That old fox He Pengcheng had gotten another advantage. But the frustrating thing was that their own children hadn't gone to school. Now that this opportunity had come, all they could do was watch helplessly. Chapter 248, Feng Jiqing is our benefactor. The villagers were all baffled. It was the slack season for farming, a time when everyone did as they pleased, and the village usually didn't interfere. Some overthought it. Could there be a new task assigned from above? The person's face turned pale. Please don't let it be that. Being sent to build reservoirs in the dead of winter would be a death sentence. Yang Jiangwo saw that almost all the villagers had gathered. He first cleared his throat, then began speaking loudly. He emphasized the benefits this cooperation could bring to the village. Every villager's face lit up with joy. With this income, their household situations would improve significantly. For those with many unmarried sons, dilapidated houses, or those who couldn't eat enough or stay warm, this money could solve most of those problems. As for the educated youths at the sent-down youth point, they were also delighted when they heard the news. They had been in the countryside for so long. Except for those from well-off families who received subsidies from home, everyone else had to rely on themselves. If they could earn some money this time, buying cotton to make thicker quilts would be good too. Yan Wei, however, thought deeper. The idea of processing medicinal herbs clearly hadn't come from the villagers. He had been here long enough to know that no one in the village knew how to handle medicinal herbs. Even the barefoot Dr. Ma Dafu only recognized the simplest herbs, and his methods were very crude. Everything I just said was accomplished by our village's Feng Jiqing. Xiao Yanfeng looked at Feng Lingyu with mixed feelings. If it were before, she would have still wanted to compete with Feng Lingyu. But now, Feng Lingyu stood at a height she could never reach. Feng Jiqing is our village's great benefactor. This Mr. Zhao was brought here by her, and she is willing to teach our village the techniques for processing medicinal herbs for free. So, I have decided that Feng Jiqing will be the head of the village cooperative. Does everyone agree? The villagers hadn't expected Feng Jiqing to be so selfless. In the eyes of these simple people, Feng Lingyu was a truly good person. Immediately, many voices rang out in agreement, along with plenty of praise. I agree. Feng Jiqing has helped us so much. If anyone is ungrateful, I, Yang Yongyang, will be the first to object. Me too. No one else is suitable to be the head except Feng Jiqing. At this moment, not a single voice of opposition was heard. Of course, there were those of bad character who felt it was inappropriate for an outsider like Feng Lingyu to be in charge, but they dared not speak up. And so, Feng Lingyu was approved almost unanimously as the head of the village cooperative. Since everyone trusts me, I will not let that trust down. Starting today, everyone will follow me to learn. Also, you must spread the word about collecting medicinal herbs. We only have 1 week to learn, so I hope everyone stays alert. After Feng Lingyu finished speaking, she emphasized, I need to say some unpleasant things up front. I will not tolerate passing off inferior goods as quality ones. Anyone who dares to do that will be an enemy of the entire village. You would be harming the interests of everyone. So, once I catch it, the village cooperative will not purchase the medicinal herbs processed by that family. That's only right. Those with bad consciences shouldn't be indulged, said the honest and hard-working villagers. There were also those with shifty eyes, feeling that Feng Lingyu had seen through their little schemes. Regardless, with this rule in place, anyone who wanted to earn money would certainly not dare to pass off inferior goods. Feng Jiqing is right. This is a great thing for our whole village. Everyone, take it seriously. Otherwise, even if Feng Jiqing doesn't act, I, Yang Jiangwo, will be the first to not let them off. Yang Jiangwo held considerable prestige in the village. Seeing him take a stand, everyone became even less inclined to harbor any tricky thoughts. Daughters from all around who had married into Qingshan village all returned to their parents' homes today, as if by agreement. Soon, the news that Qingshan village was collecting medicinal herbs spread everywhere. Basically, any household with spare labor, whether elderly or children, swarmed out to pick medicinal herbs in the wild. They heard these things were worth 20 cents per caddy. A family could probably pick dozens of caddies, right? These so-called medicinal herbs were everywhere on the mountains, usually used to feed cattle. It wasn't until they saw villagers actually getting money back that they felt reassured and gathered their whole families to go up the mountain to pick herbs. In short, the mountains were now covered with people searching for herbs. When they saw familiar faces, they would greet each other. Then they would cautiously ask how many caddies of herbs the other family had dug up that day. They had just seen Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan following closely behind Feng Lingyu, occasionally pointing out mistakes in the villagers' herb processing. It was obvious that Feng Lingyu had given them special training in advance. They were also literate and could handle this job. Either way, talking was much easier than processing herbs. Some regretted having burned bridges with Feng Lingyu earlier. Now, seeing Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan reaping benefits, they felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. At this point, Yan Wei had to step up and speak. The usually gentle man now looked somewhat intimidating. We just need to do our own part well. Whatever the village arranges, we follow. Not everyone has Feng Jiqing's ability. I won't stop those who regret it, but do you think Feng Jiqing will pay you any attention? Back when he had tried to get along with Feng Lingyu, these people had openly and covertly mocked him. Thinking of this, Yan Wei's face grew even darker. Now that there were benefits, they wanted to cozy up, but they had to see if others were fools. Everyone at the sent-down youth point was feeling varying degrees of regret, except for one person who sneered. She thought about how she had to win over the high-ranking officer living in the village. Once she became his girlfriend, why would she need to learn herb processing? Seeing how young Jiangwo had followed Regiment Commander Shi like a lapdog that day, if she could date him, maybe she could even become the head of the cooperative herself. Lu Xiaowei grew more excited as she thought, her heart burning with ambition. She and Feng Lingyu had long been enemies. Either way, she couldn't stand to see her do well. Only the occasional chirping of insects came from the woods and grass. In Regiment Commander Shi's courtyard, Gao Xiaodao was sparring with Wang Li, going back and forth, neither giving way. He even watched their movements with folded arms and a serious expression. He noticed that Gao Xiaodao had astonishing talent, showing clear improvement over the past few days. Wang Li had gone from dominating her at the start to now being evenly matched. She's really suited to be a soldier, Shi Wenhao said sincerely. Feng Lingyu rolled her eyes ungracefully. Telling me that is useless. It depends on her own wishes. Shi Wenhao sighed. If Gao Xiaodao were willing, he wouldn't have asked Feng Lingyu. Chapter 249, A hard-to-describe obsessed woman. After exchanging a glance with Shi Wenhao, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao quickly slipped away and hid themselves. Confirming nothing was left out, Wang Li straightened his clothes, put on a cold expression, and opened the door. When he saw it was the strange woman he had encountered in the village a few days ago, Wang Li grew cautious. Lu Xiaowei recognized him as the man accompanying Commander Shi, pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Hello, I need to see your commander about something. Can I come in? No. After dropping those two crisp words, Wang Li moved to close the door. Lu Xiaowei was furious inside. Once she married Commander Shi, the first thing she would do was kick this clueless person out. Big brother, I really have something important. Please make an exception. I'll just say a few words and leave. Lu Xiaowei pretended to be timid, even reddening her eyes, hoping to soften Wang Li's heart. But Wang Li was no ordinary man. He could face countless seductive and beautiful spies without flinching, let alone see through Lu Xiaowei's clumsy disguise at a glance. Still, this confirmed to Wang Li that she was definitely not a spy. Because no spy could be this blatantly stupid. Comrade, it's the middle of the night. We're all men here. If you really have something to discuss, come back tomorrow. Village Chief Yang is a responsible and good leader. He won't ignore your concerns. Wang Li was practically telling her to her face that it was shameless for a woman to come to a man's home late at night. If she had a problem, she should go to the village chief. Either way, it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that Wang Li was unmovable, standing like a door god blocking the entrance, Lu Xiaowei forced a smile. I need to see your commander. I have something important to tell him, something about his life's big matters. Wang Li's sharp, eagle-like gaze bore into Lu Xiaowei. What did this woman know? Shi Wenhao had drilled it into them. His reason for coming here to treat his leg must be kept secret. No one could know. Even Commander Shi in the capital didn't know their destination or purpose. Lu Xiaowei was terrified by his stare, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. Aren't you going to let me in? Shi Wenhao, sitting in the courtyard, had also heard what the woman outside said, and his brow furrowed deeply. He gave Wang Li an almost imperceptible signal. Wang Li understood and stepped aside, creating a gap. Lu Xiaowei was thrilled. She took a deep breath, then walked in with her head held high. Once inside, she saw the man she had come for staring intently at her. His features were strikingly handsome, his eyes so deep it seemed he could see only you. Lu Xiaowei's face flushed. Even if this man was disabled, she wouldn't be losing out. Commander Shi, hello, I'm... Lu Xiaowei put on her best posture and beamed a bright smile. Shi Wenhao lifted his eyes slightly and cut her off bluntly. I have no interest in knowing who you are. I only want to know why you're here. Lu Xiaowei's confident smile froze. She hadn't expected Commander Shi to be so hard to approach. According to her plan, she had already made the best first impression. After all, I'd like to know what you think you know about my life's big matters. Hidden in the shadows, Feng Lingyu watched Lu Xiaowei, thinking to herself. She had been treating Shi Wenhao every night in secret, and no one should have discovered it. Besides, every time Feng Lingyu came, she used her ability to seal off the courtyard, ensuring no sound escaped. Commander Shi, you're not young anymore and still unmarried. Aren't your family worried? Lu Xiaowei decided to state her purpose directly. But as soon as she said this, everyone present, including Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao in hiding, changed expressions. Was this woman out of her mind? Coming alone to a man's house in the dead of night to say this. Lu Xiaowei was startled. She didn't understand why Shi Wenhao was asking that, but she answered instinctively, I'm Lu Xiaowei. Really? I thought you were my mother. At this point, if Shi Wenhao couldn't guess her intentions, something would be wrong. The implication was clear. Who do you think you are? My business is none of yours. Gao Xiaodao was shaking with laughter in the shadows. Feng Lingyu was no better. Wang Li and He Bin both had a glint of amusement in their eyes, their lips twitching upward. Lu Xiaowei's eyes reddened. She hadn't expected Shi Wenhao to mock her. She had thought he was interested in her when he asked who she was. Commander Shi, how can you talk like that? I'm just concerned about you. You're not young anymore. What do you think of me? I'm a city girl, a junior high graduate. If you can get me back to the city, I'm willing to marry you. At this, Lu Xiaowei's gaze drifted, as if unintentionally, to Shi Wenhao's crippled leg, as if to say, your leg is like this, I'm willing to marry you, and that's already a big concession. Wang Li and He Bin were almost amused to anger by this woman. Where did she get the confidence to look down on their commander? Not to mention that their commander was a descendant of the Shi family, but on his own merits, he was the youngest commander in Huaxia. Even with a broken leg, he was still the top special forces chief instructor. And even in terms of looks, to put it bluntly, if their commander ended up with this woman, it would be like sticking a beautiful flower into a pile of cow dung. Lu Xiaowei finished her speech smugly, confident that with her good qualifications, Commander Shi would agree. But the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at her with an indescribable expression. What's wrong? My request isn't too much. My parents worked hard to raise me, so I have to go back and fulfill my filial duty. You can just give a token bride price, but after marriage, your salary has to be handed over to me. Lu Xiaowei was still lost in her own world, imagining returning to the city, spending Commander Shi's salary, and buying whatever she wanted every day. A look of longing crept onto her face. Chapter 250, Shamelessness Knows No Bounds, guaranteed to be unforgettable for her. Feng Lingyu listened to Lu Xiaowei's words and was left utterly speechless. Where did she get the nerve? Truly, shamelessness knows no bounds. She went on and on, as if she had no idea how outrageous her demands were. Or maybe she did know, but simply refused to think about it. Wang Li now deeply regretted letting this woman in. She had barged in and spouted a bunch of nonsensical, crazy talk. Lu Xiaowei rambled on for a while, and seeing that Shi Wenhao still had no reaction, she grew impatient. What exactly are you thinking? With your circumstances, finding someone like me is already pretty good. What do you mean by that? Lu Xiaowei felt Shi Wenhao's personality was far too frustrating, beating around the bush. Go in and sober yourself up, and while you're at it, take a good look at your disgusting face. It was hard to believe such harsh words could come from the mouth of this elegant and outstanding man before her. Lu Xiaowei's chest heaved with rage as she snapped, "You're just a cripple. Do you think you can find some fairy or something?" Wang Li couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward, saying, "And who do you think you are, daring to covet our regiment commander? A woman, coming to our home late at night without any shame, spouting nonsense, and then getting furious when rejected, utterly shameless." He Bin's face was dark and terrifying. His regiment commander, and this ugly woman dared to slander him? "Throw her out," Shi Wenhao said coldly. Seeing He Bin walking toward her, Lu Xiaowei's eyes churned with hidden currents. She gritted her teeth. She had chosen this time deliberately, with a plan in mind. Since they dared to treat her like this, she might as well go all the way and make this a done deal. Once she successfully married him, she would be the one calling the shots. With that thought, Lu Xiaowei opened her mouth to scream harassment. If she drew people over, she could claim she was kidnapped by these two guards. Regiment Commander Shi would never be able to explain himself. A cold glint flashed in He Bin's eyes. He wasn't soft-hearted like Wang Li. Such petty tricks were nothing in his view. With a crack, Lu Xiaowei felt a sharp pain in her jaw, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Just as she had opened her mouth wide, He Bin had been prepared. He reached out without hesitation and dislocated her jaw. Lu Xiaowei fell to the ground, clutching her jaw and making guttural sounds, her eyes filled with terror as tears streamed down her face. Feng Lingyu watched He Bin with interest. She hadn't expected that Shi Wenhao had a hidden expert by his side. Compared to Wang Li, He Bin's presence was much weaker, which was why Feng Lingyu had never paid much attention to him. But watching him act just now, his reaction speed was no less impressive than her own. She wondered how skilled Shi Wenhao, their commander, was. Surely, he must be even stronger than He Bin. A spark of curiosity lit up Feng Lingyu's eyes. She wondered how she would compare to Shi Wenhao. But China truly was a land of hidden talents. Feng Lingyu silently reminded herself never to underestimate her opponents in the future. "Get rid of her," came the indifferent, emotionless voice. Shi Wenhao's eyes were as cold as ice, as if he were looking at something filthy. Lu Xiaowei's pupils dilated. She regretted it. She shouldn't have come here tonight. The last image in her mind before her consciousness faded was Shi Wenhao's gaze, as if he were looking at trash. After He Bin carried her out, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiao finally stepped out. She teased Shi Wenhao with a grin, who knew Regiment Commander Shi had such boundless charm, attracting these crazy bees and butterflies right to your door in the middle of the night. "Feng Lingyu, are you making fun of me?" Shi Wenhao's dark face was still intimidating, and Feng Lingyu wisely shut her mouth. So, where did He Bin take her? Feng Lingyu naturally knew they couldn't really do anything to Lu Xiaowei. But she honestly hadn't expected Lu Xiaowei to be so bold, coming alone to their doorstep late at night. Still, her methods were truly vicious. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been trapped by her today. Indeed, not only should girls protect themselves outside, but good-looking boys also need to be careful. After finishing that course of medicine, how do you feel? Feng Lingyu hadn't forgotten why she came tonight. In the past few nights, after taking the medicine, I've felt occasional stabbing pains in my legs, Shi Wenhao said. a glimmer of light in his eyes, a glimmer of hope. That means the medicine is working. It looks like I can increase the dosage. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Wang Li couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He was now incredibly grateful that he had listened to the regiment commander. Otherwise, the commander's legs might have continued to worsen. Changing the subject, Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, regiment commander, sure, you haven't been honest with me. You've been hiding such a formidable expert by your side. I've taken a loss in this deal. Do you know how expensive the medicine I used for you is? A helpless expression appeared on Shi Wenhao's face. It's not that I won't let He Bin teach Xiaodao. Given Xiaodao's current level, Wang Li is more than enough to train her. After a pause, Shi Wenhao added meaningfully, besides, Xiaodao doesn't want to join the military herself, so I can't very well train her in the army's way. Either way, I've lost out. You have to make sure Xiaodao is trained properly. You need to understand, He Bin is the best soldier under my command. To train Xiaodao to that level would take a very long time. Besides, some of it involves classified matters that I can't teach Xiaodao. Wang Li's methods are well suited for her. As long as she doesn't run into an opponent like He Bin, she's practically guaranteed to win. How many experts like He Bin were there in the world anyway? Feng Lingyu swallowed the words she wanted to say. If she pressed further, it would arouse his suspicion. What would an ordinary person like her want with such impressive skills? Fine, I've taken a loss anyway. You owe me a big favor, got it? These medicinal ingredients of mine can't be bought with money. Feng Lingyu had to concede. Having him owe her a favor wasn't a bad thing. Don't worry, comrade Feng. I'll teach her everything I know. Wang Li promised, thumping his chest. With a better option available, Feng Lingyu reluctantly said, all right, I'm taking such a huge loss. As the group was joking around, He Bin returned after finishing his task. Where did you take her? Feng Lingyu asked with interest. He Bin gave a sinister smile. A good place. Guaranteed to be unforgettable for her. Chapter 251, No one wants to get involved with shit. The next day, it was almost late autumn. A thin mist hung in the early morning, and the warm yellow sunlight filtering through it gave a sense of tranquility and peace. A scream from the educated youth point shattered the silence. What the hell is that screaming for? Can't even let people have some peace in the morning, someone grumbled, woken up by the noise. Just as everyone was getting ready to check what was happening, they saw Yang Hongying running over in a panic, her face pale. What's wrong? Explain clearly, Yan Wei said with a frown. I just went to the toilet and saw a pair of human legs in the pit. Yang Hongying said, crying as she spoke. She was, after all, a young woman who had never been through such things. Seeing something like that had left her completely terrified, her soul nearly fleeing her body. Wang Yi said dismissively, you must have seen it wrong. Our educated youth point is remote. Who would fall into a manure pit? I'm telling the truth. Lying about something like this does me no good. Yang Hongying said indignantly. But Yan Wei's expression changed. He scanned the people present. Could someone be trying to frame the educated youths? If someone died at the educated youth point, they would definitely be investigated. Let's go take a look first, Yan Wei said, trying to stay calm. Minor squabbles at the educated youth point were one thing, but a death would be a major incident. When they reached the toilet, everyone saw that there were indeed a pair of legs hanging there. Rural toilets were dug as large manure pits, usually with an opening at the back of the house for easy access to carry out the manure for watering crops. Everyone hurried around to the back of the house and saw a person lying by the edge of the pit, their legs dangling into it. Only Yang Hongying's face showed shock and uncertainty. She shared a room with Lu Xiaowei, and Lu Xiaowei had once shown off her floral print jacket to her. The person lying on the ground was wearing that very floral print jacket. She also remembered that when she got up this morning, Lu Xiaowei's bed seemed to be empty. All the educated youths were frightened, their faces filled with shock and doubt. That person isn't dead, is she? Qiao Yanfeng asked Yan Wei timidly. Let's go check first. What's there to be afraid of with so many of us? Yan Wei took a deep breath. When he turned the person over, everyone was startled. Yan Wei put his hand under Lu Xiaowei's nose and found that she was still breathing. He let out a sigh of relief. She's fine. She's probably just unconscious. As long as she wasn't dead, if a female educated youth died at the point for no reason, what would outsiders think of them? Yang Hongying crouched down and pinched Lu Xiaowei's philtrum hard. After a moment, Lu Xiaowei reacted and soon slowly came to. As soon as she opened her eyes, the memories of last night came rushing back. I'm not dead. Lu Xiaowei touched her face, feeling both scared and relieved. Almost everyone present heard Lu Xiaowei's words, and their faces showed shock and suspicion. What did she mean? Was someone trying to kill her? Xiaowei, what happened to you? Yang Hongying asked, looking at her with concern. As the joy of surviving faded, Lu Xiaowei realized that all the educated youths were staring at her with probing eyes. And nothing. Where am I? As she spoke, Lu Xiaowei caught a foul smell. She looked down and saw that her legs were soaked in the manure pit. Lu Xiaowei's mind went blank, and she quickly scrambled to climb out. After some effort, she finally got out of the pit. Seeing her favorite outfit covered in filth, even her hands dirty, Lu Xiaowei was so angry she nearly fainted. Everyone's first reaction was to step back several paces, afraid that Lu Xiaowei might splash the manure water onto them. Wang Yi, who had never gotten along with Lu Xiaowei, was now utterly disgusted. He immediately covered his nose and said, "How disgusting. I'm leaving." The others looked at each other and eventually left too. In no time, only Yan Wei and Yang Hongying remained. Since Lu Xiaowei seemed fine, why should they stay? Hongying, Lu Xiaowei said pitifully, trying to get closer to Yang Hongying. But her hands were still covered in manure water, and the stench was overwhelming. Yang Hongying instinctively stepped back. "Xiaowei, you should go clean yourself up first." Yang Hongying stammered. Lu Xiaowei seethed inside. So much for being good sisters. Now that she was just a little dirty, they were keeping their distance. Yang Hongying was rolling her eyes internally. No kidding, look at yourself. Who wants to get covered in shit first thing in the morning? Yan Wei kept a calm expression, but the disgust in his eyes was unmistakable. "Alright, go clean up first. Then tell us how you ended up falling here." Lu Xiaowei's face stiffened. There was no way she could tell the truth. Almost everyone avoided her like the plague. Wang Yi didn't hold back. "How are you going to take a bath in the house like that? After you wash, can the room still be lived in?" At that, everyone's expression soured, especially the female, educated youth who shared a room with Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei was both humiliated and furious. She looked at Yang Hongying, hoping she would say something, but Yang Hongying avoided her gaze. At that moment, Lu Xiaowei began to hate Yang Hongying too. In the end, Lu Xiaowei had to wash and change in the toilet. When she was done and came out, everyone was waiting for her. "What happened last night? How did you end up unconscious there?" Yan Wei scrutinized Lu Xiaowei. Even if she had accidentally fallen into the toilet, she wouldn't have ended up outside. So Lu Xiaowei must have gone out last night. The question was why, and why she had said she wasn't dead. Lu Xiaowei took a breath, trying to keep her expression natural. She smiled faintly and said, "Nothing really. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went out for a walk. Maybe I've been unwell lately, so I fainted." Comrade Lu sure has an interesting way of relaxing, taking a stroll by the manure pit at night, Wang Yi said sarcastically, arms crossed. Lu Xiaowei was clearly treating everyone like fools. Who would believe that excuse? Yan Wei knew full well that Lu Xiaowei wasn't going to tell the truth. "I don't care what you're up to, but you need to remember, don't drag the people at the educated youth point into it. You're a female comrade, running around late at night. If something happens, we'll all suffer the consequences." Chapter 252, The people have faith, the nation has hope, the country has strength. After everyone had dispersed, Lu Xiaowei's eyes were filled with chilling resentment. She dared not go looking for trouble with Shi Wenhao, but who were the people at the point to criticize her? And Yang Hongying, usually you couldn't tell, wearing a mask of caring for others, she was nothing but a hypocritical bitch. Don't think she hadn't noticed. Yang Hongying had her eyes on Yan Wei, which was why she always played the role of a caring older sister. No one knew about Lu Xiaowei's inner turmoil. Now the whole village was busy processing medicinal herbs, and the educated youth had to participate too. Word had it that some families with more members had already earned several dozen. The village was bustling with activity, hardly a single idle person to be found. Feng Lingyu was now the village's big star. Walking through the village, everyone she met greeted her warmly. "Educated youth Feng, did you receive the kidney beans my son brought you?" "Educated youth Feng, take care of yourself, don't overwork." Looking at the dark, wrinkled faces before her, all beaming with smiles, Feng Lingyu felt a surge of emotion. She really hadn't done much, but the way these villagers looked at her made her realize for the first time what it meant. When poor, one cultivates oneself. When successful, one benefits the world. If every capable person were willing to do more for this country, could this impoverished, weak nation gradually improve? These villagers toiled bitterly in the fields all year, only hoping their families could eat their fill and stay warm, and their children and grandchildren could go to school to learn. But even that simple wish wasn't easily fulfilled. "Xiaoyu, once Mr. Zhao sends the funds, I want to set up a primary school in the village," Yang Jiangwo said earnestly. Their Qingshan village was relatively well off, but very few children attended school. Most kids were illiterate, destined to follow in their parents' footsteps, rooted in the land. Yang Jiangwo hadn't realized this problem before. His own daughter, Lemay, had studied all the way through high school only because she wanted to. But after meeting Huiqing, his perspective had completely changed. Shin Huiqing, though young, was well-mannered and knowledgeable, reading many books every day, and was widely experienced. One could foresee a brilliant life ahead for this child. And the village children his age? Many of them couldn't even write their own names. Their lives were almost predictable. Just day after day of labor in the fields, then marrying and having children when the time came. Young Jangwo's eyes lit up, even the wrinkles at their corners appearing simple and kind. Once the commune approves, all the village kids can go to school. Feng Lingyu's chest felt warm, her nose slightly tingling. She said firmly to Yang Jangwo, as if making a promise, "You're right. In the future, it won't just be Qingshan village, all the children in the northeast, across the whole country, will be able to go to school." Somehow, a phrase surfaced in Feng Lingyu's mind. The people have faith, the nation has hope, the country has strength. Yang Jangwo chuckled. "I can't manage what's far away, but the kids in our Qingshan village will have that opportunity from now on. By the way, why did you come looking for me at this time?" Feng Lingyu had been strictly overseeing the quality of the medicinal herbs and was usually quite busy. "Uncle Yang, that Wang Dachuan tried to substitute other weeds for the medicinal herbs today. I caught him, and he refused to admit it. This needs your handling." Thinking about what happened today, Feng Lingyu's expression darkened. That Wang Dachuan was incredibly bold. If this hadn't been caught, and those weeds were made into medicine, it could have cost lives. Moreover, if the people from the Beijing pharmaceutical factory found out, what would they think of Qingshan village? Poor herb quality could be excused as a momentary oversight, but using fakes instead of real ones was a matter of character. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Yang Jangwo slammed his right hand hard on the table, knocking the enamel cup lid off, a sign of how furious he was. "That Wang Dachuan, a rotten apple in the barrel. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I'll deal with this seriously." He had just been hoping to set up a school for the village with this success, and now Wang Dachuan was causing trouble. They couldn't let that rotten apple ruin the whole pot of porridge in Qingshan village. After Yang Jangwo left, Feng Lingyu went alone to Wang Dachuan's house. She had just overheard some village women gossiping, mentioning that Wang Dachuan's husband, Yang Fugui, hadn't been home for days. Coincidentally, Feng Lingyu had caught Wang Dachuan red-handed, so she let village chief Yang stall her while she took the chance to investigate. As she expected, Wang Dachuan's house was now empty. Everyone in the village was busy processing herbs at the collective, and there was no one around. Feng Lingyu easily climbed over the wall into Wang Dachuan's yard. As soon as she entered, she smelled chicken manure mixed with the odor of rotten vegetable leaves. This Wang Dachuan really was, even in the countryside, it was rare to find someone so unhygienic. Deliberately making the house so dirty and smelly, so no one would want to visit. Entering Wang Dachuan and Yang Fugui's room, it looked much like any other. Opening the cabinet on the Kang, Feng Lingyu saw it was filled with various biscuits and 2 cans of malted milk. But this only confirmed her suspicion that Yang Fugui and Wang Dachuan were up to something. Otherwise, why would they have money at home yet constantly plead poverty in the village? And deliberately make the yard dirty and smelly to keep people away? It was simply because their money couldn't be exposed, ill-gotten gains. Closing her eyes, Feng Lingyu enveloped the entire house with her spiritual power. There was actually a chest under the pig trough in the pig pen. Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. What a clever one, who would normally think of hiding something there? To avoid leaving any trace of moving it, Feng Lingyu directly put the pig trough into her space. Using her plant ability, she sprouted a tiny shoot and easily picked the lock. Feng Lingyu curled her red lips. Good thing she had diligently improved her ability level, now she could control it to this extent. She wasn't interested in the money and tickets in the chest, so she directly opened the envelopes inside. Looking at the earliest letter, the date was actually 10 years ago, in 1956. At that time, she had just turned 5.5, right when her father, Feng Dingbang, had made a strategic retreat and disbanded the family. Chapter 253, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Feng Lingyu's eyes were like dark inkstones, her eyelids trembling slightly as a terrifying storm gathered within them. She studied her mind, but her fingers kept tightening around the letter paper. She hadn't expected that there was actually a spy hidden in Qingshan village. Yang Fugui had concealed himself extremely well. If it hadn't been for the conflict between Huiqing and Yang Tianbao, she might not have noticed anything wrong. That made sense too. The burning of the Feng family's ancestral home must have been the work of someone in the village. Feng Lingyu placed the envelope back where it was and opened the remaining letters. After quickly scanning through them, she restored the scene to its original state, confirmed there were no mistakes, and nodded in satisfaction. Now that she knew Yang Fugui's identity, Feng Lingyu had no intention of alerting him by acting rashly. Getting rid of him would be easy, but it would also expose herself. That wasn't a worthwhile trade. She would just pretend not to know and see what else the person behind him would have him do. But before leaving, Feng Lingyu came up with a mischievous idea. She couldn't touch the things in the box, but she could touch everything else, couldn't she? Having not done anything bad in a long time, Feng Lingyu rubbed her hands together, revealing a sly, fox-like smile. So anything valuable that was out in the open in young Fugue's house was swept away by Feng Lingyu's little hand into her space. In particular, the food stored in the Kang cabinet, Feng Lingyu took every last bit, leaving nothing behind. But she didn't go too far. She left all the coarse grains in the kitchen. Wasn't he always playing the victim in the village, claiming he could barely survive and ate nothing but black flour steamed buns? Feng Lingyu didn't plan to keep what she took from young Fugue's house for herself either. Back when she first brought Huiqing back to the village, she had taught Wang Dachuan a lesson. It was then that she learned there were a few families in the village who, out of kindness, were often taken advantage of by Wang Dachuan. So, Feng Lingyu took it upon herself to distribute these ill-gotten gains evenly into the yards of those families. After doing all this, Feng Lingyu returned to the village collective, feeling quite pleased with herself. The village collective was a leftover building from the years of the communal dining system, in other words, the old communal canteen. But ever since the communal dining system was abolished, it had been abandoned. However, because it was spacious, young Jiangwo had taken the lead in turning it into a temporary place for processing medicinal herbs. Just as Feng Lingyu reached the door, she heard wailing coming from inside. Recognizing the voice, a glint of amusement flickered in Feng Lingyu's eyes. Wasn't that Wang Dachuan crying? Village Chief Yang, you're trying to kill me. With my build, how can I carry manure? Wang Dachuan deployed her usual crying tactic, hoping to make young Jiangwo change his mind. Carrying manure was arguably the hardest and dirtiest job in the village. After a day of it, not only would you stink, but your shoulders would be rubbed raw. This kind of work was usually assigned to those who had done something wrong in the village, but it was typically only a week's punishment. This time, Wang Dachuan's dishonesty had struck a nerve with young Jiangwo, so he directly ordered her to carry manure for 3 months. No one around felt any sympathy for Wang Dachuan. With a build like yours, you're almost as strong as an ox. What's so hard about carrying manure? Exactly. Educated youth Feng clearly said no crooked tricks were allowed, but you just had to disobey. Now that you've been caught, who's to blame? Feng Lingyu listened quietly for a while, and when she judged the time was right, she walked in calmly. Everyone, listen to me. The medicinal herbs that pass through our hands will eventually be made into finished products. This is a matter of life and death. It's fine if the quality of the herbs is a bit low, but if we cheat and cut corners, we're corrupting our conscience. None of you can guarantee that you or your family will never get sick, right? Imagine if one day you fall ill and the medicine you buy is fake, worse yet, it could kill you. How would you feel? At these words, those who had harbored small thoughts and thought Yang Jiangwo was overreacting broke out in a cold sweat. So, I hope everyone will do their work seriously and not entertain any improper ideas. And think about it, if the medicinal herbs we produce in Qingshan village go on to cure people, shouldn't we feel proud? Maybe the higher-ups will even come to commend us. Hearing this, the villagers puffed out their chests with pride. Yes, they were doing work that saved lives. Everyone's heart was now filled with soaring ambition, and they were brimming with energy. Seeing how Feng Lingyu had stirred up the villagers' enthusiasm with just a few words, Zhao Nanshan's eyes flickered with admiration. Anyone watching would think Feng Lingyu was a professional propagandist. Educated youth Feng, you're right. We're doing work that concerns people's lives. We can't afford to be careless. From now on, we'll all keep an eye on each other. If anyone has crooked intentions, we'll kick them out of the village. Thanks to Feng Lingyu's encouragement, everyone started working with great fervor. Villagers from other places who had come to sell medicinal herbs felt a pang of envy when they saw the scene. Why didn't their village have such an impressive educated youth? They had heard that the skill of processing medicinal herbs was something she had taught the people of Qingshan village. Wang Dachuan, seeing that everyone had gone back to their own tasks and no one was paying her any attention, had no choice but to pick herself up off the ground. Young Jiangwo said coldly, I indulged you before because you hadn't done anything serious. But this time, it concerns the interests of Qingshan village. I have to make sure you learn your lesson. If you refuse to accept the punishment, that's fine too. From today, your family will leave Qingshan village. If someone doesn't care about the village's interests, why should they stay? These words hit Wang Dachuan right where it hurt. After all, even if she did nothing, her family wouldn't go hungry or lack clothes. Being kicked out might even be better. Maybe she and her son could become city folk. But not now. That day, young Fugue had given her a thorough beating. Even now, her abdomen still ached faintly, and the bruises hadn't faded. Young Fugue had told her to keep an eye on Feng Lingyu and note everything she did every day. If she were kicked out of Qingshan village by Yang Jiangwo now, how would she know what Feng Lingyu was up to? If she ruined young Fugue's plans, once he came back, her fate would be unimaginable. At that thought, tears welled up in Wang Dachuan's eyes, and her usually fierce face was full of fear. Village Chief Yang, please don't drive my family away. I'll carry the manure. I'll do it properly. Knowing Wang Dachuan's true nature, Yang Jiangwo didn't believe a word she said. Chapter 254, Raising the Purchase Price, Cutting the Ground from Under Their Feet. Making her carry manure for 3 months was just to prevent her from causing trouble during the processing of medicinal herbs. After Wang Dachuan left dejectedly, Feng Lingyu sneered. When you get home, there's still a surprise waiting for you. Uncle Yang, how much medicinal herbs have we purchased in the village these past few days? Feng Lingyu asked. In a few more days, the growing season for the herbs would be over. They had to hurry and collect all the raw materials within these 2 days. Probably about 70 or 80%. We should still make it in time, Yang Jiangwo said hesitantly. Feng Lingyu's expression turned somewhat grave. According to her original estimate, time would naturally be sufficient. But in the past few days, she had noticed a clear drop in temperature, and the withering of plants had accelerated, something she hadn't anticipated. Not enough. In a few more days, the season will pass and those herbs will no longer be suitable for medicinal use. We have to speed things up. Here's the plan. Raise the purchase price for all herbs by 5 cents. That way, we can attract more people to sell their herbs to the village. Feng Lingyu pondered for a moment before quickly coming up with a solution. Their village's purchase price had originally been the same as what the purchasing station offered. Feng Lingyu's target customers were naturally the villagers from Qingshan village and the surrounding areas. With the price being the same, and most villagers being related by blood or marriage, their first choice would definitely be to sell their herbs to Qingshan village. But now there was no time left. The only way was to raise the purchase price to attract more sellers. Yang Jiangwo didn't overthink it. After hearing Feng Lingyu's suggestion, he went straight to find He Pengcheng. He was now also serving as the accountant for Qingshan Village's cooperative, so he needed to inform him about the price increase. The leaders of Danang Pharmaceutical Factory still thought they had Zhao Qingshu under their thumb, just waiting for him to come back so they could fleece him again. But after waiting and waiting, they got news that he had returned to the capital. Before they could even deal with Zhao Qingshu's matter, their subordinates reported that the factory was running low on medicinal herbs. How is that possible? The leader's face was full of shock. Not to mention other places, at least in Danang City, their factory had always had a sufficient supply of raw materials. I heard that a small village under Tuanjia commune started its own village cooperative and began processing medicinal herbs on its own. The surrounding villages have all been selling their herbs to that village. How much could a few villages produce? How could it affect the factory's operations? The leaders still refused to believe it. Tuanjia commune originally supplied 30% of our factory's raw materials. Now that Qingshan village has raised its purchase price, people from other places are also selling their herbs to them. The speaker was a young secretary, and cold sweat was already forming on his forehead. The other old foxes, realizing the severity of the situation, had made him, the newest hire, report this news. He cursed them in his heart. The leader was startled, his chest heaving with anger. Such a serious matter, and you're only telling me now. The secretary lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, you've been daydreaming about making a fortune every day. Who would be foolish enough to report this? No wonder Zhao Qishu went back just like that. He must have found a substitute. The leader said furiously. The secretary remained silent. Whatever he said now would be wrong, so it was better to keep his mouth shut. If the factory failed to meet its targets due to a shortage of raw materials, the blame would fall on him. The leader suddenly stopped walking, a dark, unreadable glint flickering in his eyes as he instructed the secretary. Go find Xiaozi. Tell her that Zhao Qishu has already completed his business and returned to the capital. I've done everything I could and there's nothing more I can do. His harassment of Zhao Qishu had been instigated by Xiaozi in the first place. He had to drag Xiaozi into this mess. If she could persuade her father, wouldn't the factory's predicament be resolved? He sighed inwardly, thinking, everyone really has 800 schemes up their sleeves. At the Chao residence, upon learning that Zhao Qingshu had already returned to the capital, Xiaozi immediately smashed a cup. In her agitation, she accidentally jolted her broken leg, gasping in pain. Hiss. Damn it. Comrade Chao, I've told you the whole story. What to do next is up to you. After all, the factory is already in a complete mess. Xiaozi clenched her molars in fury. If she couldn't get a handle on Zhao Qishu, how could she cause trouble for those two wretches? And now the factory people had come knocking, implying that all of this was her fault, and that she had to clean up the mess. Feng Lingyu, of course, knew nothing of what was happening at Danang Pharmaceutical Factory. In the past few days, more and more people had come to Qingshan village to sell their herbs. The village cadres were busy non-stop, not even having time to drink water during the day. The villagers worked overtime, and every day's output was recorded in the accountant's ledger, to be settled in a lump sum later. Even Tai Dan's grandmother, Gahongmei, despite her age, could earn $1 a day. She was full of drive. Once the village distributed the money, she would send Tai Dan to school. Every time Shin Huiqing came to their home to tell Taidan about what happened at school, Taidan's face was filled with longing and envy. But he knew his family's circumstances and had never dared to dream of going to school. Unexpectedly, things had taken a turn. The village had set up a cooperative, and now she could earn money too. Taidan's health had also improved a lot. Every day, he sensibly went up the mountain to dig for herbs and sold them to the village, earning 70 or 80 cents. In short, the Hongmei felt that life now held promise. Xiaoyu, we've collected most of these herbs. About the price, Yang Jiangwo meant that since they had gathered enough herbs, maybe they should lower the price. Feng Lingyu shook her head. No need. There are only a few days left anyway. Losing trust isn't worth it. What if we need to continue buying herbs in the future? Feng Lingyu had put so much effort into this cooperation precisely to leave a good impression. If the capital pharmaceutical factory found their herbs to be of good quality and cheap, they would surely continue buying from them. If they could establish a long-term partnership, the villagers would have a stable income in the future, and their lives wouldn't be any worse than those of city dwellers. For the sake of long-term benefits, there was no need to haggle over temporary gains and losses. Also, to be absolutely certain, Feng Lingyu had to keep a trick up her sleeve. Chapter 255, She Can Only Accomplish Nothing. Wang Dachuan returned home to find their belongings stolen, causing another uproar. What made it worse was that she couldn't even report the theft. After all, the fine grains and malted milk powder weren't something her family could afford, at least not openly. When Yang Fugue learned that their home had been burglarized, his first reaction was to rush and check the things he had hidden in the pigsty. After a careful inspection, he found no signs of tampering and let out a long sigh of relief. Wang Dachuan was still grieving on the other side. Not only would she have to haul manure for the next 3 months, but all the good stuff at home had been stolen too. Stop crying. Yang Fugue's eyes flashed with disgust. Startled by a shout, Wang Dachuan immediately dared not cry anymore, but she still said, everything at home is stolen. Can't I even be sad? If a younger, prettier woman had played the pitiful card, it might have worked better. But Wang Dachuan was dark-skinned, fat, and had a fierce look about her. Yang Fugue felt no sympathy. In fact, he grew even angrier. You stupid woman, do you want to attract everyone's attention? Knowing full well that these items couldn't be exposed, she was still crying so loudly. Wang Dachuan immediately stopped crying. So we just let it go? Tian Bao still needs nutrition. The urgent matter now was figuring out who had stolen these things and how they knew there were such good items in the house. He and Wang Dachuan had put on a convincing act of poverty in the village. Even if a thief wanted to steal, they shouldn't have targeted their home. There were a few well-off families in the village. If someone were to rob, they'd hit those houses first. Do you know who stole it? If we can't let it go, what else can we do? Besides, would you dare to report it? After a moment, he looked at Wang Dachuan with a dark expression. I won't be bringing anything home from now on. Don't you slip up. For Wang Dachuan, the biggest reason she stayed with Yang Fugue was that she never had to worry about food and drink. The moment she heard there would be no more good stuff to eat, she panicked. How can that be? Even if I don't eat, Tian Bao still has to. Are you a pig? Is there nothing in your head besides eating? We've been watched, understand? If others see we don't dare make a fuss, won't they keep coming back? Yang Fugue was furious. Even now, all she could think about was eating. Then how long do we have to live like this? Wang Dachuan asked urgently. Unable to stand her stupidity any longer, Yang Fugue slapped her directly. Wang Dachuan's ears rang from the blow. She stared at him in disbelief. Why are you hitting me? If you're tired of the good life, go back to your parents' home. I've fed you well for all these years, what more do you have to complain about? Yang Fugue wasn't tall and usually had a shifty demeanor, but now his murderous glare completely cowed Wang Dachuan. Seeing that she had fallen in line, Yang Fugue relaxed his brow and spoke. I told you to keep an eye on Feng Lingyu. What has she been up to while I was away? Though her face still throbbed with pain, Wang Dachuan didn't dare show any displeasure. After thinking for a moment, she said, she started a village cooperative and taught everyone how to make medicinal herbs. Now the whole village is involved. Yang Fugue frowned as he listened. Was this Feng Lingyu the same person described in the reports? Wasn't she supposed to be timid, introverted, sensitive, and prone to overthinking? Which part of what she had done matched that? No one in the village opposed it? Qingshan village had never been friendly toward the educated youth, they usually kept to themselves. Yang Jiangwo and his group of leaders hadn't stepped forward to oppose it either. That was too strange. No one opposed it. Everyone supports her as the head of the village cooperative, Wang Dachuan said through gritted teeth. If Feng Lingyu hadn't caught her, she wouldn't have been punished by Yang Jiangwo to haul manure. Yang Fugue hadn't expected that in just a few days of his absence, Feng Lingyu would have pulled off something so big. He didn't dare delay any longer. He left her with, you know what to do next. If you still want to eat and drink well in the future, keep a tight watch on Feng Lingyu. Thinking about the hardship ahead, Wang Dachuan felt her life had become utterly bleak. She didn't know exactly what young Fugue was up to, but she vaguely suspected it wasn't anything good. Still, as long as he brought back money to keep her and Tianbao well-fed and well-drunk, she couldn't care less what he did outside. While it was still light out, young Fugue hurried to the commune to make a phone call. "Madam, this Feng Lingyu doesn't match the information you gave me." As soon as the call connected, young Fugue immediately reported what he had observed recently. Ling Qingyue's long, narrow nails scraped against the table, making a screeching sound. Her well-maintained, smooth, and slender nails were nearly broken from the pressure. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner? You should have reported it the moment you noticed something off." Ling Qingyue fumed inwardly. What a bunch of useless people. Things in the capital were already ruined. Zhou Jiao was likely in grave danger. She had thought that young Fugue alone would be enough to keep Feng Lingyu in check, but it seemed she had been too careless. "Madam, it was my fault. But I was also searching for the item you asked me to find." "I can't be in two places at once," young Fugue couldn't help but complain. It wasn't that he was incompetent, he simply couldn't handle two tasks simultaneously. That stupid woman Wang Dachuan had a loose tongue, so he couldn't let her in on these secrets. Ling Qingyue's eyes darkened as she asked coldly, "Did you find the item?" Young Fugue's hand gripping the phone tightened instantly as he nervously swallowed. Ling Qingyue laughed coldly. "So no progress there either. You haven't managed a single thing. Am I keeping you around to freeload?" "Madam, give me more time. I'm sure I can find it." "Enough. I'll arrange for someone else. Your main task now is to keep Feng Lingyu under control. I don't want to see her accomplish anything, understand?" The last few words were spoken with extreme coldness by Ling Qingyue. Young Fugue grumbled inwardly. What a deep grudge this must be. But he still replied respectfully, "Yes, you can count on me." Back then, he had burned down the Feng family's ancestral house just to find some treasure. But he had searched countless times, there was really nothing there. He had even gone digging in the dead of night, only to find rubble and ruins. Not a single intact bowl, let alone any treasure. Chapter 256, Su Guang's Hypocrisy. What young Fugue didn't know was that this treasure had long been found by Feng Lingyu and stored away in her space. No matter how hard they searched, they wouldn't get a single hair of it. In Danning City, Qiaoji, using her father's name, eventually got the purchasing station to agree to raise the buying price. "What's going on? Didn't we raise the price? Why isn't there more medicinal herbs?" Qiaoji's face tightened as she asked in frustration. "Comrade Qiao, you might not know this, but this year the weather turned cold much faster than in previous years. Most of the medicinal herbs have already withered. Even with a higher price, if we can't pick the herbs on the mountain, there's nothing we can do." The young secretary explained with a grimace. Qiaoji had only joined the pharmaceutical factory for fun. She knew absolutely nothing about the basics of medicinal herbs. "Then what do you suggest?" Qiaoji, stuck in bed every day with her broken leg, had become much more irritable. The young secretary stole a glance at Qiaoji's expression and said cautiously, "The factory leaders said that if you can't handle it, they'll ask Secretary Qiao for help. They can't just let such a big factory collapse." Hearing this, Qiaoji was amused by the factory leader's shamelessness. Wasn't this a threat? If she didn't solve this, they'd report her to her father? Sure, she had hinted at making things difficult for Zhao Qishu, but the factory wasn't losing out either. The extra money from the price hike wasn't going to her, it was going to the factory. Now that they couldn't handle the problem, they wanted to shift the blame onto her? Go back for now. Everyone needs to figure this out together. Relying entirely on me won't work. If I had that much power, I'd be flying high already, Qiaoji said bitterly. During her recovery at home these past few days, she had grown noticeably plumper, even developing a double chin. The young secretary, just a messenger, left after achieving his goal. At the door, a slick-haired young man brushed past him. The young man stopped at Qiaoji's doorstep, straightened his appearance, and instantly switched to a sorrowful expression. His acting was so it could outshine many popular young actors of later generations. He raised his hand to knock, explained his purpose, and was politely invited in by the aunt hired to care for Qiaoji. Once inside, he saw Qiaoji sitting on the living room sofa, fuming. "Qiaoji, how did you get hurt this badly?" The young man frowned, putting on a deeply affectionate look. He quickly walked over, crouched in front of Qiaoji, and reached out as if to touch her leg, but hesitated, his fingertips trembling slightly as if afraid of hurting her. Qiaoji was so moved she almost cried. Seeing the person she had been longing for, her eyes turned red. "Su Guang, you're here. I've been injured for so long, why did you only come to see me now?" Qiaoji pouted, complaining. But her hands instinctively grabbed the fabric of Su Guang's shoulder, clearly showing her dependence. Su Guang's affectionate expression froze slightly, and he gave an awkward smile. "I went out to find work. You know how I am now, how could I easily contact you?" As he spoke, Su Guang deliberately lowered his head, his voice dropping as well. Seeing her beloved like this, Chaoji's heart ached, and she forgot all about questioning him. It's all my father's fault. I asked him to arrange for us to be together, but he wouldn't listen to me. He kept saying relying on myself is best. Ugh, he's such an old fossil. Chaoji leaned back on the sofa, looking up as she complained. Su Guang just smiled gently, as if he had no issue with what Chaoji said. Your father means well. I can make it on my own too. It's just, I have nothing right now, so the time to make you happy might be delayed. Su Guang, don't be discouraged. Finding a job isn't easy these days, and it's not because you lack ability. Don't worry, I'll definitely convince my father. Chaoji dreamed of marrying Su Guang as soon as possible. Hearing this, she immediately sat up straight and looked at him eagerly. Su Guang lightly tapped Chaoji's forehead, speaking with a mix of helplessness and affection. You, just don't argue with your father over me. He surely means well for you. But he never said not to help him find a job. All right, I understand. Chaoji's heart fluttered at Su Guang's charm, her eyes full of sweetness. But she missed the flicker of disgust on Su Guang's face. Chaoji had once seemed fairly delicate, but after days of good food and no exercise, she had gained weight and looked greasy. The hired helper saw all this. As an older person, she could tell at a glance that this young man was no good. But she was just there to earn money, so it was better to pretend not to notice. By the way, how did you hurt your leg? Is it serious? Su Guang asked with concern. At this, Chaoji's expression changed instantly, her face full of sarcasm. It's someone you know, Yang Lemay, remember? Chaoji stared intently at Su Guang's face, not missing any change in his expression. Really? I vaguely recall someone like that. What did she do to you? Su Guang remained composed, still asking with concern. Seeing that Su Guang's expression didn't seem fake, Chaoji relaxed. The junior you were so obsessed with, how could you forget her so quickly? I had a little disagreement with her last time. Anyway, my broken leg is all because of her, and her friend too. She deliberately blurred the reasons, but Su Guang could guess she had started the trouble. Still, she was his meal ticket now, and Su Guang wasn't about to upset Chaoji over someone he had long forgotten. She's that outrageous? Why don't you tell your father to deal with them? Su Guang's angry expression successfully pleased Chaoji. I don't need my father for something like this. I'll handle it myself when I'm better. I suddenly remember, isn't that Yang Lemay just a country girl? Don't bother with her. She'll never measure up to you anyway. Su Guang knew what Chaoji liked to hear and said so. Unexpectedly, Chaoji got angry again. Su Guang didn't understand, hadn't she always loved hearing that others were beneath her? A fierce look crossed Chaoji's face as she said maliciously, she's doing great now. Her village started some kind of cooperative and stole a lot of the factory's business. I won't let her off. Su Guang's heart leaped. Stealing the pharmaceutical factory's business meant she was doing pretty well, didn't it? So he deliberately led Chaoji to talk more about Yang Lemay's village. He hadn't expected that visiting Chaoji would bring him an unexpected bonus. Su Guang had been tight on money lately, which was why he thought of Chaoji. But with others around in her house, he couldn't ask her for cash. Yang Lemay's village operation was so big, it must have at least a few thousand yuan in turnover. Get some rest. I'll come see you again. All right, don't overwork yourself. Chaoji was reluctant to let him go. The more Su Guang thought about it, the more excited he became. So he made up an excuse and hurriedly said goodbye to Chaoji. Chapter 257, Su Guang makes Yang Fugue his spy, scheming against each other. As Yang Fugue wandered idly through the village, pondering how to cause trouble, he spotted a young man who looked decent enough, glancing around as if searching for something. He recognized most of the villagers, but this one left no impression in his mind. At this time, most of the villagers were working at the old communal kitchen, and there was hardly anyone around. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in our village? Trying to steal something. Yang Fugue pointed at the young man lazily. This young man was Su Guang. After hearing what Chaozi had said, he had been itching with curiosity, and the next day he came to the village. He planned to scout things out first, but when he arrived, he found the village completely empty. Then he saw Yang Fugue and was overjoyed, finally, a living person. So Yang Fugue watched as the young man's eyes lit up and he strode over. Brother, where have all the people in your village gone? Why can't I see anyone? You haven't answered my question yet. Are you trying to steal something? Yang Fugue rolled his eyes. Su Guang quickly shook his head in denial. No, I'm here to see a classmate. I came to check on her. Yang Fugue raised an eyebrow. Which classmate? I know everyone in the village. Her name is Yang Lemay. Brother, do you know where she is now? Su Guang's eyes flickered. If he borrowed money from her, she wouldn't refuse, would she? He didn't expect that the person this kid was looking for was that girl Yang Lemay. He had heard that the one closest to Feng Lingyu in this village was Yang Lemay. He wondered if he could take advantage of that. With that thought, a sincere smile spread across Yang Fugue's face. So you're Lemay's classmate. Why didn't you say so earlier? Our village is busy processing medicinal herbs right now. You'll have to go to the old communal kitchen to find her. The middle-aged man before him was short and scrawny, dressed sloppily, but his words quickly put Su Guang at ease. So on the way to the communal kitchen, Yang Fugue subtly pried into many things about Su Guang and Yang Lemay. Su Guang, thinking himself clever, only gave vague and half-truthful answers. But Yang Fugue was sharp-minded and pieced together part of the truth from his words. Looks like this could really be used. Brother, thanks for your help today. I'll contact you again if I need anything. Don't worry, I won't let you help for free, alright? This guy was a villager and clearly greedy. Bribing him to be his eyes and ears on Yang Lemay was a good plan. With his back to Su Guang, Yang Fugue wore a satisfied smile. It was worth all the hints he had dropped along the way. Not only that, but he also planned to pair Yang Lemay with this Su Guang. What can you give me? I won't do it for cheap. Yang Fugue put on a greedy act. Once he got his hands on Yang Lemay, he wouldn't have to worry about money, Su Guang thought. So he generously said, don't worry, I won't shortchange you. How about 50 cents for every piece of news you give me? Seeing Yang Fugue hesitate, Su Guang thought he was dissatisfied and said impatiently, 50 cents is plenty. Don't be too greedy. Both felt they had achieved their goals and smiled in satisfaction. Lemay, there's a young man outside looking for you. He's quite handsome. A village auntie winked and said loudly on purpose. As the village chief's daughter and a high school graduate, many families in the village wanted Yang Lemay as their daughter-in-law. Hearing that a young man had come to see her, everyone's expressions varied. Yang Lemay had been busy keeping accounts with Yi Pengqing these past few days and was overwhelmed. She had no mood for banter with these people. Many eyes followed Yang Lemay as she moved outside, craning their necks to see which young man it was and if he was really handsome. Everyone, focus on your work. Is gossiping more important than making money? Feng Lingyu had appeared outside at some point and said helplessly. Everyone snapped back to reality and continued their tasks. Comrade Feng is right. For us, making money is the most important thing. Haha. The atmosphere quickly became lively and relaxed again. Only Feng Lingyu stared outside with a heavy gaze, her eyes deep and unreadable. She had just seen that man with Yang Fugue. She wondered what his relationship with Lemay was. You are. The person was standing with his back to her, and young Lemay asked in confusion. Hearing her voice, he quickly turned around, a familiar warm smile on his face, instantly pulling Yang Lemay back to their school days. Comrade Yang, don't you remember me? His voice was still as gentle as she remembered, and Yang Lemay was a bit stunned. Brother Su. Brother Su. She still couldn't believe it, her eyes wide. How's this possible? Brother Su, why are you here? Yang Lemay asked in confusion. Suddenly, she remembered running into Chaozi a few days ago. Could Brother Su be here because of Chaozi? At that thought, Yang Lemay's eyes dimmed. We haven't seen each other since you graduated. If it weren't for me, maybe you could have stayed in the city to work. His features were clean, his lips red and teeth white. As he lowered the corner of his eye, putting on a guilty expression, Yang Lemay's heart softened immediately. Brother Su, no, how could this be your fault? It wasn't something you did. It was all Chaozi. Mentioning Chaozi, the atmosphere between them fell silent again. Catching the sorrowful look on Su Guang's face, Yang Lemay decided not to dwell on it. People had to move forward. Forget it, all that is in the past. Brother Su, I heard from others that you and Chaozi got together. Is your visit this time because of her fall? Su Guang's eyes flickered. His target now was Yang Lemay, so naturally he wouldn't speak well of Chaozi. Comrade Yang, Chaozi and I are not together. You know, her family has influence. Back then, I had no choice but to distance myself from you. Chapter 258, Village Gossip. I came today because Chaozi has no time to mind me right now, so I thought I'd come see you. You, how are you doing? Su Guang looked at Yang Lemay with deep affection, as if he had 1,000 words to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. I'm doing just fine. Yang Lemay instinctively avoided Su Guang's gaze. She felt he was acting especially strange today. Brother Su, I still have things to take care of, so I really don't have time to entertain you, but thank you for coming to see me. You're the first classmate to visit since graduation. Yang Lemay said with a faint smile. No matter what, it had been so long she should let go. Su Guang's face stiffened for a moment. He didn't understand why Yang Lemay was suddenly asking him to leave. Shouldn't she at least offer him lunch? Had he said something wrong earlier that upset her? It seems I came at a bad time. But what is everyone in the village busy with? I didn't see anyone on my way here. It's just a way forward the village found together, so everyone is very invested. Then I'll come find you again next time? I don't mean anything else by it, I just want to spend more time with you. Su Guang was undeniably skilled at charming women, knowing exactly how to handle their feelings. Yang Lemay nodded blankly. Alright, I'll host you next time. Seeing her agree, Su Guang smiled gently and turned to leave. He Pengcheng sat at the table, looked up, and saw Yang Lemay, who usually couldn't spare a second from tallying accounts, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Lemay? No response. He Pengcheng raised his voice. Lemay. Yang Lemay snapped back to reality. Seeing He Pengcheng looking at her with concern, she felt a little embarrassed. Uncle He, what's wrong? Child, what are you thinking about so deeply? Our task is urgent. We need to finish these accounts and double-check them. Don't let your mind wander, all right? Yang Lemay blushed sheepishly. Uncle He, I'll get right on it. He Pengcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Young people had to work hard. If he had to do it all alone, who knew how long it would take? Feng Lingyu watched all of this with a furrowed brow. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Seeing Feng Lingyu standing there looking troubled, Gao Xiaodao asked with concern. Nothing. Just keep an eye on Lemay lately, and tell me immediately if anything happens. Feng Lingyu calmly withdrew her gaze and turned to Gao Xiaodao. Gao Xiaodao was a bit confused, but didn't ask further, simply nodding. Though Lemay was also her friend, the one she prioritized above all was still Xiaoyu. Over the next period of time, Su Guang frequently visited Qingshan village to see Yang Lemay. Of course, this couldn't have happened without Yang Fugui tipping him off. Otherwise, how could Su Guang always show up just when Yang Lemay had free time? Not only did gossip spread through the village, but even Yang Jiangwo caught wind of it. Lemay, what's really going on between you and that man? There's been a lot of talk in the village. Yang Jiangwo thought that if the two young people were interested, they should settle things properly. That way, the villagers would stop spreading rumors and ruining his daughter's reputation. Yang Lemay lowered her eyes, making it hard to read her expression. Dad, he's just a classmate. There's nothing between us. But the two of you, unmarried man and unmarried woman, meeting so often isn't good for your reputation. Yang Jiangwo's face darkened. Is he unwilling to take responsibility? Does he look down on you because you're from the countryside? Dad, really, that's not it. I know what I'm doing, nothing will happen. Yang Lemay quickly explained. Chaozi had broken her leg and had no chance to keep an eye on him, giving him time to find Yang Lemay. Lately, Yang Lemay's attitude had softened. Once the money from the medicinal herbs in Qingshan village came in, he would persuade her to steal it and give it to him. Su Guang had already thoroughly figured out the situation in Qingshan village. He calculated that this time, the village would receive at least 10,000 yuan in remittances. Even if he worked as a factory worker his whole life, he'd never earn that much. Once he got that money, he would take Yang Lemay and run far away. If she behaved, he'd keep her. Xiaoyu, that Su Guang is clearly up to something. Won't Lemay get hurt? Gao Xiaodao said worriedly. She had noticed Su Guang flashing malicious smiles several times, yet Lemay remained completely unaware. Should we tell Lemay so she can be on guard? If you tell her now, do you think she'll believe you? Feng Lingyu thought Gao Xiaodao was being too naive. Sometimes, people only believe what they want to believe. Even if you put the evidence right in front of them, they might not accept it. Aren't you keeping an eye on things? Don't worry, we won't let anything really happen to her. Besides, she wanted to see what Yang Fugui was up to. Wasn't his mission in Qingshan village to find the Feng family treasure? So why was he just wandering around the village every day? The letter found at Yang Fugui's house listed all the things he had done for the second madam of the Feng family over the years. He had been bought off 10 years ago when he was still just a common thug. At first, he was only responsible for passing along news about Feng Dingbang, since Feng Dingbang returned every year to pay respects to his ancestors. Later, Yang Fugui started searching for the treasure. Ling Qingwei, of course, didn't trust him. She only used him as a guide and sent her own men, Zhou Yi and Zhou San, to search alongside him. After several fruitless searches, they decided to burn down the mansion. But even after it was reduced to ashes, they found nothing. In the end, Ling Qingwei had almost given up hope. It seemed the legendary Feng family treasure wasn't hidden in the ancestral home. Still, she didn't give up entirely. She kept Yang Fugui on her payroll to continue searching. Feng Lingyu planned to deal with Yang Fugui eventually, but not now. The information he passed along was exactly what she wanted him to see. If she got rid of him now, it would alert the enemy. Ling Qingwei would send someone more formidable after her, so it was better to keep him around. Uncle Gao sent word, they'll reach the northeast in a few days. Seeing Gao Xiaodao's worried face, Feng Lingyu shared the good news. It had been half a year since the father and daughter had seen each other. Gao Xiaodao's eyes lit up instantly. Really? How long will they stay? Uncle Gao still has his mission. We'll have to wait until he arrives to know more. Feng Lingyu figured that at the current pace of processing medicinal herbs, they should be able to finish everything before he arrived. Zhao Qingshu had already called to push their progress. Things must be tense in the capital. The reason Qingshan village could afford to buy the herbs this time was that Zhao Qishu had paid a third of the amount in advance. Even now, that money hadn't been fully used up. Meanwhile, Su Guang had also learned from young Fugue that the factory had sent the money early. Chapter 259. Su Guang suppressed his ecstasy. Today, Su Guang had invited Yang Lemay for a walk by the small river outside Qingshan village. On usual days, Su Guang would say little jokes to make Yang Lemay laugh. But now his face was full of worry, and he sighed from time to time. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Yang Lemay asked with concern. A trace of panic appeared on Su Guang's face, and his eyes showed anxiety. No, nothing's wrong. But his heavy expression was hardly convincing. Brother Su, if something's wrong, you must tell me. Maybe I can help. Yang Lemay pursed her lips and said sincerely. A helpless smile spread across Su Guang's face, as if he had no choice but to speak. My mother has been sick recently, very seriously ill. The doctor said the treatment would cost a lot of money. I'm just from an ordinary family. Where could I get that much money? But, am I supposed to just watch my mother die? As he spoke, Su Guang crouched down and buried his head in his arms, his whole demeanor radiating despair and dejection. Yang Lemay hadn't expected this. Her small face instantly turned pale. How could this be? Brother Su, how much did the doctor say it would cost? If we pool money with relatives and friends, maybe it could work. It's useless. The doctor said at least 3,000 yuan. Relatives and friends can't scrape that together. Su Guang said, his eyes brimming with tears and his voice full of regret. Out of the corner of his eye, he stole a glance at Yang Lemay and saw her frowning, her face full of worry. If my mother dies because of this, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life and leave this place of sorrow forever. Su Guang sniffled, his eyes vacant, looking utterly heartbroken. Damn it, after saying all that, why isn't she reacting yet? Yang Lemay's lips moved slightly. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke softly. Brother Su, don't say that. I have some. Before Yang Lemay could finish, Su Guang abruptly interrupted her, his eyes bursting with a startling brightness, filled with undisguised ecstasy and greed. Yes! Yang Lemay didn't understand why Su Guang was suddenly so excited, even gripping her shoulder with considerable force. Then let's go now. Su Guang tried his best to suppress his trembling hands and his racing excitement. Okay. Seeing Su Guang's expression, caught between wanting to laugh and holding it back, Yang Lemay thought sympathetically, poor brother Su, he must be losing his mind over his mother's illness. Yang Lemay led Su Guang to the back of her house, a place where people rarely passed by. Wait here for me. I'll be right out. 3,000 yuan. Yang Fugue told himself that this was the remittance Qingshan village had just received. Yang Lemay was indeed easy to fool. With just a few words, he had coaxed her into stealing money to help him. Su Guang was already fantasizing about how best to spend the 3,000 yuan. First, pay off his debts. Then, buy the complete set of the 3 must-haves and a radio. After that, he wouldn't have to envy other people's bicycles and watches anymore. Not far away, Gao Xiaodao and Feng Lingyu were hiding in the woods, watching everything unfold. Xiaoyu, Lemay isn't really going to be tricked, is she? Should we go out and tell Lemay that Su Guang's mother died long ago? He's just lying to her. Gao Xiaodao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but since Feng Lingyu remained silent, she couldn't act on her own. Unlike Gao Xiaodao's urgency, Feng Lingyu's eyes were like a vast ocean, calm and unruffled, without any ripple. Suddenly meeting Feng Lingyu's gaze, Gao Xiaodao was startled. Xiaoyu, what could possibly happen right under our noses? Feng Lingyu lowered her eyelids, the cold indifference from a moment ago seeming like Gao Xiaodao's illusion. From observing Yang Lemay over the past few days, Feng Lingyu had noticed that although Yang Lemay had a fondness for Su Guang, that liking was very shallow, as insubstantial as foam, ready to burst at a touch. So, there was no way she would do anything stupid for Su Guang. When Su Guang saw Yang Lemay sneak out, he quickly went to meet her. You're finally out. Yang Lemay first looked around to make sure no one was there, then opened her pocket and carefully took out a small cloth bundle. The small white cloth bundle was old and yellowed, clearly having been used for a very long time. But this cloth bundle was only half the size of a palm. How could it hold 3,000 yuan? Maybe it's a remittance slip, Su Guang comforted himself. Brother Su, take this. This is all I can do to help you. Yang Lemay reluctantly handed over the small cloth bundle, her eyes drooping, looking quite pitiful. Su Guang tried to control his elated mood. Thank you so much. I'll definitely repay you well in the future. As he spoke, he reached out and took hold of the other end of the cloth bundle. Su Guang tugged again, but found he still couldn't pull it away. Looking down, he saw that Yang Lemay's fingers gripping the cloth bundle had lost all color from the excessive force. Su Guang's mouth twitched. Lemay, what are you? Yang Lemay pouted and said dejectedly, Brother Su, you have to remember to pay me back, okay? Only after Su Guang promised did Yang Lemay let go. Brother Su, I trust you. She smiled, as if her earlier reluctance had been Su Guang's imagination. With trembling hands, Su Guang slowly opened the small cloth bundle. After seeing what was inside, his eyes widened, and he stared at Yang Limei in disbelief. Inside the cloth bundle was clearly one 10 yuan note and a few small bills. He had said he was short 3,000 yuan. Not 10. I've saved up 50 yuan over the past few months. I was going to lend it to you. But then I thought, my parents haven't asked for my wages, so the money I earn should first go to my family. This 10 yuan was for me to buy some fabric I like to make clothes. Now I'm lending it all to you. Yang Limei's words implied that this 10 yuan was everything she had. Brother Su, I know this money is insignificant, but it's a huge amount for me. Don't feel burdened. Yang Limei said sincerely. After a pause, she added, it's okay if you pay me back later. Chapter 260, Mountain Village Ghost Story, The Dog Spirit Repays a Favor. Su Guang felt dizzy with anger, nearly on the verge of fainting. After all this talk, wasn't it just to make sure he remembered to repay the money? Had all his gentle words and careful attention over these past days not moved her heart at all? Limei, this is way too far off. Didn't your village receive a payment for goods? Could you lend it to me first? If my mom doesn't get treatment soon, she's going to die. Su Guang suppressed the rage in his heart, pretending to be sorrowful and anguished as he spoke. Yang Limei frowned deeply at his words, studying him with a probing gaze. How do you know our village got a payment? Only the villagers knew about this matter. How did Su Guang find out? I came to see you last time and overheard two aunties in the village talking about it. Limei, I'm begging you, help me out, for the sake of what we had before. I've already done everything I can for you. The village's money isn't mine. How could I give it to you? Besides, that money has already been spent. Do you think buying medicinal herbs doesn't cost anything? Su Guang tried to persuade her a few more times, both directly and indirectly, but Yang Limei remained unmoved. Thinking of the bigger money ahead, Su Guang had no choice but to pretend to leave dejectedly. In the woods not far away, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao exchanged a knowing smile. Xiaoyu, Limei is way too clear-headed. I thought she'd already been swept off her feet by Su Guang. Gao Xiaodao remarked. You'd better keep an eye on Limei for now. I'm worried Su Guang might do something desperate and harm her. After Su Guang parted ways with Yang Limei, he ran into Yang Fugui. So, did you win the beauty's heart? Yang Fugui asked with a lecherous smirk. Su Guang was fuming and snapped. What beauty's heart? Does she have someone else in the village? Otherwise, why would Yang Limei refuse his request? Yang Fugui's eyes darted around as he said slyly, you haven't broken the ice with her yet? Back when I was chasing my wife. He paused deliberately, drawing out his words, I made sure to cook the rice first. After that, her whole heart belonged to me. Su Guang's eyes lit up. That's right, if he could make Yang Limei his, getting her to do anything would be simple. Seeing Su Guang's eager expression, Yang Fugui knew his plan was working. Once that girl Yang Limei ran off with Su Guang, taking the village's money, Feng Lingyu wouldn't be able to pay the villagers. He'd love to see what happened to her then. Losing the villagers' trust and earning their hatred, Feng Lingyu would be stuck rotting in this village, achieving nothing. Brother, help me out. If you get me with her, I'll reward you handsomely. Su Guang had always played the role of Yang Limei's suitor in front of Yang Fugui. Yang Fugui played up his greed, rubbing his fingers together with a covetous grin. Su Guang caught on immediately and pulled out the banknote Yang Limei had just given him. This is a deposit. Help me, and I'll give you another 50 later. Deal. Wait for my signal. I need to go think about how to help you. Yang Fugui slicked back his greasy hair and walked off humming a tune. Yang Limei, once you're mine, let's see if you dare refuse me. Su Guang thought maliciously. The leaders of Danang Medicinal Herb Factory were at a loss after Chao Zi's plan failed. If they hadn't tried to screw Zhao Qingshu over, they wouldn't be in this mess. The reason no one in the factory opposed screwing Zhao Qingshu was largely because they knew the Jing City pharmaceutical factory had stable partners, while their own dealings were almost one-off transactions. With that in mind, they naturally aimed for maximum profit, unafraid of offending Zhao Qingshu. This was their short-sightedness, only seeing what was right in front of them. I heard Qingshan village has a lot of medicinal herbs. Why don't we buy from them? Someone suggested. Their biggest problem now was the lack of raw materials. They hadn't thought a small village cooperative would be a threat. Who knew, it would nearly shake the factory's foundation. If production stopped and the city leaders blamed them, they'd all be in deep trouble. As luck would have it, the young secretary who had been sent to inform Chao Zi was now assigned to scout out Qingshan village. The secretary's name was Ding Haxian, just 20 years old, a newcomer to the factory. Probably because he was green, the old-timers in the office put on airs and dumped all the hard, tedious work on him. This time, he had to go to a remote mountain village, clearly a rough assignment, so everyone conveniently handed it to him. Cursing under his breath, Ding Haxian had no choice but to slog through the task. Qingshan village, though remote, had a lovely environment, but it was eerily empty and quiet. What was going on? It was too strange. He couldn't even find anyone to ask for directions, not a soul in sight. Pushing his bicycle, Ding Hongxian wore a look of misery. Not only was he sent to this far-off place, but he had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, barking came from not far away, but the dog's cries were shrill and mournful, like wailing. Ding Hongxuan's hair stood on end. He remembered the ghost stories his elders told him as a child. Now he bitterly cursed his excellent memory for recalling every single ghost story he'd ever heard. The once picturesque Qingshan village began to take on an eerie, sinister aura in his eyes. Yang Limei crouched by a wall, watching the man outside who kept looking around nervously. Well-dressed and decent-looking, but so young and already with a bad back? He kept hunched over. Why was he acting so sneaky? After observing for a while, young Lumei decided the young man's odd behavior meant he was up to no good. Big Yellow, you'd better come through. See that guy out there? Go, knock him down. Otherwise, I won't help you find a mate. Yang Limei said sternly to a big yellow dog crouched beside her. The dog seemed to understand her, giving her a disdainful look. Seeing the man now with his back to them, Yang Limei urged, now, Big Yellow, go. The dog kicked off with its hind legs, darting out like a bolt of lightning. Ding Hongxian was still psyching himself up. It's broad daylight, there's no such thing as ghosts. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong, a rush of wind from behind. He turned to see a fierce yellow dog lunging at him. An eerie old mountain village, plus a big yellow dog. It all matched, perfectly matched. This was the dog from the ghost story about a dog spirit repaying a favor. Yang Lumei only heard the young man yell before he hit the ground, unconscious. Chapter 261. This guy must be an idiot. Xiaoyu, it's the person lying inside. I saw him sneaking around the village, probably up to no good. Yang Limei hurried over as soon as she saw Feng Lingyu arrive. After Ding Hongxian passed out, she found Yang Jiangwo and called a few people to carry him to the infirmary. In the past few days, almost everything in the village was nearing its end. Yang Jiangwo had even called a special meeting to warn the villagers to stay alert and guard against sabotage from other villages. After all, their village had recently made quite a splash because of the medicinal herbs. It wouldn't be good if someone from another village got jealous and deliberately caused trouble. Is that bicycle parked outside his too? Feng Lingyu asked. Then he probably isn't from another village. That bicycle is the most popular model this year. Ordinary villagers wouldn't be willing to spend money on it, Feng Lingyu said calmly. Last month, when she was still in the capital, she happened to overhear Wang Mingwei and the skinny guy talking about it. This style of bicycle was very popular among young people, and he was thinking about buying one for Mingrui. As he opened his eyes, his vision was still blurry, and he could feel warm breathing near his ear. He turned his head and focused his gaze, only to see a big yellow dog's head right next to his face, staring at him with burning intensity. Feng Lingyu and Yang Limei heard a piercing scream from inside the room. They saw the young man who was supposed to be lying on the hospital bed, clutching the blanket and trembling in the corner of the bed. He kept muttering, "Don't come near me. My skin is thick and my flesh is tough, I won't taste good." The big yellow dog squatting on the ground looked at Feng Lingyu and Yang Limei as they entered, barked woof at them, and had a hint of confusion in its eyes. This guy must be an idiot. That was Yang Limei's first thought. Hey, are you okay? Yang Limei stepped closer and asked in a soft voice. Ding Hongxian heard a young woman's voice, looked up, and met a pair of confused and curious eyes. His grandfather never told him that dog demons could turn into young women. Dog demon goddess, please don't eat me. I don't taste good. Ding Hongxian buried his head, not daring to look again, and spoke with a trembling voice. Yang Limei furrowed her brows in irritation. Hey, I kindly saved you and you call me a dog? I'm sorry. You're the most beautiful dog. I misspoke. Ding Hongxian choked up and quickly added. Yang Limei, you're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. Limei, step aside. Feng Lingyu was getting impatient. This person was clearly lost in his own world. He needed a harsh way-up call. After Yang Limei moved aside, Feng Lingyu walked straight to the bed, grabbed Ding Hongxian by the collar with one hand, and threw him into the water vat by the door. Suddenly hit by the cold water, Ding Hongxian shivered from the icy temperature, and then he heard a cold voice. Are you awake now? From her eyes, he clearly saw that if he didn't snap out of it, he wouldn't be getting out of that water vat. After Ding Hongxian changed into a set of coarse cloth clothes and got himself together, the group finally sat down properly to interrogate him about his background. Ding Hongxian frowned and recounted what had happened since he arrived at Qingshan village. I heard a piercing dog bark. That's it. When I saw that big yellow dog, I remembered the ghost story my grandfather told me. The big yellow dog and the dog demon's gratitude looked just like that. After hearing his story, the room fell into an extremely awkward silence. Did the Danyang pharmaceutical factory know they sent someone with a screw loose? On her way back from the accounting office with the ledger, she had run into a big yellow dog in the village. That big yellow dog was wild but very intelligent and had never bitten anyone. It had even saved a child who accidentally fell into the water before, which was why the villagers were very kind to it. Last year, it had a litter of puppies with another dog, and the villagers adopted them. Today, when young Lemay ran into it, she found it trying to seduce another family's dog again, so she warned it not to make more puppies. That was why the big yellow dog had let out that piercing howl. It was all a misunderstanding, she said with a dry laugh. By now, Ding Haxian had come to his senses and felt a bit embarrassed. A 20-year-old man, passing out from being scared by a dog, how shameful to admit. By the way, you already know why I'm here. Where's the village chief of Qingshan village? I need to discuss these matters with him, Ding Haxian said, remembering he still had business to attend to. Feng Lingyu tapped her fingers on the table and looked up. You can talk to us. Us? I'm grateful you saved me, but I'd better talk to the village chief. Ding Haxian said with a smile. This kind of thing naturally had to be discussed with the person in charge. What would these two young girls understand? Yang Lemay covered her mouth and coughed, holding back a laugh. Actually, you'd better talk to us. Xiaoyu is the head of our village's cooperative. In other words, she was fully in charge of this matter. Going to someone else would be useless. Ding Hongshuan's eyes widened in shock. Such an important matter was being handled by a young girl. If the factory leadership found out, wouldn't they just resign in shame, letting a young girl hold their lifeline? Go ahead. How exactly do you want to negotiate? Feng Lingyu said casually, as if she had no interest in what Ding Haxian was about to say. Chapter 262, Ding Hongshuan's helplessness. Being able to become the head of a village cooperative on his own and secure a big order from the capital city, even if Feng Lingyu looked very young, Ding Haxian did not dare to underestimate her. Putting aside his contempt, Ding Haxian said seriously, here's the thing, Comrade Feng. Our leaders know that your village has acquired a lot of medicinal herbs. But there's no way the capital side can take in that much. Previously, Zhao Chishu had negotiated with the Danyang pharmaceutical factory, so they were naturally well aware of the quantity he intended to purchase. As a key industry in the city, our Danyang pharmaceutical factory wants to buy all the remaining herbs you have. Processed ones are fine too. We're very sincere, Comrade Feng. Please think it over. It seemed this little secretary had some skill. His words were both a warning and a push. First, he made it clear that he knew they had surplus herbs and that the capital side absolutely couldn't take them all. If they didn't sell to him, they'd just sit on them. Then he pointed out that the Danyang pharmaceutical factory was highly valued by higher-ups and enjoyed policy support, implying that a small village cooperative shouldn't foolishly try to block their way. Secretary Ding, you keep saying you're very sincere, but I haven't seen a shred of it. Feng Lingyu shook her head slightly and said lightly, as if Ding Hongshuan's words had no effect on her at all. Ding Hongshuan's gaze sharpened as he weighed his words. Well, Comrade Feng, if you have any requests, you can bring them up. Secretary Ding just said a lot, but you left out the most important thing, the price. I wonder if that was intentional or not. Feng Lingyu's fingers, resting on the table, tapped at a steady, unhurried rhythm. Yang Lumei was seeing Feng Lingyu handle serious business for the first time and was too intimidated by her presence to speak. She felt that every move Feng Lingyu made was captivating, drawing others into her rhythm without them even realizing it. Even though it was a cool autumn day, Ding Haxian was drenched in sweat. No matter how many schemes he had, if Feng Lingyu refused to take the bait, what could he do? Truly, she was someone who had achieved great things at such a young age, not to be underestimated. He had thought he could sway her with a few words, but he had been too naive. Comrade Feng, the price will naturally follow the Danyang City procurement rate. At that, Ding Haxian pursed his lips and suddenly met Feng Lingyu's mocking gaze. The price wasn't something a little secretary like him could decide. What he said had been instructed by the factory leaders. Even someone as sharp as Feng Lingyu, let alone himself, knew that when the leaders planned to buy the herbs at the original price, it was wishful thinking. Now it was clear these herbs were in short supply with no market price, so how could they expect to buy them at the original rate? Impossible. That was why Ding Haxian had deliberately avoided mentioning the price earlier. Now that the words were out, he had no choice but to press on. Comrade Feng, what do you think? Feng Lingyu lost all interest in continuing the conversation. Not good. Secretary Ding, please see yourself out. Go back and tell your leaders not to treat others like fools. With that, Feng Lingyu left with Yang Lemay, not even sparing Ding Haxian a glance. Da Huang, who had been lying on the floor, also stood up. Before leaving, he shot Ding Haxian a contemptuous look. Ding Haxian let out a long sigh and smiled helplessly. This was truly hated by both people and dogs. Oh well, he had completed the task assigned to him. The rest was for the leaders to worry about. Having come to that realization, Ding Haoxian got on his beloved little bike and rode back. Xiaoyu, are we really not selling the herbs to them? Yang Jiangwo asked anxiously. Uncle Yang, don't worry. The price they offered treats us like fools. Chasing after a deal won't make it happen. As long as they need something from us, are you afraid they won't come back a second time? Whoever backs down first will keep backing down. In the end, the initiative is in our hands. Exactly, Dad, don't worry. Once we finish processing the herbs and the capital sends us the money, even if we don't sell those herbs, it's no big deal. Yang Lumei thought that with all the money the village would have by then, this small loss wouldn't matter. Yang Jiangwo gave his daughter a helpless look. You're thinking too simply. I'm not worried about the loss. What I'm worried about is that they're a big city factory. Can we really decide whether to sell or not? If the Danyang pharmaceutical factory reported a shortage of raw materials, the higher-ups would only need to issue an order, and the village would have no choice but to sell the herbs to them. Then what do we do? Yang Lumei asked worriedly. Don't worry. They wouldn't dare report it. Feng Lingyu said this with a hint of schadenfreude. Why? Yang Jiangwo asked, puzzled, staring at Feng Lingyu, hoping for an explanation. Feng Lingyu didn't keep him in suspense. Uncle Yang, do you know why Grandpa Zhao came to our village to buy herbs? Wasn't it because you introduced him? Could there be more to it? Grandpa Zhao originally had a partnership with the Danyang pharmaceutical factory. But a city party secretary's daughter wanted to get back at me and dragged Grandpa Zhao into it. At that woman's instigation, the already agreed-upon price was raised again. The factory leaders saw an opportunity for profit and went along with it. That's why I advised Grandpa Zhao to come to our village. It was a big win for him. Plus, with the unusual weather this year causing the herbs to wither early, the Danyang pharmaceutical factory didn't collect enough herbs. They have no choice but to come begging to us, right? Feng Lingyu's fair little face was full of disdainful amusement. She said mockingly, Uncle Yang, do you think those leaders would dare report these reasons? If they did, they'd be one step away from being dismissed and investigated. Yang Jiangwo clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected there to be such a backstory. Those leaders, trying to skim profits, lost a major client and delayed factory production. Of course, they wouldn't dare say a word. Xiaoyu, you really are our village's lucky star. Just wait for Grandpa Zhao to send the money, and then you can build the school. Feng Lingyu's almond eyes curved slightly as she deliberately said something nice to cheer him up. Yang Jiangwo nodded seriously and decided to go pick out the school's location first. Seeing Yang Jiangwo rush off in a hurry, Feng Lingyu was puzzled. Where's Uncle Yang going in such a hurry? Probably to burn off his restless energy. Yang Lumei spread her hands and joked. So this was the legendary, with a dream in your heart, you grow young again? Chapter 263, Gao Dashu arrives. Gao Dashu was also extremely excited. Xiao Tao, Xiao Yu. Feng Lingyu and Gao Dashu had only been apart for a short time, so her feelings weren't as deep. But Gao Xiaotao had been away from Gao Dashu for the first time in so many years, so naturally she missed him terribly. Gao Dashu held his daughter's shoulders and patted them, 1,000 words left unspoken. But the feel under his hand startled him. How have you gotten so much stronger? Gao Xiaotao couldn't help acting spoiled in front of her father. Dad, Xiaoyu found me a teacher. My skills have really improved a lot lately. Although Gao Dashu had trained Gao Xiaotao before, he had been bedridden and could only give verbal guidance. For the most part, Gao Xiaotao had diligently practiced on her own every day, building a solid foundation. Coupled with her exceptional height and strength, she was more than a match for most ordinary people. A teacher? Here. Gao Dashu looked at Feng Lingyu in surprise. It's Shi Wenhao. Uncle Gao, you know him. I didn't charge him for the consultation, so he's the one who got the better deal, Feng Lingyu explained. Gao Dashu naturally knew about Shi Wenhao's situation, so he said with relief, Captain Shi is a formidable figure. Xiao Tao, you must study hard. Even learning a third of his skills will be a gain for you. This time, Gao Dashu had come to the northeast with the people from the Jing City Machinery Factory. The journey had been rough, sleeping in the open and enduring several robberies. Fortunately, his body had been healed by Feng Lingyu, and his physical abilities had fully recovered, so nothing major had happened. Uncle Gao, when will the handover in Dongyuan City be completed? Dongyuan City was the city neighboring Danang City, and it was Gao Dashu's destination for this trip. Fortunately, he only needed to deliver the parts. As soon as he arrived, he rushed to Danyang City first. He left Su Fei, Li Xiong, and a few trusted subordinates to handle the handover there. As long as the parts count matches, it should be quick. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to set off within a week. Gao Dashu knew that Feng Lingyu was worried about delaying the delivery date agreed upon with the Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory, but he had already made arrangements, so there wouldn't be any problems. After receiving the affirmative answer, Feng Lingyu felt slightly relieved. I remember there's a man named Xu Zhangji in the convoy. He was placed there by a higher-up. Do you know who he is now? Including Gao Dashu, there were 7 people in the convoy. Except for Zhu Zhengji, everyone else was one of their own. I've observed this Zhu Zhengji for a few days and haven't found anything unusual about him. Every day, he does whatever the others in the team do, never saying an extra word, Gao Dashu said after some thought. That's really strange. If he was placed there by a leader, he should have a strong background. How could he not put on any airs at all? Everyone knew how fierce the competition for positions at the machinery factory had been. Even the factory leaders had been eyeing these positions covetously, and Feng Lingyu had to put in considerable effort to successfully place her own people. For this Zhu Zhengji to snatch the position from so many factory leaders only meant that his backing was even stronger. I think he can endure a lot of hardship. He doesn't seem like a child from a well-off family. Gao Dashu had spent quite some time with Zhu Zhengji and had some understanding of him. When camping out in the wilderness, Zhu Zhengji knew how to do everything, even cooking quite decently. Not to mention, when others in the team had torn clothes, he could even help mend them. However, I've had someone keep an eye on him the whole time. I won't give him any chance to act alone. Gao Dashu had made ample preparations before coming. Come on, let's go eat at the state-run restaurant first. Uncle Gao, you've had a hard journey. Gao Dashu hadn't come empty-handed this time. He had brought many bags and bundles of things. Huiqing is at school. We can pick him up on the way after we eat. Gao Xiaodao had already planned it out. They ate together, and Feng Lingyu pretended to buy some meat and bones. After picking up Huiqing, they all returned to the village together. In the past few days, the processing of the medicinal herbs had reached its final stage, and the villagers were finishing up, so quite a few people had free time. Seeing Gao Dashu walking with Feng Lingyu and the others, everyone was very surprised. Educated youth Feng, who is this? The villagers had grown much closer to Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, so someone asked directly. Knowing the villagers meant no harm, Gao Xiaodao replied with a slight smile, Auntie, this is my father. He came by to see me. Gao Dashu was only 40 years old, and with the tonics Feng Lingyu had given him, he looked to be just 30. Oh my heavens. City folks really know how to take care of themselves. He doesn't look like your father, more like your older brother. Gao Xiaodao pursed her lips and beamed. Auntie, with words like that, my dad won't be able to sleep tonight from happiness. Educated youth Feng, if you need any vegetables, just pick them from my garden, said the speaker, knowing that Feng Lingyu and the others would definitely be cooking dinner to entertain Gao Dashu that evening. All along the way into the village, Gao Dashu witnessed the warmth of the villagers. Not only the adults who greeted them, but also the children who gave Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao wild fruits. They are too good to you. Gao Dashu exclaimed in amazement. He had seen plenty of infighting within large families before, and this kind of friendly atmosphere was truly rare. Uncle Gao, come on in. This is the house we bought. Gao Dashu looked around and nodded with satisfaction. You said you hadn't suffered in the countryside and Minghui, and I didn't believe you. Now it seems you were telling the truth. The vegetables planted in the yard were mostly in their harvest season, ready to be picked and eaten anytime. In one corner of the yard was a chicken coop with 2 little hens inside, clucking softly. Dad, Xiaoyu and I aren't the type to make ourselves miserable. Why would we lie to you? Knowing that Gao Dashu was coming to see Feng Lingyu this time, everyone in Jing City had asked him to bring things along. After all, Gao Dashu was a completely trustworthy person, and everyone felt at ease entrusting things to him. If they sent things through the post office, the staff would first open the packages to inspect them, which made some personal items quite inconvenient. First were the snacks prepared by Wang Mingrui, all things that could be stored for a long time. Wang Mingwei asked him to bring some skincare products that were supposedly sourced from Hong Kong. He was in charge of the black market, and these items had been selling like hotcakes recently. Chapter 264. Can Bend and Stretch. Gao Dashu brought a lot of chocolate, specifically bought for Gao Xiaodao. Oh, and here are some clothes that old lady Feng Yusin made for you. She asked me to hand them to you personally. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected the old lady to make her clothes. This was truly an unexpected honor. She said she's grateful to you for helping her take on a good apprentice, and she also wants you to send more of that tea from last time. She doesn't believe you when you say there's only that little bit left. Feng Lingyu, that old lady is truly cunning and sly. Wei Wuyan and Sang Fu hadn't prepared anything for Feng Lingyu. They knew in their hearts that she lacked nothing. But they had prepared all sorts of books and picture books for Shen Huiqing, just right for a child his age to read. In just that short time, the things Gao Dashu had taken out were scattered across the table. Feng Lingyu looked through everything and realized that one particular person hadn't given her anything at all. Forget about herself, but his grandfather and brother were right here. The more Feng Lingyu thought about it, the angrier she got. A hint of displeasure and even some grievance showed on her face. Gao Dashu was confused. That's all the stuff. But Huayu did ask me to bring you 2 letters. Gao Dashu didn't understand why Xiaoyu's mood had suddenly soured. Xiaoyu, Huayu handed these to me personally. Gao Dashu took the letters out from his chest. Ever since Feng Lingyu left, Shen Huayu had been staying at school, and Gao Dashu rarely saw him. Any news about him came from Sang Fu, because Sang Fu went to old lady Feng's place every day to learn painting and sometimes learned about Shen Huayu's whereabouts. Taking the two letters, she could feel they were thick as soon as she held them. One was addressed to her, and the other was for Grandpa Shen. Since everyone was present, Feng Lingyu pretended to put the letters in her bedroom, but actually stored them in her space, planning to read them later when she was alone. As for Grandpa Shen's letter, she would have Huiqing bring it over in the evening so they could read it together. Uncle Gao, you'll sleep with Huiqing tonight. This kung is big enough later, you two can hang a curtain in the middle. Feng Lingyu's mood had improved significantly since receiving the letters. Gao Dashu and his daughter Gao Xiaodao were simply puzzled. Why was Xiaoyu's temper so up and down today? After dinner, Feng Lingyu took Gao Dashu to visit Yang Jiangwo's home. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao had been well taken care of by Yang Jiangwo, and as their elder in name, Gao Dashu had to observe proper etiquette. After visiting Yang Jiangwo's place, Feng Lingyu took Gao Dashu to the village's communal canteen. All the medicinal herbs the village had processed were stored there. They were also sorted by type and material. Before seeing the scene, Gao Dashu had thought Feng Lingyu's village cooperative was just a small, casual operation. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize it had already taken the shape of a small factory. All the herbs together weigh about 8,000 jin. Can your truck, Uncle Gao, fit them all? Feng Lingyu had brought Gao Dashu to see so he could estimate whether they could load everything. If not, she would have to ask the train station for help. Wang Minghui's business at the Beijing train station was doing well, and he had connections with the station staff. If Gao Dashu's truck couldn't fit everything, they'd have to send it by train. Given all the money and gifts they had bribed them with over time, agreeing to such a small request shouldn't be a problem. We can fit it all. Since we're transporting a lot of parts this time, the machinery factory sent 4 trucks. Each truck can easily carry 2,000 jin. Gao Dashu had a clear idea and answered quickly. A train certainly wouldn't be as convenient as Gao Dashu's trucks, so Feng Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to head back, they ran into Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan. Xiaoyu. Xiaodao. Sun Yiming's lively voice rang out. Zhao Nanshan followed behind him, still looking steady and composed. Oh, and this is? When they reached Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, Sun Yiming noticed a refined-looking man standing there too. This is my dad. Dad, this unreliable-looking one is Sun Yiming. And the one behind him is Zhao Nanshan. Gao Xiaodao introduced them proactively. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan were both momentarily stunned when they heard this man was Gao Xiaodao's father. And Gao Xiaodao's father looked way too young. Zhao Nanshan was the first to snap out of it and said politely, "Hello, Uncle Gao." "Hello, Uncle Gao." Sun Yiming quickly followed. "Don't listen to Gao Xiaodao, I'm actually reliable." "You? Reliable? If you're reliable, then no one in this world is." Gao Xiaodao lifted her chin and said provocatively. But with her baby face, the expression wasn't annoying at all. It was actually quite cute. "Gao Xiaodao, stop lying. Didn't you steal my candy last time? And you also." Sun Yiming was furious. This Gao Xiaodao was even turning the tables on him. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he saw Gao Xiaodao pick up a brick with her left hand, and the next second, it shattered into pieces. "You really are a good person," Sun Yiming said indignantly. "Everyone present, you really can bend and stretch." Gao Dashu looked at his daughter with some surprise. Coming to the countryside had made her much livelier. Thinking about how hard Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan had been working lately, Feng Lingyu invited them both over for dinner. During the meal, Sun Yiming kept trying to become Feng Lingyu's apprentice. "I know Gao Xiaodao can't beat you. Teach me. Stop pestering me. Your bone structure is already set, you can't learn." Feng Lingyu said helplessly. "Then I'll be bullied by Gao Xiaodao forever." Sun Yiming suddenly felt life wasn't worth living. After thinking for a moment, Sun Yiming leaned in and whispered, "Feng Lingyu, how about this? I just want to learn that trick of splitting bricks with your bare hands. Tell me, okay? If you tell me, I swear I won't bother you anymore." Annoyed by this persistent pest, Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow and said, "You really want to learn? Then I'll reluctantly tell you." Sun Yiming, thanks so much for telling me that trick. Chapter 265, Discovering a New Treasure Site. That night, after handing the letter to Grandpa Shen, Feng Lingyu entered the space alone. Sitting in the rattan chair within the space, she slowly opened the tightly sealed letter. To her surprise, the first things to fall out of the envelope were a large stack of money notes. It must have been that during their time together, Shen Huayu had noticed her greatest hobby was money, so he prepared these notes for her. Fortunately, she didn't care about such things. Otherwise, with how straightforward he was, it was no wonder he ended up alone in the book. Asterisk since I entered school, I have been constantly busy with my studies. This is because I wish to graduate early and become a strong support for my family and you. Asterisk. Asterisk moreover, our country and family are weak and poor. I harbor lofty ambitions to complete my studies soon, serve our nation, and uphold our family's honor. Asterisk. Asterisk every night, when I toss and turn unable to sleep, I think of you and our loved ones, wondering if you are doing well. But no matter how much my thoughts wander, I know that a man's ambitions lie far and wide. He cannot be overly indulged in love. Asterisk. Asterisk besides, I know you are no ordinary woman. You have grand aspirations, and one day you will soar to great heights. Naturally, I cannot afford to slack off. If you are a bird roaming the skies, then I will be the wind that protects your steady flight. Asterisk. Asterisk, you have taken care of my loved ones on my behalf, and I am deeply grateful. These responsibilities should have been mine, yet you accepted them without any complaint. I know your nature. If you did not hold me in your heart, why would you bother with such matters? Asterisk. Asterisk, the money notes enclosed with this letter are this month's reward. I will continue to send money regularly in the future. I know you do not lack these things, but since we are far apart, sending money notes is the most convenient. Asterisk. Xiaoyu, I miss you, I long for you, and I hope we can meet soon. After reading the letter, Feng Lingyu lowered her gaze with a faint smile, a blush spreading across her cheeks and warmth filling her eyes. Her usual cold and sharp demeanor seemed to melt like ice and snow, even her fingertips radiating joy as they tapped a cheerful rhythm on the wooden table. What a secretly sentimental man, she thought. She could imagine the expression on Xin Huayu's face when he wrote this letter. It must have been extremely amusing. A few days ago, Xin Huayu had called Qingshan village, and they had only exchanged a few hurried words before hanging up. His main point was that he and Xiao Zongqi were about to participate in a new project, during which he would have no contact with the outside world. Time was tight, so they had only managed to say that much. She hadn't expected that this usually steady, wooden man would think to write a letter, putting down all the words he wanted to say. She had come from the apocalypse, where she had seen too much of human coldness and warmth, fathers and sons turning against each other, loved ones becoming enemies. Because of this, she had developed a cold and indifferent personality. But now, her frozen heart seemed to have cracked open under the blazing sun, letting in a sliver of light. By now, the Qingling's face had undergone a great transformation. With so many rounds of planting, the spiritual energy in the space had recovered significantly, and now most crops matured once a day. The space had also expanded considerably, forming a small ecological system where species began to thrive and reproduce freely. Moreover, as the space repaired itself, Feng Lingyu could clearly feel her control over it strengthening. And vaguely, she seemed to sense a pull on her soul. Now, Feng Lingyu felt as if she had fully become the master of the space. Whether she wanted to do something or go somewhere, she could act purely on her will. The various animals in the space also felt a natural closeness to her, as if she were the sole ruler of this realm. The medicinal herbs planted in the space needed no further mention. Even the ordinary herbs in the space had 3 to 4 times the potency of those outside. It was because of this that Feng Lingyu felt more confident about healing Shi Wenhao's leg. Among the fruits in the space, the ones Feng Lingyu took most often were apples. Because apples kept well, and people in the black market often sold them, she could claim she bought them there. As for other fruits, she could only occasionally bring them out for everyone to taste. Entering the small building, the first thing that caught her eye were the 4 paintings hanging in the center. Yang Fugue had said he was looking for treasure, and at first, Feng Lingyu thought he meant the treasure she had discovered on Daqing Mountain. But later, after careful thought, she realized that couldn't be the case. If it were truly about finding treasure, why would Ling Qingwei entrust this task to Yang Fugue instead of sending her own trusted subordinate? After all, with such a vast fortune, what if Yang Fugue was tempted by greed? So, what they were looking for must be these 4 paintings. In short, they were searching for the treasure map of the Gufeng family. To Yang Fugue, not knowing the meaning behind these paintings, it was more practical to take money from Ling Qingwei. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the burning candles on the altar. Feng Lingyu picked up a candle and, without hesitation, placed the flickering flame beneath the treasure map. She stared intently, not missing a single clue. Even when placed in the fire, the painting did not burn. Feng Lingyu reached out to touch it. The texture was indeed unlike ordinary paper. A faint shimmer seemed to flow across the surface of the painting, and the scenes depicted appeared lifelike, as if alive. The stream seemed to flow, birds chirped crisply, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, everything was full of vitality. Not only had the paper been treated, but the painting technique was also exceptionally skilled. No wonder Ling Qingwei had ordered Yang Fugue to burn down the Feng family's ancestral home. She knew the treasure map was impervious to both water and fire. Apart from the treasure already found, there were still 3 paintings left, and Feng Lingyu had no leads on them. The world changes, time passes, and the landscape shifts dramatically. Coupled with the fact that the paintings depicted only partial maps, Feng Lingyu found it difficult to identify the exact locations. With China's vast territory and abundant resources, would she have to travel across the entire country? No, that couldn't be the solution. Otherwise, she would end up doing nothing else but wandering like a ascetic. Feng Lingyu studied the paintings back and forth, scrutinizing them carefully. In her past life, she had once participated in a summer camp organized by her school. The lake there seemed to match the one in the 3rd painting. At the time, she had joked with her teacher that the lake's outline looked like a giant gold ingot, and the island at its center was quite interesting. Her teacher had teased her for being a money grubber, saying she saw wealth in everything. This world and the original world should have connections. The lake in the 3rd painting was very likely located there. Chapter 266. Trouble on the Road. Let's find a place for now. You can't expect to get everything done at once. Feng Lingyu made some more tea leaves, planning to have Uncle Gao take them back to the old lady. That old lady really was saying one thing and meaning another. On the surface, she showed no kindness toward Teacher Xiao. But she made herself a nice outfit just to get some tea from Teacher Xiao. Thinking of this, Feng Lingyu prepared 2 more jars of even better tea leaves. Ever since the spiritual energy in the space had grown richer, the tea trees she planted had mutated again, becoming much better than before. Moreover, the tea trees had branched out, sprouting some saplings, all of which Feng Lingyu had successfully transplanted. It wasn't that Feng Lingyu was selfish, but some things truly couldn't be revealed. There were plenty of clever people in this world. Uncle Gao. Several young men from the transport team got off the truck. After delivering the parts to the machinery factory in Dongyuan City without any delays, they drove straight to Danang City. You're here. No issues during the handover? Gao Dashu asked. None at all. Everything went smoothly. We brothers stayed together the whole time, never took our eyes off it, no problems. Su Fei said with a smile. He exchanged a subtle glance with Gao Dashu, signaling that Zhu Zhangji was fine. You've worked hard, Gao Dashu said. He explained that he was here to visit his daughter, so he had them come pick him up to head back together. Go eat and rest now. We'll leave at dawn tomorrow. Gao Dashu dismissed them directly. Zhu Zhangji didn't say much and left cheerfully with Su Fei and the others. Uncle Gao, this Zhu Zhangji really doesn't seem to have any issues, Feng Lingyu said calmly as she stepped out from her hiding spot. Just now, when Uncle Gao told them to leave, Zhu Zhangji hadn't hesitated at all. Behind them, Gao Xiaotao led the villagers in loading medicinal herbs onto the truck. Yang Jiangwo's eyes sparkled as he touched the truck body and sighed, my goodness, this truck is impressive. If our village had one like this, how proud we'd be when delivering grain. But that was just wishful thinking. Qingshan village didn't even have a tractor, let alone a big truck. Oh, Dad, this truck isn't easy to buy. Do you know how expensive it is? Yang Lemay said helplessly. Not only did buying it require connections and approvals, but it also cost tens of thousands. She felt like ever since her dad learned the village had money, he'd gotten a bit carried away. Yang Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly, I'm just saying. Besides, what if our village really buys a truck someday? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Dream big and anything's possible. Yang Lemay. Ever since her dad started learning from Xiaoyu, he'd been spouting all sorts of sayings. Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose to hide her embarrassment, avoiding Yang Lemay's reproachful gaze. Heaven knows, she never taught Uncle Yang any of that. Unfair. Later, Yang Lemay found a children's comic book in Yang Jiangwo's office. It must have been Huiqing's book. She flipped through it briefly and saw many inspiring phrases inside. Case solved, so this was where he got it all from. Xiaoyu, is this truck from researcher Zhao's factory? Yang Jiangwo suddenly asked. Yeah, Feng Lingyu replied. She didn't plan to reveal anything about Uncle Gao's convoy. Though she intended to do long-term business with Zhao Qishu, helping him with deliveries was a one-time thing, done because she owed him. After all, Xiaozi had taken her anger out on Zhao Qishu, causing problems in their cooperation. If she handled all future deliveries, she'd end up being taken advantage of. The money earned would go to the village, but the resources used would be her own. Soon, all the medicinal herbs were loaded onto the truck. Yang Jiangwo trusted Feng Lingyu completely. After loading the goods, he left with the villagers. Uncle Gao, the things on Zhu Zhangji's truck have been treated by me. Keep an eye on them during the trip. For some reason, Feng Lingyu felt uneasy about this journey, a nagging worry in her heart. The herbs on Zhu Zhangji's truck had been infused with calming incense. Feng Lingyu had calculated the time and dosage so that the drug's effects would naturally dissipate by the time they reached the capital. But if anyone tried to tamper with the herbs midway, they'd be knocked unconscious on contact. All right, I understand. Since Xiaoyu had given such instructions, Gao Dashu became fully alert. Shout Ao, take good care of yourself and Xiaoyu here. We'll see each other often from now on. They had only spent 3 short days together, and now they had to part again. Time was fleeting. Gao Dashu was reluctant, but he had to help the young master look after his daughter. Compared to Gao Dashu, Gao Xiaodao took it much better. Dad, don't worry. Leave it to me. Since they could meet any time except the coldest winter days, Gao Xiaodao wasn't so sentimental. When the villagers learned Gao Dashu was leaving, led by Yang Jiangwo's family, they gave him some local specialties. On top of the things Feng Lingyu had prepared for everyone, Gao Dashu was once again loaded with bags and bundles. Knowing that bandits often ambushed travelers on the road, Feng Lingyu also prepared plenty of knockout drugs for self-defense, equipping Uncle Gao from head to toe. Uncle Gao, don't hold back on using these if something happens. I have plenty more. Afraid he might be reluctant to use them, Feng Lingyu urged him earnestly. Under Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao's watchful eyes, Gao Dashu rode off in the truck. The night before, Gao Dashu had specifically gone to see Shin Shui. Back when he was still by Feng Dingbang's side, he had met Shin Shui once. Now, they only hoped that Huayu and Xiaoyu could live well, not end up like their parents, dying young. As dusk fell, Gao Dashu's convoy stopped. They never traveled at night, it was too easy to encounter bandits. Moreover, the night always seemed to amplify people's desires and evil thoughts. Zhu Zhengji remained as quiet as ever. When he returned that day and noticed extra items on the truck, he hadn't asked any questions. Late at night, aside from the chirping of insects by the roadside, everything was silent. A shadow crept cautiously toward Zhu Zhengji's truck. He looked around first, confirming that everyone was fast asleep under the effects of the knockout drug, then bravely and carefully climbed aboard. In the darkness, someone watched his every move. Chapter 267, Active Exposure, Gaining Trust. Inside the carriage, the man looked at the medicinal herbs filling the space, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He took a small bottle from his bosom, lifted the cloth covering the herbs, and was just about to sprinkle the contents onto them when a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Within 2 breaths, the man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The bottle in his hand rolled away with a clatter. Gao Dashu's face darkened. He hadn't expected someone would actually dare to make a move on the road. Fortunately, Xiaoyu had prepared various antidotes for him. This minor knockout drug had no effect on him at all. Gao Dashu didn't wake the others. Instead, he got up himself to check the carriage. As he climbed into the carriage, he saw a man lying on the ground with a small medicine bottle scattered nearby. This was an attempt to ruin the herbs. A sharp glint flashed in Gao Dashu's eyes. Looking at the short padded clothing the man on the ground wore, Gao Dashu let out a cold snort. He hadn't expected it to be that kid Zhu Zhengji. Gao Dashu crouched down, intending to finish off the man on the ground. When the man's true face was revealed, Gao Dashu's pupils violently contracted. Now, what was there for Gao Dashu not to understand? This was a setup to frame him. Though Gao Dashu didn't know why Li Xiong had betrayed him, he swiftly tied Li Xiong up. He used a dead knot. The more Li Xiong struggled, the tighter the rope would bind. Just as Gao Dashu finished all this, he turned and found a person watching him from the shadows. The hand at his side slowly moved, quietly pulling a pistol fitted with a silencer from his waist. Uncle Gao, it's me. As he spoke, the person slowly stepped out. Gao Dashu recognized his face, but his vigilance rose even higher. It's you, Xiaoshu. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Gao Dashu, maintaining his composure, quietly released the safety catch on his pistol, his back straightening. If Zhu Zhengji made any suspicious move, he would shoot him dead immediately. Uncle Gao, you don't need to be on guard against me, Zhu Zhengji said with a bitter smile. What do you mean by that, Xiaoshu? Gao Dashu kept his expression unchanged, as if he didn't understand the implication in Zhu Zhengji's words. This Zhu Zhengji had seen him tie up Li Xiong tonight. He absolutely couldn't be left alive. Besides, aside from himself, everyone else had been knocked out by the knockout drug. Why was he still awake? Gao Dashu made up his mind. His entire demeanor shifted, and he prepared to kill Zhu Zhengji outright. Zhu Zhengji's sense of danger was equally sharp. He had come out tonight to clear himself of suspicion and gain Gao Dashu's trust. He didn't want to lose his life like this. So, the moment he sensed Gao Dashu was about to act, he swiftly raised his hands. Uncle Gao, I'm a good man. I noticed something was off with him, so I've been secretly watching him. I didn't drink a single sip of the water he gave tonight. I secretly poured it all out. Gao Dashu paused his movements, his voice cold. Why should I believe you? What if you're in cahoots with him, and sacrificing him is just to earn my trust? Large beads of cold sweat dripped down Zhu Zhengji's forehead, but with Gao Dashu glaring at him, he dared not make any other small moves. I have nothing to do with him. At this, Zhu Zhengji sounded somewhat aggrieved. I know you've always thought I got in through the back door and been wary of me, so I've kept my head down. not daring to say or do much. But recently, this Li Xiong kept staring at me, and I noticed it. I felt something was wrong, so I started keeping an eye on him. Who would have thought? Who would have thought he'd try to frame me? Zhu Zhengji felt he was just unlucky. He only wanted to work steadily, earn money, and go back to support his mother. But from the very first day he joined this transport team, he had a vague sense that something was off. He stayed quiet and avoided trouble, yet someone still wanted to harm him. Then what exactly is your identity? Whose back door did you use? Why are you hiding it and refusing to reveal it? Gao Dashu stared intently at Zhu Zhengji's face, not missing any change in his expression. If his eyes wavered or he dared to lie, he would act immediately. At this mention, Zhu Zhengji grew even more aggrieved. He didn't want to say it, but with his life on the line, he reluctantly spoke up. I'm my father's illegitimate son. He got me into the factory. I can't say who he is. Zhu Zhengji thought bitterly to himself, if he could say it openly, he would have long ago. Wouldn't having a backer be nice? Though he had no real feelings for his father, he still had to think about his mother. Gao Dashu suddenly understood. No wonder Zhu Zhengji's background was a mystery in the factory, so that was the reason. In this day and age, getting caught up in a personal conduct issue was the end. Uncle Gao, I'm truly innocent. I joined the transport team just to take care of my mother. The old man said this job was all he could give me. He had thought that working hard would be enough, only to end up in a den of wolves. Seeing Zhu Zhengji's look of utter despair, Gao Dashu's tense expression relaxed. I didn't see anything tonight. Zhu Zhengji immediately said, catching on. From now on, I know nothing. I'll do whatever you tell me to. Xiaozhu, work hard from now on, and I won't treat you poorly. Now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to board this pirate ship. The window paper had been torn. Gao Dashu would show no mercy. Besides, hadn't he come out on his own to gain Gao Dashu's trust? The old man had so many children. He had said this job was all he could give. So, Zhu Zhengji had to carve out his own path. Morning light brushed against the air, mingling with the faint scent of dew, refreshing the spirit. The transport team members slowly woke up, feeling a dull ache in their heads. Su Fei shook his head. What had happened? Why had he slept so soundly last night? Just as he pressed his hand to his forehead, the corner of his eye caught sight of someone tied to a tree. His heart shrank, and he snapped fully awake. Chapter 268, Unwilling to implicate Su Fei, he takes his own life. Gao Dashu leaned against the tree with his arms crossed, his face unreadable. At his feet, Li Xiong, who had always been trusted by everyone, lay on the ground, not only tied up but also gagged. And Zhu Zhengji, whom everyone had been suspicious of and on guard against, was calmly boiling water. The three who had just woken up looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Especially Su Fei, who had grown up supporting Li Xiong since childhood, their bond was deep. But the scene before him was clearly wrong. He wanted to say something, yet he didn't know what to say. You're all awake? Gao Dashu had always been gentle with others, but now his face was cold, and everyone felt a bit afraid. Uncle Gao, what's going on? Zhang Yun asked. Of the 6 in the transport team, aside from Zhu Zhengji, Zhang Yun and Xiang Cheng had been selected from under Wang Mingwei, and Gao Dashu trusted them the most. So Zhang Yun dared to speak up and ask. I thought we should guard against outsiders, but day and night, it's the thief within the house that's hardest to guard against, Gao Dashu said slowly. Combining Gao Dashu's words with the sight of Li Xiong tied to the tree, everyone understood. As soon as Zhang Yun finished speaking, he immediately looked at Su Fei with caution. If he remembered correctly, these two were close brothers. Su Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Brother, you've really screwed me over. Last night, Li Xiong put sleeping pills in the water everyone drank, intending to damage the goods on the vehicle and frame Zhu Zhengji, Gao Dashu explained slowly. Everyone's expressions were grim. They had never noticed anything wrong before, because all their attention had been on Zhu Zhengji. Even Li Xiong's best brother, Su Fei, hadn't noticed Li Xiong's unusual behavior. Li Xiong had woken up long ago, but his mouth was still gagged, unable to make a sound. Ever since he realized he had been caught, he had kept his head down, silent. In front of everyone, tell us. Why did you do this? I have nothing to say. Do what you want with me, kill me, or cut me up. Li Xiong's voice was hoarse, no longer bearing his usual reckless demeanor. You're stubborn. Do you think that just because you're an orphan, I can't do anything to you? Do you know how many people we have in the underground black market in the capital? It's not hard to dig up information. From the moment you were born, I can uncover every relationship you've ever had. There's always someone in this world you care about. Zhu Zhengji, who appeared calm while boiling water, but was actually frantically eavesdropping. I just wanted to make some money, damn it. What kind of evil organization have I joined? Underscore? Li Xiong's eyes widened. He knew Gao Dashu was telling the truth. Thinking of that gentle, soft-spoken girl, Li Xiong's entire body trembled. Li Xiong, why did you do this? Just say it. Su Fei's eyes were filled with tears. He didn't understand why Li Xiong had done this. They had joined the transport team, securing a stable job and earning big bonuses. He didn't understand. Everything was getting better. Why did Li Xiong do this? Li Xiong gave Su Fei a deep look. Sorry, brother. The they had built since childhood made Su Fei instantly understand what he was about to do. Do you think dying will end it? I'll still send everyone connected to you down to meet you. Gao Dashu bent down, meeting Li Xiong's eyes, speaking word by word. Li Xiong gave a defeated smile and stopped the motion of biting his tongue. Gao Dashu smiled, but said nothing, his eyes filled with indifference. That depends on whether what you say is true or false. Su Fei stepped forward, grabbing Li Xiong's shoulders tightly. Just say it. Li Xiong's nose stung. He had let Su Fei down and even dragged him into pleading for mercy. It's the Eastern District boss, Wanguli, he said, steadying his emotions and speaking slowly. He told me to act according to the situation. But the ultimate goal was to plant his own people in here. Gao Dashu's lips tightened. I didn't expect it to be him. Su Fei was also shocked. He had never known that his brother knew the Eastern District boss. I was supposed to destroy the medicinal herbs and frame Zhu Shangji. That way, Uncle Gao, you would definitely find a way to kick him out of the team. Boss Wan had already prepared someone, and they would naturally take his place. MD, if I weren't so clever, I'd have been screwed by this bastard. This job was the inheritance my old man arranged for me in advance. Yes, in Zhu Shangji's mind, this was his father's legacy. Gao Dashu hadn't expected Wanguli to still be scheming behind the scenes. Whatever his purpose in planting Li Xiong to do these things, it was probably to deal with Xiaoyu. Li Xiong, I never knew you were one of Wanguli's men. Su Fei's eyes brimmed with tears. They say men don't cry easily, but only when they haven't reached the depths of sorrow. When they were kids, starving and freezing, they had endured it together. Even the bond between blood brothers might not have been as strong as theirs. But he had hidden these things from me, never considering how I would feel. Uncle Gao, I've said all this. Please spare me. I'll take all the blame myself. Su Fei knows nothing. After speaking, Li Xiong looked at the blue sky and turned his head away. Su Fei's body trembled violently. He hugged Li Xiong tightly and wailed. He remembered little Su Fei curled up with him, both starving in the freezing winter. His body was stronger than Su Fei's, and Su Fei was burning with fever. Li Xiong stumbled out, desperate to find someone who could help them. When he fell to his knees, crying helplessly, a man stopped in front of him. I need fever medicine. My friend is dying. Can you help me? Li Xiong clung to hope, crying and begging. I can give it to you, but what can you give me? The man standing before him asked with interest. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Please. Little Li Xiong kept crying and pleading. And so, Li Xiong became a hidden blade for Wanguli. And the gentle girl next door, he could never go back to marry her. Su Fei was on the verge of fainting from crying, holding Li Xiong tightly, refusing to let go. Weren't we supposed to be brothers for life? Why did you have to leave first? Gao Dashu hadn't expected Li Xiong to end himself so cleanly. Chapter 269, Thunderous Measures, Complete Submission. Feng Lingyu was also stunned for a moment when she received the call from Gao Dashu. He seemed like a reckless and brainless rough man, but she never expected he was hiding so deeply. Wanguli Feng Lingyu had only limited interactions with him, and she knew he had a cunning mind. But she never thought that after the incident with Uncle Feng last time, he would still dare to plant spies around her. Uncle Gao, when you go back, tell Wang Mingwei I don't want to see Wanguli still in Jing City anymore, Feng Lingyu said coldly. She had kept the other district leaders for two reasons. First, if she eliminated them right after taking office, it would leave others with the impression that she was ruthless. Second, they had ruled their territories for years and possessed certain management skills. Rather than hastily forcing her own people into those positions, it was better to keep them for now. But now that Wanguli dared to overstep and violate taboos, there was no need to keep him around. It would also serve as a lesson to the other leaders, showing them the consequences of disobedience. Besides, Wei Wuyan was still stationed with Wang Mingwei for now, so replacing him with her own people would bring more peace of mind. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Gao Dashu didn't say much and hung up the phone cleanly. He turned and looked at Su Fei, who stood nearby, clutching Li Xiong's ashes, looking lost and dazed. I know you and Li Xiong were close. If you have any grievances, I'll allow you to leave. But if you dare to leak our secrets. Su Fei snapped back to reality. After days of long travel and mental exhaustion, he seemed to have lost all vitality. He gave a weary smile. Uncle Gao, I know he did wrong. I don't blame you, and I don't blame Miss Feng. I only ask for one thing. Let me be the one to deal with Wanguli. Su Fei dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. As if feeling no pain, he stared firmly at Gao Dashu. The others couldn't help but feel for him. Everyone had seen Su Fei's despair and suffering over the past few days. He had nearly worn himself down to nothing. Get up. You'll go with Wang Mingwei tonight. Gao Dashu let out a low sigh. That meant he agreed to let Su Fei take revenge with his own hands. Su Fei knocked his head heavily against the floor. Zhu Zhongji felt his mouth go dry and his whole body go numb. Uncle Gao, since we're back in Jing City, I'll head home first, he said dryly. All he wanted now was to go home and escape this dangerous world, sob. Gao Dashu found it amusing inside, but didn't show it, thinking to himself that this kid still needed some tempering. He was clever, able to read the situation, flexible, and knew when to bend. Zhu Zhongji breathed a sigh of relief, said his goodbyes to everyone, and prepared to leave. Zhu Zhongji's cheerful back stiffened. Could it be that he had changed his mind and wanted to kill him instead? Uncle Gao, what is it? He barely managed to keep his trembling legs steady. You did well this time, kid. Miss Feng said you're to be rewarded. Here, take this. Go buy some nutritious things for your mother. Staring at the stack of cash and vouchers held out in front of him, Zhu Zhongji froze. I want it. I want it. Thank you, Uncle Gao. Thank you, Miss Feng. Overjoyed, Zhu Zhongji took the money and left cheerfully. As he walked out the door, he couldn't help but hop twice in excitement. He secretly counted the money under his breath. The amount. Zhu Zhongji stuffed the cash into his pocket. Wealth comes from taking risks. That saying was absolutely right. If even Zhu Zhongji could get that much money, then the trusted insiders would get even more. Except for Wan Guli's few loyal followers, who would rather die than surrender, everyone else was crouched on the ground with their heads down. The ever-prestigious boss Wan lay on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beside him. Wang Mingwei and his men stood by indifferently. Su Fei gripped Wan Guli's neck tightly, veins bulging on his face, showing just how much force he was using. Wan Guli's light blue robe was covered in dust, his feet twitching and struggling uncontrollably, leaving bloody scratches on Su Fei's hands. But in the end, he couldn't overpower Su Fei's strength. Tears fell in heavy drops onto the ground. Su Fei collapsed in relief, gasping for air. He covered his eyes with one hand, but tears still streamed down continuously. After they left, Wan Guli's stronghold erupted in a blazing fire. Strangely, the fire couldn't be put out and only died down after everything had been burned to ashes. Wan Guli, the boss of the East District Black Market, is gone. Who else could it be? Wang. The man dared not say more, only offering a surname. As long as you didn't cross Boss Wang's principles, he was still generous and easygoing. Everyone in the black market knew that. On top of that, he had established various rules, and the black market was now well organized. Anyone who violated the rules would be banned from doing business in Jing City. Because of these things, the people strongly supported Wang Mingwei, as he protected the interests of most ordinary folks. Why did Boss Wang do this? Someone asked in confusion. The speaker only pointed upward and said mysteriously, you forgot? There's still someone above him. Strangely enough, Wang Mingwei had never explicitly forbidden talk about Feng Lingyu, but everyone seemed to hold an inexplicable reverence for her, usually referring to her only as that one. Someone who could win over Boss Wang was certainly no ordinary person, striking with thunderous force. At the same time, Wang Chongjiang and Lu Sihai also got word that Wan Guli was gone. That one truly never acted unless necessary, but when she did, she left no room for survival. Any petty schemes they had in mind vanished completely. At the same time, they warned those around them to strictly follow Boss Wang's rules from now on and not cause trouble. Because of this swift purge, all major and minor forces in Jing City kept their heads down. Of course, Wan Guli's fate served as a way-up call for them. From then on, the underground market of Jing City was truly and completely subdued. Chapter 270, Building a School. Girls must study. How much? How much money? Yang Zhengwo asked nervously. Accountant He Pengcheng closed the ledger, his heart also racing with excitement. Village chief, a total of 15,673 yuan. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned by the number. The person pouring water didn't even realize their cup was already full. They all stood frozen in place. Yang Zhengwo swallowed unconsciously. Is it really that much? Dad, it really is that much. Uncle He and I counted it 3 times. Yang Lomei said with a smile. The village officials knew they would make money this time, but none of them expected it to be this much. At this rate, every household could get several hundred yuan, and larger families with more people would get even more. I have a proposal. We won't distribute all of this money. We'll keep a portion for the village collective. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, Yang Zhengwo suddenly spoke. They all looked at each other, puzzled as to why the money should stay with the collective. But everyone in the village knew Yang Zhengwo's character. He wasn't the type to embezzle. So they quieted down and waited for him to continue. All of you are at the age of being grandparents and parents. What I'm about to say, I hope you'll think it over carefully. Yang Zhengwo's words left everyone confused, but they also realized he wasn't talking about something trivial. They straightened their backs and listened attentively. In our village, there are 323 children under the age of 16, but fewer than 50 can read, and only 20 can go to school. We old folks are past our prime. Our lives are what they are. But what about the children? Should they live the same way we have? Feng Jiqing's younger brother Huiqing reads many books at such a young age and understands so many principles. Isn't that because he can read and write? In the past, our village didn't have the conditions. But now, we have a large sum of money, enough to build a school. Think about it. Should this money be spent on eating and drinking, or should it give the children a future? Yang Jiangwo spoke with some heaviness, and the people in the room felt uneasy too. He was right. Their lives were already set, but the children couldn't be held back. Village chief, you're right. I support you. He Pengcheng was the first to speak up. His children, once they reached the right age, would be sent to school regardless of gender. Village chief, my grandson is old enough, and I want to send him to school too. I've been thinking about building a school for a long time. Let me lay it out for all of you. Seeing no objections, Yang Jiangwo continued. From this batch of money, we'll use the odd sum of 5,673 yuan to build the school. Hearing this, someone frowned and asked, does building a school really need that much money? Even building 10 bright and spacious classrooms wouldn't cost more than 1,000 yuan. 5,000 seemed like too much. Let me finish. Besides building classrooms, there are also various dilapidated places in the village that need repairs. For example, the cowshed last winter, if it weren't for that person, our cattle would have been crushed by the collapsing shed. Everyone knew who he was referring to, and they all remembered the incident. The village's cattle were essential for plowing the fields the next year, which affected future harvests. No one in the meeting room objected. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes. This was a request she had made to Yang Jiangwo. She had put in a lot of effort this time, and it wouldn't make sense not to secure benefits for her own people. This was a rare opportunity to openly improve Grandpa Shin's living conditions. When the cowshed was being rebuilt, Grandpa Shin's residence would also be repaired, allowing him to spend a warm winter. Fortunately, the villagers of Qingshan village were still simple and honest. They knew Shin Xiui's identity and mostly just ignored him without actively bullying him. The remaining money after repairs will be used to pay teachers' salaries. All children in the village who have turned 7 can attend the village's primary school for free. Village chief, these are all considerations for the children. We have no objections. He Pengcheng was again the first to express his stance. He understood clearly Yang Jiangwo wasn't acting selfishly. All the money was being spent on the children, so why would he disagree? Soon, everyone in the meeting room voiced their support. Yang Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the elders agreed, there would be little resistance in the village. Before long, the news spread throughout the village. Those who were troubled were mostly people who favored boys over girls. Why should a girl go to school? Who will take care of her little brother at home? Who will do the housework? Yeah, and it's our money too. It's fine if it's free for boys, but spending it on girls is a waste. Yang Jiangwo happened to pass by and overheard these remarks. Xiaoyu had specifically told him that if girls couldn't attend school, all his efforts would be in vain. People who don't respect women are useless even if they study. If you're unhappy with my ideas, you're free to forego the village's benefits. Let me tell you, if any girl of school age in your household isn't sent to school, the tuition for the boys will be doubled. The few village women looked embarrassed, not expecting young Jiangwo to have heard them. Village chief, we were thoughtless and spoke out of turn. Don't worry, when school starts, I'll definitely send my eldest daughter. Yes, I'll send my daughter too. If the boys' tuition doubled, that would be a huge loss. The two girls standing beside them, their eyes previously dull, now lit up with hope as they looked gratefully at Yang Jiangwo. Meeting their bright eyes, Yang Jiangwo suddenly understood why Feng Lingyu had specifically talked to him about girls' education. If he didn't intervene, even if the school was free, the villagers might not send their girls to study. In their eyes, girls would eventually marry out, so they should do more work at home first. That way, the family wouldn't lose out. Yang Jiangwo's nose stung. He patted one of the girls on the head. When the school is built, study hard. Don't waste Xiaoyu's good intentions. This girl grew up to become a renowned educator, helping countless out-of-school girls. If it weren't for the seemingly biased rules set by the village chief, I wouldn't have had the chance to study, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity to help thousands of girls like me. P.S. I was born to be a mountain, not a stream. I want to stand atop the peaks and look down upon the ravines. I was born to be a hero, not a weed. I stand on the shoulders of giants and despise cowards. Chapter 271. Scheming and Counter-Scheming. In the dead of night, all was silent. The heavy darkness seemed to drape a black curtain over the sky, oppressive and stifling. Only a few scattered stars dotted the sky, emitting faint light. Su Guang waited anxiously alone in a small grove. What's going on with Yang Fugue? I've already paid him. He's not trying to cheat me, is he? The environment was already eerie, the woods filled with withered branches and fallen leaves, as if ready to swallow a person whole. During the day, Su Guang had received word from Yang Fugue. Qingshan village had received a remittance of over 10,000 yuan. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Guang rushed to Qingshan village in a frenzy, seeking Yang Fugue's help. They had agreed, if Yang Fugue helped him get Yang Lemay, Su Guang would give him another 50 yuan. Su Guang wasn't completely naive. He had asked around the village and learned that Yang Fugue's family had been removed from the village registry by the village chief, so they wouldn't get a share of the money this time. No wonder he was willing to help him get Yang Lemay. He must harbor a deep hatred for the village chief's family. Just as Su Guang was about to give up waiting, Yang Fugue arrived silently. Here, take this. When the time comes, put it in her water. It's colorless and odorless. Once she's passed out, you can do whatever you want. Yang Fugue flashed a lecherous grin. A glimmer of delight flashed in Su Guang's eyes. Such a good thing existed? Great. I'll reward you handsomely when it's done. Su Guang said, reaching out to take it. Hey, pay up first. What if you try to welch? Yang Fugue played his part as a greedy scoundrel to perfection. Su Guang sneered inwardly, his heart aching at the thought of his money. Yang Fugue had already swindled quite a bit from him lately. But things had gone this far. Once he got the money from Yang Lemay, all these expenses would be worth it. A sinister smile crept across Yang Fugue's face. Once Su Guang and Yang Lemay ran off with the money, let's see what Feng Lingyu would do. The more the villagers thanked her now, the more they would hate her later. The next day, Su Guang deliberately asked a shady friend to rent a quiet house and arranged to meet Yang Lemay there. Yang Lemay initially didn't want to go, but Su Guang played the pity card, claiming his mother was dying and wanted to see his girlfriend before she passed, or she wouldn't rest in peace. So he begged Yang Lemay to pretend to be his girlfriend, just so his mother could go peacefully. Xiaoyu, this Su Guang really went all out, hiring so many people to put on this act, Gao Xiaodao said, arms crossed, clicking her tongue in amazement. Who would have thought Su Guang even hired an old woman to play his mother? Feng Lingyu snorted disdainfully. To achieve his goal, he'd even exploit his own flesh and blood without a second thought. That kind of person has no moral. Inside the room, after seeing Su Guang's gravely ill mother, he hypocritically poured a glass of water for Yang Lemay. Lemay, have some water. I'll go cook. You did me a huge favor today, so I have to treat you to a meal at least, Su Guang said before heading into the kitchen. Yang Lemay found Su Guang's behavior strange today, but no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't have guessed that this was all a setup. In her heart, Su Guang was still the person who had helped her during her school days. He was the only warmth she had when Xiaozi led the others to ostracize her at school. About 15 minutes later, Su Guang figured the timing was right and came out of the kitchen. He found Yang Lemay slumped over the table unconscious. To be safe, Su Guang leaned in and called her name twice. There was no response. Thinking about how he would have more money than he could spend in a lifetime after today, Su Guang couldn't stop trembling. He stepped forward, helped Yang Lemay up, and slowly moved toward the bed. The scent of face cream wafting from the woman leaning against him only made Su Guang more excited. Back in school, Yang Lemay had always been a delicate little beauty. Too bad that Shrew Chaozi kept a tight leash on him and wouldn't let him get close to her. But just as he laid her on the bed, the locked courtyard door was kicked open with a loud bang, slamming against the wall with a violent crash. Within seconds, 7 or 8 uniformed men rushed in from outside. Just as he was panicking, the woman in his arms, who had supposedly been unconscious, woke up. Judging by her state, she showed no signs of having been drugged at all. You didn't drink that water? Su Guang gritted his teeth. He never expected Yang Lemay to have turned the tables on him. Yang Lemay looked at Su Guang with contempt and fury. She shot him a provocative smile, then instantly changed her expression as she turned around. So what the rushing police officers saw was this. A young woman, face streaked with tears, looking incredulous and terrified, stumbling toward them. Comrade, are you all right? One officer asked with concern. Yang Lemay bit her lower lip, tears streaming down her face in utter misery, as if she were heartbroken and wished she were dead. But her words left much to the imagination. I don't want to live anymore. She seemed to say nothing, yet everything at once. All the officers were enraged by what their minds filled in. This beast dared to harass a young girl. Before Su Guang could even open his mouth, several officers pinned him to the ground. As they handcuffed him, someone casually kicked him a couple of times. Su Guang. I haven't even done anything yet. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no room to resist. Comrade police officer, the water on the table was poured by him. If I hadn't drunk so little and woken up in time, I might have. Yang Lemay wept silently, trailing off suggestively. In truth, she was reminding the officers not to overlook this key piece of evidence. The officer comforted her warmly. Don't worry, he won't get off easy for what happened today. Go home and compose yourself. No one will speak of today's events. Come to the station tomorrow, you'll just need to give a statement. With that, they took Su Guang and left in a flurry. Chapter 272, Signing a Long-Term Contract. After they left, Yang Limei wiped the tears from her face, her expression shifting instantly. Just as she turned to leave, she met a pair of shocked eyes. The smug look on Yang Limei's face froze. What are you doing here? Yang Limei decided to strike first and asked. Ding Hongxian withdrew the handkerchief he had extended. He had originally wanted to comfort Yang Limei, seeing her cry so pitifully. Looking at her now lively face, Ding Hongxian figured it was unnecessary. My home is nearby. Today, I saw you being led in by that man, and I immediately felt something was off, so I called the police. Seeing Yang Limei watching him warily, Ding Hongxian explained helplessly. This courtyard had always been a hangout for a few local thugs in their area, and people living nearby kept their distance from it. So when Ding Hongxian saw Yang Limei enter this place today, he sensed something was wrong right away and promptly called the police. Originally thinking this was a woman's private distress, Ding Hongxian hadn't planned to show himself, but seeing Yang Limei cry so pitifully, he thought to comfort her. Realizing she had misjudged Ding Hongxian, Yang Limei felt a bit awkward. So it was you who called the police. Thank you. Yang Limei pursed her lips and gave an embarrassed smile. No need to thank me. I'll walk you out. This alley is a bit chaotic. Yang Limei looked up at Ding Hongxian and murmured an agreement. After Ding Hongxian rode off on his bicycle, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao finally came out. Hey, snap out of it. Gao Xiaotao waved her hand in front of Yang Limei, who was staring motionless at Ding Hongxian's retreating figure. Didn't expect Ding Hongxian to have such good character, Feng Lingyu commented fairly. Yang Limei grabbed Gao Xiaotao's hand and shook it. Xiaotao, I thought it was you and Xiaoyu who called the police. You don't know, I was so embarrassed when he caught me fake crying. Ding Hongxian already called the police, so we didn't, Feng Lingyu said. She hadn't expected to run into Ding Hongxian here either. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, things at the medicinal herb factory must not be going well for him lately. Last time, when his mission at Qingshan village failed, his superiors would surely take it out on him. Feng Lingyu, from now on, you need to be more cautious. If we hadn't warned you in advance and something had happened to you, what would Uncle Yang and Aunt Ho-Ha do? Xiaoyu, please don't tell my parents about this. It's not that I'm completely naive. It's just that Su Guang helped me a lot back in school, and I wanted to repay him somehow. Yang Limei dejectedly recounted what had happened at school. It turned out that when Yang Limei was in high school, she was often praised by her teachers for her good grades. The other students in her class were jealous of her, and since she was from the countryside, they all ostracized and looked down on her. Only Su Guang continued to get along with her as usual, making it one of the few good memories from her school days. So when facing him, Yang Limei always saw him through rose-colored glasses. She likes Su Guang, so naturally she can't stand me. And her family is well off, so eventually Su Guang slowly drifted away from me too. Yang Limei felt down talking about the past. There was one more thing she didn't mention. Her teacher had given her a spot for a recruitment exam, giving her a chance to stay in the city. But later, because of Chaozi, that spot was taken by someone else. Just stay a country bumpkin for the rest of your life. Yang Limei still remembered Chaozi's contemptuous tone. No wonder Chaozi went after you like a mad dog the moment she saw you that day. Now that Su Guang's been locked up, do you think Chaozi will help? Feng Lingyu suddenly asked. I don't know. He hasn't mentioned Chaozi to me lately at all. He even told me he's broken up with her. Yang Limei wasn't sure either. Gao Xiaotao rolled her eyes. He's got his eye on you, so of course he'd say he broke up with Chaozi. But I don't get it. Why would he suddenly be interested in me? Chaozi's family background is so good. Yang Limei spread her hands. She was self-aware enough to know she wasn't some fairy, hardly that attractive. Have you forgotten? When he borrowed money from you. What do you think he's after? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. So that's it. And I even lent him 10 yuan. So mad. Yang Limei's heart ached thinking about the 10 yuan she had saved up. She had saved it for so long. When the three of them returned to the village, they heard the villagers gossiping about Yang Fugue being arrested. No matter how much Yang Fugue schemed, he never expected Su Guang to fail. After all, in his eyes, young girls like Yang Limei, who only had eyes for love, were the easiest to fool. Ever since Zhao Qingshu received the medicinal herbs from Qingshan village, he had been marveling nonstop. The herbs were processed so well, with virtually no waste, everything was usable. The entire factory was very satisfied, so the payment was sent back quickly. Moreover, the factory unanimously decided to sign a long-term contract with Qingshan village. If Qingshan village could consistently supply herbs of such quality, the factory would have an additional supply channel in the future. When young Jiangwo received the call from Zhao Qishu, he was a bit flustered. So, Village Chief Yang, we'd like to sign a long-term contract with you. What do you think? Zhao Qingxu waited a long time for a reply and thought something was wrong with the phone. Village Chief Yang? Village Chief Yang. Researcher Zhao, I'm here. When do we sign the contract? Don't worry, our village will guarantee the quality in the future too. Yang Zhengwo said excitedly. If they could cooperate long-term, the village would have a steady, substantial income every year, and the school could keep running. From then on, Qingshan Village would be the richest village for miles around. After hanging up, Yang Zhengwo quickly called another village meeting. Everyone, quiet down. I have good news to share. Ever since every household had received their share of the money, Qingshan Village's unity had reached an unprecedented level. As soon as Yang Zhengwo spoke, the crowd fell silent instantly. We just got a call from the capital. Their factory thinks our herbs are excellent and has decided to sign a long-term contract with us. This means, from now on, we'll have a big extra income every year. I hope our Qingshan Village villagers can have a sense of collective pride. Researcher Zhao will come to our village for another on-site inspection, and this inspection is very important. So, I hope everyone can leave a good impression on him and show him the positive side of our Qingshan Village. As Yang Zhengwo finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. Every villager's face was flushed with excitement. Their Qingshan Village's good days had truly arrived. Chapter 273, People from Danning Pharmaceutical Factory arrive. Taking advantage of the bleak autumn atmosphere, Ding Haxian came to Qingshan Village once again. Unlike his last visit alone, this time he came with two leaders from the factory. One was Secretary Chief from the factory, and the other was Factory Director Ma. Because he had hit a wall with Feng Lingyu last time, Factory Director Ma always felt that Ding Haxian was incompetent. The people in the office were as shrewd as foxes, and once they sensed the leader's preferences, Ding Hongshuan's days at the factory became much harder. Factory Director Ma wore a dignified Zhongshan suit, with a pen pretentiously clipped to the pocket on his chest. Factory Director Ma, the matters concerning medicinal herbs in Qingshan Village are managed by an educated youth. Ding Haxian hesitated for a long time before deciding to offer a few words of caution. Feng Lingyu was not easy to fool. She seemed like a cold and tough person. If she were offended, this deal would likely fall through. But before he could finish, he heard Factory Director Ma say displeasedly, "All right, what do you know? How could matters in Qingshan Village be left to an outsider? This would be impossible anywhere else, but it was the reality here." Ding Haxian wanted to speak again, but Ma said, "Xiao Ding, I know you're eager to prove yourself because you didn't handle things well last time. But young people have plenty of opportunities. You can't rush things." Seeing Factory Director Ma's condescending attitude, Ding Haxian was speechless. Fine, he wouldn't say anything more. Secretary Qi, who had been silent all along, showed no sign of his thoughts. He even smiled and comforted Ding Haxian. "Don't take it personally. Factory Director Ma has been a bit anxious lately." Ding Haxian was still familiar with Qingshan Village and directly led the two leaders to the village committee. Along the way, they were surprised by the cheerful villagers. What good thing was about to happen in Qingshan Village that made everyone so happy? Even more surprising was that people were clearing the village paths, removing obstructive stones and dead branches. Factory Director Ma, accustomed to being a leader, couldn't help but say narcissistically, "They wouldn't be preparing to welcome us, would they?" Ding Hongshuan's mouth twitched in exasperation. What kind of person was this? Did anyone even know who he was? Given Feng Lingyu's temperament, Ding Haxian could already foresee the outcome of this meeting. He hoped Factory Director Ma could maintain his good mood for now. Coincidentally, as they arrived at the village committee, they ran into Yang Zhengwo and his group. "Ding Haxian, why are you here?" Yang Lemei asked warily. The police station matter hadn't been resolved yet, and if her parents found out, she'd be in trouble. "Still about the same matter as last time," Ding Haxian said. Then, turning to Yang Zhengwo, he added, "Village Chief Yang, this is Factory Director Ma and Secretary Chief from our factory. They're here to discuss cooperation with your village." After saying this, he stepped back obediently. Yang Zhengwo turned his attention to the two formally dressed middle-aged men. "Hello, comrades. I'm Yang Zhengwo, the village chief of Qingshan Village." "Hello, Village Chief Yang. I'm Ma, the factory director of Danning Pharmaceutical Factory, and this is Secretary Chief from our factory. We're here to discuss purchasing medicinal herbs from you." Factory Director Ma shook hands with Yang Zhengwo. Yang Zhengwo thought to himself that the extra herbs Xiaoyu had them collect were really useful. Now even the factory director had come. However, he didn't know Xiaoyu's specific plans, so he'd let her handle the negotiations. With that in mind, Yang Zhengwo said with a smile, "All matters regarding medicinal herbs in our village are fully handled by educated youth Feng. You'll need to discuss this with her. I'm a rough man with no clue about business dealings, haha." Factory Director Ma's official smile stiffened. What was going on in Qingshan Village? Were they really letting an outsider manage such an important matter? I see. So where is this educated youth Feng now? He had to ask. She's inside. I'll have Lemay take you in. With that, young Jiangwo and the other cadres left without looking back. Secretary Qi was also surprised. Wasn't anyone in the village wary of this educated youth Feng? They left so decisively, it showed how much they trusted her. Secretary Qi became extremely alert. Yang Lemay, Xiao Yu, people from Danning Pharmaceutical Factory are here to see you. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. She knew they would come, since apart from Qingshan village, there were no medicinal herbs left in the entire Danning city. But she hadn't expected them to come so soon. It seemed their situation was more dire than she had imagined. So, she silently raised the price in her mind. Factory Director Ma hadn't expected the educated youth Feng to be so young. Secretary Qi was also taken aback. Educated youth Feng, I sent Xiao Ding here last time. He's young and not good with words, so he might not have expressed things clearly. Our factory wants to purchase all the medicinal herbs you have. Factory Director Ma stated his purpose directly. Ding Haxian was now speechless, utterly speechless. The reason the deal fell through last time was clearly because the price he offered was too low. I understand. We don't have many herbs left. You should know that our village's herbs have all been sent to the capital, Feng Lingyu said. Since she wasn't the one in a hurry, and they had come to beg, they were still playing mind games. Educated youth Feng, our factory is sincere. If you sell us the herbs this time, we're willing to prioritize purchasing herbs from your cooperative in the future. How about that? Factory Director Ma offered what he thought was a great deal. After all, if she agreed, the villagers of Qingshan village would have a steady income in the long run. He expected the young woman to agree happily, but to his and Secretary Qi's surprise, she merely curled the corner of her mouth. Factory Director Ma, I'll be straightforward with you. Feng Lingyu's expression changed in an instant, her imposing aura matched by her sharp eyes, involuntarily capturing their attention. Chapter 274, Su Guang who confuses right and wrong. You want all the medicinal herbs? Fine. After all, I can sell to anyone. Hearing this, Factory Director Ma and Secretary Qi were both pleased, never expecting it to be so easy to persuade her. But you have to give me a satisfactory price. I think you two should understand the principle of hoarding scarce goods. It was obvious that they needed the herbs in her hands, and Feng Lingyu had no intention of selling them at the original price. Besides, she still remembered how they had helped Xiao Ji deal with Zhao Qishu, so she wasn't about to let them off easily. Factory Director Ma and Secretary Qi exchanged a glance, both feeling uneasy. What price would be appropriate? Comrade Feng, I heard you only raised the price by 5 cents from the original purchase price. How about we add another 5 cents? Secretary Qi said after some deliberation. Secretary Qi, how about this? You go out there and try to buy at this price right now and see if anyone sells to you. I won't stop you. How about that? Ding Haxian sneered from behind. Now she knew how formidable Feng Lingyu was. They had thought she was just a young girl they could easily fool with a few words and small benefits to get her to relent. Secretary Qi smiled bitterly. The situation now was that even money couldn't buy the herbs. In truth, other cities might have the herbs they needed. But their best option was still to buy them in Qingshan village. First, if outsiders learned of their shortage, they would also jack up the prices. Second, the distance meant they had to consider transportation issues. The weather was getting colder, and snow could fall any day. If the trucks got stuck in the snow, the losses would be even greater. Factory Director Ma's expression darkened. Then, Comrade Feng, what price do you think is fair? Double the original price. Feng Lingyu dropped a bombshell. Yang Lemay was secretly shocked. Was Xiao Yu asking for that much? It was practically free money. Factory Director Ma abruptly stood up, the stool scraping loudly beneath him, his face reddening. If you're not satisfied, you can leave directly. Feng Lingyu remained unmoved, even taking a light sip of tea. Secretary Qi finally understood. This Comrade Feng didn't take them seriously at all. The fact that they had been there so long without even being offered a glass of water made it clear. How laughable that they had only just realized it, thinking they could easily manipulate her. Secretary Qi patted Factory Director Ma's shoulder, signaling him to calm down, then smiled at Feng Lingyu. Comrade Feng, we need to go back and discuss this first. We'll come back to negotiate another time. Fine. My price stands. Come find me when you've made up your minds. Oh, and you'd better hurry. The Beijing pharmaceutical factory might buy the remaining herbs. Under this series of blows, Secretary Qi could no longer force a smile and left with a grim expression. Ding Haxian gave Feng Lingyu and Yang Lemay an apologetic smile, nodded, and followed. Ding Haxian is really unlucky. He's going back to walk right into the line of fire again, Feng Lingyu said, feeling a rare moment of sympathy for him. Yang Lemay's eyes widened. Huh? What does he have to do with it? He was just a minor figure with no real standing. None of this was his decision. You don't get it? When things don't work out, the leaders never blame themselves. The subordinate who tagged along is the perfect scapegoat. It seemed he really had it rough at the factory. Both times, he was the one sent down to the countryside. Yang Lemay frowned. How can they be like this? He helped me yesterday. Xiaoyu, is there any way to help him too? We don't know how this will end yet. Let's wait and see. Feng Lingyu didn't commit to anything. Xiaoxi's leg had improved enough in recent days for her to move around, though she still couldn't walk properly. One day, while resting at home, she saw the caretaker bring in a letter. What's this? She asked irritably. Su Guang hadn't come to see her in days. A man claiming to be Su Guang's brother delivered it. He said it was urgent, the caretaker replied. Hearing news of Su Guang, Xiaoxi was overjoyed. Hurry, let me see it. Expecting a love letter, Xiaoxi opened it with delight, but the more she read, the angrier she became. That bitch Yang Lemay dared to falsely accuse Su Guang. In the letter, Su Guang naturally didn't mention what he had actually done. He only said he had confronted Yang Lemay about Xiaoxi's matter, only to find that she still harbored feelings for him and kept pestering him. To avoid upsetting Xiaoxi and let her rest well, he hadn't visited her during this time. But Yang Lemay only grew bolder, mocking Xiaoxi as a cripple and even drugging him to force him to be with her. His true love was Xiaoxi, so he naturally refused Yang Lemay's demands. But Yang Lemay had prepared a backup plan. She called the police herself and threatened to have him arrested if he didn't comply. Su Guang would rather die than submit, and now he begged Xiaoxi in the letter to save him. Xiaoxi was deeply moved by Su Guang's heartfelt confession in the letter, while her disgust for Yang Lemay grew even stronger. It had to be said, Su Guang was a master at twisting the truth, painting himself as an innocent victim. After receiving the letter, Xiaoxi couldn't bear the thought of her beloved suffering in prison. Su Guang had been living in bitterness these past 2 days. His once fair and clean face had become haggard. Not to mention the sour smell emanating from his body and the stubble covering his chin. He looked like a vagrant who had been wandering for years. Xiaoxi was shocked when the police told her that the filthy man was Su Guang. As for the dejected Su Guang, waiting for Xiaoxi to rescue him, a startling light lit up in his eyes. He had never thought Xiaoxi looked so beautiful. Xiaoxi, you're finally here. I've missed you so much these days, Su Guang said in a tender tone, forcing a brave expression. If he still looked like his old self, Xiaoxi would have rushed to him with concern. But now his whole body reeked of a strong stench. The moment he got close, Xiaoxi felt like she was going to vomit. Even her usually muddled thoughts about Su Guang became much clearer. A look of disgust crossed Xiaoxi's face as she covered her nose with her hand. Stay right there. Don't come any closer. Seeing Su Guang's eyes widen in disbelief, Xiaoxi remembered why she had come and forced a smile. I've been unwell lately. Let's just talk like this. Su Guang, your face has grown a double chin from all that eating. If you weren't so obviously disgusted, I might have believed you. Chapter 275, The Dispute Between Father and Daughter Chao. But now, circumstances were stronger than individuals, and Su Guang couldn't afford to dwell on these details at the moment. Gritting his molars, Su Guang forced a smile and said, Xiaoxi, I've been locked up for days now. It's all because I'm useless, but for you, I do it willingly. His words were a reminder to Xiaoxi, I was imprisoned because I love you, so you need to get me out. Sure enough, Xiaoxi was moved to tears by his words and said in a soft voice, Su Guang, don't worry, I'll get you out no matter what. Does Yang Lemay think she can cover the sky with one hand? I knew you cared about me the most. Don't worry, there's only you in my heart from beginning to end. Su Guang was truly a master of acting, tears coming on cue. As he spoke, a foul stench from the prison cell swept over again. Xiaoxi looked at the ground where cockroaches were faintly crawling and finally couldn't take it anymore. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you out. My leg hasn't healed yet, and I can't stay out walking for too long. I'll head back first. Xiaoxi made up a flimsy excuse, wanting to leave this awful environment. She had been spoiled by her father growing up and had never seen such a filthy scene. What's more, there were other prisoners in the cell, all eyeing Xiaoxi with sticky, disgusting looks. Some even whistled flirtatiously. Xiaoxi really didn't want to stay any longer. Su Guang felt terrible inside but knew he couldn't rush things, so he had to say, all right, go back first. Today has really been hard on you. Xiaoxi's mind was a mess. She nodded perfunctorily and turned to leave. Watching Xiaoxi's limping figure, Su Guang sighed, somewhat dissatisfied. A real clueless rich girl, she came to visit him in prison without bringing anything. Not food or drink, not even a clean set of clothes. Su Guang had been stringing Xiaoxi along, delaying marriage, because he didn't want to marry a princess he'd have to wait on hand and foot. Yang Fugue, locked in the neighboring cell, had been lying low. Ever since he was imprisoned, he had been very quiet. Now, seeing a woman who seemed to come from a well-off family say she would save Su Guang, violent emotions surged and churned in his eyes. That Su Guang, good for nothing but ruining things, couldn't even keep a naive young girl in check. He had thought this time would be foolproof. If only he hadn't been afraid of trouble and had kept watch himself. That would have been better than being dragged down by that useless teammate Su Guang. The day to contact the lady was coming up soon. If he wasn't out by then, she should notice something was wrong. Still, the best way was to get out through Su Guang, so he wouldn't be punished for incompetence. Chaozi couldn't save Su Guang on her own, so as soon as she left, she rushed to find her father. After hearing his daughter's request, Xiao Datong paced angrily around his office and finally pointed at her nose, saying, "There's no way I'm agreeing to this." He had been busy lately and thought his daughter was staying home to recuperate after breaking her leg. He never expected her to get in touch with that man again. "Didn't I tell you not to see that Su Guang anymore?" Xiao Datong had a naturally stern face, carrying the righteous spirit of a soldier. When he really darkened his expression, Chaozi felt a bit uneasy inside. But for the sake of her beloved, she still held back tears and stubbornly said, "Dad, you're being biased. I told you, Su Guang was wronged. As a public servant, you should firmly oppose such unjust cases. That vicious woman Yang Lemay needs to be arrested quickly, or she'll really run wild." Hearing his daughter's plausible but twisted reasoning, Xiao Datong stopped pacing in front of Chao Zi and said angrily, "Do you think your old man can do whatever he wants? The Public Security Bureau and I are in different departments. How can I meddle in their cases? Besides, I think Su Guang has bewitched you. You believe everything he says. Would that young woman have nothing better to do than ruin her own reputation to frame him? And do you think those police officers are so easily fooled that they'd lock someone up on a false accusation? If that were the case, society would have been in chaos long ago." Xiao Datong's hands trembled with anger, and he felt like he was about to spit blood. "What kind of brain do you have? You didn't inherit a bit of your mother's intelligence." Mentioning her mother, who died young, Chao Zi's nose stung, and she shouted, "If my mother were here, she wouldn't ignore me. It's all your fault." Whenever this topic came up, it became an insurmountable rift between father and daughter. Once brought up, it always ended bloody, with neither side gaining anything. Xiao Datong slumped down in his chair. "Xiaozi, you're this old now. You should at least listen a little." "I don't care. If you don't help Su Guang, I won't live anymore. You figure it out yourself." Chaozi wiped the tears from her face, said this, and had the maid help her back. When the secretary came in, he saw the usually decisive secretary Chao sitting slumped in his chair, as if all his energy had been drained. At this moment, he was just a frustrated father. The secretary sighed softly. Raising a disobedient child was nothing but torment. "It's nothing. Prepare the car. I need to go to the Public Security Bureau." Xiao Datong hesitated for a moment, but decided to first go understand the situation. If Su Guang really was wronged, that was one thing. Helping him out wouldn't be out of the question. At the Public Security Bureau, Xiao Datong swallowed his pride for the first time and asked a favor from his old comrade in arms. Yes, the bureau chief was a fellow soldier who had shared life and death experiences with him on the battlefield. "What's this about?" Chief Bai was very surprised, not understanding why his old friend had suddenly come to see a suspect's case file. Xiao Datong gave a bitter smile. "Old Bai, it's for my good-for-nothing daughter." He briefly recounted what Chao Zi had told him. "She even said she wouldn't live anymore. What do you expect me to do?" "Don't worry, I just want to see if what she said is true." "I absolutely won't play favorites." Chapter 276, Preparing for Zhao Qingshu's arrival. Since his old friend had put it that way, Director Bai couldn't bear to refuse. "Fine, but just a look." While his subordinates went to fetch the files, Director Bai said with some complexity, "I know this case. The chain of evidence is very complete, both witnesses and physical evidence are there. The chance of a false accusation is too small." "Old Bai, don't you think I know that? But for my daughter's sake, I have to examine it thoroughly and give her an answer." When Su Guang's case file was brought over, Xiao Datong opened it and read it word by word, just to see if there was anything off. Seeing how serious he was, Director Bai sighed inwardly. Children are nothing but debts. Noticing his somber expression, Director Bai asked, "What do you think? Any problems? How could Xiaozi be so brainless? She can't see through something this simple." The case file clearly laid out how Su Guang had plotted to get Yang Lemay. The old woman pretending to be a sick mother was the real mother of one of his thug buddies. Yang Lemay didn't even know that family. How could she be the one trying to frame Su Guang? "So, what are you planning to do?" Director Bai probed. Xiao Datong gave his old comrade a speechless look. "You think I'd bend the law for personal gain?" He had never done anything illegal or against discipline in all these years, always staying true to the uniform he once wore. Old Bai realized he had overthought it and gave an awkward laugh. "Anyway, you need to handle this properly. Kids can't just be indulged all the time. She's pushing you to bend the law now. Next time, she might ask you to help her commit murder or arson." If their relationship weren't so close, Director Bai wouldn't have spoken so frankly. His point was also that Chaozi needed to be properly disciplined. At the end of the day, her current behavior was also because Chao Datong had spoiled her too much. The furrow between Chao Datong's brows deepened. I need to think carefully about how to handle this. I can't let her get stuck in a dead end. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, Director Bai had seen all kinds of bizarre cases over the years. His eyes flickered, and an idea came to him immediately. At the end of the day, there's still that young girl involved. Why don't you go talk to her and find out what's going on? See why Su Guang wanted to target her. Yang Lemei had only given a simple statement, saying Su Guang had tried to trick her, but she hadn't gone into detail. After Su Guang was brought in, he only claimed he was innocent and at most mentioned Yang Fugue. As for the truth, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal it. Xiao Datong nodded at this. That made sense. As far as he knew, Su Guang had originally distanced himself from that kid because of his own daughter. There was no reason for him to give up Xiaozi and suddenly fall for Yang Lemei. After all, anyone with eyes could see who had the better prospects. Ever since Taidan recovered from his last injury, he would bring things to Feng Lingyu's house every now and then. Sometimes it was vegetables his grandmother Ge Hongmei had grown, sometimes firewood he had gathered on the mountain. Feng Lingyu told him not to bring anything, but he would just smile shyly and keep coming anyway. Because she knew this was the only way Taidan could express his gratitude now. So every time she made soup for Huiqing, Feng Lingyu would make him drink a bowl. Taidan knew the soup had a lot of good ingredients in it, and insisted on not drinking it, so Feng Lingyu teased him. It's fine, just drink it. I always add an extra bowl of water when I make the soup. If you feel bad about it, next time just bring a bowl of water over. The kid naturally didn't understand that the nutrients got diluted. He just thought Feng Lingyu made a lot of sense. Taidan, you're small. Next time, carry less firewood, okay? Otherwise, you might end up short when you grow up. Seeing Taidan panting as he carried another bundle of firewood over, Feng Lingyu said with concern. Sister Xiaoyu, it's fine. I'm strong. Thinking about possibly not growing tall, Taidan paused and added, I'll split it into 2 trips next time. Sure enough, no kid was indifferent to their height. Feng Lingyu chuckled. She took an apple from her room. Taidan, take this back for your grandmother to try. This apple is delicious. The apple in Feng Lingyu's hand was big and red, giving off a rich fruity aroma. Taidan had only ever eaten the green, sour wild apples from Little Green Mountain. He had no idea apples could look like this. But he knew this thing must be precious, so he shook his head. Sister Xiaoyu, this apple is too valuable. I can't take it. You keep it for yourselves. Feng Lingyu noticed the chocolate on the cabinet that Gao Xiaodao had put there. Hey, wait a moment. Taidan, take some of this candy instead. It's all dark and black, Huiqing doesn't like it. Taidan tilted his head confused. Why wouldn't someone like candy? Candy was the best thing in the world. When he saw the dark, hard lumps in Feng Lingyu's palm, Taidan thought, maybe this candy really wasn't that good. After all, what kind of candy was black? To keep his good friend from eating something unpleasant, Taidan loyally decided to take care of it himself. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. Goodbye, Sister Xiaoyu. Feng Lingyu watched Taidan leave, then turned around happily, only to meet Gao Xiaodao's resentful eyes. Xiaoyu, doesn't your conscience hurt, tricking a kid like that? Chocolate is the best candy in the world. Gao Xiaodao said in anguish. It's just coaxing a kid. Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose sheepishly. As the two chatted, Sun Yiming called out from outside. He's definitely here to take you for an inspection, Gao Xiaodao said to Feng Lingyu. Tomorrow, Zhao Qishu would come to Qingshan village to sign the contract, and Feng Lingyu wanted to leave a professional impression on him. After all, this time she hoped for a long-term partnership, not just a one-off like last time. Zhao Qingshu's demands would be stricter. So, Feng Lingyu discussed it with Yang Jiangwo, and a grand Qingshan village cleanup began. Especially the village collective canteen where herbs were processed. Since time was too tight for repairs, Feng Lingyu asked everyone to make sure it was spotless. All the utensils to be used also had to be washed thoroughly clean. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan were assigned by Feng Lingyu to supervise the cleaning in the village, and now she was going to check on the progress. How is it? Clean, right? Sun Yiming pointed at the completely transformed collective canteen, looking at Feng Lingyu proudly. It had been messy before, but now everything was neatly arranged. And it was organized by zones, basically enabling assembly line work. Not bad. Feng Lingyu was very satisfied. She hadn't expected Sun Yiming to have such foresight. Chapter 277. Formal negotiations on contract details, both sides at odds. Zhao Qingshu arrived at Qingshan village again, stunned by its transformed appearance. He was utterly amazed. Look at the clean and tidy village paths. Every household had even renovated their front gates. Not to mention the villagers he encountered on the road. Each one looked full of energy. Since this visit was to sign a long-term contract, Zhao Qingshu did not come alone. He was accompanied by several other leaders from the factory responsible for procurement. They had expected the village to be no different from any other rural area, but Qingshan village gave them a huge surprise. At the very least, the first impression of cleanliness and order was etched into their minds. Village Chief Yan, along with Feng Lingyu and her group, had been waiting early at the village committee office. As soon as they spotted Zhao Qingshu's vehicle, they warmly approached. Researcher Zhao, we've been looking forward to your arrival. Yang Jiangwo, now a bit more experienced, extended his hand to shake hands with each of Zhao Qingshu's group. Zhao Qishu and his team came with the intention of cooperation, so they naturally did not put on airs and responded warmly. Village Chief Yan, will be troubling you to host us this time. After everyone settled in and exchanged a few pleasantries, they began formal discussions about the cooperation. Village Chief Yang, the medicinal herbs you provided last time were of excellent quality. I mentioned over the phone that our factory is interested in signing a long-term contract with you. Therefore, the contract cannot be based on the same terms as last time. Since Zhao Qishu had dealt with the people of Qingshan village before, he took the lead in starting the conversation. Researcher Zhao, you may not know this yet, but this matter isn't under my authority. I'm a rough man who doesn't understand much. It was all the ideas of a few young kids in the village, huh? Yang Jiangwo laughed it off, signaling Feng Lingyu to speak up. Unlike the previous negotiation, this time many details were unpredictable, so Yang Jiangwo decided not to overstep his bounds. He would leave professional matters to the professionals. Grandpa Zhao, please first outline your factory's requirements so we can have a clear idea, Feng Lingyu said with a slight smile. The two others besides Zhao Qingshu were shocked. Could this young girl handle it? Although Zhao Qishu was somewhat surprised, he quickly accepted it. It made sense. Lingyu must not be from an ordinary family. He could tell from last time when she managed to arrange a fleet to transport the herbs. Not to mention that the factory owning the fleet was definitely a large state-owned enterprise, but even more impressive was that the entire fleet seemed connected to her. When receiving the herbs, Zhao Qingshu had deliberately tried to probe Lingyu's identity, but the drivers were all tight-lipped. Especially that stern middle-aged man. He gave Zhao Qingshu a very dangerous feeling. Lingyu, let's speak frankly. First, the price we offered last time was based on the urgency of the situation. Since this is a long-term cooperation, we can't stick to the original price. He wanted to lower the price. Second, from now on, Qingshan Village's herbs can only be sold to our Jing City pharmaceutical factory. He wanted a monopoly. Third, if you fail to supply the herbs on time, you must compensate us according to the contract. He wanted to get something for nothing. As Zhao Qishu stated each condition, Feng Lingyu mentally summarized their intentions. These three conditions were not Zhao Qingshu's own ideas, but were decided by the factory after discussion. When negotiating business, it's natural to propose terms that benefit oneself. If the other side is dissatisfied, they can always renegotiate. The village leaders in the office were all rural folks who had never negotiated contracts before. Even Yang Jiangwo last time had been thrust into it by Feng Lingyu. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Qingshu's conditions, they didn't see anything wrong. In their eyes, even earning 10 yuan a month was good, and they didn't understand the true value of the herbs in their hands. However, Feng Lingyu and Zhao Nanshan exchanged knowing smiles. Accepting such disadvantageous terms would make them fools. Grandpa Zhao, your three conditions are hardly speaking frankly. Feng Lingyu suddenly spoke up. After saying this, she looked at Zhao Nanshan and nodded to him. Everyone was puzzled. Why did she say just one sentence and then stop? Seeing this, Zhao Nanshan put down his pen and said calmly, "Everyone, we will not agree to any of the three conditions you just proposed." The people from Danyang Pharmaceutical Factory remained composed, as they hadn't expected things to be settled so easily. On the other hand, the villagers of Qingshan village hesitated, afraid of offending Zhao Qingshu and his team. But trusting that Feng Lingyu wouldn't act recklessly, they kept their worries to themselves and said nothing. You must be well aware of the quality of our herbs. If they weren't far beyond your expectations, you wouldn't travel such a distance to sign a long-term contract with us. Therefore, the price is non-negotiable. The people from Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory did not interrupt Zhao Nanshan, signaling him to continue. If you want Qingshan Village's herbs exclusively for yourselves, that can be discussed, but only at an additional cost. As for the last condition, Zhao Nanshan gave a disdainful smile. Contracts are meant to bind both parties. This condition only mentions our obligations, which is clearly unfair to us. So, the third point is hardly worth discussing. His implication was, wasn't the third condition just ridiculous? The few from Jing City Pharmaceutical Factory hadn't expected that this small Qingshan village had capable people who pinpointed the issues one by one. The meeting room fell into a tense silence. Everyone had their own considerations, each wanting to secure more benefits for their side. Though it was late autumn, Yang Jiangwo felt sweat all over, nervously drinking water. The others weren't much better off. Perhaps the most relaxed were the educated youths. Negotiating a contract naturally can't be settled in one go. How about I take you all to see our herb processing facility? Just as the silence hung in the air, a female voice tinged with laughter broke the standoff. Chapter 278, just hovering above the bottom line. The silence from both sides earlier was meant to show their respective stances. Now, Feng Lingyu spoke to give both sides a way to back down gracefully. Because everyone knew in their hearts that if this deal went through, it would benefit both parties. Those conditions just now were merely about the distribution of profits. Zhao Qishu and the others smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Alright, let's go take a look now. They were all sharp-minded people, excellent at maintaining appearances. Everyone tacitly let the earlier matter slide. For a moment, the atmosphere was so harmonious it was as if the argument had never happened. Sun Yiming let out a sigh of relief. He had thought the negotiation had fallen apart just now. Yang Jiangwo watched in stunned disbelief. How could these city people be so hypocritical? Their faces changed faster than the weather. P.S. Society is simple. It's people who are complicated. On the way to the communal cafeteria, a man with a small mustache asked with interest, "Why is your village so clean when it's not a festival or a special occasion?" Feng Lingyu, naturally, it's preparation for the future. The contract we signed with you last time was very rushed, so I didn't have time to demand hygiene standards from the villagers. But it will be different from now on. After all, these are medicinal herbs. The village's sanitation must be taken seriously. You are very far-sighted. No wonder you're in charge of this matter. I just happen to know a bit about this field, Feng Lingyu said modestly. At the communal cafeteria, several neatly dressed aunties were waiting there. They wore conspicuous, uniform-style robes that covered them tightly from head to toe. Comrade Feng, what is this for? The man asked in surprise. This is the work uniform I had made. These outer garments must be changed daily. Regardless of gender, all hair is completely covered to ensure maximum cleanliness of the medicinal materials during the production process. This was also experience Feng Lingyu had borrowed from later generations. Given the current conditions, it was impossible to have the villagers wear disposable protective suits, but these dirt-resistant robes could still be arranged. Zhao Qishu, a pharmaceutical researcher, usually wore a white lab coat and dust-proof clothing, so he didn't find it unusual. But the other leaders were pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected such a small village to achieve this level. They knew that their suppliers in the capital city were quite crude during production and didn't pay this much attention to hygiene. This forced them to reprocess the materials before they could be used as medicine. A hint of a smile flashed in Feng Lingyu's eyes. As long as they were satisfied. After all of this was put on display just for them. The wool must come from the sheep. If you want good service, you have to pay the corresponding price. Entering the communal cafeteria, Zhao Nanshan began introducing them one by one. We've basically formed the prototype of an assembly line now. Once we start operations next year, the speed will definitely increase greatly. Seeing Zhao Qishu and the others frowning at the earthen walls of the cafeteria, Zhao Nanshan continued, "There's no time for it now, but we will renovate this place. The walls will be plastered." According to Feng Lingyu's own ideas, she was certainly not satisfied with just a village cooperative. So when planning, she designed it based on the prototype of a factory. As for the protective clothing on the villagers, it was made from local coarse cloth that every household could weave themselves, though it took some time. Because this coarse cloth had a rough texture and was very abrasive against the skin, it was usually used for making multi-layered soles for cloth shoes or as burlap sacks. Using it as simple work uniforms was also a way to make the best use of things, since it wasn't worn directly against the skin. Our sincerity is surely evident to you all. So, the contract definitely cannot be signed according to your terms. After showcasing their advantages one by one, Feng Lingyu spoke confidently. Then, what do you mean? The middle-aged man with a small mustache asked. A few days ago, I compared our medicinal herbs with those on the market. Even the worst of ours is 30% better in quality than what's circulating outside, let alone the best ones. Therefore, the price simply cannot be the same as last time. You need to increase it, add 30% on top of the original price. Seeing Zhao Qishu and the others hesitate, Feng Lingyu shrugged and said in an innocent tone, "Or, we don't set a unified price. Depending on the quality of the different herbs, you pay whatever is appropriate." "Comrade Feng, we agree to the 30% increase," Zhao Qishu said quickly. Of the two calculation methods, the first was naturally more cost-effective, since 70% of Qingshan Village's herbs were top-grade. If they went with the second method, they would have to pay a lot more money. As for your condition that we only supply you, I have a question for everyone. The middle-aged man with the small mustache replied weakly, "Go ahead. Will your pharmaceutical factory in the capital have only Qingshan Village as its supplier?" Then, with all due respect, we cannot agree to that condition either. Unless you pay more, Feng Lingyu said with a smile. Sun Yiming covered his mouth with his hand to hide his amusement. When doing business with Feng Lingyu, unless she was willing, it was basically impossible to get her to take a loss. Adding another 30% on top of the original price was already a very high price, so Zhao Qishu and the others all looked pained. It was the mustached middle-aged man who gritted his teeth and said, "Then on this point, let's both compromise. You give us priority in supplying, and we give you priority in purchasing. How about that?" Feng Lingyu sneered inwardly. Wasn't there a perfect solution for both sides? That seems fair. Feng Lingyu nodded seriously. The third point needs thorough discussion. It can't be settled with just a simple sentence. Zhao Nanshan stepped forward and said, "In short, the last condition couldn't be fixed in stone. The time and output would vary each time and had to be adjusted based on actual circumstances." The mustached middle-aged man sighed inwardly. Truly, heroes come from the young. In this negotiation, their capital pharmaceutical factory hadn't gained any advantage at all. The most crucial thing was that the demands put forward by comrades Feng and Zhao just happened to hover right on their bottom line. This was definitely no coincidence. He silently elevated the cooperation with Qingshan village to the highest priority. Just as they were chatting happily and preparing to go back to sign the contract, Factory Director Ma and Secretary Qi from Danang Pharmaceutical Factory walked in. The two groups collided head-on, especially Zhao Qishu, who had a grudge with those two. Seeing them suddenly, their expressions all soured. Just as they thought the scene was awkward enough, two more people walked in from the entrance. The leader exuded an innate aura of authority, clearly someone in a high position. Factory Director Ma and Secretary Qi turned to look, and upon seeing the newcomers, their faces changed simultaneously. Chapter 279, Three-Way Meeting, Factory Director Ma halts cooperation. Could it be that the government already knew about the problems in their factory? Factory Director Ma and Secretary Qi exchanged uneasy glances, panic rising in their hearts. "Secretary Chao, what brings you here?" Factory Director Ma steadied himself, forcing a smile as he stepped forward. Secretary Qi was not to be outdone, though his smile was even more humble. Chao Datong and his secretary had driven to Qingshan village with the intention of finding Yang Lemay, never expecting to run into Factory Director Ma and Secretary Qi of the Danyang Medicinal Materials Factory here. The Danyang Medicinal Materials Factory was a major city-run enterprise and a key industrial leader that the city highly valued, so Chao Datong was fairly familiar with the two of them. "What are you two doing here?" Chao Datong asked with a hint of a smile. Hearing this, Factory Director Ma breathed a sigh of relief, so they didn't know about the factory's issues yet. Much more at ease, Factory Director Ma laughed heartily. "I'm here to purchase medicinal materials. The quality of Qingshan village's herbs is excellent." Standing nearby, Feng Lingyu and the others watched with mixed feelings. They had no idea what the so-called Secretary Chao was here for. Yang Lemay's heart pounded with nervousness. She quietly edged closer to Feng Lingyu and whispered that Secretary Chao is Chao Zi's father. "Is he here to cause trouble for us?" Feng Lingyu frowned slightly, but turned to reassure her. "It's fine. We haven't done anything wrong." Comforted by Feng Lingyu's words, Yang Lemay felt a bit more at ease. Since Xiao Yu said it was fine, then surely nothing would go wrong. Even if he was a high-ranking official, he'd need a reason to come after them. The higher one stood, the more powerful their enemies became. If he dared to frame them, he'd be handing his opponents a weapon. Someone who could become a city secretary wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chao Datong, Factory Director Ma led him and his secretary over. "This is Village Chief Yang of Qingshan Village." "Village Chief Yang, this is Secretary Chao of Danang City." Factory Director Ma introduced them one by one. The highest-ranking official Yang Jiangwo had ever met was the commune secretary, so he'd never had the chance to interact with someone of Chao Datong's level. "A bit nervous yet pleased," he said. "Secretary Chao, welcome. May I ask what brings you to Qingshan Village?" Chao Datong looked at the honest, rustic man with a square face before him and thought, so this is Yang Lemay's father. "I do have some business. But first come, first served. Let's finish your matters first." Chao Datong had read the materials on Qingshan Village and knew they had established a rural cooperative. He assumed they were in the middle of negotiating a deal. Feng Lingyu gave Yang Jiangwo an almost imperceptible nod, signaling him not to decline. The most important thing now was to sign the contract with a Beijing pharmaceutical factory, given all the preparation that had gone into it. As for Chao Datong, Feng Lingyu knew he was there solely for Chao Zi and Su Guang. Receiving Feng Lingyu's signal, Yang Jiangwo said, "All right, then let's all move to the village office." As the city's party secretary, Chao Datong had a strong interest in people's livelihoods. Seeing Qingshan Village's clean and tidy appearance, he praised it highly. Xiao Datong also asked Yang Jiangwo in detail about the village cooperative. After hearing Yang Jiangwo's explanation, he was even more astonished. Those unfamiliar faces from earlier had actually come from Beijing to discuss a partnership. Zhao Qishu, watching Xiao Datong at the front, was deeply conflicted. After all, Chaozi had treated him with disdain back then, and the issues at the Danyang medicinal materials factory were somewhat tied to him. If this secretary was here to cause trouble and the deal fell through, he'd be the factory scapegoat. Unable to voice this worry, Zhao Qishu remained silent the entire way. Once they reached the village committee office, Feng Lingyu spoke directly. "Comrade Zhao, bring out the contract we drafted." Hearing this, Zhao Qingshu's face lit up with joy. It seemed Feng Lingyu was ready to sign the contract immediately. Once the contract was signed, it would be set in stone, beyond anyone's interference. Xiao Datong looked at the young woman who had spoken. He had only thought she was quite pretty earlier. But now, as soon as they entered the office, she spoke before village chief Yang, and everyone immediately sprang into action without a hint of objection. Clearly, she held a significant position in the village. He had assumed Yang Jiangwo was behind the Qingshan village cooperative, but now it seemed this young woman was the key figure. Zhao Nanshan brought out 2 copies of the contract, placing one in front of Feng Lingyu and the other in front of Zhao Qingshu. "Grandpa Zhao, take a look first. If there are no issues, we'll sign." The representatives from the Beijing pharmaceutical factory saw the already dried ink on the contract. Clearly, it had been prepared in advance. This meant Feng Lingyu had anticipated every condition they would propose. The final outcome of the negotiations had all been within her expectations. "Comrade Feng, there are no issues." At this point, the Beijing factory representatives had resigned themselves to it. They had lived for decades, yet they couldn't match a young girl. How humbling. "Since there are no issues, let's finalize it." Feng Lingyu picked up a fountain pen and swiftly signed her name under Party B. Zhao Qishu smiled in satisfaction. This trip hadn't been in vain. Just as she was about to stamp the village's official seal, Factory Director Ma suddenly spoke up. "Comrade Feng, wait." Feng Lingyu frowned in displeasure. "What's the matter, Factory Director Ma? Do you see a problem?" Her implication was clear. What did the cooperation between Qingshan Village and the Beijing pharmaceutical factory have to do with him? Factory Director Ma was frantic. He had assumed the Beijing factory was buying up the village's remaining medicinal materials. If they took everything, the problems at his own factory would be impossible to hide. Xiao Datong looked at Factory Director Ma with some surprise. Interrupting someone else's negotiations was hardly dignified. "Factory Director Ma, you have no right to halt our cooperation," Zhao Qingshu said darkly. Chapter 280, Colluding to Trick Factory Director Ma. If it weren't for Factory Director Ma insisting on raising the price back then, he wouldn't have nearly failed to complete his task. "Comrade Ji Qingfeng, I agree to the price you mentioned last time. We're from the same city, your resources should be prioritized for local factories." Factory Director Ma, unable to care about anything else, said directly. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes. She knew that Factory Director Ma must have mistakenly thought the contract they signed was for the purchase of the village's remaining medicinal herbs. She turned to Xiao Datong, who was sitting nearby watching the show, and asked, "Secretary Qiao, is there a regulation in our city that resources should be prioritized for local factories?" At this, everyone looked at Xiao Datong, awaiting his answer. Xiao Datong's gaze was sharp. He nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Back then, to protect the development of local industries, there was indeed such a regulation. After all, if all resources flowed out, local factories would inevitably struggle to compete with large factories from other regions." A smile finally appeared on Factory Director Ma's face. He glanced triumphantly at Zhao Qingshu and said, "Comrade Ji Qingfeng, I wouldn't deceive you in front of so many people. Our factory is sincere, we're willing to buy at the price you set." Factory Director Ma was confident. Last time, their negotiations fell through because of the price. Now that he had relented, he believed Feng Lingyu had no reason to refuse. "Well, I'm afraid that won't work," Feng Lingyu said with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned about how much her words had shaken Factory Director Ma. Factory Director Ma's triumphant smile froze on his face. "Why?" he asked incredulously. Feng Lingyu tilted her head, as if equally puzzled. "That was the price back then. Now that the weather has turned cold, we only have processed medicinal herbs on hand. Naturally, we can't sell them to you at the raw material price. Then what price do you think is fair?" Factory Director Ma took a deep breath to suppress his anger and asked through gritted teeth. "What?" Factory Director Ma could no longer sit still this time. He could still accept double the price of raw herbs. After all, it was only a difference of 30 cents to 60 cents. But processed herbs weren't calculated that way. It was a difference of 2 yuan to 4 yuan. Although the multiplier was the same, the actual money involved was far greater. Zhao Qishu and the others, who also dealt with medicinal herbs, naturally knew how steep Feng Lingyu's asking price was. They felt a bit relieved inwardly. Feng Lingyu had indeed gone easy on them. It had to be said, the treatment was all about comparison. Double is too much. Let's negotiate. With the situation working against him, factory director Ma had no choice but to swallow his pride. Zhao Qingshu suddenly coughed twice, suppressing a laugh, and said, "Comrade Ji Qingfeng, our Beijing pharmaceutical factory is willing to buy. Let's sign the contract with us instead." Factory director Ma and Secretary Qi's faces twisted slightly. They had almost forgotten there was still someone here waiting to snatch the deal. Feng Lingyu looked at factory director Ma with an air of ease. "Just you wait, see if I don't teach you a proper lesson this time. I'm willing to follow the policy and sell to you, but you have to give me a reasonable price, don't you? There's no reason for me to sell to you at a loss when there's a higher offer on the table." Even if Secretary Chao is here, what can he really say? With no other choice, factory director Ma and Secretary Qi had to swallow their pride. "Fine, we'll go with your price." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu smiled in satisfaction. "Factory director Ma, you're straightforward. Comrade Ji Qingzhao, please draft another contract with the Danang Pharmaceutical Factory." Zhao Nanshan pressed his lips together, holding back his laughter. "All right, I'll write it up right away." Yang Jianghua was overjoyed. Back when Feng Lingyu had insisted on collecting more herbs, he had worried they wouldn't sell. Now, they were selling at double the price. Sure enough, Xiaoyu was a child with foresight, and Zhao Nanshan was also very clever. With the two of them around, their Qingshan village would be different from other villages from now on. Haha. As for the year-end awards for model villages, Qingshan village was sure to be selected this year. Thus, in the silent office, only Yang Jianghua was completely at ease. Hidden beneath the table, the tip of his crossed leg swayed contentedly. The contract with the Danang Pharmaceutical Factory was much simpler than the one with the Beijing Pharmaceutical Factory. After all, it only covered the price negotiation, while the Beijing contract involved various aspects. Therefore, Zhao Nanshan finished drafting the contract quickly. Qiao Datong glanced at it and silently praised Zhao Nanshan. He was truly a promising candidate for a political career. With his skills, he would surely excel at writing official documents. As soon as he got the contract, factory director Ma urged Feng Lingyu to sign and stamp it immediately, afraid she might pull another stunt. If she raised the price again, he really couldn't afford it. Once Feng Lingyu stamped the contract, factory director Ma felt the matter was settled and became arrogant again. "Sorry, researcher Zhao, it looks like you've made a wasted trip this time." Zhao Qingshu gave him a cold glance. "Factory director Ma, you'd better mind your own business." Then, factory director Ma saw Feng Lingyu continue signing the contract with Zhao Qingshu. He was baffled. "Wait, didn't you sell the herbs to us? Why are you still signing a contract with them?" "Secretary Chao is right here watching. I agreed to your price hike, but you can't sell the same batch of herbs to two buyers." Would she dare to go back on her word in front of Secretary Chao? Qiao Datong frowned. This young comrade shouldn't be the type to renege on the spot. Judging by her actions just now, she was clearly someone who thought several steps ahead. Even if she wanted to back out, she wouldn't do it this way, leaving a clear trail for others to exploit. "But we're signing a different contract, factory director Ma." "You've misunderstood," Feng Lingyu said innocently, though her eyes were full of playful amusement. "What?" Factory director Ma was truly furious now, barely able to believe what he was hearing. Zhao Qishu seized the opportunity to sneer. "Factory director Ma, you're quite strange. You sign your contract, so why are you so fixated on what others are doing? Besides, you cut in line to sign your contract just now, and I didn't complain." Factory director Ma was so angry, he felt like vomiting blood. Asterisk, was this about cutting in line? Asterisk. Now he finally understood. Feng Lingyu and Zhao Qingshu had set him up together. The two of them played off each other, tricking him into signing a high-price contract. And, because he was guilty and afraid of exposing himself in front of Secretary Chao, he hadn't seen through it. "Secretary Chao, Comrade Ji Qingfeng dared to deceive me right in front of you. Aren't you going to do something about this? If everyone does business by playing tricks like her, won't it ruin the reputation of our Danang city? She's just an outsider, an educated youth who can pack up and leave whenever she wants. But the ones who suffer are our local factories." Left with no choice, factory director Ma appealed to the highest authority present. Chapter 281. Nonsense, Distorting Facts. Qiao Datong's sharp gaze shot straight at Feng Lingyu, and with his expressionless face and slightly drooping mouth corners, he exuded a suffocating pressure. Everyone in the meeting room sat upright, even their breathing softened, as if a silent storm was about to descend. Zhao Nanshan and Sun Yiming looked at Feng Lingyu with concern. For someone like Qiao Datong, who was used to intimidating others with his presence, could Xiaoyu hold her ground without showing fear? Although Feng Lingyu was young, she had experienced far bigger scenes than this. In her past life, those who managed to secure a place under her were all high-ranking, bloodthirsty warriors. Xiao Datong's imposing manner was nothing more than a child's tantrum in front of her, utterly ridiculous. Thus, the scene everyone feared, Feng Lingyu being intimidated, did not happen. She even had the leisure to add some water to her cup. As if completely oblivious to Xiao Datong's oppressive stare, she calmly said, "Everyone has been talking so much, you must be tired. Lemay, pour water for everyone." Yang Lemay hurriedly responded, "Oh, okay, got it." Zhao Qingshu naturally smoothed things over, saying, "Indeed, I'm a bit thirsty too." Yang Zhangwo looked around, coughed lightly, and said, "Let's take a break. Anyway, the contract is signed now." Yes, my back is a bit sore, haha. It had to be said that with these people's interruptions, the solemn atmosphere eased a little. "Comrade Feng, so young and already so composed. When I was your age, I was far from your equal." Just as everyone thought the matter had passed, Xiao Datong suddenly spoke. Feng Lingyu remained as unflappable as ever, not even the slightest change in the curve of her lips. She met Xiao Datong's eyes without flinching. "Secretary Xiao, you flatter me." Though she said, "You flatter me," there was not a trace of embarrassment on her face. Instead, she seemed utterly self-assured. Xiao Datong chuckled. "You heard Factory Manager Ma's accusations just now. Don't you have anything to say?" The weight of those 4 words was immense, and Factory Manager Ma immediately jumped in. Comrade Feng's skill at distorting facts is truly remarkable. He hadn't expected that, in front of everyone, Feng Lingyu would still deny it. "Clearly, the contract you signed with Zhao Qishu and the others was different, but you deliberately deceived me into thinking the medicinal herbs were in short supply, tricking me into signing a contract far above the original price." After speaking, Factory Manager Ma turned to Xiao Datong. "Secretary Xiao, you saw this with your own eyes. Under these circumstances, Comrade Feng is still using smooth talk to try to muddle through. This is utterly despicable behavior. Factory Manager Ma, this contract was signed by you yourself. And I don't see anything unreasonable about the pricing of the medicinal herbs. As for the claim that we conspired with researcher Zhao to deceive you, that's baseless. Today was originally our day to discuss the contract. We had no idea you would also be coming today. We don't have the ability to predict the future and know your movements in advance." Feng Lingyu frowned, her tone extremely serious. "Secretary Xiao, justice lies in people's hearts. Researcher Zhao and I never said a single word to mislead Factory Manager Ma. In fact, Researcher Zhao and I signed the contract first, and Factory Manager Ma jumped in to stop it. Now he's turning around and blaming us." Xiao Datong watched the young girl argue her case with conviction and found it amusing. She had clearly set a trap but felt no guilt. In the end, it was Factory Manager Ma who was too foolish. A teenage comrade could toy with him so easily. He wondered how Factory Manager Ma had offended Feng Lingyu and the researcher from Beijing, prompting them to join forces to set him up. "Comrade Feng makes a valid point. You did voluntarily sign the contract yourself," Xiao Datong said, looking at the furious Factory Manager Ma. Factory Manager Ma hadn't expected Secretary Xiao to not side with him and quickly said, "But, Secretary Xiao, isn't this obvious?" "Obvious? Then why were you deceived?" Xiao Datong's words struck like a sharp sword, piercing deep into Factory Manager Ma's heart. If it weren't for Xiaozi, the cooperation with Zhao Qishu would have succeeded long ago, and none of this would have happened. Now, Xiao Datong, as the father, was even kicking him while he was down. Secretary Qi silently calmed Factory Manager Ma. He understood clearly, it wasn't that Secretary Xiao didn't want to speak for them. It was just that Feng Lingyu and her team had executed their plan flawlessly. Everything had been imagined by Factory Manager Ma himself. Who could he blame? Since the contract is already signed and there's no room for reversal, let's all prioritize harmony, Secretary Qi said with a smile. Now that the deed was done, their factory was bound to take a significant loss. But as long as they could quietly get through the factory's difficulties, dealing with a small village cooperative later wouldn't be hard, would it? Sooner or later, they'd make them spit out what they had taken. Secretary Qi is a sensible man, Feng Lingyu said approvingly. After dealing with Factory Manager Ma and Secretary Qi, Feng Lingyu and Zhao Qingshu signed the contract in high spirits. Researcher Zhao, your Beijing pharmaceutical factory sure has a long reach. But I wonder, does your original partner know you've switched suppliers? Factory Manager Ma, unable to stand their smugness, sneered loudly. Factory Manager Ma, you sure have a lot of worries. Your factory must be in great shape, I assume. Now that the Beijing pharmaceutical factory's issues were resolved, Zhao Qishu was no longer afraid of Factory Manager Ma. Thinking back to how he had humbly begged them, and they had put on airs, Zhao Qingshu felt deeply bitter. Our factory's affairs are none of your concern. Factory Manager Ma, stung where it hurt, his facial muscles twitching. Zhao Qishu snorted coldly. The same goes for you, Factory Manager Ma. Seeing factory manager Ma so furious, he could only point at Zhao Qishu. Speechless, Feng Lingyu pursed her lips, trying hard not to laugh. Just as she was holding back her laughter, she felt an intense gaze fixed on her. However, today's scheme had been improvised on the spot, and Feng Lingyu wasn't afraid of Secretary Chao causing trouble for her. So, since she had been caught, she stopped restraining herself and laughed openly. The group from Qingshan village all followed Feng Lingyu's lead. Seeing her laugh, everyone else joined in. Chapter 282, Have your daughter get her head checked. Amid the joyful atmosphere, a sharp cry rang out, "Old Ma! What's wrong with you?" It turned out that factory director Ma felt everyone was laughing at him, and in a fit of rage, he couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. The car carrying factory director Ma and Secretary Chi drove off into the distance, the dust it kicked up carrying a distinct air of fleeing in disgrace. Young Jiangwo approached Chao Datong and asked cautiously, "Secretary Chao, all the matters in our village have been handled. May I ask what brings you to our village?" "I'm here to see Comrade Yang Lemay. There are some things I'd like to ask her." Chao Datong's face revealed neither pleasure nor displeasure. Yang Jiangwo's eyes widened instantly. How could it be that he was here for his daughter? I know my daughter. She's just a young girl. She doesn't understand anything. Yang Jiangwo said carefully. Chao Datong looked down at Yang Jiangwo, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, I just want to get a clearer picture." When Yang Lemay heard that Chao Datong was here for her, she actually felt a sense of relief, as if something had finally settled. She could guess what it was about. Afraid that Secretary Chao would say it in front of Yang Jiangwo, she quickly said, "Dad, it's fine. It's just about answering some questions. You two go ahead and get busy. Isn't the village still due for renovations?" Feng Lingyu also urged, "Uncle Yang, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Lemay." With Feng Lingyu's assurance, Yang Jiangwo felt much more at ease and left, looking back every few steps. Seeing this, the others tactfully left the village committee office as well. "Secretary Chao, let's talk inside. You don't mind if I listen in, do you?" Feng Lingyu poured a fresh cup of tea for Chao Datong and his secretary, asking calmly. Of course not. Chao Datong could now vaguely guess that this educated youth Feng might also be involved in Su Guang's matter. "I won't beat around the bush. I'm here about Su Guang's case, which, of course, also involves my daughter. Comrade Yang, why has Su Guang been coming to you so frequently lately?" Chao Datong stared intently at Yang Lemay's face, asking in a deep voice. There was nothing hard to say about this. Yang Lemay's tense jaw relaxed. He was trying to swindle money out of me, or more accurately, out of the village. Our village has a large remittance for medicinal herbs. Su Guang found out about it from somewhere and wanted to get that money through me. Su Guang told my daughter that he was deceived by you, and that he was arrested because you couldn't have him, so you deliberately framed him. Before Chao Datong could finish, the originally demure girl across from him suddenly stood up. Bullshit. As if I'd ever be interested in him. Seeing everyone staring at her in shock, Yang Lemay sat back down sheepishly and muttered quietly, he's talking nonsense. Chao Datong's fingers on his knee twitched slightly. Yang Lemay's intense reaction didn't seem fake. It appeared she was telling the truth. Of course, I didn't take Xiaozi's one-sided story at face value. Before coming here, I specifically went to the Public Security Bureau to check the case files. I found that everything was just a little too convenient. You know, when there are too many coincidences, they stop being coincidences. Chao Datong's tone was leisurely, and he took a sip of the tea Feng Lingyu had poured for him. Yang Lemay, on the other hand, was so nervous that her palms were sweating, her whole body stiff and straight. Meeting Chao Datong's scrutinizing gaze, she lowered her eyes. I was just lucky that day. Secretary Chao, the person who reported the case that day was a young secretary from Danang Medicinal Materials Factory. Lemay was tricked into going there by Su Guang on the pretext that his mother was seriously ill. Even the woman pretending to be his mother was someone he found himself, not to mention the drug he administered. Su Guang's story is full of holes. I think you shouldn't be questioning Lemay. Instead, you should have your own daughter get her head checked. Feng Lingyu had a face as delicate and beautiful as a peach blossom, but her words were as sharp as thorns, piercing straight to the heart. The secretary glared at Feng Lingyu. Educated youth Feng, you should watch your words. I'm just stating the facts. If she could believe Su Guang's story, I don't know whether to call her stupid or naive. Feng Lingyu sneered. She failed to manage her own daughter, and now coming to question young Lemay. What's the point? At the end of the day, Chaozi's problem was her own bad judgment. Instead of being a perfectly fine rich, beautiful heiress, she had to fall for a man with nothing to offer but his face. Chao Datong looked at Feng Lingyu. Aren't you afraid I'll get angry, cursing my daughter right in front of me? I'm just telling the truth. Besides, making you angry isn't against the law. Feng Lingyu spread her hands. Chao Datong laughed instead of getting angry. You're right. Making me angry isn't against the law. But the case isn't entirely without its flaws. For example, the drug Yang Lemay testified about that day, after testing, the amount she ingested wasn't enough to render her unconscious. So, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to speculate that she already knew the water was drugged beforehand? Feng Lingyu's eyelashes fluttered, a strand of hair falling beside her cheek. Frowning, she asked, "What exactly are you trying to say, Secretary Chow?" Yang Lemay didn't dare speak now, afraid that saying the wrong thing might put Xiaoyu in a difficult position. Secretary Chow raised an eyebrow and said casually, "What I mean is, Su Guang is certainly not innocent, but Yang Lemay is also suspected of turning the tables and setting a trap for him." Feng Lingyu's hands suddenly clenched. This Chow Datong really did have some skill. But she didn't panic. Instead, she countered, "Secretary Chow, what exactly are you trying to achieve by saying all this? You said it yourself, Su Guang isn't innocent. Surely you're not thinking of bending the law to release him for the sake of your daughter. There's one thing, Secretary Chow, that you might not know yet." Feng Lingyu looked at the secretary, who had been sitting quietly in the background like a prop. "Your daughter, Chaozi, used your secretary here to get the Danyang Medicinal Materials Factory to reject the collaboration with researcher Zhao. Anyone hearing that would think Chaozi is the factory director of Danyang Medicinal Materials Factory." Chow Datong squinted at his secretary. "Did you really do that?" Cold sweat broke out on the secretary's forehead. "Chaozi just asked me to make an appearance at the Danyang Medicinal Materials Factory. I didn't know anything else." Generally, a high-ranking leader's secretary is the leader's representative. Where the secretary goes, it implies the leader's authorization. Chow Datong genuinely hadn't known that his daughter was using his name to cause trouble. "Are you my secretary, or hers?" Chow Datong asked coldly. Some things were a bottom line, not to be crossed even by his own daughter. Especially since, if this ever came to light, no one would believe Chow Datong if he claimed ignorance. "Educated youth Feng, this is my oversight. But what does this have to do with Su Guang's case? How is it unrelated? If it weren't for Su Guang, Chaozi wouldn't have come after us. She maliciously sabotaged their collaboration because she saw that researcher Zhao was acquainted with us. At the end of the day, it's your daughter, relying on her father's position as secretary, who runs rampant and stirs up trouble." Chapter 283. I think she's just too well-fed. Chow Datong's eyes widened. How many years had it been since he retired from the military that someone had pointed a finger at him and scolded him like this? But Feng Lingyu was right. It was indeed his own inaction that had given Chaozi the courage to act this way. Chow Datong lowered his eyes and let out a sigh. "I'm not here today to cause trouble for you. It's just that Chaozi believes Su Guang's words without question. I need to know the details of this matter so I can make her see Su Guang's true character." Yang Lemay, seeing that Chow Datong truly had no intention of making trouble, relaxed her tense back. Summoning her courage, she spoke up, "But back when we were studying, Chaozi already listened to Su Guang a lot. In the end, we still need to figure out why she trusts him so much." Knowing his own daughter's personality well, Chow Datong felt a bit embarrassed. Why else? She's liked being flattered since she was little. Su Guang is fair-skinned and good-looking, so of course she took an interest in him. Isn't that simple? Just give her whatever she likes, and that'll be the end of it, Feng Lingyu said casually. Is Su Guang the only good-looking smooth talker in this world? With your status and position, Secretary Chow, finding someone to flatter your daughter should be easy enough. In essence, Chaozi was spoiled. She had never suffered hardship growing up. For someone like that, either you keep flattering her forever, or you give her a harsh lesson so she learns her mistake. Hearing Feng Lingyu's words, Chow Datong disagreed. "I won't live forever. If I find someone like that for Chaozi, she'll end up being taken advantage of in the future." Chow Datong only had one daughter in his life, Chaozi. How could he throw her into a pit of fire like that? "Secretary Chow, there's actually another way. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it," Feng Lingyu said, her eyes sparkling as she thought of a good idea. "What?" Feng Lingyu's unusually sharp reasoning today made Chow Datong hold high expectations for her suggestion. "Don't you think Comrade Xiao Chao is too well-fed and living too comfortably?" Chow Datong frowned, not understanding Feng Lingyu's meaning. Only when survival needs are met do people have the spare mental energy to think about romantic and frivolous things. At this point, Feng Lingyu's smile grew even brighter. "From this, we can deduce the opposite. If you want her to have no time for such thoughts, you have to make her struggle to survive. Ask yourself, when Chaozi can't get enough to eat, wears tattered clothes that can't keep out the cold, and wakes up every day thinking first about where her next meal will come from, will she still have room in her mind for Su Guang? If she could still think about romance at a time like that, Feng Lingyu would truly admire her." Chow Datong's heart was in turmoil. He knew that Feng Lingyu's suggestion had some merit. Given Chaozi's pampered nature, if she couldn't eat and drink well, how could she possibly care about Su Guang? But back when times were hard, he had done everything he could to keep his daughter from suffering. When his wife passed away, he had sworn to cherish their daughter and let her grow up carefree. Seeing Chao Datong still hesitating, Feng Lingyu added fuel to the fire. Secretary Chao, spoiling a child is like killing them. With Chaozi the way she is now, if you ever lose your power one day, though she is offended will not let her off easy. Feng Lingyu had no idea that she looked just like a little witch casting a spell, radiating ill intent. Chao Datong pondered for a moment, then caught on and gave a wry smile. Comrade Feng, you're the one who wants to teach Chaozi a lesson, aren't you? Aren't you a bit too bold, advising me like this right to my face? Feng Lingyu, having been caught red-handed, showed no embarrassment. She replied matter-of-factly, but weren't you tempted to? If my method had no merit, you wouldn't have considered it for so long. With Chao Datong around, Feng Lingyu knew she couldn't really do anything serious to Chaozi. But whenever she remembered how Chaozi had cost Lemay her job in the city, Feng Lingyu gritted her teeth in anger. Now that there was a legitimate way to teach her a lesson, why not use it? If this opportunity made Chaozi finally wise up and grow a brain, Chao Datong would even have to thank her. Comrade Feng, since you came up with this idea, you'll be the one responsible for carrying it out properly, Chao Datong said with a wry laugh. Feng Lingyu was stunned. What did he mean by that? I'll send her to Qingshan village tomorrow. As for Su Guang, don't worry, I'll make sure he never shows up in Danning City again. After saying this, Chao Datong stood up, straightened the hem of his clothes, and left coldly with his secretary. Feng Lingyu grabbed Yang Lemay's hand. Wait, did Secretary Chao just say he's sending Chaozi to Qingshan village? Yang Lemay also felt that the situation was taking a bizarre turn. Her original intention was just to let Chaozi suffer a little. She hadn't signed up to babysit someone else's child. Xiaoyu, what if Chaozi really gets sent here tomorrow? Yang Lemay had never gotten along with Chaozi, and the thought of having to see her every day filled her with dread. Feng Lingyu closed her eyes tightly and ground her teeth. What do? We teach her a lesson, of course. Since Chao Datong dared to send Chaozi here, she dared to straighten her out. But seeing that Chao Datong kept his eyes closed and said nothing, he didn't dare to speak. As the car was about to reach the government building, the secretary breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed today's trouble was over. This time, Chaozi was also at fault, so I won't punish you severely. After you go back, switch positions with Xiao Wei, Chao Datong suddenly said. Yes. The secretary smiled bitterly. It seemed he hadn't escaped after all. Chao Datong had 4 secretaries under him, but aside from the one who always stayed by his side, the others just helped him write drafts and handle documents. Compared to that, naturally, the one closest to him had the brightest future. If only he hadn't been greedy and tried to curry favor with Chaozi back then. Chapter 284, Yan Wei loses face. Thanks to the contract with Danang Medicinal Materials Factory, Yang Jiangwo knew the village would have another substantial income. Therefore, when building various public facilities in the village, he spared no expense and made sure everything was done well. Feng Lingyu took advantage of a moment when no one was watching to make a special trip to the cowshed. Only after seeing that the workers building the cowshed were not cutting corners did she feel relieved. The newly built cowshed was bright and spacious, the floor had been leveled, and the village had adopted Feng Lingyu's suggestion to raise the floor about 20 centimeters off the ground. She did this out of concern that the winter dampness might trigger Shin Xiui's cough again. When it got colder, she would bring charcoal for Grandpa Shin, and with the heated kang at night, it wouldn't be cold at all. Thinking about it, she had gone through quite a lot of trouble just to get the village enough money to build the cowshed. Just as Feng Lingyu shook her head and was about to leave, she saw Yan Wei, who hadn't come near her in a long time, walking over. Feng Lingyu didn't avoid him and stood there openly. After all, everyone in the village knew she would occasionally check on the quality of the renovations. Her presence at the cowshed at this moment was perfectly reasonable. Comrade Feng, here to inspect the progress again? Yan Wei flashed what he thought was his most charming smile. Recently, the whole village had been busy collecting and processing medicinal herbs, and their educated youth point had been busy too. Fortunately, everything was done now and he could put his original plan back on track. Yes, Feng Lingyu replied in a cold, indifferent tone. She didn't want to say much to Yan Wei, so she gave him a slight nod and prepared to leave. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was about to leave after just a greeting, Yan Wei felt quite unsettled. Comrade Feng, wait. Didn't I mention last time that if your brother has any trouble with his studies, he can come ask me? Having finally run into Feng Lingyu alone outside, Yan Wei wasn't about to let go of such a good opportunity to build their connection. Feng Lingyu was growing impatient. He doesn't have any trouble. You're overthinking it. Comrade Feng, children need a solid foundation in their early studies. How could he have no trouble at all? Don't be polite. If your brother has any difficulties, just let him come to me. I'll definitely. Feng Lingyu couldn't understand why Yan Wei was so persistent about tutoring Shin Huiqing. Shin Huiqing's study plan was entirely managed by Shin Huayu. Why would Yan Wei need to meddle? Seeing that Feng Lingyu remained unmoved, Yan Wei grew anxious. He really couldn't find any other excuse to get close to her. Here, take a look at these problems. Huiqing couldn't solve them, Feng Lingyu suddenly said, remembering that she had some exercise sheets in her space that Shin Huayu had asked Uncle Gao to bring over. The problems were quite advanced, perfect for putting Yan Wei in his place. Once he couldn't solve them, he wouldn't have any excuse to bother her in the future. Yan Wei's eyes widened. He found it strange that Comrade Feng would carry exercise sheets with her. But since he had already made his bold claim, he had no choice but to take the sheets from Feng Lingyu. Comrade Feng, don't worry. I did well in my studies before. I'll definitely. Halfway through his sentence, the confident smile on Yan Wei's face froze. He stared in disbelief at the booklet in his hand. Were these really elementary school problems? He recognized every word in the booklet, but when put together, he couldn't understand them. That meant he couldn't even comprehend the questions, let alone solve them. So, Comrade Yan, are these problems simple for you? Suppressing the smile that threatened to curl her lips, Feng Lingyu asked deliberately. Huiqing told me he already has some ideas for these problems. But he's just a child, who knows if he got them right. If you could solve them, Comrade Yan, it would give him a reference when you go back. That way, Huiqing won't get too cocky. No matter how Yan Wei interpreted her words, they all sounded like mockery. Is that so? Your brother is really impressive for his age. But since he's confident, I won't meddle unnecessarily, Yan Wei said woodenly. He handed the booklet back to Feng Lingyu and walked away dejectedly. Feng Lingyu was thoroughly amused. This time, she had shaken Yan Wei's confidence to the core. Back at the educated youth point, Yan Wei grew more and more convinced that Feng Lingyu had done it on purpose. His face darkened, and the others at the point didn't dare to speak. With the village recently planning to build a primary school, the educated youth's hopes were stirred up again. If they could become school teachers, they wouldn't have to work in the fields anymore, and they'd even get a monthly salary. That was no worse than the in the city. So everyone had been studying hard lately, hoping to be selected as village teachers. With a goal in sight, the atmosphere at the educated youth point had become surprisingly harmonious. At least they no longer quarreled over trivial matters every few days. Except for one person, Lu Xiaowei, who had been thrown out by Shi Wenhao last time. She had completely let herself go and found everyone at the point insufferable. Yan Wei, what's wrong? Did you go see Comrade Feng about becoming a primary school teacher? Lu Xiaowei said loudly, deliberately. Coincidentally, she had just seen Yan Wei and Feng Lingyu talking near the cowshed. Since all the educated youths wanted to become teachers, everyone immediately looked at Yan Wei warily upon hearing Lu Xiaowei's words. Everyone knew that because of the medicinal herb business, Feng Lingyu now had a lot of influence in the village. If she recommended someone to be a teacher, the villagers wouldn't refuse. It wasn't that no one had thought of currying favor with Feng Lingyu, but her cold demeanor always scared them off. A flash of anger crossed Yan Wei's face. Lu Xiaowei had become nothing but a troublemaker. What he wanted wasn't just a primary school teacher position. He wanted to use his connection with Feng Lingyu to return to the city. We just happened to run into each other and exchanged a few pleasantries. Since Comrade Lu fell into the manure pit last time, I think her brain hasn't been working well. All she does is stir up trouble, like she wants to fly up to the sky. Since you're so capable, I don't think you need to live with us anymore. I'll go find Village Chief Yang right now. Comrade Lu is better off living alone. Did Lu Xiaowei think that just because she was acting crazy, he couldn't do anything to her? He simply hadn't bothered with her, but now she was picking a fight with him. Lu Xiaowei's face turned pale. Yan Wei's words carried weight with Yang Jiangwo. If Yang Jiangwo turned against her, she would have no good days ahead in Qingshan village, let alone any chance of returning to the city. Chapter 285, Targeted by Everyone. The other educated youths looked at each other, not daring to speak. Yan Wei still carried considerable authority among them. Lu Xiaowei's face turned pale, and she whispered, I spoke out of turn. Yan Wei's expression remained grim as he swept his gaze over everyone and said, I know everyone wants to become the primary school teacher, and I'm no exception. But I wouldn't stoop to using underhanded tactics in private. I just happened to run into Feng Jiqing and exchanged a greeting. How could that spiral into so many baseless accusations? Besides, Feng Jiqing's relationship with our educated youth point has always been strained. If I were to seek connections, I'd go to Village Chief Yang. He had to dispel their doubts. He didn't want to lose control over the educated youth point. As expected, after hearing Yan Wei's words, the others were less suspicious. After all, as Yan Wei said, he had a better relationship with Village Chief Yang. If he were to pull strings, he'd go to Yang, not try to cozy up to Feng Lingyu, someone he'd already fallen out with. Hey Lu Xiaowei, none of us here have offended you, have we? What are you trying to do, stirring up trouble and making snide remarks all day? Wang Yi slammed his book hard onto the table. He had long been fed up with Lu Xiaowei. She never did her share of work and just ran her mouth nonstop. For once, the others agreed with Wang Yi, casting hostile glances at Lu Xiaowei. Lately, with Lu Xiaowei's behavior, even Wang Yi didn't seem so annoying. At least he was just sharp-tongued, he didn't go looking for trouble. I fell into a cesspit earlier, so I've been in a bad mood. Sorry, everyone. Lu Xiaowei sniffled, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Lu Xiaowei had always been strong-willed. No one had ever seen her cry before. Now they felt a bit awkward, as if they had bullied her. But Wang Yi wasn't buying it. He rolled his eyes and said, "Bad mood? As if we made you fall into that cesspit. Let me tell you, don't try to stir up trouble again, or I won't let it slide." After venting his frustration, Wang Yi stormed off angrily. Lu Xiaowei, Wang Yi is right. The most important thing for our educated youth point is unity. How many incidents have you caused these past few days? Have you counted? Everyone was busy with the medicinal herbs earlier and didn't have time for you, but don't push your luck. That was Zhu Hongya. Soon, the remaining educated youths left one by one, leaving only Yan Wei and Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei continued to sob quietly, her trembling shoulders betraying her agitation. Lu Xiaowei, you've seen everyone's attitude. I don't care if your tears are real or fake, but if there's a next time, you'll be voted out unanimously. Yan Wei shot her a cold glance before walking out. Once Yan Wei was gone, Lu Xiaowei lifted her head, a crazed expression on her face. He had clearly gone out of his way to find Feng Lingyu, yet he dared to put on an act in front of everyone. She had told the truth, but no one believed her. When the results for the primary school teacher position came out, they'd all regret it. In Lu Xiaowei's eyes, Yan Wei had long set his sights on the teacher position. Why else would he have sought out Feng Lingyu? Just wait, she would expose Yan Wei's true colors sooner or later. When Qiao Datong got home, he saw his daughter sitting silently on the sofa, her face sullen. The food on the dining table hadn't been touched. His eyes darkened slightly. Feng Lingyu was right, Xiaozi was indeed too spoiled. Xiaozi folded her arms and deliberately said nothing, waiting for her father to come and coax her as usual. But this time was different. Qiao Datong ignored her entirely and went straight into the study. After waiting for a while and seeing that Qiao Datong showed no sign of comforting her, Xiaozi grew uneasy, unsure of what was going on. "Dad, how did things go with Su Guang?" Xiaozi finally couldn't hold back and tentatively spoke up. Qiao Datong's face was hidden in the haze of cigarette smoke, making it hard for Xiaozi to read his expression. She could barely remember the last time she saw him smoke. "Is Su Guang all that's on your mind?" A cold, emotionless voice rang out. Xiaozi didn't understand what was wrong with her father tonight. Everything felt unsettling and frightening. His matter will be judged by the law. I believe the Public Security Bureau will give him a fair outcome. But Su Guang was framed. "Those cops are useless," Xiaozi said indignantly. Yang Lemei's cheap tricks were so obvious, yet those cops couldn't see through them. If her father didn't step in, Su Guang would be finished. An ashtray slammed onto the floor by Xiaozi's feet with a loud bang. Xiaozi flinched at her father's sudden outburst. The ashtray rolled twice on the ground before stopping at her feet. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her father. He had never lost his temper with her like this before, not once in her entire life. Though Qiao Datong had always been stern, Xiaozi knew deep down that he indulged her. What had happened today? Wasn't he just at the Public Security Bureau handling Su Guang's case? It seems I've spoiled you so much that you've lost all sense of proportion. What right do you have to insult the police? What contributions have you made to this country or society? Qiao Datong's neck veins bulged, a clear sign of his fury. Xiaozi stood there, sobbing, "I was just speaking casually. I already know about what you had the secretary do at Danyang Pharmaceutical Factory." Xiaozi's hand, wiping her tears, froze mid-motion. How had this come to light? "I had no idea you'd been throwing my weight around outside, putting on airs. You've gotten quite capable. With skills like that, you don't need your father's help with anything." Qiao Datong let out a cold laugh. "Dad, that's not it. It's Yang Lemei. She's always had a problem with me. That day, we had a quarrel, and I wanted to teach her a lesson," Xiaozi hurriedly explained. But as she spoke, she noticed her father's expression growing darker. "What grudge do you and Yang Lemei have? Isn't it just you bullying her unilaterally? Who do you think you are, to decide who needs a lesson? Even I wouldn't dare say something like that." If he hadn't looked into Yang Lemei specifically, he would have been fooled by his daughter today. Xiaozi's panic deepened. How did her father even know about Yang Lemei? She stammered, "But she's just a country bumpkin. Even if I teach her a lesson, it's no big deal." Chapter 286, Fairies Don't Need to Eat. Your father was once a mudfoot too. And you're a mudfoot's daughter. Qiao Datong was deeply disappointed. He hadn't expected Xiaozi to think this way. Before, he had only thought she was a bit spoiled, but now he saw that her character was flawed. "I've already told everyone around me that they're not to associate with you anymore. And you don't need to worry about Su Guang's matter anymore. Xiao Datong closed his eyes tightly, finally making up his mind. Dad, what do you mean by this? If something happens to Su Guang, I won't go on living. Xiao Zi's eyes brimmed with tears as she shouted. Is Su Guang the only person in your heart? Xiao Datong's grief was too painful to voice. If you want to throw your life away for a man, I won't stop you. Xiao Datong returned to his seat and sat down, ignoring Xiao Zi. Xiao Zi couldn't believe her father would speak like this. Was he going to abandon her? For no reason, a wave of panic washed over Xiao Zi. Dad, that's not what I meant. But Su Guang is the man I want to marry. He's been wronged. I just wanted you to look into this matter. Can't you even help me with this? Xiao Zi sniffled, tears streaming down her face. Whether he's been wronged or not, the police have already investigated. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to go to the countryside. Xiao Datong waved his hand at Xiao Zi, signaling her to leave. But Xiao Zi heard news that struck her like a thunderbolt. She was their only child, so she wasn't supposed to be sent to the countryside. But now, was her father saying he would send her there too? If you can't figure it out, then don't bother. If you don't want to live, that's up to you. Xiao Datong didn't even lift his head, coldly tossing out these two sentences. Xiao Zi was both angry and anxious. Before she could even utter her threats, her father had already shut her down. Dad, don't you love me anymore? Are you being fair to Mom? With no other choice, Xiao Zi pulled out her trump card. Xiao Zi was truly heartbroken now. Biting her lip, she turned and left. Xiao Datong rubbed his throbbing temples, his eyes full of resolve. To be fair to your mother, I can't let you keep going like this. The next morning, no matter how much Xiao Zi begged, Xiao Datong remained unmoved. In the end, Xiao Zi realized in despair that her father truly intended to abandon her. On the road, as the surroundings grew more desolate, Xiao Zi tentatively asked, Hey, buddy, do you know where my father is sending me? The newly assigned secretary had learned from his predecessor's mistakes and responded coldly to Xiao Zi's probing. Xiao Zi's nose stung with bitterness. Now even a little secretary by her father's side looked down on her. She couldn't help but start worrying about her future life. The secretary dropped Xiao Zi off at Qingshan village, handed her over to Yang Zhengwo, and left. Yang Zhengwo sized up the delicate-looking young woman before him, grumbling inwardly about why the higher-ups kept sending educated youths to their village. You must be Comrade Xiao Zi, right? I got the notice this morning. From now on, you're a part of our Qingshan village. Knowing she was Secretary Chao's daughter, Yang Zhengwo spoke politely. He didn't expect her to earn many work points. As long as she didn't cause trouble, that was enough. To his surprise, the young woman rolled her eyes impatiently, her gaze practically shooting to the sky. Who's a part of your group? I'm no Mudfoot. You. Yang Zhengwo's eyebrows shot up, not expecting such venom from her. That's right. Comrade Xiao Zi is indeed no Mudfoot. She's a fairy from the heavens, so naturally she looks down on us country folk. Xiao Zi was initially flattered by the compliment, surprised to find someone so articulate in this backwater place. But when she saw the face of the speaker, her expression twisted with disgust. Why is it you? Do you think a few nice words will win me over? Yang Zhengwo was taken aback. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Xiaoyu had just been at the canteen overseeing the renovation progress. Uncle Yang, I heard some clueless person was coming today. I was afraid you'd get bullied, so I came to check. Feng Lingyu didn't spare Xiao Zi a glance, smiling as she spoke to Yang Zhengwo. Who are you calling clueless? Xiao Zi, already furious at being sent to this godforsaken place, exploded at Feng Lingyu's provocation. Feng Lingyu's long lashes fluttered slightly, her eyes brimming with undisguised provocation. Who I'm talking about, I'm sure she knows in her own heart. Yang Zhengwo didn't know why Feng Lingyu was provoking Xiao Zi, but the tense standoff made his heart race. Xiao Zi's face flushed red with anger. This bitch dared to mock her. Without thinking, she raised her hand to slap Feng Lingyu. Oh no, you can't do that. Why are you hitting people? Seeing Xiao Zi about to strike, Yang Zhengwo rushed to stop her. But Xiao Zi had acted on impulse, and he couldn't hold her back. Feng Lingyu snorted coldly, lifting her left foot and kicking Xiao Zi hard in the shin. Xiao Zi's leg had only just healed, and the violent kick sent a sharp pain shooting through her. She collapsed awkwardly to the ground, clutching her leg and howling. Her once clean clothes were now covered in dust, and her fair face was smudged with grime. Now she looked like a born and bred country girl, with none of her former pride. You, how dare you hit me? My father won't let you off. Xiao Zi wailed, her voice filled with hatred. Yang Zhengwo was stunned by the scene. How had Xiao Zi ended up on the ground like this? But he knew he had to side with Xiaoyu, so he hurried over to help Xiao Zi up. Comrade Xiao Zi, how could you be so careless? The roads here are slippery in the countryside. Please bear with it. Xiao Zi stared at him in disbelief. Are you blind? She just kicked me. Comrade Xiao Zi, you're young, but how did your eyes go bad? You must have seen wrong. Yang Zhengwo said with a straight face. Xiaozi finally understood. Fine, you're all ganging up on me. Just wait, I'll make my father deal with you. Yang Jiangwo ignored her ranting, forcibly dragging her to the clinic. Uncle Yang, don't worry. Her leg is fine. Besides, I did it on purpose. I've wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. I just needed a reason. Feng Lingyu had indeed deliberately provoked Xiaozi into striking first. Yang Jiangwo didn't know the grudge between Feng Lingyu and Xiaozi, only wondering when Xiaozi had crossed Xiaoyu. Oh, and Uncle Yang, don't prepare any food for her today, Feng Lingyu said calmly. Yang Jiangwo waved his hands in panic. That's not a good idea. Xiaozi's personality was insufferable, but she had a powerful father. It's fine. Doesn't she think she's a fairy who looks down on mudfoots? If that's the case, then she doesn't need to eat the food grown by mudfoots. Chapter 287. Xiaozi arrives at the educated youth point. Over here, Ma Dafu was applying medicine to the wound on Xiaozi's leg. Hiss, don't you know to be gentler? If something happens to my leg, can you afford to pay for it? Xiaozi felt a sharp sting from the wound and snapped at Ma Dafu. As the only barefoot doctor in Qingshan village, regardless of Ma Dafu's medical skill, he had always been highly respected in the village. Ma Dafu was quite displeased, frowning as he said, "This is alcohol disinfection. It's normal for it to sting when it touches a wound. I don't care about that. My leg just healed, and if it's not handled properly and leaves after effects, that won't be good. What would a barefoot doctor like you know?" Xiaozi said disdainfully, while continuously sucking in air through her teeth. There were only a few scrapes on her leg. Feng Lingyu wasn't stupid. Why would she kick Xiaozi's leg badly enough to let her use it as an excuse to stay here and recover? Ma Dafu's eyes darkened, and he pressed harder with the tweezers in his hand. Xiaozi immediately cried out in pain. What's wrong with you? How did someone with your medical skill become a doctor? I'll have my father remove you from your position. Ma Dafu sneered. Alcohol disinfection was supposed to hurt. What difference would it make even if her father came? Comrade Xiaozi, it seems I failed to meet your expectations. In that case, you'll have to find someone else. Ma Dafu straightened up, said this coolly, and then walked straight out. He left Xiaozi sitting on the hospital bed, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Xiaozi called out a few more times stubbornly, but there was no response from outside. Seeing that the wound on her leg was still bleeding, Xiaozi pursed her lips and had no choice but to handle it herself. After enduring the pain and finishing the treatment, she realized that the doctor hadn't lied. As soon as the alcohol touched the wound, it stung sharply. Yang Jiangwo was still waiting outside. When he saw Xiaozi walking out slowly, he glanced at her leg and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the educated youth point." "How am I supposed to walk like this?" Xiaozi said discontentedly. Since Yang Jiangwo had just taken Feng Lingyu's side, she had no good impression of him at all. "You managed to walk out of there just now, so you can walk over the same way." Feng Lingyu had already told Yang Jiangwo why Xiaozi had come here, so he didn't need to show her any leniency out of respect for Qiao Datong, just treat Xiaozi like an ordinary educated youth. Xiaozi gritted her teeth in resentment. Once her father calmed down and took her back to the city, she would teach this clueless village chief a lesson. She still didn't know that Yang Jiangwo was Yang Lemei's father. With no other choice, Xiaozi had to pick up her luggage and follow behind Yang Jiangwo. Xiaozi wasn't completely careless either. Along the way, she asked Yang Jiangwo about Feng Lingyu's identity. He didn't plan to hide this from her, since everyone in the village knew who Xiaoyu was. She could find out easily. "She's an educated youth here in the village, just like you," Yang Jiangwo said, then glanced at Xiaozi. "Xiaoyu has a good temper. Don't start a conflict with her." What did that mean? Feng Lingyu had a good temper, so if there was a conflict, it would be her fault? The other educated youths also knew that a new arrival was coming today. Since this wasn't the usual time for educated youth to be sent to the countryside, everyone understood that there must be some story behind this person's arrival. When Yan Wei saw Xiaozi following behind Yang Jiangwo, he knew this was the new educated youth. "Yan Jiqing, this is Comrade Xiaozi. I'll leave her in your care from now on. Also, her food rations will be handled by you all from now on. Let her exchange some with you to get by for now." Yan Wei was very surprised. Didn't what village chief Yang said mean that the village wouldn't advance any grain to this new educated youth? According to past practice, newly arrived educated youths were usually lent food rations by the village, which they would repay at the end of the year when their work points were settled. How had this new educated youth managed to offend the village chief right from the start? "All right, I understand." Yan Wei smiled and agreed. Yan Wei had always been reliable, so after handing Xiaozi over to him, Yang Jiangwo left with peace of mind. Today, Yan Wei was wearing a cotton linen shirt and a pair of army green pants, looking very clean and refreshing. Coupled with his usual gentle facade, he gave off a warm, spring-like impression. Xiaozi couldn't help but be drawn to Yan Wei. So there were people who looked like this in the countryside too. Sensing Xiaozi staring at him intently, Yan Wei felt annoyed inside, but kept up his gentle expression. Let's go inside, Xiao Jiqing. Okay. Xiao Ji blushed, lowered her head, and replied softly. The educated youths at the point were all sitting outside. When they saw Xiao Ji walk in, their thoughts varied. Yan Wei introduced everyone to Xiao Ji one by one. Since it was their first meeting and there were no grudges between them, everyone was quite friendly. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Ji. My family is from Danyang City. No one had expected Xiao Ji to be a local, so they were all surprised. Xiao Jiqing, there are quite a few empty rooms on the female side. It's up to you which one you'd like to stay in. Yan Wei let Xiao Ji choose her own room. Whether she wanted to share with someone or live alone was her decision. I'll take that empty room, Xiao Ji said without hesitation, directly picking a vacant one. Actually, among the female educated youths, Xiao Yanfeng was still living alone. She had hoped Xiao Ji would room with her so they could look out for each other. But it turned out Xiao Ji was a spoiled young lady who didn't want to share a room with anyone. When the other veteran educated youths saw Xiao Ji choose an empty room, their eyes flickered, but no one said anything. Everyone would certainly like to have their own private space, but since no one had moved out to live alone, there had to be a reason. In winter, when temperatures dropped to dozens of degrees below zero, the king had to be kept burning 24 hours a day. If several people lived together, they could share the work of gathering firewood, which lightened the load considerably. But if someone lived alone, just gathering firewood would be exhausting enough to kill them. Chapter 288, Unable to see the situation clearly, Final Reckoning. But at this moment, Xiao Ji still thought she had gotten a great deal and didn't realize the downsides behind it. By the way, Comrade Xiao, the rations at the educated youth point are all self-provided. Since you've just arrived, do you want to trade with us or go find the villagers to trade? Yan Wei asked. Xiao Ji instinctively squeezed the bundle she carried with her, only then remembering that aside from the clothes and various daily necessities she had brought, her father hadn't prepared anything for her. Educated youth Yan, I don't have anything on me right now. Can I eat with you all? Xiao Ji asked sheepishly. She still hadn't realized that saying something like that in this place was very offensive to others. The educated youths at the point worked diligently for a whole year, and the grain they earned was barely enough to fill their own stomachs. If someone didn't work much and didn't earn enough work points, they might even have to spend their own money to buy grain from the village. Besides, even if they had extra, they wouldn't be willing to give it to someone they just met to eat. This newcomer really had no sense of propriety. She made it sound nice, but wasn't she just trying to freeload? Seeing that no one spoke, Xiao Ji felt a bit embarrassed and also somewhat confused. Wasn't it just a few meals? Once her father calmed down, would she really be short of money? Comrade Xiao, our grain is just enough too. You'd better find another way. It was Yan Wei who spoke. Xiao Ji hadn't expected this man to be so blunt. She had thought he was a decent person just a moment ago. I'll pay it back, Xiao Ji said discontentedly. Wang Yi let out a humph. Come on, you can't even produce any money or ration tickets now. How can we expect you to pay it back later? You just want to take advantage. I don't care about others, but I, Wang Yi, won't let you take advantage of me. Wang Yi had essentially voiced what everyone was thinking. Actually, a while back, the educated youths had all participated in the village's medicinal herb processing. Each of them had earned at least 20 or 30 yuan, so they all had some spare money now. But still, as the saying goes, you're neither a relative nor an acquaintance. Why should they let you take advantage? Xiao Ji, scolded harshly by Wang Yi, pointed at him in anger but couldn't get a full sentence out for a long time. Educated youth Xiao, go get your things sorted first. Yan Wei shot Wang Yi a look, telling him not to go too far. You're all bullying me. After throwing out this line, Xiao Ji cried and went back to the room she had chosen. What kind of spoiled young lady was this, thinking everyone had to cater to her? The meal for today was already prepared, and they still had to eat. Xiao Ji roughly made her bed and then lay there, sobbing. Before long, the aroma of food drifted into the room. Having not eaten since morning, Xiao Ji's stomach began to protest. She wanted to go out and eat, but since everyone had just mocked her, she couldn't bring herself to do it. With no other choice, Xiao Ji had to endure the hunger and lie in bed. Yan Wei, are we really not going to leave some food for Xiao Ji? Yang Hongying asked hesitantly. Besides, given Yan Wei's usual way of doing things, he wouldn't normally be so blunt. Yan Wei shook his head. No need. Village Chief Yang just gave me a hint. Comrade Qiao must have offended someone. Even the village isn't stepping in, so how can we? But don't let her starve to the point of getting sick. Don't we still have a sack of bran and black flour from last time? Give that to her. If she doesn't want it, then forget it. These things were worthless and no one ate them, so the other educated youths had no objections. Su Guang was still in prison, dreaming that Xiao Ji would come to rescue him. His heart leaped with joy, thinking these people must be here to let him out. Su Guang, Yang Fugue, come out. Both Su Guang and Yang Fugue thought they were in the clear. But when they were escorted onto a vehicle fitted with iron bars, both sensed something was wrong. Where are we going? Yang Fugue asked a bald man sitting next to him. Where else? Everyone on this vehicle is being sent to the prison in the neighboring city. Those sent there have all committed serious crimes. They'll be locked up for half their lives. The bald man looked quite relaxed, since he had no children or family. One person fed, the whole family was full. He was a stark contrast to the other grim-faced people on the vehicle. Especially Su Guang, who was still young, just a teenager. If he really spent decades in prison, his whole life would be over. Chaoji said she would save me. How could this happen? How could this happen? Su Guang muttered blankly, his eyes vacant. Yang Fugue hadn't expected that just trying to do Su Guang a small favor would land him in prison. Madame certainly wouldn't bother to save him. Now that Madame couldn't get in touch with him, she must know something had gone wrong. His only comfort now was that Wang Dachuan knew nothing, so Madame wouldn't need to kill him to silence him. Since Chao Datong had made up his mind this time, he showed no mercy when taking action. Not only did he have an old friend expedite the process overnight to convict Su Guang and the others, but he also officially began investigating the corruption issues at the Danang medicinal herb factory. Although Feng Lingyu had been vague last time, Chao Datong, being who he was, immediately sensed that there was more to factory manager Ma offending Zhao Qingshu. Now that his daughter's issue was resolved, he had the bandwidth to start dealing with the Danang medicinal herb factory. Soon, a city-level investigation team entered the Danang medicinal herb factory and began auditing the accounts of recent years. Led by factory manager Ma and secretary Qi, a group of officials were all arrested for embezzlement and bribery. The factory's corrupt atmosphere was largely cleaned up, and Ding Hongshuan's days at the factory improved. At least the people in the office no longer dared to bully him openly. When the news reached Qingshan village, Feng Lingyu was sitting with her legs crossed, supervising Chaoji as she reclaimed wasteland. Reclaiming wasteland was tough work. Not only did you have to dig up the hard-packed soil, but there were also many stones and tree roots to clear out. Chaoji, panting heavily, was moving a stone to the side. Turning her head, she saw Feng Lingyu leisurely drinking tea, with even a few small biscuits nearby. If she didn't work, the village wouldn't give her food. A few days ago, she thought Feng Lingyu was just trying to scare her, so she stubbornly refused to work. As a result, Feng Lingyu really didn't give her anything to eat. At that time, Feng Lingyu's chilling words were still etched in her mind. Don't want to work? Then go live on air. Perfect timing, the wind's been strong lately. Chapter 289. A villain needs a villain's match. Chao Xili pursed her lips and sniffled, barely holding back the tears threatening to fall. The autumn wind was bleak now. If tears clung to her face and the wind blew, her skin would crack. When Chaozi went to the countryside, how could she remember to bring things like face cream? So after learning her lesson, she no longer dared to cry outside. Hey, what are you doing? Moving so slowly, how long will it take you to dig this plot? Feng Lingyu said harshly, playing the role of a sharp-tongued, mean person perfectly. At least now, whenever Chaozi saw Feng Lingyu, fear gripped her heart. She felt Feng Lingyu was even scarier than those old landlords who loved to exploit people. No work, no food. Got it. I'll speed up, Chaozi replied, swallowing her anger, not daring to resist. As Chaozi continued digging like an old ox, Feng Lingyu rubbed her nose, feeling a rare twinge of awkwardness. But ultimately, Chaozi needed to be straightened out. Otherwise, why would she be so obedient after just a little discipline? If Chao Datong saw Chaozi like this now, he'd definitely be shocked. After nearly another hour, Feng Lingyu judged the time was about right and said to Chaozi, who was still buried in work, "All right, that's enough for today. Go back." You couldn't turn someone into a fat man in one bite. If she wore her out in a few days, how could she reform her properly later? Chaozi felt a wave of relief. She'd made it through today. Remember to come early tomorrow, Feng Lingyu added maliciously. Chaozi couldn't help but ask, why don't the other educated youths have to work? Why am I the only one? This violates the rules. Feng Lingyu, who had been about to leave, didn't expect Chaozi to dare question her. She raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, others have earned enough work points for the year. They don't work and still eat. What do you have? It's fine too, just call me Dad, and I'll spare you a couple of bites. She grinned viciously, her expression so mocking it seemed she was genuinely waiting for Chaozi to call her father. You're shameless. Chaozi wiped her tears fiercely, then stumbled away. Xiaoyu, you know? You looked exactly like a villain from a storybook just now. A helpless voice sounded. Gao Xiaoda had come to call Feng Lingyu for dinner, only to catch her bullying Chaozi. Really? That means I've achieved my goal. A villain needs a villain's match. Just wait, within 3 months, I'll give Chao Datong back a completely reformed good daughter. Gao Xiaodao's lips twitched. Whatever makes you happy. Clearly, she was just bored lately and looking for a way to pass the time. Come on, what are we eating today? Feng Lingyu stretched. Supervising work every day was exhausting too, you know. The cured pork ribs were brought back from the capital last time. Just boil them and gnaw on them directly. By the way, show you. Do you still have those apples you bought last time? It's getting cold, and there's no fruit to eat. Gao Xiaodao's mouth watered at the thought of the big, red apples with their rich fragrance. Don't worry, there's plenty. In a couple of days, I'll get 2 more crates. Feng Lingyu had so much fruit in her space it was almost overflowing. Some of the fruit wine she'd brewed last time had been cleared out and sent back to the capital with Uncle Gao, with some given to political commissar Zhou and teacher Xiao. When she got home, Shen Huiqing had already set the table and was sitting waiting to eat. Tuanzi was also obediently perched in front of its little bowl, waiting for the meal. A family should be together, eating as one. Probably because winter was approaching, Tuanzi had grown a lot of fine fur, fluffy from head to toe, making it look much bigger. Strangely, though, Tuanzi's body hadn't grown at all, which puzzled Feng Lingyu. Its parents were huge. There was no way Tuanzi had a genetic mutation and wouldn't grow. She'd originally planned to put Tuanzi in the space when it grew up to avoid scaring people, but now it seemed she'd just let it stay a little cat and roam outside. All right, let's eat. Feng Lingyu said happily after filling Tuanzi's little bowl too. In the apocalypse, what she'd longed for most was just to have enough to eat every day, right? It got dark early now, and after dinner, everyone went to their rooms early. Tuanzi followed Feng Lingyu into hers. Aowu, you haven't fed me this spiritual spring water today. I know. You're like a debt collector. Feng Lingyu complained verbally, but was very indulgent in her actions. She stroked the fluffy Tuanzi until it lay flat like a cat pancake, sprawled on the bed, purring with that feline rumble. After a moment's thought, Feng Lingyu flashed and brought Tuanzi into the space. The space had no seasons. Even though it was 7 or 8 degrees outside, it was warm as spring inside. Suddenly changing places, Tuanzi's fur bristled all over. Don't be scared. This is my personal space. Since Tuanzi was still young, Feng Lingyu soothed it thoroughly, and soon it was having a blast in the space, chasing chicks and ducklings one moment, pestering piglets the next. The space was filled with all kinds of animal noises. Feng Lingyu's temple twitched, and with a thought, Tuanzi, still chasing a chick, instantly appeared before her. If you're naughty again, I'll do this to you. She made a choking gesture, sticking out her tongue like she was dying. I know you understand, don't play dumb, She straightened its little head, which was looking around. Only after it let out a soft, babyish cry did she set it down. Last time in the capital, Feng Lingyu had also collected many empty jars into the space. Since the grain wine she'd brewed earlier was already very fragrant, she decided to make another batch of fruit wine. Otherwise, the fruit in the space would pile up like a mountain. Some overripe fruit she'd fed to the animals. Xiaodao had been complaining a few days ago that the pork Feng Lingyu bought was delicious, with no gamey smell. Feng Lingyu thought to herself, of course, these little fragrant pigs had been raised on fruit every day. Chapter 290, Preparing Winter Supplies. However, seeing the weather getting colder day by day, it was actually time to start preparing winter food. When winter arrived and the outdoors was covered in ice and snow, it would become a natural freezer. Fresh meats like pork, beef, and mutton could be buried directly in the snow and preserved for a long time. They could also make plenty of dumplings and buns. When they didn't feel like cooking, they could just boil some and eat, simple and convenient. So after Feng Lingyu finished brewing the rice wine, she prepared a large amount of fresh meat. Fortunately, the space had become more intelligent now. Slaughtering small animals only required Feng Lingyu's thought, or else even just a few pigs would have exhausted her. She also set aside several large boxes of the fruits Xiao Tao wanted to eat. This year, the village had earned a good amount of money from selling medicinal herbs, and every household had some savings. Feng Lingyu's eyes darted around as a good idea came to her. These apples and pears that couldn't be finished could be sold within the village. She wouldn't charge too much, just the normal price. With that idea, Feng Lingyu set aside another batch of fruit. After tidying everything up, Feng Lingyu saw Tuanzi staring longingly at the spiritual spring water. Luckily, Tuanzi was obedient and knew that if Feng Lingyu didn't give it to him, he couldn't drink it. He just crouched nearby, staring fixedly. Feng Lingyu reached out and picked up Tuanzi, pouring him a small cup of spiritual spring water. Tuanzi is such a good boy. Drink up. You're still small, so you can't have too much at once. Every night, Tuanzi slept with Feng Lingyu. His body was like a little stove, so warm to hold. Plus, he drank milk every day and had a milky scent about him. Feng Lingyu couldn't bear to let him go. The next morning, Feng Lingyu handed over the task of supervising Chaozi to Gao Xiaodao. Many families in the village had already started stockpiling supplies, so her shopping trip today wouldn't draw attention. Although Huiqing knew Sister Xiaoyu had gone out to buy things, he was still speechless for a moment when he saw Feng Lingyu waiting for him at the school gate after class. Sister Xiaoyu, are all these things on the card ours? Shin Huiqing asked in disbelief. Feng Lingyu gave an awkward smile, looking at the cart piled high behind her. It did seem like a lot. This is for several months, so it's not that much when you break it down. If there's extra, Brother Sun and Brother Zhao will definitely need some. We can share with them, Feng Lingyu reasoned, feeling more convinced. The meat she had was raised on the good stuff from her space, so giving it to Sun Yiming and the others was actually their gain. Since she had brought out so many things, Feng Lingyu also hired an ox-drawn cart. After Shin Huiqing climbed onto the cart, the old man driving it cracked his whip. Huiqing, why is your back covered in ink? Feng Lingyu noticed a large black stain on Shin Huiqing's back and frowned. Shin Huiqing twisted around to look. There's ink? I didn't know. The dark blue jacket Shin Huiqing was wearing was one Feng Lingyu had made for him. It made him look sharp. If the jacket got stained by ink, he would be heartbroken. Sister Xiaoyu, can the ink be washed off? A small stain might be washable, but such a large area definitely wouldn't come clean. Hearing that, Shin Huiqing felt disappointed and a little ashamed. He hadn't even worn this nice jacket many times, and now it was ruined like this. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoyu. I wasn't paying attention, Shin Huiqing said regretfully. He had no idea where he had gotten the ink on it. In these times, even a piece of paper was precious, let alone ink. To stain such a large area on the back of Huiqing's jacket, it would have taken at least half a bottle of ink. Children from ordinary families wouldn't be so wasteful. Losing half a bottle of ink without a word was unlikely. Did you keep your jacket on all day today? Feng Lingyu asked. Shin Huiqing shook his head. No, we had a PE class today, so I left my jacket in the classroom. Feng Lingyu's expression darkened. It seemed someone had deliberately poured ink on Huiqing's jacket during that time. Ink like that, only a few people in your class would have it, right? Ink was expensive because whoever used it must have a fountain pen, while most kids from ordinary families used pencils. Tomorrow, tell Teacher Nyo about this. Tell her everything. This can't just be brushed aside, Feng Lingyu said angrily. If she let that bad kid get away with it this time, Huiqing would never have nice clothes again. Sister Xiaoyu, do you think someone did it on purpose? Isn't it obvious? Let your teacher investigate. There are only a few students in the class who fit the criteria. It should be easy to find out. This incident ruined Feng Lingyu's good mood. Indeed, wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Even school is no exception. After paying the old man driving the ox cart 8 cents, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huiqing moved everything into the yard. Sister Xiaoyu, why did you buy so many apples and pears? Shin Huiqing calculated that the pile of fruit in front of them would take the 3 of them a long time to finish. These are for the villagers. The ones in the box next to them are for us. Stay here and watch. I'll have Uncle Yang notify the villagers to come to the village committee to exchange. Soon, most of the village women and children had gathered. Comrade Feng, these apples look so fresh. How do we exchange for them? A cheerful auntie asked first. Feng Lingyu didn't beat around the bush. I got lucky with these. Apples are 4 cents each, pears are 3 cents each. Of course, you can also trade with dried goods or the like. In previous years, who would have been willing to spend so much money on fruit? But now everyone had some money, so they could grit their teeth and buy 2 or 3 for the family to give them a taste of something fresh. Except for a few particularly stingy families, almost every household bought some fruit. Generous families even bought nearly 20 at once. Seeing this, Yang Jiangwo smiled so wide his mouth couldn't close. Spending money meant the villagers' lives were improving. After everyone had taken their fruit home, Feng Lingyu distributed the leftovers to a few village elders and cadres. When she got home and counted the money in her hand, it came to 50 or 60 yuan. Next year, Feng Lingyu thought, she would discuss with the village about giving out these fruits as benefits to the villagers, charging it to the village's public account. The space still had even better, premium fruits for her own consumption. The ones she sold were just ordinary ones. Huiqing, take these to Grandpa Shin tonight, Feng Lingyu said, pointing to a pile of things on the ground. Now that the weather was turning cold, Shin Xiui's clothes and bedding needed to be swapped for thicker ones. I'm so angry. Lu Xiaowei somehow ended up with Chaozi, and Chaozi said she quit. Gao Shadow stormed in furious. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu sneered. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. If they want to die together, that's easy enough. I'll grant their wish. Chapter 291, Raw Materials in One's Own Hands. Everyone knew Feng Lingyu's temper well, and seeing her speak like this now, they understood she would follow through on her words. Shin Huiqing couldn't help but silently mourn for Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi. In the days ahead, these two were likely in for a rough time. Alright, let's eat first. We'll deal with them tomorrow. With so many things bought today, still needing to be put away, Feng Lingyu had no intention of letting those two ruin her good mood. A couple of days ago, Qingshan village had experienced its first light snowfall of the season. The village elders said that soon, the weather would grow colder and colder. At night now, the temperature outside had already dropped below freezing. Because of this, Feng Lingyu had Gao Xiaotao place 3 large vats in the yard, specifically for storing food. How come there's such a variety, with every kind of meat? Gao Xiaotao was surprised to find even lamb. Feng Lingyu used the same explanation as before. I bought it at the black market. I bought a lot, so I'm one of their big customers. They have to accommodate my requests. Then let's have lamb hot pot tonight. Lamb is warming to eat, and later we'll take a bowl to Grandpa Shen, so he can sleep warm and soundly through the night. After a moment's thought, Gao Xiaotao had an idea. Coincidentally, the white radishes in the vegetable patch were fresh and crisp, perfect for cooking with a lamb hot pot, both delicious and nourishing. Alright, handle it as you see fit. Gao Xiaotao's skills had improved, and she rarely failed when it came to cooking. After everyone had lamb soup that evening, Feng Lingyu took Shen Huiqing under cover of darkness to visit Shen Shui. She handed over all the supplies they had bought that day, ensuring the room was warm, before returning with Shen Huiqing. Early the next morning, Feng Lingyu went to Yang Jiangwo's place. The village had been idle for a long time, especially after the medicinal herbs work was finished. The villagers had nothing to do, and spent their days cooped up at home. So when they heard Yang Jiangwo's broadcast calling for a gathering, everyone was puzzled. The village's work points and grain had long been settled, so there shouldn't be anything left to discuss. The educated youths at the settlement were gathered together studying, preparing for next year's teacher selection. Meanwhile, Chao Zi and Lu Xiaowei huddled together, whispering about something. To be honest, the other educated youths were baffled by Lu Xiaowei's recent behavior. She had actually been willing to lend her own rations to Chao Zi. Seeing how close they acted, one might think they were sisters. Let's go, let's see what's going on. At Yan Wei's command, the educated youths filed out one by one. Chao Zi didn't want to go at first, it was freezing outside, and going out was such a hassle. But Lu Xiaowei kept urging her. In the village, offending Yang Jiangwo would bring no good. Reluctantly, Chao Zi went out with Lu Xiaowei. Now that Chao Zi had found a place to eat, she was just waiting for Chao Datong to cool down and take her back. She wasn't afraid of Yang Jiangwo at all. She had learned from Lu Xiaowei that Yang Jiangwo was actually Yang Yumei's father. No wonder he had sided with Feng Lingyu to bully her on her first day here. Her father had sent her straight into a wolf's den. This morning, she had properly discussed the future of the medicinal herb business with Yang Jiangwo. Feng Lingyu, having come from a later era and being a medical student, naturally knew that many common medicinal plants could be cultivated artificially. Although collecting wild herbs from the surrounding area yielded enough for now. The incident with the Danang medicinal herb factory had taught her a lesson. It was better to have raw materials under one's own control. Otherwise, a single natural disaster or accident could deal a devastating blow to the herb business. The best solution was for Qingshan village to grow medicinal herbs on a large scale itself. In the countryside, labor was the cheapest resource. As long as people could earn money, reclaiming some wasteland was no problem. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Jiangwo heard her analysis, he agreed immediately. With so many able-bodied men in the village, reclaiming dozens of acres of land would take only half a month. It would be just in time before the heavy snow, and they could even fertilize the land. By next spring, the medicinal herbs could be planted. Yang Jiangwo looked at the crowd below and repeated Feng Lingyu's words. So this land reclamation is for next year's income. Everyone, work hard for a while. Think about it, if we grow our own herbs, we won't have to spend money buying them next year. The money saved will still be distributed among you, won't it? The villagers might not grasp grand principles, so Yang Jiangwo kept it simple. When the villagers heard they could earn more next year, they all grew excited. Every household had enough grain this year, and everyone looked healthy. Digging some land was no big deal. The only issue was the cold weather, but the village chief had promised free hot soup. Chief, when do we start? Someone impatient asked. Seeing no objections, Yang Jiangwo was pleased. We start tomorrow. One more thing. To prevent anyone from slacking off, we're implementing a new rule this time. Responsibility will be assigned to each individual. If anyone fails to complete their task, they won't be allowed to participate in the herb processing work next year. Yang Jiangwo dropped this bombshell, and the crowd buzzed with whispers. The happy ones were naturally the hard-working families, who didn't want others to freeload. The dissatisfied were those with lazy tendencies. In the past, during group activities, these people liked to shirk work. Now that Yang Jiangwo had divided the land each person was responsible for, they couldn't slack off anymore. As long as they wanted to stay in the village cooperative, they had to honestly reclaim their plots. Ignoring their petty schemes, Yang Jiangwo simply brought out a box. Chapter 292, Someone Cheated, Redraw the Lots. The box contains the lots for the land each person will cultivate. Some are big, some are small, some good, some bad, but overall it's fair. The smaller plots were mostly areas with more tree roots and stones, requiring more effort, so the allocated area was naturally smaller. The larger plots were relatively flat areas, requiring less effort, so the allocated area was naturally larger. Soon, everyone went up one by one to draw lots. The educated youths were no exception, as they still wanted to earn money through medicinal herbs. After so many years in the countryside, this was the first time they had some savings. Chaozi tugged at Lu Xiaowei's sleeve. Xiaowei, do we have to go reclaim land too? She had already experienced the hardship of land reclamation a few days earlier and naturally didn't want to go again. She thought Lu Xiaowei shared her view, but Lu Xiaowei only gently advised, don't be foolish. Didn't you see that everyone has to go? Besides, I want to earn some money too. My family situation isn't as good as yours. Lu Xiaowei's expression drooped as she spoke deliberately, hinting for Chaozi not to forget her kindness. Despite her own difficulties, she had still shared her rations with Chaozi. Chaozi's face darkened slightly. She still didn't know what her future held. But for now, aside from keeping Lu Xiaowei close, she had no other options. All right then, I'll go with you. Chaozi patted Lu Xiaowei's shoulder like a good sister. Lu Xiaowei didn't hear any commitment from Chaozi, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. The two followed behind the other educated youths and, mimicking their actions, each drew a slip of paper. Hey, what a coincidence. We're right next to each other. Chaozi glanced at Lu Xiaowei's slip and said happily. She was already planning to have Lu Xiaowei help her when she couldn't handle the work herself. Seeing that Lu Xiaowei was close by, she felt even more pleased. Chaozi hadn't been there long and didn't know what was good or bad, but seeing Lu Xiaowei's grim expression gave her a bad feeling. Lu Xiaowei clutched her paper tightly and gritted her teeth at Chaozi. We've been assigned to the village's manure composting area. Ever since she woke up in a cesspit last time, Lu Xiaowei had developed a psychological shadow. Not to mention the village's manure composting area, dirty and stinking, where even getting close would leave you reeking. If the two of them had to reclaim land there, they'd be stuck for at least half a month. Just thinking about spending the coming days surrounded by excrement made Lu Xiaowei feel like there was no light at the end of the tunnel. Hearing Lu Xiaowei's words, Chaozi's face turned pale too. She had only just gotten used to using the pit latrines after arriving in the countryside. If she had to dig next to a giant manure pit for half a month. Others nearby who thought they had bad luck suddenly felt better upon hearing what Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi had drawn. Wang Yi, in particular, who already had a grudge against Lu Xiaowei, could barely contain his glee at her misfortune. Chaozi's eyes darkened. It couldn't be that she and Lu Xiaowei were just that unlucky. The two worst plots in the village both ended up with them. It had to be that she and Yang Jianjun had rigged it. I don't accept this. Someone cheated. Chaozi suddenly spoke up. Lu Xiaowei's eyes widened, never expecting Chaozi to openly question Yang Jianjun in front of everyone. Everyone else present was also shocked, staring at Chaozi. Many in the village didn't even know who she was. Yang Jianjun looked toward the speaker and, seeing it was Chaozi causing trouble again, his face darkened. The drawing was done in front of everyone. Who has the ability to cheat? Comrade Chao, you can't just say things carelessly. Yang Jianjun found it absurd. Wasn't drawing lots just a matter of luck? Since the words were already out, there was no taking them back. Chaozi stiffened her neck and continued, if there was no cheating, then how did Comrade Liu and I end up with the worst spots? We've both had unpleasant run-ins with Feng Lingyu. She practically said outright that Feng Lingyu was behind it. Lu Xiaowei's expression stiffened. That idiot Chaozi, if she was going to speak, why drag her into it? Only then did the other educated youths realize that this Chaozi also had a bad relationship with Feng Lingyu. The lots and the box were all prepared by the village cadres. Comrade Feng never touched them. How could she have rigged it? Yang Jianjun said angrily. That's right, I can vouch for it. Comrade Feng never touched the box. He Pengcheng stepped forward to confirm. Chaozi choked but still forced herself to speak. You're familiar with her, so of course you'd speak up for her. Yang Jianjun frowned and was about to retort when Feng Lingyu stopped him. She calmly stepped forward, a faint smile on her lips, as if Chaozi's actions were those of a clown, barely causing a ripple in her composure. You've said everything, both for and against. Just tell me, what do you want? Feng Lingyu looked down at her. But, if you're not satisfied with the result of the next draw, you're not going to demand another redraw, are you? None of us have the time to play games with you, Feng Lingyu said coldly. Chaozi was certain that Feng Lingyu had tampered with it somehow. Because Feng Lingyu had agreed to a redraw, and no one else present objected. Still, they all began to form negative opinions of Chaozi and Lu Xiaowei. Since it was just a repeat of the previous process, this time it went much faster. To avoid suspicion, Feng Lingyu waited until everyone else had drawn before going up herself. On the other side, the slips in Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi's hands drew everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see what result they had gotten. Xiaozi smugly opened her slip, but the words on it made panic flash across her face. How is this possible? She cried out, eyes wide with shock. Lu Xiaowei quickly opened her own slip, and her expression instantly froze. There were nearly 500 slips in that box. Were they really that unlucky? How could they end up with the exact same result as before? I think some people just have bad hearts, and even heaven isn't on their side. Sun Yiming said loudly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Though superstition wasn't encouraged these days, the facts were right there. Those two must have done something bad to have such terrible luck. As a result, everyone present instinctively moved a little farther away from Xiaozi and Lu Xiaowei. Soon, the only ones left standing in that spot were the two of them. Chapter 293, Secret Calculations. Xiaozi and Lu Xiaowei's faces turned pale and flushed. Not to mention the villagers present, even they themselves began to doubt whether they had done something heinous. So, now that the results are out, what else do Comrade Qiao and Comrade Lu have to say? Feng Lingyu asked with a teasing smirk, her red lips curling slightly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, you wouldn't try to back out again, would you? Xiaozi bit her lip. Seeing the displeased looks from everyone around her, she knew in her heart that drawing again was impossible. Yang Jianghua frowned and said, all right, the lots have been redrawn, and everyone has seen the results. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they'll go haul manure with Wang Dachuan. At these words, Lu Xiaowei's face instantly turned pale. She forced a smile and said, the village chief is joking. Xiaozi just arrived and doesn't understand things yet. We'll definitely complete our tasks properly. Seeing that Xiaozi wanted to say something more, Lu Xiaowei quickly pulled her back, signaling her to keep quiet. With that settled, the villagers and educated youths dispersed in a noisy crowd. Gao Xiaodao pouted and said discontentedly, Xiaoyu, why did you let Xiaozi redraw? What if she got lucky and didn't draw the bad lot? Although she had only spent a short day with Xiaozi yesterday, Gao Xiaodao had already gotten a deep sense of Xiaozi's bad temper. She had initially felt sorry for Xiaozi, a delicate young girl having to dig the fields every day, but now, she felt that such a wicked person deserved a good lesson. Feng Lingyu smiled and said, I was confident before letting them redraw. As for why, that's a secret. Knowing that Feng Lingyu didn't want to explain, Gao Xiaodao stopped asking. In truth, Xiaozi was right, Feng Lingyu had indeed tampered with the box. Feng Lingyu had thrown a grass seed into the box. As long as she used her plant ability to activate the seed, it became her eyes and hands. No matter where Xiaozi and Lu Xiaowei's hands were in the box, the vines sprouting from the seed would deliver those two grand prizes into their hands. But these were secret matters that Feng Lingyu couldn't explain and didn't intend to explain. When the two returned home, they saw that Shen Huiqing had already come back from school. Remembering the ink stain on the back of Shen Huiqing's clothes yesterday, Feng Lingyu asked, Huiqing, did you tell Teacher Niu about what happened yesterday? Shen Huiqing nodded solemnly, his little face serious. I told her. She called a few classmates to the office today to ask questions, but we don't know the result yet. To Feng Lingyu, this matter seemed simple. Why wait until the next day to deal with it? It wasn't that Feng Lingyu was being unreasonable. After all, she and Shen Huiqing weren't locals, and it was understandable that the teacher might have some bias. If there's no resolution by tomorrow, tell Teacher Niu that your coat cost 8 yuan plus a foot of cloth ration, and the cotton weighed 2 jin. You need to find out who did it and make them pay for it. A perfectly good coat ruined like that, not demanding compensation would make them look like fools. So Feng Lingyu told Shen Huiqing to inform Niu Xinlan of the coat's value, so the matter wouldn't be brushed aside lightly. If Niu Xinlan didn't resolve it, she would handle it herself. Last night, Sister Xiaodao had spent a long time washing his coat, but the ink stains wouldn't come off no matter what. It was his favorite coat, and he was really angry. As they chatted, Tuanzi came darting back from outside. Xiaoyu, look. Tuanzi caught a rabbit. Gao Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise, her sharp eyes spotting it. Although Tuanzi was still a cub as a tiger, it was about the size of an adult house cat. The rabbit in its mouth was almost as big as its body. Gao Xiaodao marveled, wondering how it had the strength to carry it back. Well, looks like we don't have to worry about what to eat tonight. We got something now. She crouched down, took the rabbit from Tuanzi's mouth, and gently rubbed its head. Looks like raising you wasn't a waste, little one. Gao Xiaodao took the rabbit into the kitchen. It weighed about 5 jin in her hand, and she decided to make hand-torn rabbit for dinner. She'd also stir-fry 2 vegetable dishes and make a seaweed egg drop soup. With the main dish, that would be enough for the 3 of them. While eating, Gao Xiaodao suddenly remembered the firewood issue and said, Xiaoyu, we need to find time to stock up on firewood. We have 3 Kong beds to heat, and Grandpa Shen's place needs it too. Winter here lasted at least 4 or 5 months, so they had to prepare enough firewood. Since Taidan occasionally brought firewood, they had enough for cooking and hadn't gone up the mountain to collect any in a long time. Feng Lingyu had completely forgotten about it. Burning firewood in winter isn't as good as burning charcoal. Charcoal burns longer and is more convenient. Why don't we buy some charcoal? Feng Lingyu had initially thought about making her own charcoal, but remembering that the trees on the mountain couldn't be cut freely since they were public property, she changed her mind. That sounds good. Is charcoal easy to buy now? Gao Xiaodao asked. It should be. At worst, we'll just spend a bit more money. Feng Lingyu hid her thoughts and smiled. In truth, Feng Lingyu didn't plan to spend money. She had plenty of trees in her space, so she could cut a few and make charcoal there. She could make as much as she wanted. Charcoal burned for a long time, making it perfect for winter. The only thing to watch out for was ventilation. That night, Feng Lingyu entered her space and began making charcoal. Fortunately, the space had all kinds of trees, which she had collected from the Daqing Mountains. The method of making charcoal was something the orphanage director had taught her in her past life. Every winter, the orphanage would burn its own charcoal to get through the cold season. So, Feng Lingyu's charcoal-making skills were decent. After a busy night, Feng Lingyu woke from her sleep and immediately entered the space to check on the charcoal she had made. The air holes she had left the night before were still emitting smoke. Feng Lingyu carefully pried open a small gap. The wood she had put in last night was now pitch black. She poked it with a small stick. The charcoal wasn't fully ready yet. So Feng Lingyu carefully covered the dug-up soil back, leaving a few small air holes as before. Chapter 294. To help or not to help. After breakfast, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao headed to the plots they had drawn. Both women were strong, so breaking new ground was a piece of cake for them. By the time the villagers delivering hot soup arrived, they had already completed 1/5 of the work. That meant what would take others half a month to finish, they could wrap up in just 5 days. Now that everyone had their assigned land, finishing early meant getting it done sooner, with no room for cutting corners. Feng Lingyu, seeing that she was nearly done, went alone to check on Chaozi and Lu Xiaowei. Since the area around the septic tank reeked to high heaven, she kept her distance, but with her sharp eyesight, she could clearly see every move the two were making. Chaozi and Lu Xiaowei both had their heads wrapped in scarves and had fashioned simple masks over their noses. But even with such precautions, the overwhelming stench kept surging into their nostrils. The two dug miserably, retching constantly. Finally, Chaozi couldn't take it anymore. She threw her hoe to the ground and broke down. I can't do this. Xiaowei, let's leave. Lu Xiaowei was drenched in sweat, pouring like rain. Seeing Chaozi throwing a tantrum even now, she rolled her eyes in irritation. Didn't you hear what Village Chief Yang said yesterday? If you don't follow orders and cause trouble, you'll be hauling manure. Which sounds better to you, digging or hauling manure? Chaozi sniffled, looking at the calluses on her fingers, and couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. Neither was good. Why do we have to listen to young Jiangwo? Can't we just be ourselves? Chaozi said, tears streaming down her cheeks. These past few days had forced her to endure hardships she'd never faced before. Lu Xiaowei shot a cold glance at Chaozi, who was crouched on the ground sobbing. Truly a pampered rich girl, still so naive even now. Don't forget, we're sent-down youths. Without Village Chief Yang's permission, you can't even leave the village, let alone go back to the city. In those days, without an introduction letter, you could barely move an inch. All their identification materials as sent-down youths were in Qingshan village. Yang Jiangwo could easily control them if he wanted to. Then what do we do? Are we just supposed to keep doing this forever? Chaozi wailed. Just one morning, and she felt like she couldn't go on. What other choice is there? At this, Chaozi's eyes flickered. What if your father, as the saying goes, a higher official can crush a lower one? If her father still cared about her, she would never have ended up in this godforsaken place like Qingshan village to suffer. But she couldn't tell Lu Xiaowei that, or she'd stop sharing her food with her. My dad sent me here to toughen up in the first place. He definitely won't get involved in something like this. Yes, Chaozi had always told Lu Xiaowei that her father had sent her here to endure hardship. At the same time, she casually hinted to Lu Xiaowei that returning to the city would be easy for her. Lu Xiaowei, who dreamed of going back to the city, naturally took the bait. Otherwise, why would Lu Xiaowei be willing to share her rations with Chaozi? She was just waiting for the day Chaozi's identity came to light, so she could bask in the envy and jealousy of the other sent-down youths. As for why Lu Xiaowei was so sure Chaozi would get her back to the city, it was because she had prepared in advance. She wasn't stupid enough to believe Chaozi's empty promises and let her freeload without a plan. Back when she decided to feed Chaozi, Lu Xiaowei had made her sign an IOU. Even if Chaozi tried to trick her, she had the IOU in hand and wasn't afraid of not getting repaid. Since your father's not an option, let's just buckle down and work. Lu Xiaowei had spent a few years in the countryside and was in much better shape than Chaozi. Though the stench in the air was unbearable, she could barely endure it. She was still hoping to earn more money from the medicinal herb business next year, so she'd have a safety net when she eventually returned to the city. With Lu Xiaowei's encouragement, Chaozi picked up her hoe again and continued digging through the foul smell. On my own, how can I finish digging this in half a month? Xiaozi was quite something, really good at pushing her luck once given an inch. Knowing Lu Xiaowei needed something from her, she tried to offload her own work onto her. Even though Feng Lingyu was far away, she could clearly hear every word Xiaozi and Lu Xiaowei said. Hearing Xiaozi's comment, she couldn't help but snicker. Her face was full of gleeful amusement, spreading unchecked from the corners of her eyes and brows. Wasn't Lu Xiaowei, after Xiaozi's status and connections, eager to help? If she helped, it was obvious she'd be breaking 2 plots of land and exhausting herself half to death. If she didn't help, all the favors she'd done for Xiaozi would go down the drain. Either way, Lu Xiaowei was asking for trouble. And Feng Lingyu knew Lu Xiaowei's nature well. Someone as selfish as her wouldn't last long even if she tried to help. Thinking this, Feng Lingyu broke into a relieved smile. Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaotao finished early and ran into Shi Wenhao, who was out for a stroll on their way back to the village. Though he was still in a wheelchair, his complexion had visibly improved. It seemed the feng shui of Qingshan village was truly nurturing. Commander Shi, we rarely meet during the day. Feng Lingyu walked up to him with a playful grin. She and Shi Wenhao usually worked on his leg treatments at night, so they hardly saw each other during the day. Seeing Feng Lingyu's mischievous expression, Shi Wenhao smiled too. What did you do to be in such a good mood? Don't tell me it's from digging. He was aware that the whole village had gone out to break new ground. Feng Lingyu shook her head. Not at all. I'm just happy seeing bad people get what they deserve. With that, her gaze fell on Shi Wenhao's legs, covered by a small blanket. Speaking of which, I need to change your medicine tonight. How have you been feeling lately? Shi Wenhao's frame had visibly grown sturdier, and his lips had regained some color. Not only that, but his legs, which had started with a faint tingling sensation, could now clearly feel a numbing warmth. Your medicine is very effective. Every night, my legs feel like they're heating up. Chapter 295, The Process of Treating Shi Wenhao's Leg. It seems your leg is recovering better than I expected. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, how about I start reconnecting the tendons in your leg tonight instead of having you take the last medicinal meal? Feng Lingyu said this not because she was reluctant to use the herbs, but since Shi Wenhao's leg was recovering so well, there was no need to oversupplement it. Otherwise, if his tendons became fixed due to taking too many tonics, Feng Lingyu would have no one to blame but herself. The sooner I can get better, the better. Comrade Feng, let's start tonight. Upon hearing that the treatment could officially begin, even the perpetually serious Shi Wenhao showed a smile on his face. Not to mention Wang Li and He Bin, who were standing behind him. If the regiment commander's illness was cured, they could return to the army as soon as possible to serve. After parting ways with Shi Wenhao and the others, Feng Lingyu went home. She needed to make some preparations for the evening's treatment. Shi Wenhao's severed nerves could not be healed with medication alone. They required Feng Lingyu's plant-based special ability as a supplement. But Feng Lingyu would never reveal this ability in front of Shi Wenhao. Therefore, she needed to prepare a strong anesthetic. Just a little bit would be enough to put Shi Wenhao to sleep for the entire night. As for the other herbs, Feng Lingyu had everything she needed in her space, so there was no need to search for them elsewhere. Xiaoyu, are you confident about treating Regiment Commander Shi's leg? Although she knew nothing about medicine, she could tell that Shi Wenhao's leg injury was very serious. Otherwise, Wang Li and the others wouldn't be so tense. If Xiaoyu couldn't cure him, would Regiment Commander Shi and the others blame her? Feng Lingyu was busy grinding herbs with a small pestle and didn't pause her movements as she replied, don't worry. I've been conditioning his body for so long, there's absolutely no problem. After saying that, she instructed, you don't need to come tonight. Stay home with Huiqing. I probably won't be back until late at night. Since Feng Lingyu said there was no problem, Gao Xiaotao felt relieved. All right, I understand. Under the cover of night, Feng Lingyu went alone to Shi Wenhao's courtyard. The villagers knew that Shi Wenhao and his group were not ordinary people, and with their uniformly cold expressions, the villagers were afraid of their icy demeanor and dared not approach them. But this suited Shi Wenhao just fine. He was there to receive treatment, not to relax and recuperate. Just as Feng Lingyu climbed over the wall, Wang Li's deep voice sounded behind her. At the same time, he grumbled inwardly that Comrade Feng always liked to take the unconventional route. He had told her he could leave the door unlocked, but she insisted on climbing the wall. Feng Lingyu, of course, had no idea what Wang Li was thinking, but could she say she climbed the wall because it looked cool? Let's go inside and talk. Have you done all the preparations I asked for? Feng Lingyu asked with a serious expression. Though her face was still young, it already showed a hint of maturity that naturally inspired trust. Earlier that day, Feng Lingyu had told Wang Li what preparations needed to be made in advance. Since it concerned their regiment commander's future, Wang Li and He Bin naturally couldn't afford to be careless. His lips pressed tightly together as he replied seriously, we've done everything according to your instructions. Shi Wenhao was currently soaking in a medicinal bath as Feng Lingyu had instructed. The herbs in the bath were all mild ones used to repair tendons. Even the rare and valuable herbs that Shi Wenhao could recognize were numerous, let alone those he couldn't identify. It seemed he owed Feng Lingyu more and more favors. Half an hour later, Shi Wenhao finished his bath and came out. Since the herbs used were all mild, he still looked fairly energetic. During the treatment, your leg will experience severe pain, so I'll give you an anesthetic. The dosage is small, just enough to make you sleep through it. Knowing that Special Forces soldiers like Shi Wenhao had undergone special training and were likely very sensitive to anesthetics and sedatives, Feng Lingyu explained specifically. Shi Wenhao's dark eyes reflected a small figure. Under the warm yellow light, he slowly nodded. I trust you. With that, without waiting for Feng Lingyu to instruct him, he said to Wang Li and the others, you two stand guard outside and keep an eye on the surroundings. At this, a sharp, cold glint flashed in his eyes. If anything goes wrong and it implicates Comrade Feng, you'll be held accountable. Wang Li and Heben understood the gravity of the situation and both gave a standard military salute. Yes, sir. After the two left the room, Feng Lingyu handed Shi Wenhao the medicine she had prepared earlier. Shi Wenhao took the bowl, didn't even blink, and drank it all in one go. Since you trust me so much, rest assured, I will do my best to heal you. That was the last thing Shi Wenhao heard before he fell into a deep sleep, and then his consciousness sank into a haze. Feng Lingyu took out silver needles from her space and inserted them one by one into the correct acupoints. While waiting, she continued grinding herbs with a small pestle she had used in the afternoon. These herbs were for the external ointment to be applied to Shi Wenhao later. External application combined with internal medicine, a two-pronged approach. Lying on the bed, Shi Wenhao's forehead was covered in sweat, and he kept muttering and groaning, clearly in great pain. Feng Lingyu only needed to check the condition of the silver needles on his leg from time to time. The stronger the pain in Shi Wenhao's leg, the better the recovery effect. Outside, Wang Li and Heben, who were patrolling, heard Shi Wenhao's cries of pain and grew anxious. They both knew that Regiment Commander Shi was enduring excruciating pain that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Otherwise, with his willpower, he would never make a sound. God, I hope our regiment commander's suffering isn't in vain. Wang Li prayed with reddened eyes. Beside him, Heben patted his shoulder firmly. Don't worry. Our regiment commander is a good man. Heaven will look out for him. He will get better. Inside the room, Feng Lingyu had begun to remove the needles from Shi Wenhao's leg one by one. The newly reconnected tendons needed to be nourished with her plant-based special ability. Otherwise, the fragile tendons would break again in a short time. This was also why the major hospitals couldn't cure Shi Wenhao's leg. His leg nerves also required Feng Lingyu's plant-based special ability to restore his reaction speed to what it was before. Overall, Shi Wenhao was lucky to have met Feng Lingyu. Her plant-based special ability had now recovered to its full pre-apocalyptic level, making it easy for her to treat his leg. Chapter 296, Charcoal Production Successful. As soon as Feng Lingyu's plant-based ability entered Shi Wenhao's leg, it immediately eased his severe pain. The cyan green plant ability flowed like cheerful streams, surging freely through Shi Wenhao's meridians. His meridians had long been like dried-up riverbeds, eagerly awaiting thee that could revive them. The surging vitality within the plant ability slowly repaired his injured meridians, eventually restoring all the blocked and broken branches. Feng Lingyu cycled her plant ability through his leg twice more before withdrawing it, ending the treatment. With the meridians and nerves healed, the remaining issues were much simpler, just a matter of proper rest. Military personnel truly had different physiques. Feng Lingyu had initially thought completing the early recuperation before the end of the year would be good enough. Yet now, before the year's end, she had already begun the second step of treatment. When she arrived, the night was still deep with heavy dew. By the time she finished, daylight was already bright outside. Wang Li and Heben stood tall in the courtyard, their gazes firm as they surveyed the surroundings. Hearing the door open behind them, they quickly turned around. Comrade Feng, how is Regiment Commander Shi's condition? After my treatment, his leg is no longer in serious trouble. Rest assured. Remember to take good care of him these days and cook according to the meal plan I gave you, Feng Lingyu instructed. The meal plan she provided was beneficial for his recovery. Eating other random things would instead hinder his healing. Hearing that the regiment commander's leg was healed, Wang Li and Heben were overjoyed. Wang Li nodded. Comrade Feng, we understand. You've been busy all night and must be tired. Go back and rest. Feng Lingyu was indeed exhausted, so she nodded and headed home. When she returned home, she found Gao Xiaodao and Xin Huiqing already up and eating breakfast. Xiaoyu, you're back. Sit down quickly. I made your favorite chicken soup rice noodles. Seeing the fatigue on Feng Lingyu's face, Gao Xiaodao felt deeply concerned. Don't go to the fields today. I'll handle your work. Rest at home. Knowing Gao Xiaodao's capability, Feng Lingyu didn't decline. Alright, I'll trouble you today. After finishing his meal, Shin Huiqing obediently went to school. Seeing that Sister Xiaoyu looked tired, he decided to wait until she had rested before telling her about the clothes. Once in her room, Feng Lingyu immediately slipped into the space and downed 2 cups of spiritual spring water. Only then did her overused ability recover. It seemed she had overestimated herself. In severe cases, her ability drained heavily, affecting her as well. Fortunately, she had the miraculous spiritual spring water. Without it, recovery would have taken a long time. After recovering, Feng Lingyu looked at the pit where she had made charcoal. The smoke rising from the vents was now minimal, almost imperceptible. At this stage, the charcoal inside must be fully done. Lifting the top layer of soil, the charcoal beneath was fully revealed. Feng Lingyu showed a surprised expression. The charcoal had turned out exceptionally well. Each piece was distinct, with no fragments. It seemed the timing had been just right. All the charcoal was top-grade smokeless, safe to use in indoor braziers without causing irritation, as long as ventilation was maintained. Feng Lingyu broke the charcoal into palm-sized pieces and packed them all into bags. A rough count showed several tons of charcoal, enough not just for this winter, but for years to come. With one major task resolved, she picked a large watermelon from the field, grabbed a spoon, and took a delicious bite. Unfortunately, Xiao Dao and the others couldn't enjoy it. Explaining where these things came from would be too difficult. People back then didn't realize that watermelons weren't like the ones in later eras, big, red, sweet, and juicy. Old watermelons had thick rinds, little flesh, bland meat, and many seeds. Even when ripe, the flesh was pink, nowhere near the sweetness of later varieties. The watermelon in Feng Lingyu's hands came from seeds cultivated over countless generations. But since she couldn't share fresh ones with Xiao Dao and Huiqing, dried fruit was an option. At that thought, Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. Why had she forgotten about dried fruit snacks? Dried mango, banana, raisins, all were popular snacks in later times. Dried lemon could even be steeped in water. This was a great way to use up her fruit stock. Dried fruit was easy to store and transport. She could not only eat it herself, but also send some to the capital. The fruits in her space carried a trace of spiritual energy, and long-term consumption should have health benefits. Feng Lingyu took all the various fruits from her space and turned them into dried fruit. Her Qingling space was now rich in spiritual energy. In just a few days, another batch of fruit would ripen. After working for most of the day, she suddenly remembered she still had passion fruit in her space. Blame it on the abundance of delicious things in her space. Some things were genuinely forgotten unless deliberately sought out. Passion fruit, lemon, and honey made a great combination, delicious and rich in vitamin C. Feng Lingyu had placed many beehives in the bamboo grove in her space, all added during her last trip to the capital. The bee colony had now settled in her space, producing honey continuously. Her space's warehouse was already stocked with plenty of honey, all authentic wild honey. Aside from occasionally drinking it with water in the morning, she hadn't found other uses for it yet. Feng Lingyu scooped out all the passion fruit pulp, mixed it with lemon and honey, and filled 2 large jars. Come winter, she could lie on the heated bed and enjoy passion fruit lemon honey water. After a moment's thought, she took out a few smaller jars to share with Lo Mei and Sun Yiming. Once everything was done, Feng Lingyu brought out several jars of passion fruit lemon honey and several large bags of charcoal from the space. As for the dried fruit, it would take a few more days to finish. When Gao Xiaodao returned, she would just say she had bought everything from the black market that day. Seeing that it was still early, Feng Lingyu climbed onto the heated bed and slept soundly. She must have been truly tired, as she didn't wake until Shin Huiqing returned from school. Hearing no movement from the room, Shin Huiqing obediently sat in the living room doing homework. As for Tuanzi, it had already run off somewhere to play. Huiqing, what do you want for dinner? Feng Lingyu asked sleepily, putting on her coat. Sister Xiaoyu, have you rested well? Instead of saying what he wanted to eat, Shin Huiqing asked with concern. Feng Lingyu's heart softened. I'm fine. Don't worry. My cooking may not match Xiaodao's, but I can handle simple dishes. Shin Huiqing thought seriously for a moment. Let's have noodles for dinner. Didn't we bring back meat sauce from the capital? Add a fried egg and some greens, simple and tasty. Sister Xiaoyu, sit down and rest. Boiling noodles and frying eggs is easy. I'll cook for you. Chapter 297. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Feng Lingyu's eyes shimmered with warmth. It really wasn't for nothing that she had doted on Huiqing. He knew how to care for someone now. What need is there for you? You're not even as tall as the stove yet. Feng Lingyu rubbed Shin Huiqing's head, her voice laced with amusement. Huiqing was probably only about 1.4 meters tall now. He seemed to be one of those kids who grew later, not shooting up until 15 or 16. Suddenly hit with a blow to his height from Sister Xiaoyu, Shin Huiqing looked at Feng Lingyu with some resentment. Sister Xiaoyu, I will grow tall. Feng Lingyu burst out laughing at his mournful expression. This little brat cared way too much about his height. I know, our Huiqing will definitely be a tall one in the future. But cooking is off the table for you for now. When you're a bit older, you'll have plenty of chances to show off. Today's meal really didn't take much effort, just boiling water to cook noodles, blanching some small greens from the garden, and frying up some glossy, crispy fried eggs. Dinner was as good as done. Gao Xiaotao walked in, drawn by the aroma, looking full of vitality. Gao Xiaotao wiped the sweat from her forehead, washing her hands as she spoke. I'm not tired, just hungry. As soon as I finished the fieldwork, I came straight back. Figuring Gao Xiaotao must have been exhausted today, Feng Lingyu took out another roast duck to add to her evening meal. After eating and drinking her fill, Gao Xiaotao finally contentedly recounted the day's drama. Chaozi pretended to be unwell and pushed her assigned plot of land onto Lu Xiaowei. A normal person would at least play the part all the way, but Chaozi had a screw loose. After Lu Xiaowei went to work in her place, she actually lay alone on the kang and started reading a novel. And even that wasn't enough for her, she opened Lu Xiaowei's cabinet and took out the peach cookies Lu Xiaowei had been saving for ages. She was having a grand old time alone at the sent-down youth point, since everyone else was out working, so no one caught her slacking off. Even Lu Xiaowei thought Chaozi was genuinely sick, since she was such a delicate, pampered young lady. But unfortunately, Lu Xiaowei got a stomachache that afternoon, her insides churning violently. With no other choice, she had to head back to the sent-down youth point to use the toilet. The place was very quiet, and Chaozi wasn't on guard at all, so she had no idea Lu Xiaowei had returned. She just kept lounging on the kang, reading her novel. After finishing in the bathroom, Lu Xiaowei didn't hear any noise from the room, so she decided to check on Chaozi, wondering how she was doing and whether she needed to see a doctor. But when she pushed open the door, she saw something that made her blood boil. That little wretch Chaozi was lying on her own kang with her legs crossed, and beside her were the peach cookies Lu Xiaowei couldn't even bear to eat herself. Just thinking about how she had been slaving away in the fields digging for Chaozi, while Chaozi lay comfortably on her kang, eating her cookies, Lu Xiaowei wanted to tear Chaozi apart. Chaozi hadn't even swallowed the mouthful of peach cookie when the sudden creak of the door startled her, making her choke. By the time she frantically swallowed the cookie, she met Lu Xiaowei's bloodshot eyes. Chaozi's heart leaped into her throat. Faced with this situation, she still acted as if nothing had happened and said, Xiaowei, why are you back so early today? Lu Xiaowei's hands clenched into fists at her sides, and she shouted, if I hadn't come back early, how would I have caught you in the act, huh? Do you take me for a fool? I went to dig your plot for you, and you're lying here eating and drinking. If I hadn't come back early today, I'd never have known someone was faking illness to steal. Chaozi felt a pang of regret. She had gotten too cocky, thinking she'd found a long-term meal ticket who'd also do her work, and had let her guard down. But she couldn't just admit it, so she stammered, Xiaowei, I only ate because I was hungry, I didn't mean to. I really wasn't feeling well today. Lu Xiaowei let out a cold laugh, clenching her teeth so hard she almost ground them. Not feeling well? Looks to me like you're feeling too good. If your life isn't comfortable, then no one in this world is comfortable. Chaozi wasn't exactly known for her good temper. Swallowing her pride and saying a few soft words was already her limit. Now that Lu Xiaowei wouldn't let up with her sarcastic jabs, Chaozi grew impatient. At the end of the day, people like Chaozi were the most selfish sort, only caring about themselves. Feelings like guilt or pity, normal human emotions, only flickered briefly in their minds. Before long, her selfish nature would take over. That's enough, Lu Xiaowei, Chaozi said, rolling her eyes in irritation. Don't act like you're not just trying to use my connections to get back to the city. Why else would you be so kind to me? It's just a few peach cookies, I can pay you back 10 times the price later. That laid their transactional relationship bare. Lu Xiaowei clenched her fists. Even if Chaozi was telling the truth, she had no right to say it so brazenly. It was Chaozi who needed her help, not the other way around. Without Lu Xiaowei's support, she wouldn't even have food to eat. Once she realized that, Lu Xiaowei stopped fearing Chaozi's threats and shot back, fine then, do your own work yourself. Oh, and I don't have enough food to spare either. From now on, Comrade Chao had better rely on herself. Chaozi hadn't expected Lu Xiaowei to turn on her so directly, and she regretted burning that bridge. Xiaowei, knowing the situation was against her, Chaozi felt deeply humiliated, but tried to say a few more conciliatory words. But Lu Xiaowei cut her off without mercy. I wonder if Comrade Chao has ever heard the saying, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Shocked that Lu Xiaowei dared to call her a chicken, Chaozi's years of pride wouldn't let her utter another soft word. Not only that, but she lunged off the bed and slapped Lu Xiaowei across the face with a sharp crack. Lu Xiaowei's vision blurred with rage. Without a second thought, she immediately slapped her back. Chapter 298, A Broken Relationship. Chaozi didn't expect Lu Xiaowei to dare fight back, so she immediately started brawling with her recklessly. Lu Xiaowei wasn't backing down either. Having done years of farm work in the countryside, she was much stronger than Chaozi. The two fought from the room all the way to the yard. By the time the others at the educated youth point returned, the scene they saw was Lu Xiaowei straddling Chaozi, slapping her wildly. As she slapped, she cursed, "Bitch," under her breath, a look of satisfaction on her face, as if the person she was hitting was her mortal enemy. Yan Wei and the others were stunned for a moment before rushing over to pull them apart. They didn't realize until they separated them just how bad it was. Of course, Lu Xiaowei wasn't much better off. Her collar had been torn into a large gash. Luckily, it was winter and everyone was wearing several layers, so Lu Xiaowei wasn't exposed. "What are you two doing?" "Huh? It's people like you who ruin the reputation of the educated youth point." He usually presented himself as a gentle, upright gentleman, rarely losing his temper like this. Chow Yanfeng muttered to herself, wondering where the two had disappeared to, so they were fighting at the educated youth point. If you asked her, they had way too much free time. With all the exhausting work of clearing wasteland, they still had energy for this nonsense. Chaozi was sore all over from the beating, with several obvious bloody scratches on her hands from fingernails. Seeing that someone in charge had returned, she cried out, "Lu Xiaowei beat me like this today, you all saw it. I'm going to report her." Lu Xiaowei sneered. "This bitch had the nerve to say that. Why don't you tell them why I hit you? Besides, you started it, I was just defending myself." Chaozi's eyes darted around nervously, feeling a bit guilty. She was indeed the one in the wrong first. But she still insisted stubbornly, "It was just the two of us, so of course you can say whatever you want." Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, Yang Jianghua walked in with a dark face, followed by a few people. Everyone in the village was now working hard to clear wasteland, trying to contribute more to the community. Only these educated youths caused trouble every day. Yan Wei's expression was grim. Why did the village chief show up at a time like this? It turned out a villager had passed by the educated youth point, heard the arguing and fighting inside, and worried something might happen, so they immediately reported it to Yang Jianghua. Seeing everyone silent, Yang Jianghua barked, "Speak up. Cat got your tongues." As Yang Jianghua's sharp gaze swept over him, Yan Wei knew he had to distance himself first. "Well, village chief, we just got back. We walked in and saw them fighting. As for what it's about, we don't know." As soon as Yan Wei said this, Zhu Hongya quickly chimed in, "Yeah, we don't know anything." The others, smart enough to follow suit, also claimed ignorance. It was clear that village chief Yang had come to settle accounts, so those uninvolved should stay out of it. Hearing this, Yang Jianghua's expression softened slightly. At least not everyone was causing trouble. "You two, tell me yourselves, why were you fighting? Look at the state you're in. If you don't tell the truth, I'll send you back to the educated youth office." All the educated youth's faces changed. Village chief Yang meant business. Being sent back to the educated youth office didn't mean returning to the city. Those sent back would only be reassigned to desolate, harsh places. In a place like that, there would be no hope left for the rest of their lives. Lu Xiaowei's voice trembled as she recounted everything that happened today, without missing a word. Yang Jianghua narrowed his eyes at Chaozi and asked, "Is what she said true?" Chaozi revealed her injuries. "Look at this. Even if I was wrong, does that give her the right to beat me like this? She was trying to kill me," Chaozi sobbed. Her wounds did look alarming, bruises in shades of black and purple. Some of those present frowned at Lu Xiaowei. How could she beat someone like that? Chaozi had initially garnered everyone's sympathy, but Ma Dafu happened to be there. He still remembered how badly Chaozi had treated him last time. "Your injuries just look serious. They're mostly superficial cuts, minor wounds." Ma Dafu's words brought everyone back to reason, though Chaozi glared at him resentfully. Lu Xiaowei, on the other hand, was thrilled. Did this bitch think playing the victim would let her shirk responsibility? Good thing a doctor was here to expose her scheme. Yang Jianghua cleared his throat twice before speaking sternly, "Neither of you completed today's tasks, that's avoiding labor. And then you brawled at the educated youth point. If I don't punish you, what's to stop others from following your example? Right now, only Wang Dachuan is hauling manure in the village. Since your wasteland clearing spots are close to the compost pit, you two will join Wang Dachuan in hauling manure from now on. You three will supervise each other. If anyone slacks off, the manure hauling job will be hers alone." This punishment left Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi pale, while the others felt a chill of fear. "And don't forget, the wasteland clearing tasks are assigned to each person. You can't cheat or cut corners." Lu Xiaowei could barely stand, swaying as she propped herself up. The village chief meant that not only did they have to haul manure every day, but they also had to dig the land. Even if she were made of iron, she couldn't handle that much work. "Village chief Yang, that's too much. Could you give us some leeway?" Lu Xiaowei begged through tears. Yang Jiangwo thought it over and realized he hadn't considered that she was a woman. Her physical strength couldn't handle so many heavy tasks. So he nodded. I'll give you 1 month to finish. Chaozi suddenly spoke up. Village Chief Yang, aren't you afraid I'll complain to my father? But Yang Jiangwo didn't even turn around. The sooner you leave, the better. Knowing Secretary Chao's stance, Yang Jiangwo wasn't afraid at all. He couldn't wait for Chaozi, that troublemaker, to leave Qingshan village. After everyone dispersed, Lu Xiaowei snorted coldly and turned back to her room. Chaozi was still lost in her thoughts, completely unaware that she had ruined her own meal ticket. Gao Xiaodao cheerfully recounted the day's events to Feng Lingyu. Xiaoyu, you really know how to handle things. Their alliance just fell apart, haha. Feng Lingyu smirked proudly. An alliance built on interests will inevitably crumble because of them. Chapter 299, The Outcome of the Clothes Issue. After they had chatted and laughed for a while, Gao Xiaodao suddenly noticed the several large jars placed to the side. Shen Huiqing also lifted his little head from his bowl. He had spotted them when he came back, but hadn't had a chance to ask yet. I bought these at the black market today. There's something you soak in water and drink. You'll try them later. Oh, and I also bought the charcoal. In a few days, we just need to pick up some dry branches on the mountain, no need to gather too many. Gao Xiaodao frowned with concern. Xiaoyu, don't take your health for granted just because you're young. You worked hard all night yesterday, you should rest properly. Feng Lingyu gave a dry laugh. She had rested well today. It's fine. I'll make up for it with a good night's sleep tonight. With that, she quickly changed the subject. The passion fruit lemon honey I brought back is really tasty. Let's all try it now. Feng Lingyu volunteered and took out 3 cups. There's honey in this, so remember to use warm water. If you like it sweeter, you can add more honey yourself. The fragrance of passion fruit and lemon burst forth as soon as the warm water hit it, filling the entire room. Gao Xiaodao took a deep breath and exclaimed, what kind of fruit is this? It smells amazing. Having grown up in the north, it was normal for her not to have seen southern fruits before. I heard it's brought back from the south. If you like it, we can buy more later, Feng Lingyu explained. Shen Huiqing held his large ceramic cup and took small sips. Judging by his satisfied expression, he liked it too. Thinking of the harsh winter cold and how Huiqing would inevitably suffer at school, Feng Lingyu considered getting him a thermos. She would check the supply and marketing cooperative when she had time. If they didn't have one, she would have to make an old-fashioned thermos for him. That kind of old thermos was made of double-layered iron, with a hollow layer inside for charcoal. The heat from the charcoal would keep the water warm. To extend the insulation, the thermos would be wrapped in 2 thick layers of cotton, making it not too hot to hold and also serving as a hand warmer. Huiqing, take a small jar to school tomorrow to soak and drink. In winter, it was important to keep up vitamin intake. Speaking of which, Feng Lingyu remembered his soiled clothes. If that matter wasn't handled well, Huiqing bringing nice things to school might invite jealousy and sabotage again. Huiqing, how did Teacher Niu handle your clothes? It was Teacher Niu's own nephew who did it. She's already compensated me with money and ration tickets. Feng Lingyu usually kept some money and tickets in the living room drawer for Shen Huiqing to use daily. Feng Lingyu frowned deeply. She hadn't known that Teacher Niu's nephew was in Huiqing's class. Why did he ruin your clothes? Feng Lingyu asked. Between a teacher's own nephew and an ordinary student, it was obvious whose side Niu Xinlan would take. Feng Lingyu didn't want to gamble on others' conscience, especially when it involved her own child. Shen Huiqing pursed his lips, his expression darkening. He was just jealous that I had nice clothes to wear. Teacher Niu already made him apologize. Actually, when Shen Huiqing first joined the class, he was quite popular. The other students were curious about the new kid. But later, when they realized that Shen Huiqing not only excelled academically, but also ate well and dressed well, many children felt unbalanced. In the end, it was because Shen Huiqing was too outstanding, creating a sense of distance in their minds. Given Shen Huiqing's family background and childhood experiences, he was destined not to live an ordinary, step-by-step life like other children. When those kids discovered that the books Shen Huiqing read were completely beyond them, and the problems he solved looked like astronomical symbols, that distance naturally formed. At first, Shen Huiqing tried to get along with everyone, but he soon realized he had too much knowledge to master and simply didn't have the energy or time to cater to his peers. So he adapted to a life of studying alone. Only the few children from Qingshan village, out of respect for Feng Lingyu, remained somewhat close to him. But Shen Huiqing's calm and composed demeanor still rubbed many people the wrong way. They started spreading rumors at school, calling him pretentious and arrogant, among other things. The most vocal among them was Niu Xinlan's own nephew, Niu Guqing. However, Shen Huiqing never told Feng Lingyu about any of this. Then, does Teacher Niu hold any grudge against you? After all, it was Teacher Niu herself who paid the compensation. It was hard to say whether she might make things difficult for Shen Huiqing. Shen Huiqing shook his head. He had a good impression of Niu Xinlan and thought she was fair in handling matters. Teacher Niu still cares about me like before. After a moment's thought, Shen Huiqing added, it's just Niu Guqing. He really dislikes me because he had to apologize. Since Teacher Niu has already compensated you at full price, this matter is settled. But you should still watch out for Niu Guqing. A narrow-minded person might seek revenge. Feng Lingyu understood that this was the best possible outcome. After all, the other party had paid and apologized. Now, I keep my valuables at home if possible. If not, I carry them with me and never let them out of my sight. He had also taken some precautions against Niu Guqing's petty schemes. Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. It was good that he had a plan. Still, the fact that Huiqing attracted jealousy was partly because he dressed and ate too well. But Feng Lingyu didn't want to deprive her child just because of others' opinions, leaving her in a dilemma. In this world, people resent inequality more than scarcity. Some things simply have no reason. It was Gao Xiaotao who noticed Feng Lingyu's prolonged silence and asked what was wrong, prompting her to voice her concerns. Having grown up navigating the streets, Gao Xiaotao had her own way of handling things. She clapped her hands heartily and laughed. I thought it was something serious. It's simple. Huiqing only eats lunch at school, so just pack him a rice ball wrapped in black flour. Black flour buns were the standard lunch for most students, so Shen Huiqing wouldn't stand out. As long as his rice ball was filled with meat and vegetables, his nutrition would still be balanced. And give him a flask of radish and bone soup, just the soup and radish, no meat. That should do it. Chapter 300, Feng Lingyu, who dominated the apocalypse, threw up. Or she could put on a shabby outer coat to cover the new clothes underneath. After hearing Gao Xiaodao's idea, Feng Lingyu suddenly understood. She had been too rigid in her thinking. As long as she enjoyed the good things herself, what did it matter if she appeared a bit down and out in front of others? After all, the benefits were all hers, and she hadn't shared a bit with anyone else. From now on, let's make breakfast and dinner more substantial. That way, it doesn't matter if lunch is a bit sparse. Huiqing had no objections to these arrangements. After all, they were all for his benefit. After the meal, Feng Lingyu took Huiqing to deliver some things to Xin Xiui again. When Xin Xiui saw Feng Lingyu and the others, he was a bit surprised. Didn't you just come 2 days ago? Why are you back so soon? Feng Lingyu briskly carried in 2 bags of charcoal. We brought you some charcoal for the winter. When it gets colder, don't bother cooking with firewood outside. Just use a small stove and charcoal indoors. The cowshed only had a place built for Xin Xiui to live, but he usually cooked outside, using stones to build a small stove under the eaves. Cooking outside in the freezing winter, that would be miserable. Anyway, when the heavy snow sealed off the roads and mountains, no one would have the leisure to come out and watch Xin Xiui's every move. And this, keep it to steep in water and drink. Feng Lingyu placed the homemade passion fruit lemon honey on the cabinet. Don't skimp on the fruit I gave you either. I have plenty, so if you want more, there's plenty to go around. Xin Xiui nodded repeatedly. Good, I know. You don't need to worry about me too much. As long as I'm not coughing, my health is still decent. You don't have to be too concerned about me. That was the truth. Xin Xiui was only about 50 now, and his years of military life had given him a strong physique. If it hadn't been for his lung cough problem in his early years, he probably wouldn't have stepped back from the front lines so early. Plus, now that both his grandsons were settled, his mind was more at ease, and his days were quite relaxed. Feng Lingyu smiled, but said nothing. Elders might say that, but she still had to fulfill her duty of care. How has Huiqing been with his studies lately? Has he been slacking off? Xin Xiui turned his caring gaze to his youngest grandson. I've finished all the tasks my brother assigned me. Don't worry, Grandpa. Neither Feng Lingyu nor Xin Huiqing mentioned what had happened at school. Good. Xin Xiui was delighted. Xiaoyu, have you heard anything from Huayu? Since the last letter, Xin Xiui had no news of his eldest grandson. He and Teacher Xiao are working on some project. You know how it is in their line of work. It's normal to go a long time without news. You don't need to worry. Xin Xiui felt reassured. That's good. The village is starting to clear land recently. Should I go too? The entire Qingshan village was busy with land clearing, but because winter had arrived and most of the plants had withered, Xin Xiui had actually become idle. The cow's feed had been switched to prepared hay and various coarse grain porridge. Yesterday, when Xin Xiui went out to tend the cow, he noticed a few villagers looking at him unkindly. That was why he asked Feng Lingyu. If necessary, he could join the land clearing too. After all, he couldn't be living more comfortably in his shabby shed than the villagers. Feng Lingyu frowned and said, You don't need to go. The people of Qingshan village are busy earning money for themselves. If they don't put in the effort, who will? You won't get any benefit from the land they clear. That's true, but my identity is sensitive. If someone reports it to village chief Yang, wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? Xin Xiui was also considering Yang Jingwo's position, which was why he brought it up. That made sense too. Feng Lingyu's mind stirred slightly. But the cow still needs care. Village Chief Yang probably won't agree. Since Feng Lingyu said so, Shin Xiui let his worries go. They chatted for a while longer, and after confirming that Shin Xiui lacked nothing, Feng Lingyu and Shin Huiqing left. After sending Shin Huiqing home, Feng Lingyu hurried to Shi Wenhao's courtyard. On the way, she couldn't help but sigh to herself, running back and forth like this. She was pretty busy. Shi Wenhao had woken up in the morning. When Feng Lingyu arrived, he was frowning as he drank some soup. The soup had been painstakingly made by Wang Li and Heben according to Feng Lingyu's recipe, and they had barely managed to produce a small pot. But the two men's cooking skills were, to put it mildly, terrible. Shi Wenhao didn't consider himself a picky eater, but this soup was truly hard to swallow. Awake? How do you feel? Feng Lingyu's voice came through before she even entered the room. Hearing her voice, Shi Wenhao immediately set down his bowl with relief, as if it were some kind of monster. Wang Li and Heben both felt a bit awkward. Was their soup really that bad? Shi Wenhao shot them a sharp glance, the meaning clear. Don't you two have any self-awareness? You look like you're in good spirits. Feng Lingyu walked in and first observed Shi Wenhao's face. Thanks to you, when I woke up today, I could feel my legs. The meridians and nerves should be recovering. A hint of excitement showed on Shi Wenhao's usually indifferent face. He hadn't expected such a noticeable effect on the very first day of formal treatment. Feng Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. Her hard work the night before hadn't been wasted. You must drink the soup I prescribed on time. It's all good stuff for nourishing the body and will help with your recovery. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. This soup will also help you detox. With an injury as severe as Shi Wenhao's, even the slightest mistake during treatment could prevent a full recovery. Don't underestimate these soups and broths. In ancient times, there was a branch of medicine that specialized in medicinal cuisine. The principle was to avoid strong medicine and instead nourish the body, letting it slowly expel toxins to heal. Hearing this, Shi Wenhao's expression stiffened. Did that mean he would have to drink that awful soup for months? Feng Lingyu followed his gaze to the bowl sitting nearby and frowned. You didn't drink it? She had put in so much effort to get Shi Wenhao to this state. If he didn't follow the doctor's orders, even Hua Tuo Reborn couldn't cure him. Regiment Commander Shi has seen everything on the battlefield, yet he's so careless with his own body? If that's the case, you'd better find someone else. Shi Wenhao gave a bitter smile. You misunderstand. It's not that I won't drink it, it's that the taste is too strange. I've even eaten raw snakes on the battlefield, but this. Wang Li and Heben quickly explained, Comrade Feng, our cooking skills, we can only manage to cook food until it's done. This soup really is poorly made. It's not the regiment commander's fault for not drinking it. In her past life, when she was struggling to survive in the apocalypse, she had eaten rotten things. Could this soup be worse than that? Wang Li hesitated, then brought Feng Lingyu a bowl of the leftover soup. The soup looked normal and didn't smell bad, so Feng Lingyu took a spoonful and tasted it. Everyone else stared intently, waiting to see her reaction. Chapter 301, The Miserable State of Liu Xiaowei and Xiaozi. Feng Lingyu hadn't felt this kind of despair mixed with an inability to speak her mind in a long time. Wang Li cleverly brought her a fresh glass of water, and Feng Lingyu gulped down several big mouthfuls before finally suppressing that nauseating feeling. I have to say, making food to this level is also a skill. If we were at war, we could just send you over to the enemy as cooks, and you'd completely achieve victory without even fighting. Wang Li scratched his head, embarrassed. Comrade Feng, please don't make fun of us. We made this soup exactly according to the recipe you gave us. We have no idea why it turned out like this. It looks like we'll have to ask Comrade Feng for help with making soup. You've seen our skills. If the regimental commander keeps eating like this, his condition might even get worse. Shi Wenhao also looked at Feng Lingyu with a pleading expression. It wasn't that he was being fussy, the soup was simply impossible to swallow. Feng Lingyu had already tasted the soup, which was comparable to a biological weapon. She really couldn't bring herself to refuse Shi Wenhao and let him continue suffering under the culinary torture of Wang Li and Heben. Forget it. She had already helped him this much. She might as well see it through to the end. From now on, I'll have Xiaodao bring it over when she comes to practice martial arts. You pay with money and ration tickets. Seeing Feng Lingyu relent and agree, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Shi Wenhao's health, money and tickets were trivial matters. Take good care of yourself. Your injuries are healing now, so don't move around prematurely. From now on, I'll come once a week to treat you. Once you're fully healed, we'll start rehabilitation. Feng Lingyu went over the things he needed to pay attention to, then went home. Tuanzi was curled up on Feng Lingyu's heated bed. Hearing the commotion, it let out a soft meow, complaining about why she had been gone so long. Feng Lingyu bent down and rubbed its soft little body, then picked it up and carried it into the space. The dried fruit she had made today was already fully air-dried and formed. Feng Lingyu sorted them by type and packed them into jars. She also carefully stuck labels on the outside of the jars so there wouldn't be any mix-ups. Feng Lingyu was grateful that, because she planned to brew liquor, she had Wang Mingwei procure many jars, all of which she had stored in the space. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have found a suitable place to store them now. After the dried fruit was done, Feng Lingyu started packing it up, preparing to send it to her family and friends in the capital. The weather was already very cold now, and Uncle Gao definitely wouldn't be able to come to the northeast again this year. In the space, the chicken, duck, and goose pens had eggs scattered sparsely here and there. Feng Lingyu used her mind to gather all the eggs. She had already pickled many salted duck eggs and century eggs, but the rate of egg consumption was still very slow. Now, the number of eggs in the space was enormous. And this was even with Feng Lingyu deliberately controlling the number of poultry. She couldn't imagine how many eggs she would receive every day if she let them breed freely. After taking a look around, she found there was nothing left to tidy up or deal with in the space. Feng Lingyu went to the sheep pen and milked a jug of goat's milk, planning to boil it tomorrow morning for Huiqing to drink on the way. Huiqing had to leave for school early, and the ride on the ox cart inevitably meant being battered by the biting wind. Bringing a bottle of warm milk would keep him warmer on the road. Gurgle, 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 Chao Zi's stomach let out a rebellious sound. She covered her stomach in shame and embarrassment, feeling very humiliated. Lu Xiaowei, who was not far away still digging the ground, heard it and showed a look of contempt mixed with schadenfreude. Unfortunately, Chao Zi happened to catch that expression. What are you looking at? Are you done digging your plot? Seeing that Chao Zi, even in such a sorry state, still had the energy to talk back, Lu Xiaowei glared and retorted. You mind everyone's business, even what other people look at. Unlike some people, who steal others' things and still act all righteous. TSK TSK TSK, what is the world coming to? Since last night, Chao Zi hadn't eaten anything, but luckily, she had stolen Lu Xiaowei's biscuits yesterday, so she could barely hold on. Actually, Yan Wei had asked Yang Hongying to give her a sack of wheat bran and black flour. After all, they couldn't let Chao Zi starve. But after one look, Chao Zi found it disgusting and tossed the sack of grain aside, ignoring it. Now, hearing Lu Xiaowei's mockery, Chao Zi was both anxious and angry. I already said I'll pay you back double later. Is it fun for you to keep harping on it? Of course it's fun. I'm not the one who stole. Chao Zi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a sharp voice. What are you still arguing about? Don't forget, you two still have to carry manure with me. If you use up all your strength now, how are you going to carry the manure later? Chao Zi turned around and saw a middle-aged woman with a face full of mean, tough features. She realized this was the Wang Dachuan that young Zhangguo had mentioned. Ever since Yang Fugui was caught, Wang Dachuan's life had been miserable. On top of that, she had to carry manure, leaving her covered in dirt every day. Now, seeing the fair and delicate Chao Zi, she felt both jealousy and a cruel urge to torment her. And you, get moving too. The three of us still have a lot of work today. Wang Dachuan also shouted at Lu Xiaowei, who had been watching the show. Yang Zhangguo had arranged for the two female educated youths to carry manure together, which would reduce Wang Dachuan's workload considerably, so she had volunteered to watch over them digging the ground. Chao Zi glanced at Wang Dachuan's thick arms and realized she probably couldn't withstand even one slap from her. So she didn't dare say much. Humiliated, she picked up her hoe and started digging in silence. Lu Xiaowei was no better off. What female educated youths like them feared most were village women like Wang Dachuan. And so, after finishing their digging tasks, the two of them had to follow Wang Dachuan to carry manure. On the way, the other educated youths they encountered silently laughed at them in their hearts. Especially Chao Zi. With her frail build, she simply couldn't carry 2 buckets of manure properly, and was now staggering along the road. Chapter 302, Chao Zi's miserable situation. Basically, everyone on the road gave the 3 people carrying the night soil a wide berth. Those 2 really asked for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up hauling manure. Sun Yiming clasped his hands and sighed. He had been in Qingshan village for half a year now and understood Yang Zhangguo's temperament well. Normally, he wouldn't punish someone this harshly unless they truly angered him. What, do you feel sorry for them? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Wanna go help them? Hearing this, Sun Yiming was startled and quickly waved his hand. I didn't mean that. He knew that both Lu Xiaowei and Chao Zi were people with terrible personalities. Feng Lingyu chuckled lightly. Let's go back. There's nothing worth watching here. Chao Zi had only drunk some water since last night and had done so much physical labor today that her body could no longer hold up. Just as Feng Lingyu turned to leave, she heard gasps and screams behind her. Turning around, she saw Chao Zi and Lu Xiaowei collapse together, their faces and hair covered in filth. Sun Yiming had witnessed the whole thing and suppressed a laugh as he said, Chao Zi just tripped herself. Lu Xiaowei was close to her and got dragged down with her. Now this is really... The ground reeked and no one was willing to step forward to help and cause trouble for themselves, so the scene was deadlocked. Only Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi kept struggling to get up. Meanwhile, Wang Dachuan laughed without restraint. The sight made her feel thoroughly satisfied. Let's see how those two little bitches act arrogant now. Soon, Yang Jiangwo arrived in a rage. Seeing the mess before him, he was so angry that his temples throbbed, and he nearly cursed in public. Are you all just standing here watching? Why aren't you helping? The onlookers hesitated, muttering, "There's shit everywhere. Who wants to help with that?" It was winter, and many people only had one thick coat. If it got dirty, they'd have nothing else to wear. Yang Jiangwo was choked up for a moment, then said, "Then go fetch a few buckets of water and rinse them off." Several buckets of cold water were poured over them, and Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi screamed from the cold. After they were mostly cleaned up, the two slowly got to their feet, but the smell still lingered. "Send them back to change clothes," Yang Jiangwo ordered Yan Wei. As the head of the educated youth point, he was in charge of all matters concerning the educated youth. Yan Wei immediately agreed and called a few other male educated youth to help the two back. As for the female educated youth, they all covered their noses and kept their distance, afraid of getting the stench on themselves. Lu Xiaowei finally got a taste of her own medicine. Who told her to get mixed up with Chaozi? Gao Xiaodao snickered. I saw Chaozi's face just now. She looked starving. It seems she hasn't eaten since she fell out with Lu Xiaowei yesterday, Feng Lingyu said leisurely. Gao Xiaodao snorted disdainfully. She probably didn't want to eat those coarse grains. She still hasn't realized her situation. Don't worry. Someone like Chaozi won't last long. For Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, clearing the land was relatively easy, so they weren't tired at all. When they got home, they found Shen Huiqing already reading. Nothing happened today, right? Feng Lingyu patted his shoulder. I'm fine. Shen Huiqing pursed his lips, hesitating whether to mention something else. Seeing his hesitant expression, Feng Lingyu keenly sensed that Shen Huiqing had more to say. What's wrong? In front of me, there's no need to hide anything. Shen Huiqing steadied himself and finally spoke. I saw marks on Teacher Niu today, like she had been beaten. Shen Huiqing had been worried that Teacher Niu's attitude toward him might change, but she was as usual. During class today, Shen Huiqing noticed bruises on Teacher Niu's hands. Looking closer, he saw that the corner of her mouth was also black and blue. Do you think she was beaten because of you, and that's why you're unsettled? Shen Huiqing's mood was low, and his usual chubby smile was gone. Yes. I wonder if it's because of her nephew. Feng Lingyu sighed and patted Shen Huiqing's head. Don't blame yourself now. It might not necessarily be because of you. Besides, it's a fact that your clothes were ruined by her nephew. Whether she pays for it or someone else does, someone has to take responsibility. Hearing this, Shen Huiqing nodded seriously, feeling much better. Since your teacher is a good person, we can't just ignore it. We should help if we can, Feng Lingyu added. Shen Huiqing brightened up. How can we help her? Gao Xiaodao, who had been listening the whole time, looked serious. We can't just meddle in other people's affairs. We might end up bringing trouble on ourselves. Things like this were either external grudges or family matters. Either way, outsiders getting involved could make things messy and even bring disaster. You have a point, Feng Lingyu admitted. Honestly, given her habits, she wouldn't meddle unless she really couldn't stand to watch. How about this, Huiqing? Just keep studying as usual and observe more during the day. It's not certain that Teacher Niu was beaten. She might have just fallen accidentally. Shen Huiqing nodded, keeping this matter in mind. As for Lu Xiaowei and Chaozi, both had now earned the disgust of others. After the male educated youth brought them back, they left them alone. It was winter, and their clothes were still dripping with water. When the wind blew, the chill instantly seeped into their bones. On top of that, the stench lingered around their noses. They couldn't just ignore it and climb onto the king, so they had to go to the kitchen to heat water themselves. After washing up, Lu Xiaowei at least had food. She made herself a big bowl of noodles and even added an egg. After all the suffering today, she needed to replenish herself with something hot. She crouched alone in the kitchen, using the residual warmth from the stove, and ate the noodles noisily in big mouthfuls. The aroma of white flour made Chaozi swallow her saliva uncontrollably, but no matter how long she stared, Lu Xiaowei showed no intention of sharing. Chaozi seethed inwardly. Just wait. Once she returned to the city, she would have all kinds of good food. In the end, she had to go back to her room hungry. As soon as she pushed open the door, the cold air hit her. The others who shared rooms had plenty of firewood and had long since heated their kings, making their rooms warm. Chaozi had been causing trouble ever since she arrived. When would she have had time to gather firewood? Facing the freezing room, Chaozi was filled with regret. If only she hadn't insisted on living alone. By now, her Kong would have been warm. Chapter 303, The Laid-Back Feng Lingyu. When Yang Hongying got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, she heard rustling sounds in the kitchen and thought it was rats sneaking out to steal food. She crouched down and cautiously peered through the crack in the door. She saw Chaozi, acting like a thief, digging 2 sweet potatoes out of the firewood. The sweet potatoes were small and astringent, the kind the village specifically used to feed pigs. Holding the sweet potatoes with their skins already charred black, Chaozi's eyes flickered with hesitation, but her stomach was too hungry. She went back to her room and downed 2 cups of water, but her stomach still ached with hunger. Taking a bite of the sweet potato, the bitter and astringent taste made Chaozi spit it out immediately. It was completely different from the sweet flavor she remembered. But the growling of her stomach reminded her that she had to eat something. So Chaozi could only force herself to swallow the awful sweet potato in big mouthfuls while silently crying. Yesterday, Chaozi had dismissed the food she gave her with disdain. Now she understood, when a person is starving enough, there's nothing they can't eat. She hoped Chaozi would soon see her situation clearly. For half a month, many people in the village completed their tasks. Seeing so much land suddenly cleared, everyone felt deeply satisfied. Young Jiangwo was beaming with joy, cheerful every day, walking around with his hands behind his back inspecting everything. The old village communal kitchen had also been renovated and officially renamed the Herbal Medicine Processing Workshop. And the school Yang Jiangwo had been longing for was fully built, just waiting for desks and chairs to be set up before it could officially open. With Qingshan village having its own school, village officials from several surrounding villages made a special trip. They came so that children from their villages could also attend Qingshan village elementary school. Compared to going to the commune, the distance to school was significantly shorter, for one thing. However, children from other villages had to pay tuition to attend. As soon as this rule was announced, many Qingshan village villagers felt a sense of pride. Qingshan village became a hot commodity for miles around. Families with daughters all wanted to marry them into Qingshan village. The weather was getting colder now, and Xin Huiqing's school had already let out for break. He had unsurprisingly taken first place again in the final exams, and the school specially awarded him a certificate. After Xin Huiqing brought the certificate home, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao praised him heavily, turning his fair little face red with embarrassment. In the end, Feng Lingyu pasted the certificate on the living room wall. In Feng Lingyu's words, she wanted everyone who came to their house to see what an outstanding younger brother she had. Although Huiqing shyly said it wasn't necessary, Feng Lingyu could still see the happiness in his eyes. Kids were like that, when they achieve something, don't skimp on praise, so they'd be more motivated next time. Feng Lingyu didn't agree with suppression-based education, which crushed a child's confidence. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected Huiqing to be on break so early. The thermos she'd prepared for him hadn't even been used. At that moment, Huiqing and Taidan were sitting in the living room reading comic books. Since they weren't short on coal, Feng Lingyu's house had a roaring fire. The heat radiating from the walls meant they didn't need to wear thick clothes indoors, just a thin shirt was enough. Someone like Gao Xiaodao, who naturally had a high body temperature, was even sweating from the heat. Xiaoyu, should I add Cotinopsis root to today's soup? A clear voice came from the kitchen. Gao Xiaodao was now in charge of simmering the soup for Shi Wenhao, and Feng Lingyu only needed to tell her the recipe each day. No need. Feng Lingyu replied without looking up, holding Tuanzi in her arms. She was flipping through a medical book. As the saying went, learning had no limits. She couldn't neglect her medical skills just because she had her abilities and spiritual spring water. Soon, a clay pot of steaming hot lamb bone soup was brought out. I'll take it to them while it's hot. There's still half a pot of meat soup without the herbs in the kitchen. We'll drink that ourselves. After saying that, Gao Xiaodao put on her thick coat and rushed out with the pot. Watching her energetic back, Feng Lingyu silently thanked her father more than once for leaving her such a good helper. Ever since the land clearing was done, she had fallen into a life of having everything done for her. Inside and outside the house, all the big and small tasks were handled entirely by Gao Xiaodao. Even when Feng Lingyu wanted a drink of water, with Huiqing at home, as soon as her eyes moved, he would immediately bring her the cup. Lying on the recliner, living a life of idleness, Feng Lingyu suddenly felt she had lost all her drive and perseverance. Seeing the wind and snow picking up outside, Taidan worried about his grandmother at home and politely said goodbye to return. The village arranged for people to shovel snow every day, otherwise, everyone might not even be able to leave their houses. After seeing Taidan off, Feng Lingyu turned to ask Xin Huiqing, "What do you want to eat later?" "Anything is fine." Huiqing stretched, tired from reading comic books for so long. Feng Lingyu went to the yard to check their stock and saw 2 plump, tender lamb legs and a large slab of lamb ribs. "How about we eat roasted lamb leg? And braise the ribs with carrots. Let's have a full lamb feast today. Call Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan over." Without delay, Feng Lingyu took out some onions and other seasonings and put the lamb inside to thaw. Then she had Huiqing go fetch Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan to help. If they wanted good food, they had to pitch in, just showing up to eat wouldn't do. A few days ago, Sun Yiming and the others had brought over several big silver carp. Feng Lingyu had prepared everything except fish at home. Their gift reminded her of reciprocity, so today she would thank them with lamb. Before long, Sun Yiming barged into the room noisily. He rubbed his hands together, hopping around. It's freezing out there. Zhao Nanshan followed closely behind, greeting Feng Lingyu before sitting down. Xiaoyu, your house is way too warm. Sun Yiming took off his coat and said in amazement. He and Zhao Nanshan had gathered some firewood from the mountain before the weather warmed up and later bought more from the village bit by bit. Their stored firewood was enough, but their house wasn't as warm as Feng Lingyu's. We burned charcoal, sack after sack, how could it not be warm? Feng Lingyu poured them a cup of water and explained. Chapter 304, Tuanzi, please don't let anything happen to you. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan had long planned to buy charcoal, but it was a scarce commodity, and they couldn't get any even with money in hand. Where did you buy it? We need some too. Charcoal was a great thing. It could burn all night and still retain heat. Unlike the firewood they burned, which required them to get up in the middle of the night to add more, or else they'd just have to freeze until morning. You want some? Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow, the warmth in the room giving her cheeks a slight pink flush. Sun Yiming was overjoyed, practically trembling with excitement. You really have a way? Heaven knew, he never wanted to crawl out of bed in the middle of the night to add firewood again. The charcoal Feng Lingyu had burned last time was enough for several years. Sharing a bit with them wouldn't hurt, and she could always burn more later. So Feng Lingyu said seriously, I did buy a lot. If you want some, I can spare you a portion. That's really great. Give me as much as you can, sell me whatever you don't need yourself. Sun Yiming said with a tone of wealth and generosity. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. I've been to so many places and couldn't buy any. From now on, I'll just stick with you. A stream of flattering words poured out of Sun Yiming's mouth without restraint. So when Gao Xiaodao returned, she found the room bustling with activity as they roasted a leg of lamb over a roaring fire. Gao Xiaodao, you're finally back. Come check if the seasoning for the lamb leg is right. Sun Yiming, sharp-eyed, immediately waved her over. Gao Xiaodao shot him an annoyed glare. So I'm just a tool to you, huh? The lamb leg had already been slashed with several deep cuts by Feng Lingyu to let the flavor soak in. Gao Xiaodao took a quick look and nodded. The seasoning's pretty much all there. Let it marinate a bit longer. The other lamb leg had already been taken to the kitchen by Zhao Nanshan, who cut it into chunks to make skewers for grilling. The lamb bones wouldn't go to waste either, they'd be frozen outside and later used for soup. If only we had lamb spine bones, we could make lamb spine hot pot, Gao Xiaodao said suddenly, sniffing the smell of roasted meat in the air. Right, lamb spine hot pot warms you up. And you can cook some veggies in it, it's incredibly flavorful. Sun Yiming's mouth watered at Gao Xiaodao's words. Back in the capital, he'd eaten plenty of lamb spine hot pot in winter. Last time, Feng Lingyu had slaughtered 5 sheep in the space, all already processed, with the spine bones saved. So she spoke up, I can get lamb spine bones. Next time, we'll invite Uncle Yang and his family to eat together. Sun Yiming clapped his hands happily. That's great. I still have some fish, we'll eat that together then. In the kitchen, the charcoal fire had already been lit, and the grill rack was set up. Gao Xiaodao placed the marinated lamb leg on it to roast slowly, while the others sat around and started grilling lamb skewers. As the fire roasted the meat, the fat dripped into the flames, releasing a spicy, fragrant aroma of grilled lamb. Sun Yiming couldn't wait any longer and shoved a skewer into his mouth without letting it cool down first. He gave Gao Xiaodao a thumbs up. Your secret barbecue seasoning is amazing. Gao Xiaodao lifted her chin proudly. Of course, it's an exclusive recipe. Seeing Sun Yiming eating so happily, the others couldn't hold back either and eagerly dug in. The lamb skewers were threaded with onions and green peppers, which perfectly balanced the greasiness of the meat and whetted everyone's appetite. The roasting lamb leg only needed to be turned occasionally. Once the outer layer was cooked, they'd slice it off, exposing the raw meat to continue roasting. Zhao Nanshan held a small bowl and brushed seasoning onto it from time to time. Feng Lingyu took a sip of her passion fruit lemon honey water, feeling wonderfully warm all over. She thought to herself that she could get a grilling pan later, so she could often roast meat to eat. The huge lamb leg was definitely more than they could finish, so the leftovers were all packed up by Gao Xiaodao. One portion was set aside for Yang Lemay, and another for Grandpa Shin. There was also bone soup simmering in the pot, and everyone held small bowls, slowly drinking it. It had to be said, Gao Xiaodao's soup-making skills left Wang Li and he been in the dust by miles. I wish I could mooch meals every day. It's hard going from luxury to frugality. After eating, Sun Yiming rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Compared to this, he felt like he'd been eating pig slop every day. What, you're not satisfied with having ready-made meals every day? Zhao Nanshan, who handled the cooking, immediately took offense and shot Sun Yiming a cold glare. How could I? I was just joking, haha. Sun Yiming jolted upright and quickly denied it. He didn't want to offend the person who fed him. The only ones who could reign in Sun Yiming were Gao Xiaodao's fists and Zhao Nanshan's dagger-like glares. Shen Huiqing sat nearby holding Tuanzi, munching on an apple. Tonight's meal was something Tuanzi could only look at but not eat, and it kept whimpering pitifully. Just as the atmosphere was pleasant, Feng Lingyu's expression suddenly changed. She shot a sharp gaze outside. Tuanzi also stood up from Shen Huiqing's lap, leaped down, and started barking a woo-woo at the door. Though its voice was still young, it carried authority, as if warning something. What's wrong with Tuanzi? Shen Huiqing asked worriedly. I suspect wolves have come down the mountain, Feng Lingyu said with a frown. Back when they were on the road, they'd encountered wolves that bit Zhao Nanshan. Later, while picking mushrooms on Shaoqing Mountain, wolves had killed someone. It could be said that wolves had left a huge shadow over Sun Yiming. Didn't the commune send people to clear out the wolves on the mountain? Sun Yiming said, a bit agitated. They definitely didn't wipe them all out. Some slipped through, and they've come back for revenge. Feng Lingyu's expression also darkened. If it were just her, a wolf pack posed no threat. But Qingshan village still had so many elderly and children. Shout out, take them to the village chief's house right now and tell everyone the wolves are coming down the mountain. Huiqing, you go with her too. There was no time to waste. Feng Lingyu stood up. Grandpa Shin was living alone in the cowshed, which was closest to the mountain. The first thing the wolf pack would attack were the defenseless livestock. Xiaoyu, Gao Xiaodao guessed where she was going, but it was dangerous there. Protect Huiqing and yourself. Stay close to each other. I don't care about anyone else, but you two must not get hurt. Feng Lingyu looked seriously into Gao Xiaodao's eyes. With Gao Xiaodao's skills, she could manage to protect herself and a child. Feng Lingyu turned and disappeared into the night, her tracks quickly swallowed by the blizzard. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan knew this was an emergency and not the time for questions. They shielded Shen Huiqing in the middle and ran toward Yang Jiangwo's house. At the same time, they shouted loudly as they ran, wolves are coming. The wolf pack is coming down the mountain. Everyone, lock your doors and windows. In winter, everyone went to bed early, and now they were all woken up. Every household began herding the animals kept in their yards back into their houses, saving as many as they could. Just as they were about to reach Yang Jiangwo's house, Tuanzi, who had been held in Gao Xiaodao's arms, suddenly darted out and disappeared into the snow in a few bounds. Watching its figure merge into the night, Gao Xiaodao called out anxiously, Tuanzi! Tuanzi! Come back! Shen Huiqing was also very worried and wanted to chase after Tuanzi, but Gao Xiaodao grabbed his arm. Gao Xiaodao pressed her lips together. Between Tuanzi and Huiqing, she had to prioritize protecting Huiqing. Chapter 305, Rescuing Shen Xiui at a Critical Moment. Aunt Yang, the wolves are coming down the mountain. Get up! Gao Xiaodao pounded frantically on the Yang family's door. Hearing this, Yang Jiangwo dared not delay and immediately scrambled up from the king. Lu Hohot handed him his coat. In this dead of winter, don't let anything happen. Yang Jiangwo pulled on his boots and coat, replying, stay home. I'm going to the village broadcast room. There were too many people in the village to wake them one by one in time. Knowing Yang Jiangwo's duty as village chief, Lu Hohot didn't stop him, only saying, be careful and take our son with you. Yang Jiangwo grunted in acknowledgement. Stay inside and don't wander off. He pulled open the door and was surprised to find not only Gao Xiaodao and Huiqing, but also Sun Yiming and another person there. Finally getting Yang Jiangwo up, Gao Xiaodao said urgently, Uncle Yang, Xiaoyu says the wolves are coming down the mountain. We woke some people on the way here, but plenty of villagers still don't know. I'm heading to the broadcast room now to wake everyone. You all get inside and hide and make sure the elderly and children are safe. Yang Jiangwo said with a furrowed brow. Uncle Yang, be careful on the road with Brother Deli. The situation was dire and there was no time for more words. Yang Jiangwo and his son hurried off to the broadcast room, shouting loudly along the way to wake as many people as possible. The cowshed was built at the foot of Little Green Mountain. Even though Feng Lingyu had pushed her speed to the limit, by the time she arrived, wolves were already circling the shed. The wolves keenly sensed someone approaching, and several of them quickly surrounded Feng Lingyu. With a flick of her wrist, a bracelet on her hand shot out 10 silver needles. The needles flew at incredible speed, coated with potent poison, and were as fine as silk threads, making them nearly undetectable. Thus, in a single encounter, the 4 wolves that had encircled her fell to the ground instantly, lifeless. Feng Lingyu's face was cold as frost, her brows seeming to be chiseled from ice. Without sparing a glance at the 4 wolf carcasses, she stored them all in her space and dashed straight toward the cowshed. A few remaining wolves were tearing at the cowshed door, with Shin Shui using his bed to hold back their assault. Grandpa Shin, hold on a little longer, I'll save you right now. Seeing that the wolves hadn't yet breached the cowshed, Feng Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had made it in time. If she had been a step later, Grandpa Shin might have been in grave danger. Hearing Feng Lingyu's voice outside, Shin Shui grew anxious. The wolves were still out there. Why had Xiaoyu come out? Go back. I can hold on a bit longer. Get the village's strong men to come. Shin Shui shouted in panic. The cattle inside the shed also sensed the danger and began to move restlessly. Feng Lingyu lightly tapped her right hand, and a dagger appeared in her left. Not hearing a reply from outside, Shin Shui assumed Feng Lingyu had listened and left, feeling a wave of relief. He was just an old man, having lived to such an age. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. But Xiaoyu was still young, like Huayu, with a bright and brilliant future awaiting them. Just then, Shin Shui suddenly noticed that the wolves clawing at the door had stopped. But not far from the door, he heard the howls of wolves in pain. Uneasy, he called out anxiously, Xiaoyu, are you still out there? A dagger flew through the air, cleanly slicing the throat of the last wolf. Feng Lingyu replied in a steady voice, Grandpa Shin, it's all clear. Come on out. Shin Shui moved the bed blocking the door and opened it to find a ground littered with wolf carcasses. The blood from the wolves had stained the snow in front of the door red. 1,000 words caught in Shin Shui's throat. He wanted to say something but didn't know what. Xiaoyu, are you hurt? Shin Shui asked, his voice heavy with emotion. Having just gone through a slaughter, Feng Lingyu radiated sharpness, her long lashes concealing a thick murderous intent. She put away the dagger, and after a moment, the edge faded. She shook her head. I'm fine, Grandpa Shin. Let me take you to the village chief first. Standing amidst the red blood, Feng Lingyu had no idea how breathtaking she looked at that moment. Behind her, wolves continued to charge down the mountain. Because of the pile of wolf carcasses, all the descending wolves instinctively avoided the area around the cowshed. The wolves surged toward the most densely populated part of the village, accompanied by continuous howls. Under these circumstances, the entire village erupted into chaos once more. Everywhere was the sound of children crying, mixed with the calls of various livestock. Yang Jiangwo shouted over the broadcast until his face was red and his neck strained. Forget the chickens, ducks, and pigs. Everyone get inside. Hurry. The wolves are already here. Yang Deli looked at the situation outside and estimated the wolves were almost upon them. He paced anxiously in the broadcast room. Finally realizing there was no more time, he grabbed Yang Jiangwo's arm and pulled him out. Dad, that's enough. We've notified everyone we can. Let's get back quickly. Yang Jiangwo had done his duty as village chief, risking great danger to come to the broadcast and warn everyone about the wolves. Caught off guard, Yang Jiangwo was dragged out of the broadcast room by his son. The village committee building wasn't as safe as their own yard. Their house had a yard, which added an extra layer of protection, and the doors and windows were sturdy, at least not easily pushed open. Fortunately, there was still time. On their way back, Yang Jiangwo and his son didn't encounter any wolves. But just as they were about 500 meters from home, the wolves came howling toward them. Yang Jiangwo and his son turned pale with fear. Running home now was definitely out of the question. With no other choice, they had to pound on the doors of the two families living nearby. One of the families was Yang Jiangwo's own younger brother, Yang Jianya, and the other was Gahongmei and Taidan. Yang Jiangwo pinned his hopes on his brother. After all, they were blood-related siblings. Chapter 306. The situation is dire. Second uncle, open the door. My father and I can't make it home in time. Yang Deli didn't hesitate, pounding heavily on Yang Jianya's door. Gahongmei and Taidan were an old woman and a defenseless child. It was too dangerous for them to open the door. Yang Jianya heard the knocking from inside the house. He hesitated, wanting to open the door, but his wife, Sun Jiaodi, was quick to grab his sleeve. What are you doing? Are you really going to open it? There are wolves everywhere outside now. What if you let them in? Are you going to risk the whole family? Hearing this, Yang Jianya wavered and muttered, but it's my elder brother and nephew out there. Sun Jiaodi rolled her eyes and planted her hands on her hips. You treat him like a brother, but has he ever thought of you when there's something good? Blood brothers, he's worse than a stranger. Besides, we have a little grandson in the house. What if something happens to him? Sun Jiaodi shot a look at her eldest daughter-in-law, Sun Xulian, who quickly brought out her newborn son. The infant in swaddling let out a couple of soft cries, and Yang Jianya's expression immediately became uncertain. Anyway, everyone has their own fate. This door absolutely cannot be opened. Yang Jianya had always been easily swayed. After hearing this, he no longer wanted to open the door. So he crouched down, holding his head, and said in a muffled voice, then I won't go. Seeing this, Sun Jiaodi smirked triumphantly, thinking to herself that it would be best if Yang Jiangwo and his son died out there. She wanted to see how that bitch Lu Hohot could still be smug after losing her husband and son. Outside, Yang Deli's hands were red from knocking, but no one answered from inside. Yang Jiangwo couldn't believe his own brother would refuse to help. Second brother. Open the door. Big brother, I have a grandson in the house. This door can't be opened. You'd better think of another way. Sun Zhaodi's shrill voice came from inside. Seeing the wolf pack about to arrive, Yang Jiangwo was filled with despair. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let his son come with him. Deli, run now. You're young, I believe you can make it home. Yang Jiangwo's eyes steadied as he spoke to his son. Yang Deli's eyes widened. Dad, I'm not leaving. We'll run together. How could he let his father hold off the wolves for him? Yang Jiangwo shoved Yang Deli hard. Go. It's better for one to die than for both of us to die here. Ge Hongmei heard their argument outside clearly. She had thought Yang Jianya would open the door, but now there was no time to hesitate. Otherwise, village chief Yang and his son would really lose their lives. Tai Dan, hide in the cellar. If the wolves get in, don't make a sound, understand? Ge Hongmei said sternly. Tai Dan held back his tears and nodded firmly. Grandma, you be careful too. By the time Tai Dan was hidden, the howling of wolves was very close. The nearest wolf was only about 20 meters away from Yang Jiangwo and his son. Village chief Yang, hurry inside. Ge Hongmei's door suddenly swung open, and she waved at them. Yang Deli reacted quickly, pulling his father and rushing through the door. The moment they shut it, two wolves leaped and slammed into the door with two loud thuds. Yang Deli and Yang Jiangwo were both panting heavily, their hearts pounding, but they couldn't relax. The wolves outside had started scratching at the door. Ge Hongmei's door was just an ordinary wooden one. It couldn't withstand the wolves' sharp teeth and claws. Grandma Ge, do you have a big bat? Let's block the door first, Yang Deli asked. Yang Jiangwo rolled up his sleeves and moved the large vat over. With the vat, nearly as tall as a person, blocking the door, Ge Hongmei felt much more at ease. Aunt Ge, if it weren't for you today, my son and I would have died. I'm so grateful. Yang Jiangwo looked at Ge Hongmei with gratitude. Grandma Ge, thank you. Yang Deli quickly added his thanks. He never expected that in a moment of crisis, the one willing to open the door and save them wasn't a blood relative, but a fellow villager he barely knew. Ge Hongmei sighed and waved her hand. If it weren't for your care, village chief Yang, Tai Dan and I wouldn't have had an easy time in the village. She remembered all the help Yang Jiangwo had given her. During work assignments, he always gave her tasks that were light but earned plenty of work points, and even Tai Dan could earn a few points each day. At the year-end grain distribution, her family always got the best grain, with sweet potatoes that were big and red. If not for Yang Jiangwo's quiet support, she wouldn't have been able to raise Tai Dan. Not dwelling on the matter, Yang Jiangwo and his son silently etched Ge Hongmei's life-saving kindness into their hearts. Where's Tai Dan? I don't see him, Yang Jiangwo asked again. He's hiding in the cellar. I told him not to come out. If the wolves really get in, I just hope that after they've eaten their fill, Tai Dan might escape. The howling of wolves rose and fell from every corner of the village. Occasionally, the screams of animals could be heard. Yang Jiangwo's face darkened. He knew the village's livestock had likely been devoured by the wolves. Why are there so many wolves? Yang Deli listened to the rustling sounds outside. It must be the heavy snow sealing off the mountains. The wolves have nothing to eat, so they've come down, Yang Jiangwo sighed. As far as he could remember, Qingshan village had suffered wolf attacks before, but never on this scale. He estimated that at least 100 wolves had come down tonight. With so many wolves, the few chickens and ducks in the village wouldn't be enough to fill their stomachs. If these wolves turned ferocious and insisted on eating people, that would be the worst-case scenario. Before Yang Jiangwo and his son could rest long, the wolves outside suddenly intensified their assault. Cracks appeared in the door as it was bitten through. Ge Hongmei's face turned pale. It seems this door won't hold much longer. It's okay, Aunt Ge. You go hide in the cellar too. Deli and I can still put up some resistance. Yang Jiangwo grabbed a woodcutter's knife. At this point, bloodshed and death were inevitable. Yang Deli didn't stay idle either, picking up an axe. Grandma Ge, go hide. If you stay here, you'll just be one more person losing their life. With her limited mobility, hiding was the best option for Ge Hongmei. Chapter 307. Blame your own bad luck. Ge Hongmei didn't decline. Yang Deli made a good point. Her presence here would only be a hindrance. More and more wolves were gathering, and Yang Jianya's family wasn't faring well either. Their door was about to be broken down, and the whole family huddled together in fear, not a single person daring to go out and check. Sun Zhaodi wanted her eldest daughter-in-law, Sun Xiulian, to go out and take a look. Sun Xiulian was her niece from her own family and had always been obedient to her. But this was a life-or-death matter. How could Sun Xiulian dare to go out? She only made excuses, saying she had to hold the baby and didn't dare to go out. Sun Zhaodi thought about it and agreed. She couldn't let her newborn grandson lose his mother. The door creaked and groaned, clearly on the verge of giving way. Yang Jianya's family were all lazy good-for-nothings. When they'd made the door, they'd deliberately chosen the thinnest one, and Sun Zhaodi had even mocked the villagers for making sturdy doors as an unnecessary bother. Now, with their door wobbling dangerously, regret was useless. With a crack, the flimsy door finally gave way and crashed to the ground. 7 or 8 wolves surged inside, drawn by the enticing scent of flesh and blood coming from the room. What now? The wolves are in. Yang Jianya stammered, trembling with regret. He wished he'd let his older brother and his son in earlier, at least they could have held the line. Sun Zhaodi was terrified too. Her gaze swept over everyone in the room before settling on her eldest granddaughter, Yang Dahua. Her stare was cold and piercing, almost tangible. Yang Dahua had already curled herself into the smallest ball possible, but she couldn't escape Sun Zhaodi's eyes. She felt that her grandmother was more terrifying than the wolves outside. The moment Sun Zhaodi spoke, everyone in the room turned to look at Yang Dahua. Our family has the old and the young. We've raised you for so long, it's time for you to contribute to this family. Sun Zhaodi said with a dark expression. Yang Dahua was Sun Xiulian's eldest daughter, 5 years old now. Because her first child was a daughter, Sun Xiulian had often been given the cold shoulder by her mother-in-law, so she didn't like this daughter. Sun Zhaodi's meaning was clear. She wanted Yang Dahua to go out and feed the wolves, to save the rest of the family. Yang Dahua held back her tears, dropped to her knees, and begged desperately, Grandma, I'll eat less and work more from now on, please don't send me out. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, say something. I'll be good to my little brother from now on. I'm begging you. But every person she called out to averted their eyes, avoiding her pleading gaze. Sun Xiulian hugged her son tighter and gritted her teeth. Dahua, just go out. Do it for your little brother, he's only just been born. Sun Xiulian's words crushed the faint hope Yang Dahua had left. The wolves outside had started scratching at the door. Sun Zhaodi grabbed Yang Dahua by the collar. Dahua, don't blame us. Next life, be born into a better family. With that, she cracked the window open and flung Yang Dahua's frail little body into the yard. The wolf pack, which had been attacking the door, was now drawn by the sound of Yang Dahua hitting the ground. Seeing the wolves pull back, everyone inside breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Zhaodi muttered to herself, Dahua, don't resent me. It's your bad luck being born into my family. If you want someone to blame, go find those damn wolves. The wolves crept closer to Yang Dahua, their teeth dripping saliva, bits of flesh still caught between them. Yang Dahua was just a 5-year-old child. How could she not be terrified in such a situation? Don't eat me. I'm so scared. Help. What? Feng Lingyu led Xin Shui from the cowshed, hurrying to meet up with Gao Xiaodao. Along the way, whenever Feng Lingyu encountered a wolf, she dispatched it with ease. Her sharp, efficient movements left Xin Shui stunned. Every time Feng Lingyu struck, her dagger never missed. Xin Shui had spent years in the military, and Feng Lingyu's skills were among the best he'd ever seen. Just as they were about to reach Yang Jiangwo's house, a child's cries suddenly rang out. Xiaoyu, there's a child crying. Xin Shui stopped. Feng Lingyu exchanged a glance with him, and they both ran toward the sound. Seeing the tightly shut doors and windows, Feng Lingyu and Xin Shui understood immediately. This family had thrown the child out to die while they hid inside, clinging to life. Feng Lingyu dashed forward, her dagger transforming back into a bracelet as she shot a grappling hook toward the eaves. A crisp ding rang out, and Feng Lingyu launched herself into the air, landing in the middle of the wolf pack. She scooped up the crying Yang Dahua with one arm. Then, kicking off the wall, she swung back to Xin Shui's side. Are you okay? Feng Lingyu studied the little girl she'd just rescued. When she'd held her, she could feel how thin and frail she was. Yang Dahua couldn't believe she'd been saved. She knew who the famous educated youth Feng Lingyu was. I'm fine. Thank you, educated youth Feng. Yang Dahua shook her head timidly. Feng Lingyu glanced at the wolves still eyeing them hungrily and said coldly. Xiaoyu, these wolves are still here, Xin Shui called out to her. Feng Lingyu sneered. These people who feed their children to wolves aren't worth saving. Let them leave it to fate. If they survived, they were lucky. If not, then heaven had its eyes open. Xin Shui hadn't fully processed it at first, but hearing Feng Lingyu's words, he no longer thought about saving the people inside. He held Yang Dahua in his arms. The child seemed traumatized, her eyes wide and vacant. Yang Jiangwo and his son rushed out with knives. Seeing Feng Lingyu outside, Yang Jiangwo shouted, Xiaoyu, what are you doing out here? Get inside and hide. Uncle Yang, why are you at Tiadan's house? Feng Lingyu asked, confused. Where's Xiaodao and the others? They're at my place. Hurry up and come in, there are wolves everywhere. Yang Jiangwo urged. He and Yang Deli had charged out intending to save the crying Yang Dahua. Seeing her safely in Xinshui's arms, they relaxed. Chapter 308. Tuanzi's meat isn't even enough to fill a wolf's teeth. Uncle Yang, come back with me. Don't worry, nothing will happen. As Feng Lingyu said this, she cleanly slit the throat of a wolf that tried to pounce and ambush them. Yang Jiangwo was momentarily speechless. How could killing a wolf be as easy as chopping a watermelon in Xiaoyu's hands? He quickly snapped back to reality and said, Xiaoyu, I'll call Aunt Ge and Taidan to come along. Since Feng Lingyu was leading them, what was there to fear? Unlike Ge Hongmei's dilapidated home, Yang Jiangwo's house was sturdy. Not to mention the gate, even the walls were tall, making it nearly impossible for wolves to enter the yard. Comparing the two, it was definitely safer to go to Yang Jiangwo's house. Yang Jiangwo was willing to take them in, and Ge Hongmei was already grateful. So she didn't waste any time and quickly pulled Taidan out of the cellar. Feng Lingyu had them walk ahead while she covered the rear. Fortunately, the two houses weren't far apart. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was a tough opponent, the wolves scattered and fled to find other places. Lu Hohot and Yang Yumei paced anxiously at home. With wolves everywhere outside, where could Yang Jiangwo and his son possibly go? She couldn't bear to think about it. The moment she did, her whole body went weak. It was Yang Yumei who kept holding her hand, reassuring her that her father and brother would be fine. No one had expected something like this to happen tonight. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Hohot, I'm back with our son. Open the door. Am I hearing things? Is that your father? Lu Hohot was dazed, afraid she had misheard. Yang Yumei excitedly grabbed Lu Hohot's hand. No, it's really father. When Yang Yumei opened the door, she saw Yang Jiangwo and the others walking in. Jiangwo, are you alright? Lu Hohot looked him over from head to toe. Meeting his wife's concerned gaze, Yang Jiangwo felt warmth in his heart, along with a deep sense of guilt. Don't worry. Thanks to Xiaoyu, none of us got hurt. Is this Dahua? How's she with you? Lu Hohot pulled young Dahua forward. This poor child, look at what that lunatic son Jiaodi had done to her. Yang Jiangwo lowered his voice and shared the truth as he had guessed it. Lu Hohot and Yang Yumei's expressions turned grim. Lu Hohot cursed in the direction of Yang Jianya's house. That damned family, doing nothing but wicked things day in and day out. Yang Yumei, meanwhile, took Yang Dahua to her room to clean her up. Yang Jiangwo and his father, Yang Niushan, sat off to the side, fuming with anger. He couldn't understand how his youngest son had turned out like this after getting married. Feng Lingyu led Xinshui over to Gao Xiaodao's side. Seeing that she and Huiqing were both fine, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Sun Yiming and Zhao Nanshan watched Xinshui, their eyes flickering. Feng Lingyu was connected to this person whom everyone in the village avoided, and it didn't seem like an ordinary connection. Xinshui didn't say much. He silently sat down to the side. This wasn't the right time for conversation. Shen Huiqing only glanced at Xinshui once and didn't approach to reveal their relationship. Xiaoyu, Tuanzi suddenly ran off earlier. I was alone and couldn't go after it, Gao Xiaodao said guiltily. Feng Lingyu frowned slightly. Tuanzi was usually so obedient, why would it suddenly run off? Still, she gently comforted Gao Xiaodao. It's fine. Stay here and watch. I'll go find it. With that, Feng Lingyu said her goodbyes and hurried off alone again. Having spent so long in the space, Tuanzi had absorbed its spiritual energy, and Feng Lingyu could vaguely sense its location. She dashed in one direction. Passing by Yang Dahua's house, she heard screams coming from inside. She only cast a cold glance before turning away without looking back. At the foot of Little Green Mountain, Tuanzi, a ball of pure white, had all its fur bristling. Its front legs were lowered, back arched, and it let out a threatening growl from its throat. Opposite Tuanzi, confronting it, was a massive gray wolf. Its fur stood up like steel needles, and its eyes gleamed with a sinister, fierce light. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected Tuanzi to come here alone to face the wolves. Judging by the wolf's size, it was likely the pack's alpha. Hearing the sound, the gray wolf turned its head toward Feng Lingyu. It recognized her scent. The wolf bared its teeth at Feng Lingyu, its long, snow-white fangs glinting coldly against the snowy ground. Seeing that Tuanzi was unharmed, Feng Lingyu felt relieved. There was no one around, so she could freely use her abilities without worrying about being seen. A green vine suddenly shot out from the snow, wrapping around Tuanzi's body. Tuanzi struggled frantically in shock, but in an instant, it found itself in a reassuring embrace. Feng Lingyu held Tuanzi, brought over by the vine, and checked it all over. Seeing no injuries, she finally relaxed. You've gotten bold, running off like this tonight? Feng Lingyu patted Tuanzi's head in exasperation. Is that bit of meat on you even enough to fill a wolf's teeth? Tuanzi let out two soft, whining cries and buried its little head in shame. You're saying that wolf killed your parents? Feng Lingyu frowned slightly. No wonder Tuanzi had reacted so strongly tonight. It had encountered the one who killed its parents. Animals were sensitive to scents, and Tuanzi remembered the smell of that wolf. Moonlight bathed the land, casting a glow over the vast white snow and the endless mountains. If not for the wolves, tonight would have been a perfect time to enjoy the snowy scenery. Feng Lingyu, clad in a red plum blossom robe against the snow, stood on the white ground. Her hand idly stroked the white fur of the young beast in her arms. Her face was radiant, with snow-white cheeks and red lips, like a goddess descending from the heavens, indifferent to everything in the world, as if nothing could stir her emotions. The wolf opposite her eyed the woman warily. Years of beastly instinct told it, this woman was strong. Awa, awa, the wolf king's howl rang through the sky, echoing across the entire territory of Qingshan village. Soon, the other wolves in the village began to respond. Awa. Howls rose and fell from all directions, and Tuanzi's fur bristled again. It's nothing. Feng Lingyu remained as nonchalant as ever. She even had the leisure to tease and soothe the little pet in her arms. Chapter 309, I've avenged you. Wolves are pack animals, both cunning and loyal. When the Wolf King is strong, they obey its commands absolutely. But once the Wolf King is injured, they will abandon it without hesitation. By the time Feng Lingyu was calming Tuanzi, the wolves in the village had already arrived one after another. Soon, dozens of wolves formed an encirclement, surrounding Feng Lingyu. Dozens of pairs of green eyes stared greedily at Feng Lingyu. At a low growl from the Wolf King, they all assumed attack stances. Every wolf bared its sharp fangs, and some still had half-eaten flesh in their mouths. You've called your underlings, why haven't you started yet? Feng Lingyu lifted her gaze to the Wolf King lurking behind the pack. Though the Wolf King couldn't understand her words, it knew she was provoking it. Its massive paw suddenly extended sharp claws, pressing a deep imprint into the snow. The Wolf King raised its neck and howled at the bright moon in the sky. This time, its howl was far louder and more far-reaching than before. An ordinary person would likely be terrified into collapsing on the ground. Head of the house, these wolf howls don't sound right to me. They're much louder, like they're summoning something. It should be fine. We'll just stay put and not go out. Don't worry yourself, sit down and rest. Yang Jiangwo comforted her. In truth, he also had a bad feeling, but with Xiaoyu not here, he was the pillar of strength and had to stay steady. Lu Hohot followed Yang Jiangwo's lead and sat down on a chair, sighing. I just feel a bit uneasy. Auntie Lu, rest assured, if the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Sun Yiming raised his arm, flexing to show off his strength. Gao Xiaodao was speechless. With that scrawny frame of yours, you'd better step back. Gao Xiaodao, you're looking down on me again. Sun Yiming shouted, pointing at her indignantly. Their bickering lightened the mood considerably. Hey, why do I feel like the wolves outside have all left? Young Ime pressed her ear to the door, listening intently. It sounds like something's going on at second uncle's place, Yang Ime said, frowning. It sounded like someone was wailing, but since it was far away, she couldn't hear clearly. Yang Ime found it strange, her second uncle's family were all cowards. At a time like this, they should be hiding quietly, not shouting and making a fuss. Come back quickly. What if some wolves are still hiding in the shadows? Let's wait until dawn to go out. Lu Hohot waved for her daughter to return. From now on, that family's affairs had nothing to do with theirs. As for your second uncle, from now on, we'll pretend they're not relatives. Lu Hohot said this loudly on purpose, making sure Yang Yoshan could hear. Your youngest son could stand by and watch his own elder brother and nephew die. Don't expect to be treated as family anymore. Yang Yoshan felt ashamed and could only smoke his pipe in silence. The wolf pack surged forward, each wolf eager to taste the flesh of the person before them. Heh. Feng Lingyu's eyelids lifted slightly, her red lips curving into a smile. You want them to wear me down? Before her words faded, several green vines suddenly shot up from the snow. These vines moved extremely fast and emerged from underground, catching the wolf pack completely off guard. Moreover, unlike the vines that had caught Tuanzi, these new vines were covered in sharp thorns. Once they coiled around a wolf's body, they tightened instantly, and the thorns pierced deep into its flesh. The wolves' howls of agony echoed continuously, and some were even lifted into the air, spinning around. The remaining wolves grew timid, howling but daring not to advance. The Wolf King stepped back a few paces. It was, after all, just a beast, smarter than the average wolf, but still unable to comprehend the situation. It only knew that they couldn't defeat this human now. So it lowered its body and stealthily retreated a few steps. The next moment, Feng Lingyu, who had been far away, appeared instantly behind the Wolf King. When her spatial ability reached its peak, she could teleport. The Wolf King was so startled it leaped into the air and twisted around violently, unable to understand how she had gotten behind it. A flicker of ferocity flashed in its eyes as it snarled at the other wolves. The remaining wolves closed in on Feng Lingyu again. Placing Tuanzi on her shoulder, Feng Lingyu freed her hands. With a wave of her right hand, several more vines shot out. The wolf pack couldn't dodge in time, and most were entangled by the vines. Feng Lingyu let out a disdainful snort and pointed to the side. All the bound wolves were flung away, falling silent. Seeing this, the Wolf King knew it wouldn't escape today unless it dealt with this person. Its body was much larger than the other wolves, and when it lunged at Feng Lingyu, it moved as fast as the wind, carrying an overwhelming pressure. An ordinary person would certainly be no match for the Wolf King's speed. Feng Lingyu's expression didn't change, though a hint of disdain for the Wolf King flickered in her eyes. Several vines shot toward the Wolf King in midair, moving even faster this time. The Wolf King reacted quickly, changing direction and snapping several vines with its jaws. Spitting the vines aside, it roared and charged at Feng Lingyu again. Not bad, you can actually bite through my vines. Feng Lingyu remained unfazed. A long blade appeared in her hand. She leaped into the air, meeting the Wolf King mid-pounce. Against the outline of the full moon, the massive wolf, the young girl, and the silver gleam of the blade merged into one. The next second, a spray of blood burst forth, like a red line drawn across the canvas of the full moon. The Wolf King's enormous body crashed to the ground, sending up a flurry of snow. A faint sound still came from its throat, its eyes glaring bitterly at the human who had killed it. Feng Lingyu wiped the blood off her blade and put the long sword back into her space. Tuanzi barked excitedly, wagging its tail nonstop, and kept trying to leap up and lick Feng Lingyu's face. The frost in her eyes melted away as Feng Lingyu gently hugged Tuanzi. There. I've avenged you. I know you're happy. Looking at the wolf corpses scattered on the ground, Feng Lingyu stored them all into her space. If she left them here, the villagers would surely be terrified tomorrow. Chapter 310, Processing the Wolf Carcasses, Harvesting Many Wolf Pelts. Just as dawn broke, morning light pierced through the thick clouds, scattering countless warm rays across the earth. Qingshan village, which had suffered a wolf attack the night before, was a scene of devastation. Many walls were stained with blood. Half-eaten livestock carcasses lay scattered everywhere. Even though Feng Lingyu was usually cold-hearted, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity at the sight. Most households had lost all their livestock, their doors and windows shattered. Walking along the village paths, she could hear mournful cries from time to time. Feng Lingyu put Tuanzi into her space and returned to Yang Jiangwo's home. Xiaoyu, you're finally back. Are you okay? Gao Xiaoda rushed out first, asking anxiously. Feng Lingyu shook her head. I'm fine. Tuanzi is already home. Good. Xiaoyu, what was it like outside after you left? Why did the wolves howl so fiercely later? Yang Jiangwo had been confined to the house by Lu Hohat and wasn't allowed out, so he didn't know the village's condition. The wolves had all been killed by Feng Lingyu, and she believed it would be a long time before any more wolves came down the mountain. A pack needed a long time to recover and grow. Uncle Yang, things outside are very bad. You'll need to take charge. As for the wolves, I'm not really sure either. Feng Lingyu briefly described what she had seen along the way, and everyone felt sad. After this incident, it was hard to say how long it would take for the village to recover. Yang Jiangwo couldn't sit still any longer. He had to find the other village cadres to handle the aftermath. Knowing the wolves had retreated, Lu Hohat didn't stop Yang Jiangwo and let him go. Everyone, having not slept all night, took their leave from Lu Hohat and went home. Feng Lingyu escorted Xin Xiui back to the cowshed. Fortunately, the cowshed had just been renovated, with all doors and windows made of good materials, so the cattle were still safely in their pens. They just looked a bit listless, probably frightened. Thank goodness. If something had happened to the cattle, who knows how much trouble the village would be in. Xin Xiui patted the cow's head. He had been feeding the village's cattle for years and had a deep bond with them. The cows were also attached to him, letting out a few low moos. Even if something had happened to the cattle, there's nothing to be done. People are more important in the end. Feng Lingyu sighed. Since everything is fine here, Xiaoyu, you should go back and get some rest. Alright. Grandpa Shen, don't worry too much. The village will send someone to handle things here. The cattle were important village assets, and without anyone needing to remind them, the villagers would prioritize settling them first. When Feng Lingyu was almost home, she took Tuanzi out of her space and brought him inside. The room from last night's gathering was still a mess. They had left in a hurry, leaving everything out in the open. Gao Xiaodao and Shen Huiqing started cleaning up as soon as they got home. Her house was far from the village cluster, so the damage wasn't too severe. The front door had a few claw marks, and the chickens in the yard were scared stiff. Gao Xiaodao checked the henhouse, but found no eggs. Little chickens, you'd better step it up. If you can't lay eggs, you'll end up in the pot. Gao Xiaodao patted the two hens' wings and added some water to their bowl. By the time Feng Lingyu got home, the house was mostly cleaned up. You didn't sleep all night. Why are you so diligent? Couldn't this have waited? Feng Lingyu said helplessly. Physical exhaustion wasn't the worst of it. It was the mental strain from being on edge all night that was truly draining. Huiqing was so tired he had dark circles under his eyes, but he was still forcing himself to stay awake and wipe the table. Gao Xiaodao playfully stuck out her tongue. We've only been cleaning for a few minutes, not long. Tuanzi, where did you run off to last night? Gao Xiaodao's gaze shifted to the little fur ball in Feng Lingyu's arms. Shen Huiqing carefully took Tuanzi, rubbing his soft fur. Seeing that he wasn't injured, a smile finally appeared on his face. Tuanzi, I'm so glad you're okay. Come on, I'll get you some milk. Gao Xiaodao watched Huiqing with envy. For some reason, Tuanzi was just too close to him. Alright, let's all get some rest. Who knows how busy the village will be later. Feng Lingyu pushed Gao Xiaodao toward her room. With the village so badly damaged, there was bound to be a lot of work ahead. Gao Xiaodao yawned. She really was tired. Sister Xiaoyu, I'll feed Tuanzi his milk and then go to sleep. Shen Huiqing said sheepishly. He had been worried about Tuanzi all night. At home, Tuanzi spent the most time with him. Feng Lingyu wanted to say that Tuanzi had been perfectly fine last night and nothing was wrong, but she decided to let it go and save him some face. Then get some rest soon. Tuanzi is fine. With that, Feng Lingyu returned to her room. She still had many wolf carcasses to deal with in her space. Looking at the mountain of wolf corpses in her space, Feng Lingyu felt a chill. She'd better clean them up quickly. She didn't want her space filled with these things. Feng Lingyu had no intention of keeping the wolf meat. The wolves might have eaten human flesh, and just thinking about it made her sick. But the wolf pelts were valuable. Even if she didn't use them herself, selling them would bring in a lot of money. She hadn't used her lightning ability last night precisely because she wanted to keep the wolf carcasses intact. Otherwise, with her lightning ability, she could have wiped out the wolf pack in an instant. They were just ordinary animals, not like the thick-skinned mutated animals from the apocalypse that could withstand lightning. If Feng Lingyu had used her lightning ability against the wolves, there would have been nothing left of them, and the pelts she coveted would have been lost. Using her mind, Feng Lingyu skinned all the wolves, processed the pelts using traditional methods, and hung them in the yard to dry. The Wolf King's pelt was the most intact and the largest. Feng Lingyu decided to keep it for herself, planning to lay it over a lounge chair for sleeping. She didn't waste the remaining wolf meat either. She had a feed machine and a generator in her space. She had also stored quite a bit of gasoline, but since it was useless in this era, she had never used it. She poured gasoline into the generator, successfully producing electricity, and the feed machine rumbled to life. Feng Lingyu cut the wolf meat into small pieces, mixed it with various other things, and dumped it all into the feed machine. Soon, over 30 large bags of wolf meat feed were ready. Feng Lingyu decided to use this feed for the small animals in her space. She didn't want to waste anything. After finishing the disposal of the wolf carcasses, Feng Lingyu finally went to bed, satisfied. Chapter 311. Not Understanding Human Speech. By the time Feng Lingyu woke from her sleep, it was already afternoon. Hearing her stir, Gao Xiaodao also got up from the king. As for Huiqing, he was still in his room, hugging Tuanzi and sleeping soundly. Young children need plenty of sleep to grow. Feng Lingyu shot Gao Xiaodao a glance, signaling her to be quiet and not wake the child. The two tiptoed out the door to check on the situation outside. At this moment, the villagers were all tidying up their homes, especially the collapsed walls and the scratched-up doors and windows. The weather would occasionally drop in temperature, bringing heavy snowfalls. If the houses weren't repaired quickly, people could freeze to death at night. The village's barefoot doctor, Ma Dafu, was very busy. Some families had people bitten by wolves and needed him to treat their wounds. Fortunately, it was cold now, so the chances of wound infection were low. Yang Jingwo, along with the accountant He Pengcheng, was going door to door tallying the villagers' losses. When he saw Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao, his eyes lit up. Comrade Feng, Comrade Gao, you're here. Village Chief Yang, how are things in the village? In front of outsiders, Feng Lingyu always addressed Yang Jingwo as village chief. Sigh, many villagers' chickens, pigs, and sheep have been bitten to death. Luckily, the village's cattle are fine, or next year's spring plowing would be exhausting, Yang Jingwo said solemnly. Since the situation here is so severe, if we report it to the commune, the state might provide some subsidies, Feng Lingyu suggested subtly. The wolf disaster in Qingshan village was ultimately also the fault of the higher-ups. Last time, wolves had already killed someone in Qingshan village, and the authorities sent people to hunt them, claiming they had wiped them out. But now another incident had occurred. If Feng Lingyu hadn't lured the wolf pack to the foot of Little Qingshan Mountain last night, the village would have lost many more lives. Yang Jingwo's eyes brightened. Feng Lingyu had come up with a good idea. No matter how much the higher-ups could subsidize, every little bit helped. Alright, I'll go to the commune and cry about it tomorrow. Yang Jingwo joked. One more thing. The wolf pack came down the mountain last night, probably for revenge. Our village is so close to Little Qingshan, we should strengthen our defenses daily. If something like this happens again, the villagers can have time to react, instead of being as rushed as last night, Feng Lingyu advised. Don't you remember what happened last time we hunted the wolves? Wolves hold grudges. There are other villages nearby, so why did they attack only ours? I can't think of any other reason besides revenge. You make a good point. It seems we need to arrange night patrols in the village. Young Jiangwo said thoughtfully. Back in the old days when they were fighting bandits, the village arranged patrols every night. Who to assign, how to carry it out, and the compensation issues, Village Chief Yang, you'll need to think it all through carefully. Yang Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for Feng Lingyu, the villagers wouldn't have earned any money, and their village might not have made it through this year. Seeing the approaching figure, Yang Jiangwo's face darkened. What are you doing here? Big brother, Jade was bitten by a wolf. If we don't get her to the hospital, she'll die. Yang Jianya hurried forward, speaking anxiously. But before he could finish, Yang Jiangwo coldly interrupted him. What does that have to do with me? Yang Jiangwo couldn't understand. Last night, Yang Jianya had stood by and done nothing to save him and his son, yet today he had the nerve to come asking for help. Big brother, how can you say that? Yang Jianya looked at Yang Jiangwo in disbelief. Didn't your wife say it? Everyone has their own fate. Yang Jiangwo stepped back, avoiding Yang Jianya's attempt to grab his hand. He Pengcheng, watching the scene, raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Yang Jiangwo always good to his younger brother? Had they fallen out? Yang Jianya, panicked and at a loss, began to ramble. Big brother, Jade really is dying. You have to save her. She's your sister-in-law, big brother. No one in his family was reliable. At a time like this, besides coming to Yang Jiangwo, he didn't know who else to turn to for help. Yang Jiangwo looked at his younger brother with disgust. How had he never noticed before that the man didn't understand human speech? Where's your dahua? Seeing Yang Jianya's demeanor, he knew the man hadn't even thought of his own granddaughter. Remembering how his wife had thrown dahua out to feed the wolves, Yang Jianya felt guilty and stammered. Dahua, she was unlucky. She was accidentally eaten by wolves last night. Yang Jianya didn't dare tell the truth. If he did, not only his brother, but also the other villagers would look down on them. Although some families in the village favored boys over girls, no one would go so far as to throw a child out to feed the wolves, such a cruel and inhumane act. Hearing Yang Jianya's answer, Yang Jiangwo was deeply disappointed and felt even more disgusted with his brother. Do you think no one knows what you did? I didn't speak the truth to save you face. Son Jade was bitten by a wolf. Maybe it's heaven's punishment for her. Yang Jianya's face turned pale. How did his brother know about this? He gritted his teeth. He absolutely couldn't admit it. Dahua was already eaten by the wolves. There was no proof. Big brother, what do you mean? I don't understand. Jade is in danger now. Dahua is already gone. I can't just watch Jade die too, big brother. Yang Jianya sniffled and sobbed, putting on a perfect act of a good grandfather and husband. Watching his performance, Yang Jiangwo fell into deep self-doubt. Was this the brother he had always believed to be an honest man? He had been fooled by this act for so long. In the past, Yang Jiangwo had thought his younger brother was soft-natured, and that son Jade was the one stirring up trouble. Now it seemed, the one hiding the most was his own good brother. Yang Jiangwo closed his eyes tightly, then said word by word, all these years, I've misjudged you. He Pengcheng, watching from the sidelines, sneered inwardly. Yang Jiangwo was straightforward, but his brother had hundreds of tricks up his sleeve. When they were kids, He Pengcheng had played with that scoundrel Yang Jianya and suffered many losses because of him. Only Yang Jiangwo, that big fool, clung to family bonds and always believed Yang Jianya was his obedient good brother. He didn't know what had happened last night, but it was a good thing that Yang Jiangwo could finally see Yang Jianya's true face. Big brother. Yang Jianya tried to speak again, but Yang Jiangwo raised his hand to stop him. Don't play dumb with me about what happened last night. Chapter 312, Son Jade's Miserable State. Even Aunt heard De Li and me knocking. Don't tell me you didn't. You let your own brother die without lifting a finger, worse than a stranger. And now you act like nothing happened. As he spoke, Yang Jiangwo's eyes turned cold. And Dahua, I'm telling you, she's not dead. Stop pretending to be righteous here. Big brother, Yang Jianya's lips trembled. He hadn't expected Dahua to survive the wolf pack. Yang Jianya grew anxious. If his brother wouldn't help, Jade really wouldn't make it. Big brother, you're the village chief. How can you ignore the villagers' lives? As he said this, Yang Jianya felt bitter inside. If their father hadn't been so partial, the village chief position should have been his. Feng Lingyu already had no good impression of Yang Jianya's family, and now she felt even more contempt for him. Village Chief Yang isn't a doctor. What use is he? I saw Dr. Ma on my way here, go find him quickly. Hearing Feng Lingyu interrupt, Yang Jianya grew displeased. He knew this educated youth Feng. She was always bringing food and drink to young Jangwo's house, but she ignored his family entirely. Besides, everyone in the village knew Ma Dafu's medical skills were mediocre. Jade had been bitten so badly by wolves, half her body was bloody. Ma Dafu definitely couldn't treat that. Educated youth Feng, my Jade is seriously injured. She needs to go to the city. If you don't understand, don't give random advice, Yang Jianya said irritably. This educated youth Feng had such delicate skin, clearly she hadn't suffered even in the countryside. She must have some shady deal with his eldest brother. At once, Yang Jianya looked down on Feng Lingyu, his tone dripping with disdain. I don't get it. Is someone blocking the road to the city? If you want to go, just go. Why stand here saying so much? Feng Lingyu retorted. Couldn't he just find a few strong men from the village to take her? Coming to ask Yang Jangwo for help was just his way of avoiding owing anyone a favor. In the village, asking for help meant incurring debts of gratitude, debts that had to be repaid later. This Yang Jianya was sly. He didn't want to owe favors himself, so he always came to Yang Jangwo for help. Wasn't he just hoping Yang Jangwo would repay those favors for him? So when Feng Lingyu said this, Yang Jianya's face darkened. Flushed with anger and shame, he snapped, What does my family's business have to do with you? You're just an educated youth in this village. Don't you think you're overstepping? Educated youth Feng makes a good point. If you think she's overstepping, then solve it yourself. Yang Jangwo said with a frown. He had no more affection left for this younger brother, so his words were naturally blunt. Didn't you say Sun Jiadi would die if she didn't get to the hospital? Why aren't you leaving? Yang Jianya gritted his teeth, realizing Yang Jangwo wouldn't relent today. He could only turn and leave in resentment. But before going, he couldn't resist throwing out a harsh parting shot. There's no colder, more heartless older brother than you in this world. Yang Jangwo didn't get angry, instead, he laughed. Fine. Let it be. All those years of helping Yang Jianya were just feeding a dog. Watching Yang Jianya walk away, Yang Jangwo turned to Feng Lingyu apologetically. Sorry you had to see my family's mess. Feng Lingyu shook her head. A few verbal jabs wouldn't affect her at all. Every household was busy repairing things now, there was plenty to do. After saying goodbye to Yang Jangwo, Feng Lingyu took Gao Shout out for a stroll around the village. Last night, only 5 people had been bitten by wolves, all from families with flimsy doors and windows. Luckily, for had minor injuries, Ma Dafu could just disinfect them. Besides those 4, the most seriously injured was Sun Jiadi. After Feng Lingyu took Yang Dahua away, the wolf pack targeted Yang Jianya's family in revenge, launching a fierce attack on his house. In the end, a wolf bit through the window of the Yang family home and leaped inside. Unfortunately, the room at that time was filled with the male descendants Sun Jiadi was so proud of and valued. The only one who could be sacrificed was Sun Jiadi's eldest daughter-in-law, Sun Shilian. Seeing her mother-in-law's eyes on her, Sun Shilian hugged her son tighter, silently on guard. Give me the child, Sun Jiadi said to her eldest daughter-in-law with feigned kindness. Sun Shilian subtly edged backward and forced a dry laugh. No, mother, I'm not tired. Seeing the wolf already in an attacking stance, Sun Jiadi grew frantic. With no time to waste, she lunged forward to snatch the child. Pretending to dodge backward with the baby, Sun Shilian secretly stuck out her foot and kicked Sun Jiadi. To avoid drawing the wolf's attention, there was no light in the room, so no one saw Sun Shilian's move. Sun Jiadi felt a sudden strong force and toppled backward into the wolf pack. Terror flashed in her eyes as the wolf's stench hit her face. The others in the room were panicked too, not understanding why Sun Jiadi had suddenly rushed out. Her eldest son wanted to save her, but Sun Shilian grabbed his arm. Mother is sacrificing herself to save our whole family. Don't waste her kindness. We still have our son to think about. The same rhetoric was now turned on Sun Jiadi. Did she regret throwing Dahua out to the wolves? Seeing her husband bite his lip and stop moving, Sun Shilian smiled smugly. Let Sun Jiadi be bitten to death. Then she would be the one running this household. Several wolves tore at Sun Jiadi's body as she screamed in agony, but her husband and sons all cowered in fear nearby, no one daring to save her. Luckily for Sun Jiadi, the wolves were quickly called away by their alpha. Left on the ground, Sun Jiadi's body was covered in gashes, her legs gnawed down to the bone in places. If not for her chest still rising and falling, everyone would have thought she was dead. Yang Jianya stormed back home. Seeing him return alone, his 2 sons immediately asked. They too were used to turning to Yang Jangwo whenever something came up. He's holding a grudge because we didn't open the door last night. He refused to come. Yang Jianya said angrily. How can uncle be like this? Who would dare open the door in that situation last night? Just because of that, he won't help us. Yang Jianya's younger son pouted in complaint. Sun Shilian's eyes flickered with mockery. What nerve, saying that? When others need you, you turn a blind eye. But when you need help, suddenly you're family again. Inside the house, Sun Jiadi's pained moans could still be faintly heard. But the people inside just sat there with worried faces, as if not a single one of them heard a thing. Chapter 313, Retribution. Dad, let's find someone to help take Mom to the hospital. This can't go on, Yang Jianya's eldest son, Yang Diqiang, said, clutching his head. He couldn't get past it in his heart. He just couldn't watch his mother die. But if we ask for help, we'll at least need something as a thank you gift. What do we have at home? His younger son, Yang Debo, muttered. He still had to go to the city for school next semester. If all the money was spent now, what would he do? Sun Zhaodi, because Lu Hohat had sent Yang Lemay to high school in the city, felt her own children couldn't fall behind, so her younger son had also been studying in the city. In this household, Yang Debo was her favorite. If she knew that her most beloved younger son was unwilling to pay for her medical treatment, who knows how she would feel. What kind of talk is that? Are you just going to let Mom lie there? Yang Diqiang glared angrily at his brother. Yang Debo, under his elder brother's gaze, immediately wilted, losing his nerve. I didn't mean it that way. Uncle won't help, and we've got nothing in this family. Yang Jianya had been sitting to the side with a dark expression ever since he returned. Dad, make a decision. Yang Diqiang looked at his father with hope. We'll go find your grandfather. Yang Jianya thought it over and could only come up with this one solution. Surely Yang Yoshan wouldn't refuse to help his own son at all? Grandfather, won't you even care about us anymore? Yang Diqiang couldn't believe it, his face full of gloom. You know very well what you've done. Let me ask you, from last night until now, have you even thought about Dahua? Yang Yoshan looked at his eldest grandson with disappointment. Yang Diqiang was stunned. How did his grandfather know about Dahua? But Mom is still alive. I want to save her, Yang Diqiang explained incoherently. He wanted to say that it wasn't that he hadn't thought of his daughter. Meeting Yang Yoshan's all-seeing gaze, Yang Diqiang felt a pang of guilt and couldn't bring himself to say another word of explanation. Enough. Go back. When things are settled, come and pick up Dahua. No wonder grandfather had no goodwill toward their family. He must know what they had done. Inside the house, Lu Hohat snorted coldly. They still have the nerve to come asking us for help? If it weren't for your father's reputation, I'd be dumping shit on their doorstep. Mom, after this incident, I think Dad has come to his senses. This is actually a good thing. Yang Lemay comforted her. Lu Hohat pursed her lips. That's true. Getting rid of their family makes things much easier for us. From now on, the old man probably won't have the face to ask us to take care of them anymore. Yang Dahua was obediently feeding the chickens in the yard. Looking at her thin figure, Yang Lemay felt a pang of pity. What, you feel sorry for Dahua? Lu Hohat asked her daughter. Yang Lemay pressed her lips together and lowered her eyes. I'm thinking about what will happen to her when she goes back. She was already in such a miserable state now, who knew how she'd be mistreated once she returned. She still has her parents. No matter what, we can't overstep. Just give her a hand when she's in trouble, Lu Hohat sighed. There were plenty of miserable people in this world. They couldn't help everyone. Besides, they were just an ordinary farming family. They didn't have the means to help. Yang Lemay understood these principles too. Not to mention anything else, Yang Dahua's mother, Sun Xiulian, was a difficult person to deal with. I know. I'll secretly help Dahua from now on, without letting her family find out. Yang Jianya still had some conscience. He found someone to take Sun Zhaodi to the hospital. Most of the money the family had earned this year was spent, but it saved Sun Zhaodi's life. However, she would be half paralyzed from now on, since both her calves had been gnawed off by wolves. When the family returned home, exhausted, they found the house pitch dark. There was no food, not even a cup of hot water. Eldest, go check on your wife. Yang Jianya said displeased. Sun Xiulian had cooked herself some plain white noodles for dinner. These good things used to be locked away in a cabinet by her, but today she had taken them all out. After eating, she had lain down on the kang with the baby to sleep. Now that she had just given birth to a son, she felt emboldened. Xiulian, you're already in bed this early? And you didn't even cook. Yang Diqiang said, dissatisfied as he looked at Sun Xiulian's back on the kang. Sun Xiulian yawned lazily and pretended, I thought you weren't coming back. Besides, the son isn't feeling well, so I had to watch over him. Hearing that his son was unwell, Yang Diqiang grew anxious. He had waited so long for this son, he couldn't let anything happen. He quickly said, then you watch him. I'll go cook. When Yang Jianya heard that his grandson was unwell, he fell silent. Let's just eat whatever. Times are hard now, but it'll be better next year. In his eyes, with Dahua safe and his wife's life saved, this was already the best outcome. That the wolf attack hadn't claimed any lives in the village was a stroke of luck. She and Gao Xiaotao eventually wandered over to Shi Wenhao's small courtyard. Shi Wenhao and his two companions were all highly skilled in combat. When Feng Lingyu arrived, she saw them skinning wolves in the yard. Oh, looks like Captain Shi had a good haul last night. About a dozen wolf carcasses were laid out in the yard, piled together in a gruesome sight. We live in the village. These were all killed outside other people's yards. Wang Li said excitedly. He and He Bin had been in a killing frenzy last night. The wolves didn't dare come near their house anymore and had attacked other courtyards, so they went out and killed another wave. Gao Xiaodao's eyes widened. No one fought you over these wolf carcasses? Wolves killed in other people's yards were a tricky matter. Everyone knew wolf pelts were valuable. How could others not be tempted? Who would dare? After seeing us two chop down so many wolves, those people wanted to stay 8 yards away from us, haha. Wang Li replied smugly. Chapter 314, Sending Yang Dahua home. After exchanging a few jokes with Wang Li, Feng Lingyu shifted her gaze to Shi Wenhao, who sat calmly on the side. After last night's turmoil, he remained as unflappable as ever. Recovering nicely, Feng Lingyu was satisfied with her healing results. Shi Wenhao also showed a pleased expression. This is all thanks to Comrade Gao bringing me soup every day. It's only right. I should also thank Commander Shi for the techniques you taught me. A few days ago, when I sparred with Comrade Wang, I could hold my own too, hehe. Gao Xiaodao smiled sweetly, 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks. With Shi Wenhao's guidance, her martial arts skills had improved rapidly recently. Shi Wenhao said nothing but smiled. He knew that without the medicinal soup Gao Xiaodao brought him daily, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. After a moment of thought, Shi Wenhao pointed to the wolf pelts that Wang Li had skinned and said, "Take these pelts back with you later. They'll make warm cloaks or blankets for winter." Wang Li chimed in, "Yeah, we men don't need these. You girls take a few and do whatever you want with them." Well-preserved wolf pelts like these were rare on the market and fetched high prices on the black market. Feng Lingyu had plenty of wolf pelts in her space, including one from a wolf king that was still drying. She really didn't lack them. Seeing that Feng Lingyu was about to decline, Shi Wenhao spoke before she could. "Comrade Feng, don't refuse. It's our gesture of goodwill. You could even make a little padded jacket for your brother." Since he put it that way, Feng Lingyu couldn't refuse anymore. "Then I'll take them." So, Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao carried the 3 wolf pelts home. Along the way, they drew many envious glances, with people thinking they were lucky. "How should we handle these pelts when we get back?" Gao Xiaodao asked. "Keep them for yourself to make clothes. Use the leftover scraps for gloves, hats, and other small items." Seeing that Gao Xiaodao liked them, Feng Lingyu generously gave her all the pelts. As for Xin Huiqing, he really didn't lack clothes. "Xiaoyu, with so many wolf pelts, we can each make a wolf fur cloak, just like ancient female warriors." Feng Lingyu's lips twitched. She hadn't expected Xiaodao to dream of being a warrior woman. Was this like her past life when she was a child, draping a bedsheet around herself and imagining she was a fairy? Whatever makes you happy. Feng Lingyu had noticed that despite Gao Xiaodao's sturdy build, she was incredibly meticulous. She loved tinkering with small things alone in her room. When they got home, they found Huiqing already awake, feeding the chickens in the yard with Tuanzi. Tuanzi propped up its upper body, leaned its little head in, and stared intently at the 2 hens. "Tuanzi, are you feeding the chickens or trying to eat them?" A pair of smooth, slender hands picked Tuanzi up. "Could it be that you're growing up and starting to crave meat?" Feng Lingyu held Tuanzi up, examining it from all angles. It still looked round and chubby. "Xiaoyu, when will Tuanzi grow up?" Xin Huiqing had been caring for Tuanzi for months, but it hadn't grown at all. Tuanzi isn't an ordinary animal. A longer growth period is normal. But we need to protect it and not talk about it outside, understand? Feng Lingyu reminded him cautiously. Tuanzi was very smart. Whenever outsiders came to the house, it either wasn't home or hid itself away. People like Sun Yiming and Yang Lumei only knew that Feng Lingyu kept a white cat at home and hadn't had much contact with it. I definitely won't go around talking about it. Xin Huiqing nodded seriously. Ever since Tuanzi came to Feng Lingyu's home, it had been fed a mixed diet. Various kinds of milk, dried meat, and fruit, plus a small cup of spiritual spring water every day. Seeing that it was fluffy and plump, Feng Lingyu didn't fuss over it much. But today, Tuanzi stared at the chickens in the yard with a clear glint of ferocity in its eyes. This made Feng Lingyu wonder if she should start feeding Tuanzi some raw meat. Its body had passed the infancy stage, and it might need more nutrition. Xiaoao, from now on, stew some bone and meat for Tuanzi every day too. After thinking it over, Feng Lingyu decided to start with something easy to digest. Can Tuanzi's baby teeth even chew on bone sticks? Gao Xiaodao scratched Tuanzi's ear and said doubtfully. Tuanzi shot Gao Xiaodao a glare, then turned around and faced her with its backside. Gao Xiaodao was speechless, huffily giving its rear a firm poke. Seeing Xiaodao and Tuanzi messing around again, Xin Huiqing's eyes brimmed with laughter. The morning mist hadn't fully cleared, but the village was already buzzing. Yang Lumei took Yang Dahua's little hand and led her to the doorstep of Yang Jianya's house. I'll leave you here, Dahua. Go on home yourself. If anything comes up, come find your aunt for help, okay? Yang Lumei crouched down to Yang Dahua's eye level, patted her head, and said, Go on in. Yang Dahua sniffled. These past 2 days at her great-uncle's house had been the most comfortable days of her life. She raised her hand, touched the little braids her cousin had tied for her, and finally entered her own home, looking back every few steps. Because of Sun Zhaodi's biting incident, the gate of Yang Jianya's house hadn't been repaired yet and was left in that broken state. Seeing Dahua go inside, Yang Lemei finally returned home. "Send her off," Lu Hohat asked without looking up, holding needle and thread. "Good. We're done with that family from now on. Don't meddle in their affairs, or you'll get tangled up again." Knowing her daughter had a soft heart, Lu Hohat reminded her again. I know. I'm not that clueless." Yang Lemei pouted. She thought that was the end of it, but before long, another commotion broke out at Yang Jianya's house. As for Yang Dahua, she entered the yard and saw her mother washing clothes. Sun Xuelian scrubbed the clothes in her hands while cursing viciously. "You damned old hag, why didn't the wolves bite you to death?" "Mom," a timid, trembling voice sounded. The vicious look on Sun Xuelian's face hadn't faded. Seeing her eldest daughter standing in the yard, she said impatiently, "So you remember to come back? I thought you were living it up at your great-uncle's and didn't want to come back to this stump of ours." Yang Diqiang had told everyone that Dahua was still alive as soon as he got back. With Sun Zhaodi's incident, who in the family had the mind to care about Dahua? So, by unspoken agreement, they had all forgotten about her. Chapter 315, Someone Comes Looking for Trouble. Sun Xuelian saw Dahua wearing a neat set of clothes, her hair combed properly, and looking completely clean. She immediately felt a surge of anger. She had to work hard at home, even washing clothes, while this little wretch lived so carefree. So she viciously threw the clothes in her hands into the basin, splashing water everywhere. Young Dahua's eyes widened, her whole body trembling. She didn't understand why her mother was angry again. "What are you standing there like an idiot for? I'm working here, and you just watch? Get over here and wash the clothes. If they're not clean, don't bother eating." Yang Dahua lowered her head, sat down where Sun Xuelian had been, and began washing the clothes. In the dead of winter, the water in the basin was freezing cold, and her little hands instantly turned red from the chill. Seeing someone helping her with the work, Sun Xuelian felt relieved. She then noticed the padded jacket Yang Dahua was wearing and knew it must have been given to her by her uncle's family. "Take off that jacket later and give it to me. Your little brother doesn't have one to wear. You're just a girl, you can make do with anything." She didn't realize how ridiculous it was to demand clothes from a child. Yang Dahua pressed her lips together, too afraid to speak, struggling to hold back the tears in her eyes. She only had that one piece of clothing, but it had been torn by wolves that day, so her aunt had given her some of her own childhood clothes. If this jacket was taken away, she'd have nothing to wear. Last night, with so many wolves in the yard, how did Yang Dahua escape? "It was Comrade Feng and Uncle who saved me," Yang Dahua answered quietly. Sun Xuelian hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to be involved. She asked her, "A woman like her could save you from all those wolves?" Sun Xuelian was skeptical, but she knew Yang Dahua wouldn't dare lie to her. "I don't know. I was really scared and didn't see clearly. Then Uncle came out, and they took me to his house." Sun Xuelian's eyes darted around as a clever idea formed in her mind. Sun Zhaodi, lying on the kang, opened her eyes to see Sun Xuelian holding a bowl, standing by the kang with a smile, looking at her. Sun Zhaodi glared at her with hatred, wanting nothing more than to pounce and bite her flesh. "What are you here for? Don't you wish I was dead?" Sun Zhaodi said coldly, her voice dripping with malice. Hearing this, Sun Xuelian's expression didn't change. She set the bowl on the kang table. "Mother, how can you say that? Why would I want you dead? I'm here to tell you some good news." Sun Zhaodi sneered in disdain. They had already fallen out, and she couldn't imagine Sun Xuelian having any good news for her. Seeing Sun Zhaodi's disbelief, Sun Xuelian added, "Why would I lie to you?" She then repeated what Yang Dahua had told her. "Mother, treating your illness cost a lot of money. Little brother needs to go to school next year, not to mention he hasn't married yet. All of that requires a huge sum." "What are you getting at?" Sun Zhaodi frowned. Sun Xuelian smiled, sat down on the kang, and lowered her voice. "That Comrade Feng is famously wealthy, you know." Sun Zhaodi finally understood. Her daughter-in-law and niece had set her sights on Feng Lingyu. She was right, their family had many expenses ahead. Plus, they had essentially cut ties with her eldest brother's family. Seeing that Sun Zhaodi had taken her words to heart, Sun Xuelian smirked triumphantly. After breakfast, Feng Lingyu and the others were resting at home, each occupied with their own tasks. Gao Xiaodao was studying how to make her wolfskin cloak, occasionally picking up the cup of water on the table to take a sip. The sweet honey flavor in the cup made her squint with pleasure. She was about to ask Xiaoyu if she wanted some when she saw Feng Lingyu, who had been lying sideways reading a book, sit up. Shen Huiqing also looked up, wondering what was happening. "A lot of people are coming." Feng Lingyu put on her cotton shoes, ready to go check. Her spiritual sense detected that the group was heading toward their house. They lived in a remote area, so few people ever came this way. Xiaoyu, let's not go out yet. What if they're not coming for us? Isn't Sun Yiming's place nearby? Gao Xiaodao suggested, putting down the wolf skin. They had no relatives or connections in Qingshan village, so it was unlikely that many people would come looking for them. But soon, a commotion erupted outside. Feng Lingyu's eyes darkened, and she said coldly, looks like we guessed wrong. Let's go out and see. There were a few knocks on the door at first, but when no one answered, the sound of hoes and shovels banging against the door soon followed. Xiaoyu, they're breaking down our door, Gao Xiaodao said angrily. Feng Lingyu's face turned as dark as ink, a fierce storm brewing in her eyes. Let's go. Someone wants to die, I'll oblige them. The noise outside grew louder as a crowd clamored to break down the door. They thought a wooden door would be easy to smash, but to their surprise, it was sturdy, not even a scratch was left by the shovel. Just as they were at a loss, the tightly shut door suddenly opened. 2 women and a child stepped out. The woman in front had a stunningly beautiful face, her features as if favored by the creator, but her demeanor was icy cold. One glance from her seemed to freeze people, sending a shiver of fear deep into their hearts. The other woman, half a step behind, had a sweet face, looking innocent and naive. Yet she was tall and imposing, each step exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The child at the back also had delicate features, with a calm expression, showing no fear at all in the face of the aggressive crowd. Finally out, a middle-aged man shouted. He wore a patched padded jacket and gave off a foul odor, likely from not bathing in the cold winter. He leered at Feng Lingyu and the others, sizing them up. Judging by their clothes, they were well off, clearly wealthy city folks. Thinking of his purpose today, the man smirked triumphantly. Just 2 young women and a kid barely weaned. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Chapter 316, Extorting Money by Faking an Incident. What are you people doing, smashing my door in broad daylight? Gao Xiaodao looked around and saw that they were all unfamiliar faces. The middle-aged man grinned. Which one of you is Feng Lingyu? Have her come out and talk to me. Anger flashed in Gao Xiaodao's eyes. This group of people barged in like bandits and still had the nerve to act high and mighty. She was about to teach this man a lesson when Feng Lingyu raised her hand to stop her. Go ahead, state your purpose. If you can't give a proper explanation, today's matter won't end so easily. Feng Lingyu lifted her eyes, revealing those bright yet indifferent eyes. At that moment, some villagers came over to watch the commotion, pointing and whispering about the troublemakers. What trouble has Comrade Feng gotten into? This group doesn't look easy to deal with. I don't know either. I only came over when I heard the noise. I feel like I've seen that leader somewhere before. Someone frowned, trying to recall. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen him somewhere too. The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. Oh, so you won't let this go? We knocked on your door in broad daylight and you wouldn't open it. Don't tell me you were doing something shameful inside. Ridiculous. This is my home, and I'll open the door for whoever I want. Who do you think you are? Why should I open the door for you? Feng Lingyu sneered. With that, ignoring the middle-aged man's angry expression, she turned to Gao Xiaodao and said, Xiaodao, go to the village committee and call the police. When they heard her mention calling the police, the middle-aged man and his group all changed color. Nothing had even happened yet, so why were they calling the police? Soon, about 10 people blocked Gao Xiaodao's way, preventing her from leaving. Some of these people were the middle-aged man's relatives, others were his shady friends, all hoping to squeeze money out of these 2 young women who looked well off. Little girl, let's not beat around the bush. I'm here today to demand compensation from you. Compensation? You smashed my door and you're asking me for compensation. Feng Lingyu countered. That's right. We don't even know you, and you come to my house demanding compensation. You're trying to extort us. Gao Xiaodao said loudly. Let me ask you, did you rescue young Dahua from the wolf pack? The middle-aged man ignored Gao Xiaodao and looked directly at Feng Lingyu. Young Dahua? Feng Lingyu frowned. Was saving someone a mistake now? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Good, so it was you. If you hadn't kicked in my sister's door that night while rescuing young Dahua, letting the wolves into her house, her leg wouldn't have been bitten by wolves. So, what's wrong with me asking you for compensation? Said the middle-aged man, Sun Baozhen, Sun Zhaodi's younger brother, with utter confidence. If you don't compensate us, we're not leaving today. Either pay up or, give us a leg in return. The group behind Sun Baozhen started shouting, trying to intimidate Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaodao. The watching villagers finally caught on. Someone slapped their thigh. I remember now. That leader is Sun Zhaodi's younger brother, Sun Baozhen. So it's him. Comrade Feng is in trouble. Someone frowned, worried for Feng Lingyu. Sun Baozhen had always been a petty thief who never did anything honest, disliked wherever he went. The people of Qingshan village remembered him because he used to come often, always looking to mooch off his sister Sun Jiaodi. When Sun Baozhen noticed some villagers had fat chickens, he got the wrong idea and stole from several households. He was caught red-handed, and young Jiangwo banned him from Qingshan village in front of everyone, putting an end to it. It was also because Yang Jiangwo showed Sun Baozhen no mercy that Sun Jiaodi hated him even more. Since the chicken theft incident, Sun Baozhen hadn't been to Qingshan village in a long time, and the villagers had almost forgotten what he looked like. How did Comrade Feng get involved with him? What can we do? Some villagers worried, but seeing that rough-looking group, they didn't dare step forward. What about village chief Yang? Let's go find him, someone suggested. Yang Jiangwo would surely have a solution. A in a floral headscarf stomped her foot anxiously. My husband said Yang Jiangwo went to the commune early this morning. Then let's go back and call all the men in our families. We can't let Comrade Feng suffer, the floral headscarf aunt gritted her teeth. Her family alone couldn't handle it, but with so many strong men in the village, why fear Sun Baogen's group? But someone hesitated. Their house was still being repaired, and if a conflict broke out today, what if the family's breadwinner got hurt? Daju's wife, don't be ungrateful. If Comrade Feng hadn't led everyone to earn money, your second son wouldn't have been able to get married this year. Seeing someone silent, the floral headscarf aunt was immediately displeased. We outnumber them, so what's there to fear? Comrade Feng said we need to be, united. That's right, united. United strength is greater. The floral headscarf aunt suddenly remembered what Feng Lingyu had told them while processing herbs. These words made everyone present blush, especially the aunt whose son was getting married. She gritted her teeth and said, fine. I'll go home and bring all the men in my family. Seeing her agree, the others also went home to call their people. Feng Lingyu, still confronting Sun Baozhen, naturally didn't miss the sight of several village women hurrying away. Seeing Feng Lingyu silent, Sun Baozhen sneered. What, you don't want to own up to it? If you still won't pay, then hand over this house to us. Sun Baogen's eyes gleamed. Originally, he had only wanted some money, but after seeing the big house behind Feng Lingyu and the others, he changed his mind. The money he wanted couldn't buy such a large courtyard. Which was the better deal went without saying. Feng Lingyu curled her lips, speaking without a trace of emotion. Are you joking? When did I ever say I was going to compensate you for anything? When I saved someone, I never went near the Yang family's door. Saying I kicked it in is utter nonsense. Fine, I'll go right away. Gao Xiaodao shot Sun Baozhen an angry glare and started walking out of the crowd. Wanna leave? No way. Brothers, get them. Sun Baozhen laughed disgustingly. The 30 people who came immediately blocked Feng Lingyu's doorway. Sun Baozhen sneered contemptuously. He hadn't brought all these people for nothing. I'm telling you, if you don't pay up, from today on, this house is mine. Chapter 317, Gao Xiaodao shows her skills. Gao Xiaodao rolled her neck. It's time to test the results of Brother Wang Li's training for me all this time. Little girl, aren't you going to get back inside? We're not exactly gentlemen who show mercy to the fairer sex, a few thuggish-looking men said in a lewd tone, letting out disgusting laughs. Gao Xiaodao's eyes narrowed, and she sank her breath into her lower abdomen, her entire aura drawing inward. The thug standing at the front saw this and reached out arrogantly, trying to hook her chin. The man who had just spoken flew backward, a full 5 meters away. He hit the ground with a loud thud. Funny, I'm not exactly one to show mercy to the fairer sex either. Gao Xiaodao smiled, her eyes curving, but her tone was icy cold. At first, everyone saw Gao Xiaodao as tall and sturdy, but didn't take her seriously. After all, no matter how tall she was still a woman, right? Who knew she could kick a grown man 5 meters away with 1 foot? Sun Baozhen hadn't expected his men to be so useless. Seeing Feng Lingyu's look of contempt, he shouted viciously. Don't you want the money? Hurry up and grab her. The thugs hesitated, none daring to make the first move. Go on. All of you together. What are you afraid of with so many of you? Sun Baozhen urged impatiently. The man who had just been kicked flew up and scrambled to his feet. Having been knocked down by a woman in front of all his brothers, he had lost all face. He looked at Gao Xiaodao with venom in his eyes. You little bitch, you're dead today. With that, he and the others charged at her. Gao Xiaodao was ready. With a sweeping leg kick, the first few who rushed forward crashed to the ground in a heap. One man grabbed a wooden stick to ambush her, but Gao Xiaodao caught his wrist with her left hand, pulled hard, and yanked him right in front of her. She smiled like a little devil, making his heart sink with unease. He was about to beg for mercy when his legs were lifted off the ground. Then a wave of dizziness hit him, and the whole world seemed to spin. Gao Xiaodao had grabbed him by both hands and swung him like a wrecking ball, smacking anyone who dared to come close. Shen Huiqing watched in stunned admiration, his eyes full of awe. He had no idea Sister Xiaodao was this strong. Tossing the now dizzy thug to the ground, Gao Xiaodao clapped her hands and grinned triumphantly at Feng Lingyu. Go ahead. Not bad. You've improved a lot. A faint smile curled at the corner of Feng Lingyu's lips. Hearing Feng Lingyu's praise, Gao Xiaodao's joy was obvious. She raised her fist at Sun Baozhen, and seeing him flinch in fear, she finally walked away with satisfaction, swaggering off. You dare to hit people? After Gao Xiaodao was gone, Sun Baozhen saw only the delicate Feng Lingyu and a defenseless child, and his courage swelled again. This just happened, and you've already forgotten? Even if we did hit someone, it was self-defense. I don't know about self-defense or not. You've injured so many of my brothers, you have to pay compensation. Their injuries are all evidence. Sun Baozhen was fixated on getting money. Whether compensation is due or not isn't for you to decide. When the police get here, they'll sort it out. Feng Lingyu said, then ignored him, turning to go back inside with Xin Huiqing. Seeing Feng Lingyu about to leave, Sun Baozhen panicked. He had to force Feng Lingyu to hand over the money while that big woman was gone, or it would be too late. Stop right there. Sun Baozhen threw caution to the wind and lunged to grab Feng Lingyu. Sensing his movement, a flash of menace crossed Feng Lingyu's eyes. How reckless. Just as Feng Lingyu was about to act, a crowd came rushing over from a distance. Leading them was the village accountant, He Pengqing. Spotting Sun Baozhen trying to strike Feng Lingyu from afar, he shouted, "Stop." Hearing the voice, Feng Lingyu subtly lowered her raised hand. Lucky for him. Sun Baozhen panicked at the sound too. Turning to see a throng of people approaching, his legs trembled with fear. In broad daylight, you dare to come to Qingshan village and commit violence? Sun Baozhen didn't dare act up now. His brothers were still lying on the ground, and no one had his back. Accountant He, I'm here to demand compensation from this sent-down youth Feng, not to commit violence. It's my brothers who got beaten by them. Sun Baozhen quickly explained. At the same time, he seethed inwardly. He had thought that messing with a sent-down youth like Feng Lingyu would be ignored by the villagers, but here they came in droves. All his effort in picking a time when Yang Jiangwo was away was wasted. He Pengqing and the other villagers stared at the men on the ground, astonished. Was sent-down youth Gao really that tough? Compensation? You're not from our village, and you have no connection to sent-down youth Feng. What right do you have to demand compensation? He Pengqing said sternly, without courtesy. Sun Baozhen cried out in protest, I'm here on behalf of my sister. With that, he recounted how Feng Lingyu had rescued Yang Dahua. My sister's calf was gnawed off by wolves, and she's still bedridden now. As her own brother, I have to step up and seek justice for her. The onlookers exchanged glances. If what Sun Baozhen said was true, then sent-down youth Feng might actually be involved. Sent-down youth Feng, what do you have to say? He Pengqing naturally didn't believe Sun Baozhen and turned to Feng Lingyu, who had remained silent. That night, I heard a child crying and saw Sun Zhaodi's courtyard gate wide open, with Yang Dahua surrounded by wolves. In the emergency, I rescued Yang Dahua and left. How could I have kicked down the door? Besides, I wasn't the only one there. Grandma Ge and her grandson Taidan, as well as village chief Yang and his son, were all present. Chapter 318, Sun Baodi rushes to the rescue. I've already sent Xiaotao to call the police. When they arrive, they'll investigate. I have nothing to hide. Feng Lingyu said earnestly, word by word. Her serious demeanor stood in stark contrast to Sun Baogen's evasive look. Feng Lingyu was always reliable in her words and actions, so the people of Qingshan village naturally believed her. Accountant He, this Sun Baozhen has never been a decent sort. I think he's deliberately trying to extort money, a villager said indignantly. His family had once had several chickens stolen by Sun Baozhen. Yeah, and those lying on the ground look like a bunch of thugs. I say we tie them up first before they run off. Sun Baozhen panicked at this. What was wrong with these people? Before anything was even settled, they wanted to arrest him. Seeing several villagers already grabbing ropes, he quickly spoke up. My sister really sent me here. If you don't believe me, call her to vouch for me. Sun Baozhen felt wronged. Sun Zhaodi had clearly told him that Feng Lingyu was in the wrong and that asking her for money would be easy. Now, not only had he failed to get the money, but he might end up in trouble himself. Feng Lingyu didn't confirm or deny it. She simply said, fine, call your sister over. I'd like to hear how she plans to pin this on me. He Pengqing turned to a young man and said, take a few people and go fetch Sun Zhaodi. At this point, Sun Baozhen was already having second thoughts. But with He Pengqing and the others watching him like hawks, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Sun Zhaodi and Sun Xiulian were at home, daydreaming about all the money they had extorted from Feng Lingyu. But the sudden intrusion of the young man startled them. What are you doing here? Sun Xiulian frowned and asked displeasedly. The young man replied stiffly, sorry to bother you, but we're here to fetch Aunt Sunday. Her brother has been caught, and she needs to come testify. Sun Xiulian's heart sank. It seemed things hadn't gone as planned. Sun Zhaodi, still sitting in her chair, grew anxious. Sun Baozhen was her only brother. If anything happened to him, her mother would skin her alive. Take me there right now. Oh dear, how did he get caught? My Baojian. If anything happens to him, I'll make them pay. Sun Zhaodi wailed and fussed. Young Jianya and his son Yang Diqiang had no choice but to lift the chair Sun Zhaodi was sitting on, one on each side. My Baojian, don't let anything happen to you. If something happens to you, the Sun family line will end. Sun Zhaodi's screeching cries echoed all the way, drawing many people out to watch the commotion. Sun Baojian, who had been squatting on the ground with his head in his hands pretending to be dead, perked up when he heard his sister's voice. Sis. I'm over here. Sis. Come quickly and vouch for me. Sun Baojian scrambled to his feet, making sure his sister could see him. Yang Jianya and Yang Diqiang carried her in front of He Pengcheng. Accountant He, what's going on? You're asking me? I should be asking you. Why exactly are you demanding compensation from educated youth Feng? He Pengcheng looked at Yang Jianya disapprovingly. Yang Jianya was the type who fit the saying, a biting dog doesn't bark. He looked honest and simple on the outside, but inside, he was full of malice. He Pengcheng had clearly heard that day how Yang Jianya had left Yang Jiangwo to die, and now he had the nerve to demand compensation from educated youth Feng. And from what Yang Jiangwo had said that day, there was more to the story about Dahua. Yang Jianya remained silent, but Sun Zhaodi immediately started shouting, I sent my brother. What are you blaming Jianya for? Everyone can see my legs are like this now. Not only will our family lose a worker, but we'll also have to take medicine for years. If it weren't for educated youth Feng that night, the wolf wouldn't have gotten into the house. What's wrong with asking her for compensation? Unexpectedly, Sun Zhaodi had some brains, knowing to play the victim first. But Feng Lingyu had no intention of arguing with these people any longer. Sun Zhaodi's mournful expression froze. She had set the stage, but Feng Lingyu just wouldn't take the bait. Xiaoyu, the Public Security Bureau said they're sending someone over to handle this. What? You actually called the police? Sun Zhaodi forgot to act and asked in panic. Seeing her like this, anyone with eyes could tell she was guilty. Immediately, someone who disliked Sun Zhaodi sneered, What are you afraid of? Looks like someone's guilty conscience is about to show. Sun Zhaodi shot a vicious glare at the speaker, then turned to Feng Lingyu with a sigh, Educated youth Feng, even though you saved Dahua, you still have to compensate me for my legs. Otherwise, how will my family get through next year? As she spoke, Sun Zhaodi fake wiped her tears with her sleeve. Sis, my brothers here were also beaten by her. She has to pay them too. Sun Baojian whispered in Sun Zhaodi's ear. Sun Zhaodi nodded to show she understood, and then said to Feng Lingyu, You two young ladies are really something, beating people like this. Even a female bandit wouldn't act this way. You can't ruin Qingshan Village's reputation because of this. You have to give these people some compensation. Sun Zhaodi, don't go too far. He Pengcheng said angrily. It was one thing for her to help her brother, but if she was also helping a bunch of thugs extort money from educated youth Feng, he Pengcheng, would be the first to object. Sun Zhaodi, I haven't brought up the matter of Yang Dahua out of respect for village chief Yang, to save you face. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Feng Lingyu was almost amused. She had held back on mentioning Sun Zhaodi's matter because she remembered the help Yang Jiangwo and Grandpa Yang had given her. Sun Zhaodi was, after all, part of their family. Feng Lingyu couldn't completely disregard the Yang family's dignity. What about Dahua? She sneaked out on her own. Sun Zhaodi stammered. But then she thought, only her family knew about abandoning Dahua. There was no need to be afraid. Ridiculous. When I went to save Dahua, your doors and windows were tightly shut, not even a crack. How did she sneak out? By walking through walls. There's a saying, if you don't want others to know, don't do it. We all know what really happened to Dahua. Stop pretending. Yang Jianya's family was getting scared, afraid Feng Lingyu would expose everything in public. Educated youth Feng, don't mind her. That night was chaotic. Maybe her memory is off, Yang Jianya said with a simple smile, his eyes full of apology as he looked at Feng Lingyu. Chapter 319, Heaven opens its eyes, Sun Zhaodi is struck by lightning. Feng Lingyu had long known Yang Jianya's true nature, so she naturally wouldn't be fooled by his honest appearance. Besides, if Yang Jianya truly didn't support Sun Zhaodi, why hadn't he done anything earlier? Now that things had reached this point, stepping forward to stop it was far too hypocritical. Oh really? The first reaction to memory problems is to ask me for money? Someone with a clear head wouldn't do that. Feng Lingyu's eyes narrowed, a hint of contempt showing. She couldn't stand Feng Lingyu's sarcastic tone, so she immediately raised her hand. I didn't misremember. I swear, if I'm lying, may heaven strike me with lightning. Countryfolk were superstitious about oaths, and Sun Zhaodi's dramatic display made quite a few people hesitate. If she dared to swear such a poisonous oath, maybe Sun Zhaodi was telling the truth, after all, who would willingly curse themselves for no reason. Feng Lingyu, pay up quickly, or I'm not leaving. Don't try to scare me with the police. Sun Jiaodi said aggressively. Since Feng Lingyu had no evidence anyway, Sun Jiaodi felt emboldened. Is that so? Don't you think you're speaking too soon? Heaven sees everything. Especially those who tell lies. Heaven will never let them off. Feng Lingyu looked coldly at Sun Jiaodi, as if looking at a dead thing. Sun Jiaodi swallowed nervously, but she still insisted, I haven't lied, so what do I have to fear? But just as she said those words, thunder suddenly rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky. The sudden commotion startled everyone, and they all silently moved farther away from Sun Jiaodi. Even Yang Jianya and her son dared not stand too close to her. I didn't. Sun Jiaodi stubbornly refused to admit it. Rumble. The thunder grew louder. Enough, Sun Jiaodi, stop being stubborn. If you keep lying, heaven will punish you. Someone couldn't bear it and urged her. That's right. How can you lie and extort money from Comrade Feng? Sun Jiaodi was now caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Just as she grew anxious, a light laugh reached her ears. Then she met Feng Lingyu's provocative eyes and the mocking smile on her face. Sun Jiaodi's blood rushed to her head, and she threw caution to the wind, shouting, I'm not lying. At the same time, a thick, pale blue-purple lightning bolt roared down, and in full view of everyone, it struck Sun Jiaodi directly. In broad daylight, without any rain, someone was struck by lightning right before their eyes. Who would believe it? Did I see that right? Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, unable to believe what had just happened. Others immediately clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and muttered incessantly, Heaven has shown its power. Heaven has shown its power. Meanwhile, they racked their brains to recall if they had done anything shameful. After this incident, the atmosphere in Qingshan village improved greatly. Sun Jiaodi being struck by lightning served as a warning to many with ill intentions. Faced with the scene, Yang Jianya's family was stunned. They wanted to approach but dared not, all afraid that heaven might strike another bolt. The spot where Sun Jiaodi had been sitting was now charred black, and even her chair was smoking, let alone her. Her hair now stood twisted on her head, and her clothes were completely carbonized, crumbling at the slightest touch. Xiaoyu, could this really be heaven having eyes? Gao Xiaodao asked in disbelief. Feng Lingyu's pupils faded of a faint dark blue light. She curled her lips slightly, concealing her merit and fame. In the end, the chaos concluded with the arrival of the police. Sun Baozhen tried to argue, but the police forcefully took him away. As for the thugs who came with him, every single one of them would be detained and fined. As for Sun Jiaodi, according to Ma Dafu, she only looked terrifying on the outside, but her injuries were all superficial and would heal with rest. However, her hair might never return to normal. Yang Jiangwo returned from the commune in high spirits. Because after his hard luck pleading, the commune leaders agreed to allocate a subsidy to the village, distributed according to the amount of losses. He Pengcheng gave Yang Jiangwo a detailed account of what had happened that day, and his face turned black with anger on the spot. Yang Jianya and Sun Jiaodi had actually gone to cause trouble for Xiaoyu while he was away. When he got home, he heard Lu Hohat's hearty laughter. If you ask me, she deserved to be struck by lightning. Otherwise, why would it only hit her out of so many people? It just shows that if you do enough bad deeds, you'll get your comeuppance. Ha ha. Lu Hohat had endured Sun Jiaodi's bullying for years, and today she finally felt vindicated. Husband, you're back. How did it go at the commune today? Did you get it done? Lu Hohat asked as she saw Yang Jiangwo storm in angrily. Yang Jiangwo sat at the table and gulped down a big glass of water. It's done. Every household will get money. I know about Xiaoyu's matter. I'll go apologize to her later. Yang Jiangwo continued. Lu Hohat frowned. Sun Jiaodi did all that. Why should you apologize? She had only just managed to distance herself from the second brother's family and didn't want Yang Jiangwo getting involved again. Dahua was thrown out by Sun Jiaodi and the others to feed the wolves. If Xiaoyu didn't bring it up today, it was only out of respect for me. By all rights, I should go and apologize. Yang Jiangwo sighed. If Xiaoyu hadn't shown mercy today, their family's reputation would have been ruined. Although he had already decided to cut ties with Yang Jianya's family, in the eyes of outsiders, they were still one family. You couldn't write two Yang characters separately. If word got out about Yang Jianya and Sun Jiaodi's cruelty, his family would also suffer. Not to mention anything else, their two children, Deli and Lemay, weren't married yet. If their reputation was tarnished, what good family would be willing to form a marriage alliance with them? Lu Hohat wasn't unreasonable. Once she heard this, she understood. Sigh, I'll go with you. To be stuck with your second brother's family, I guess I'm just unlucky. Lu Hohat grumbled, but her hands quickly gathered some things to bring as an apology. The couple, carrying their gifts, formally went to Feng Lingyu's door. Chapter 320. Signing up for the hunt. Feng Lingyu hadn't expected Yang Jiangwo to be so polite, but seeing how guilty he looked, she still accepted the items. Uncle Yang, I'll let them off this time for your sake, but if there's a next time, I won't show any more mercy. She had to lay out the unpleasant truth up front to avoid any awkwardness later if she did something that made everyone lose face. Young Jangwo was slightly taken aback, not expecting Feng Lingyu to say that, then gave a wry smile. If there's a next time, they'll have brought it on themselves. We've cut ties with them completely, so you don't need to consider my feelings anymore. Once everything was out in the open, Yang Jangwo and his wife went home. How did Uncle Yang end up with a brother like that? He's nothing like him. Gao Xiaodao pouted and complained. Even dragons have 9 sons, each different. It's understandable that brothers have such different natures. I think Uncle Yang cutting ties with his brother's family this time is actually a good thing. The gang of thugs caught today, along with Lu Baozhen, all had to pay hefty fines. These were all people brought in by Sun Jiaodi, and it was easy to guess that once they got out, the first thing they'd do was go after Sun Jiaodi to settle scores. But none of that concerned Feng Lingyu. After all, every bit of this misfortune was Sun Jiaodi's own doing, and she had no one else to blame. A few days passed, and the villagers all received their subsidies from the authorities. The mess left by the wolf attack had been completely cleaned up. The dead wolf carcasses in the village were handled by Yang Jangwo, who sold the pelts to the purchasing station and used the money to buy chicks, which were distributed to the villagers. As for the wolf pelts some families had secretly stashed away, Yang Jangwo didn't say much. If someone had hunted a wolf with their own skill, he certainly couldn't force them to hand it over. The village's land reclamation work was also finished, except for Chao Zi and Lu Xiaowei. The two of them still had to carry on with their manure hauling duties. According to Yang Jangwo's orders, they and Wang Dachuan would have to keep at it until the ground froze solid outside. One afternoon, while Feng Lingyu was out for a stroll, she ran into Chao Zi and her group hauling manure. Chao Zi steadied her carrying pole with her hand, no longer wobbling as much as she had at the start, and her expression had calmed down. She looked very different from the arrogant and domineering person she'd been when she first arrived, and the hostility in her eyes was gone. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed that after dismantling the alliance of interests between Chao Zi and Lu Xiaowei, reality had taught Chao Zi a lesson. The people at the educated youth settlement were all opportunists who wouldn't lift a finger without gain. After Chao Zi had been humiliated so badly, those educated youths certainly wouldn't want to be associated with her. That meant if Chao Zi wanted to avoid hunger and cold, she had to rely entirely on herself. If Secretary Chao saw his daughter in such a miserable state now, he'd surely be heartbroken. Xiaoyu, do you think Chao Zi hasn't been causing trouble lately? Has she really changed for the better? Gao Xiaodao tilted her head and asked. Feng Lingyu pulled her cloak tighter around herself and said leisurely, who knows? But even if she hasn't changed, it's good that she's learned the word fear. The more power someone holds and the higher they stand, the more they must learn to restrain themselves. Chao Zi ending up in this situation was entirely due to her reckless behavior. Laws and morals exist to restrain people's actions. As long as what someone does stays within the bounds of morality and the law, no matter what they think in their heart, Feng Lingyu would consider them a good person. After this lesson, even if Chao Zi still looked down on rural people in her heart and continued to rely on Secretary Chao's influence to run wild, as long as she knew fear, she wouldn't dare go too far. When the two of them slowly made their way home, they heard the village broadcast start up. Villagers of Qingshan Village, the annual hunting activity will begin the day after tomorrow. Please make your preparations. As per the usual rules, except for special circumstances, 1 person per household will participate. I repeat. Hunting? Xiaodao, are you going? Feng Lingyu felt a bit tempted. She hadn't been up the mountain in a long time, and since the snow on the mountain wasn't very deep yet, it was the perfect time for hunting. Once it got colder, the snow would be waist deep, making it impossible to go up the mountain. If you're going, Xiaoyu, then I won't, Gao Xiaodao said, shrinking her neck. It was so cold up there, and she really didn't want to go. Besides, Huiqing was still at home. Hunting would take several days, and someone had to stay behind to look after him. All right, I'll just go sign up by myself then. In her space, Feng Lingyu had only collected some common animals like pheasants and rabbits, along with a few livestock. This time up the mountain, she thought, what if she ran into musk deer, road deer, or even bears? Not only could she enjoy something fresh, but she could also bring a few into her space to enrich its biodiversity. The space had grown much larger now. East of the small wooden building stretched a continuous range of mountains, perfect for these animals to live in. The next day, Feng Lingyu went to sign up. In previous years, no women had ever participated in the hunt, so this was the first time. Yang Jangwo knew Feng Lingyu's skills, so when he saw she wanted to go, he directly wrote down her name without trying to talk her out of it. With Xiaoyu around, the safety of those going up the mountain was more assured. Just then, people from the educated youth settlement came to sign up too, and Xiao Yanfeng and Xiao Zi were among them. Yang Jingwo frowned. What was going on this year? It made sense that Xiaoyu, who knew martial arts, wanted to go hunting, but why were these two female, educated youths insisting on joining the fun? Village Chief Yang, we're here from the Educated Youth Settlement to sign up, Yanwei said with a smile as he walked up to Yang Jingwo. Then his gaze shifted to Feng Lingyu standing nearby. He hadn't expected her to be here, and he felt a hint of surprise. Who from your settlement is going? Yang Jingwo glanced at the people behind Yanwei. The male comrades looked decent enough. They probably wouldn't hold the group back. Me, Wang Yi, and Zhu Hongye. Oh, and comrades Chao Yanfeng and Chao Zi insisted on coming. I couldn't stop them, so I brought them to ask for your opinion, Yanwei replied. Sensing Yang Jingwo's gaze on her, Chao Yanfeng quickly spoke up. Village Chief Yang, I want to sign up. I want to sign up too. Chao Zi chimed in. Yang Jingwo's face darkened, and he said irritably, do you think going up the mountain to hunt is some kind of game? When real danger comes, it's a matter of life and death. Who do you expect to save you then? In past years, plenty of villagers came back from the hunt with broken arms and legs. This isn't a picnic. Yang Jingwo left the deeper implication unsaid. He didn't want the villagers to get hurt trying to save the educated youths. Chao Yanfeng bit her lip in frustration. She glanced at Feng Lingyu, who stood off to the side like a sturdy pine tree, watching the scene unfold. Some people could just stand there without any extra movement or expression, and they'd shine as naturally as gems, drawing everyone's gaze toward them. Chapter 321. Preparations before heading up the mountain. Why can't you go? But we can't. Chao Yanfeng pointed at Feng Lingyu, who was watching the commotion. Yang Jingwo felt a bit speechless. If you want to be competitive, you have to consider your ability, right? Comrade Feng can handle the work of a strong laborer. What about you two? If you run into wolves or bears in the mountains, what can you do? To put it bluntly, if they were allowed to go up the mountain, they would just be two burdens. They couldn't catch any game, would need from the others, and would still expect to share the spoils. Wasn't that just taking advantage? Not only would Yang Jingwo disagree, but the young men of the hunting team wouldn't agree either. Village Chief Yang, I know I'm not as strong as Feng Lingyu, but I'm not bad either. I want to go up the mountain and try. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Chao Yanfeng gritted her teeth. I've already said this isn't a game. You say you'll take responsibility, but if you educated youths get into trouble, who do you think ends up suffering in the end? You and Chao Zi are newcomers, so you might not know some things yet. The game the village brings back will be distributed per person. One share should be enough for each of you. Yang Jingwo softened his tone. Knowing that Yang Jingwo wouldn't agree to their request, Chao Zi stood silently for a while, then turned and left. Seeing Yang Jingwo's unhappy expression, Yanwei smiled and tried to smooth things over. Comrade Chao, Village Chief Yang is just concerned about your safety. Look, Chao Zi has already come around. He didn't understand why Chao Yanfeng insisted on going hunting in the mountains. You don't need to persuade me. Village Chief Yang, just let me go. I promise I won't hold you back. Village Chief, since Comrade Chao Yanfeng insists on signing up, let her go. But it would be better to write a letter of commitment. Of course, not just her, but everyone going up the mountain should write one. Feng Lingyu suddenly spoke up. The content of the letter should state that everyone is going up the mountain voluntarily and will take full responsibility for any consequences. Yang Jingwo's eyes lit up. This was a good idea, and it would prevent disputes later if problems arose. All right, I'll write one now. No need for everyone to write their own. Just sign and put your thumbprint on this one. Yang Jingwo didn't hesitate. He immediately took a piece of paper from the drawer, smoothed it out, and started writing. After Yang Jingwo finished writing the letter of commitment, and everyone who had signed up to go up the mountain had put their thumbprints on it, the matter was settled. As soon as Feng Lingyu got home, she saw Gao Xiaodao packing a bundle for her. This trip up the mountain was expected to last about a week, so some daily necessities had to be prepared. In truth, Feng Lingyu had everything in her space, but she still needed to put on a show on the surface. You don't need to bring clothes. Seeing Gao Xiaodao trying to stuff a thick padded jacket into the bundle, Feng Lingyu quickly stopped her. Winter jackets were big and bulky. If she stuffed that into the bundle, there would be hardly any space left for anything else. Besides, Feng Lingyu wasn't so particular that she needed to change clothes during these few days. Then bring some dry rations and a thermos. It'll be even colder in the mountains at night. What will you do when you sleep? Gao Xiaodao stopped what she was doing, looking a bit worried. Don't worry. Everyone going up the mountain is experienced. They'll have ways to deal with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't organize hunting trips up the mountain every year. Feng Lingyu wasn't worried at all. The big coat she was wearing was made of fur with a leather shell, both windproof and moisture-proof. On her feet were a pair of airtight boots. If this wasn't warm enough, wouldn't the others freeze to death? Maybe you should bring some medicine, just in case of an accident, so you won't be caught off guard. Gao Xiaoda rummaged through the family medicine cabinet and put some common medicines into the bundle. Oh, right. And some liquor. My dad told me that if you're cold, a sip of liquor will warm you up. Feng Lingyu watched as Gao Xiaoda packed one thing after another, eventually gathering a large bundle of odds and ends. The corner of her mouth twitched. I'm not going on a picnic. Why do I need to bring so much stuff? Just some dry rations and toiletries will do. How can that be? Better safe than sorry. It's good to be prepared. Helpless, Feng Lingyu had to accept Gao Xiaodao's heavy-hearted affection. Early the next morning, Feng Lingyu went to meet up with Yang Jiangwo and the others. You stay home with Huiqing and Tuanzi, and don't forget the soup Commander sure gave us. Feng Lingyu waved at Gao Xiaodao. Go back inside. It's cold out here. You don't need to see me off. Then Gao Xiaodao watched as Feng Lingyu casually swung her bundle, slung it cleanly over her shoulder, and strode away. To move more freely, Feng Lingyu didn't wear a long coat or cloak. Instead, she wore a cashmere sweater and a down jacket underneath, and a short, windproof leather jacket over them. On her feet were the leather boots Gao Dashu had bought for her, which crunched loudly in the snow as she walked. When she reached the meeting point, about a dozen people were already standing there waiting. Including the educated youths, there were 35 people in total going up the mountain for the hunt. Besides Feng Lingyu, Chao Yanfeng, and a few other educated youths, the rest were all tall, strong young men. There was also a middle-aged leader named Yang Quan, who was in charge of the operation. He was said to have extensive experience. He could and accurately analyze information about prey based on footprints and other subtle details. In short, as long as you followed him, you would bag some game. Chao Yanfeng was carrying a large bundle, her head wrapped in a scarf, standing silently to one side. Feng Lingyu only gave her a brief glance before looking away. Chao Yanfeng clenched her hands so tightly that red marks almost appeared. She had earned quite a bit this year from work points and processing medicinal herbs, but as the eldest child in her family, she still had to support the household. Yang Quan stood in front of everyone and said in a loud voice, same rules as every year. Once we're up the mountain, everyone must obey orders. No acting alone. No matter who finds what, report it immediately. If anyone can't follow orders, you can go home right now. Yang Quan paused after speaking. Seeing no one step forward, he continued, since no one is backing out, you must follow the rules. I hope everyone can make it down the mountain safely this time. Yang Quan's gaze then fell on Feng Lingyu and Chao Yanfeng. When young Jiangwo had told him there would be female comrades this time, he had been very reluctant. Chapter 322, On the Way Up the Mountain. However, for this operation to go smoothly, the unpleasant truths still had to be said. Thinking this, Yang Quan's voice turned somewhat stern. This time, the situation is special. There are 2 female comrades in our team. Under normal circumstances, everyone would naturally give them extra consideration. But this is a special case. You need to take care of yourselves. When it truly comes to fleeing for your lives, don't expect others to risk their own lives to save you. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to back out. Anyone who wants to quit, step forward. As Yang Quan said this, his eyes were fixed on Feng Lingyu and Chao Yanfeng. What he had just said was no exaggeration. He hoped these 2 female comrades would back down in the face of difficulty. But in the end, the result disappointed him. Neither of them retreated. Yang Quan sighed. So be it. He could only do his best to ensure nothing happened to them. With Yang Quan's command, the group bid farewell to their families and began slowly making their way up Little Green Mountain. The snow on the mountain was thick and every step sank deep into it. Yang Quan was extremely cautious, holding a wooden stick to probe the ground as he went. Because the thick snow had altered the terrain, you never knew what lay hidden beneath it. If it happened to be a deep pit or a steep slope, one misstep could easily lead to injury. At the start of the climb, everyone was full of energy. They kept walking until well past noon before stopping to rest. Yang Quan was plain-looking and not tall, and he didn't utter a single unnecessary word along the way. But every reminder he gave helped everyone avoid a potential danger. Feng Lingyu admired him greatly in her heart. Indeed, these ordinary people should not be underestimated. Perhaps some of them possessed unexpected skills. Yang Quan, in turn, looked at Feng Lingyu and Chao Yanfeng with newfound respect. Even he, a grown man, found the long trek somewhat exhausting, yet these 2 female comrades had managed to persevere. Since they wouldn't hold the group back, Yang Quan had no intention of making things difficult for them. At that moment, everyone was digging pits and lighting fires, preparing to eat their dry rations. Yan Wei walked over with a smile and said, Comrade Feng, we're all educated youths. We should help each other while away from home. Why don't you join us? Feng Lingyu glanced at the few educated youths who had come over. She wasn't particularly fond of any of them, so she refused outright, no need. I can manage on my own. Feng Lingyu's blunt refusal caused Yan Wei's eyes to darken. This Feng Lingyu was far too guarded. The group had roughly split into 3 clusters, each lighting a fire. Feng Lingyu didn't choose to join anyone. Instead, she swiftly lit her own fire. To her, these tasks were trivial. She had spent a long time in the wilderness in her past life, so basic survival skills like starting a fire came naturally to her. Yan Wei had originally hoped that Feng Lingyu would come to him for help. But when he saw that she was faster alone than their entire group, he had no choice but to sulkily return. Yan Wei, why have you been hanging around Feng Lingyu so much lately? Meeting Zhu Hongya's probing gaze, Yan Wei's heart gave a violent jolt. He looked away uncomfortably and said, I just saw she was alone and asked if she wanted to join us. Is that so? Zhu Hongya found Yan Wei's behavior strange, but he didn't say whether he believed him or not. If she doesn't want to, then forget it. Why bother kissing up to her? Wang Yi said dismissively, crossing his arms. Is it wrong for me to show solidarity and care? Comrade Wang Yi, don't spread your individualistic attitude around. Yan Wei's tone was far less accommodating toward Wang Yi. Hearing this, Wang Yi felt that Yan Wei couldn't tell good intentions from bad. He angrily threw the firewood in his hand to the ground, turned around, and said nothing more. The atmosphere among the educated youths grew tense once again. Comrade Feng, I noticed you're quite skilled at starting a fire. Have you lived in the wilderness before? As Feng Lingyu was chewing on a meat-filled flatbread that Gao Xiaodao had prepared for her, Yang Quan suddenly approached. I just watched what others did and copied them on the spot, Feng Lingyu said with a faint smile. As a city girl, she certainly couldn't have lived in the wilderness, so she told a small lie. The road ahead is still long. You might want to find a few people to team up with, so you can look out for each other. I'll think about it when the need arises. As a female comrade, if I stick with everyone, both sides might feel awkward. Besides, I believe that if I truly need help, they won't stand by and do nothing. Although Feng Lingyu rejected Yang Quan's suggestion, her words were well spoken. Several young people immediately responded. Comrade Feng is right. If you need anything, just let us know. Right, guys? Exactly. If something comes up, Comrade Feng, don't hesitate to ask. We may not be good at much else, but we can handle physical labor. Though, we're afraid our strength might not even match yours, Comrade Feng. Don't laugh at us. Feng Lingyu's autumn water-like eyes narrowed slightly, filled with a glimmer of laughter. Her voice clear, she said, then I thank all you comrades in advance. Although everyone had always known that Comrade Feng was good-looking, the sudden impact of her beauty still made many of the young men blush. Yang Quan coughed twice, fisted his mouth, signaling everyone to snap out of it. Comrade Feng, no need to thank us. Just call us if you need anything, the young men said, their faces red with some embarrassment. Feng Lingyu nodded, withdrew her smile, and returned to her usual aloof demeanor. Feng Lingyu's beauty was undeniable, but she rarely showed it in front of others. Most of the time in the village, she kept a cold face, giving off an unapproachable vibe, all to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, despite her striking looks, no young men in the village dared to approach her. She was even less popular than other girls of average appearance. The root cause was probably that these young men lacked the courage to even stand before her. In their hearts, she was like a beautiful snow lotus, unattainable. Approaching her only made them feel inferior. Comrade Feng, take your time eating. I won't disturb you. Remember to let me know if anything comes up. Yang Quan nodded at Feng Lingyu and then returned to his own group to sit and rest. The commotion around Feng Lingyu naturally caught the attention of the educated youths group as well. Qiao Yanfeng cast an envious glance at Feng Lingyu, then silently bit into the steamed bun she had brought. Some people are just lucky to be good-looking. Look, plenty of people are eager to help with the work. Wang Yi snorted coldly, his tone sarcastic. His words were clearly aimed at the littling Feng Lingyu. Qiao Yanfeng shot him a glare and said, just eat your meal and mind your own business. Chapter 323, Qiao Yanfeng has studied. Can't you tell I'm standing up for you? Wang Yi said, sounding a bit aggrieved. Ever since Feng Lingyu and the others moved out, the new sent-down youths had gotten along much better, practically friends by now. Both were women, yet Feng Lingyu was surrounded by admirers while Qiao Yanfeng was left unnoticed. Wang Yi felt it was unfair to Qiao Yanfeng, hence his remark. Them treating me like this is normal. The villagers are naturally exclusive. Qiao Yanfeng said the last 2 words very softly. Feng Lingyu was different because she helped the villagers earn money, which earned their approval. They, the sent-down youths, were outsiders, and they often slacked off during work. It was normal for the villagers to reject them. Don't say things like that anymore. You know we can't afford to provoke her, Qiao Yanfeng said seriously. She now understood that Feng Lingyu's family background was certainly not simple. Even if her parents were dead, she still had someone protecting her from above. And after all this time, she had come to understand Feng Lingyu's personality a bit. As long as you didn't actively provoke her, she was easy to get along with. Wang Yi's face darkened. Can't I even speak a few honest words? Of course you can, but what you're saying is only your version of the truth. Others don't see it that way. Wang Yi, you need to change your temperament or you'll get into trouble because of it sooner or later. I'm not stupid. Fine, since you think it's no problem yourself, I won't say anything more. Wang Yi let out a faint, mocking laugh. Chow Yanfeng didn't want to argue with Wang Yi over this issue, so she changed the subject. Have some hot water. The road might get even colder later. Everything they said was heard by Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu held a wooden stick in her hand. On the surface, she was casually poking at the campfire, but in reality, she had extended her mental energy and knew everything happening around her. She hadn't expected that not only Chow Zi had changed, but Chow Yanfeng had also changed quite a bit. How to put it? In the past, Chow Yanfeng had a restless air about her, always wanting to step on others to stand out. But others weren't fools and wouldn't willingly be used by her. Naturally, this led to conflicts. Now, however, she had become much more steady, with a sense of returning to simplicity, as if her feet had finally touched the ground, and she no longer harbored unrealistic fantasies. Under her prodding, the campfire burned even brighter. Feng Lingyu thought to herself, it was good that Chow Yanfeng had changed her temperament. This could only benefit her. The policy of sending educated youths to the countryside would last a long time. People like Chow Yanfeng still had no idea how long they would have to endure before they could return. If they still clung to their identity as city folk every day and refused to accept reality, their lives would only get harder. Actually, Qingshan village was already very good. Yang Jiangwo was a man of great wisdom who appeared simple, and there were no hidden rules in the village. As long as the sent-down youths behaved themselves and worked properly, Yang Jiangwo wouldn't make things difficult for them. Compared to other villages, this was practically heaven. After an hour's rest at noon, Yang Quan led everyone to continue on their way. Their destination was a low-lying area deep in the mountains, where the terrain was flatter. Typically, the hunting period lasted 7 days. Excluding the 2 days for travel, they actually had only 5 days for hunting. According to past practice, 1/3 of the hunted prey would be distributed based on individual contributions. The remaining 2/3 would be handed over to the village and divided among each household per capita. As for the leftover furs and such, they would be sold to the purchasing station. The money earned would be given to the injured and the poor families in the village. If there was any surplus, it would all be used to buy candy, which would be distributed to the village children during the new year. After hearing Yang Quan's explanation, Feng Lingyu felt that this distribution method was very humane. It neither discouraged everyone's enthusiasm by taking everything for the collective, nor did it neglect the vulnerable groups in the village. If we're lucky this year, those of us who came up the mountain might get a good share of meat, Yang Quan said with anticipation. Then he added with a sigh, if it weren't for the cooperative you set up this year, we'd have to rely on these hunted animals to have a good new year. In previous years, the villagers had little extra income throughout the year and depended on the meat from mountain hunting for the new year. Any leftover meat they couldn't finish would be sold on the black market, bringing a significant income to the family. This year, with the income from selling medicinal herbs, they didn't need to push themselves so hard during the hunt. The cooperative isn't my achievement alone. It's all thanks to everyone's joint efforts. By the way, Uncle Quan, will everyone hunt together tomorrow? Feng Lingyu probed. After getting familiar with Yang Quan, Feng Lingyu had started calling him Uncle Quan. Usually, we split into teams of 10, and the rest are responsible for lookout. Having too many people for hunting wasn't good, it would create noise and scare off the prey. Too few people were also bad. If they encountered a large animal like a wild boar, a few people wouldn't be enough to withstand its charge. Uncle Quan, can I go alone? Feng Lingyu had planned to catch some prey and put it into her space during this trip. If she stayed with the main group the whole time, there was no way she could smuggle anything right under everyone's noses. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. If something happens to you and we're too far apart, we definitely won't be able to save you in time. He had originally planned to keep Feng Lingyu by his side during the hunt. He never expected that a young girl like Feng Lingyu would want to act on her own. The mountain forest was now covered in white snow everywhere, and it was easy to get lost with just a moment's carelessness. So Yang Quan absolutely would not agree to Feng Lingyu's proposal. His face was taut, clearly showing his refusal. Feng Lingyu had no choice but to shut her mouth resentfully. It seemed she would have to show Yang Quan her skills tomorrow before he would feel comfortable letting her act alone. Having made up her mind, Feng Lingyu stopped dwelling on the topic and instead asked Yang Quan about other precautions. After walking for about another 4 hours, the previously rugged road began to level out. Yang Quan was experienced. He first assessed the terrain, then observed the wind direction, and only then marked out an area. This will be our campsite for the next few days. Everyone, clear away the debris on the ground. With over 30 people working, things moved quickly. Before long, the snow-covered ground was leveled. Among the group were old members who had come up the mountain for hunting in previous years and were very familiar with the process of setting up camp. Without needing Yang Quan's instructions, they led the new members in working with great enthusiasm. Yang Quan said, "Everyone, speed up. It's going to snow soon." Chapter 324, a stark contrast with Feng Lingyu. Qiao Yanfeng felt bitter. Feng Lingyu followed the others in stacking the cut snow blocks to form a small, hemispherical icehouse. She planned to sleep alone for the night, as she had no desire to spend the evening with Qiao Yanfeng. Qiao Yanfeng might have sensed Feng Lingyu's intention and tactfully kept her distance, quietly building her own icehouse by herself. As for the others, they constructed a larger icehouse, big enough for 4 or 5 people to sleep inside. Huddled together, they would stay warmer during the night. Feng Lingyu wandered around, using a hatchet to cut some pine branches, shaking off the snowflakes, and laying them down inside her icehouse. Seeing this, the others thought it was a good idea and went to cut pine branches as well. Before long, 6 ice houses of various sizes were built, looking oddly cute and clumsy. Now that the houses are done, let's eat and rest well. Tomorrow, we'll officially start hunting. After walking such a long distance today and building houses without a break, everyone looked exhausted. I have no strength left. I just want to lie down and sleep. Despite the complaints, they still gathered to light a large bonfire. Feng Lingyu took out her small copper pot, found a clean spot, filled it with snow, and set it on the fire to boil some hot water. Glancing at her watch, it was now 7 in the evening. She picked up her small copper pot, said goodbye to Yang Quan, and returned to her ice house. The others stayed by the fire, using hot water to soak their dry rations. Back in her ice house, the cramped space didn't feel oppressive. Instead, it gave her a great sense of security. Feng Lingyu hung a windproof cloth over the small entrance, took out the flashlight Gao Xiaodao had prepared, and hung it from the ceiling, instantly brightening the entire ice house. She didn't plan to eat the dry rations Xiaodao had prepared. Her space had steaming hot meals, including various stewed soups, all prepared for situations where cooking outdoors wasn't possible. Feng Lingyu pulled out a moisture-proof mat and a sleeping bag, then slowly lay down to rest. After making sure everything outside was completely quiet, she entered the space. The climate in the space was spring-like year-round, always staying at a comfortable temperature. Feng Lingyu poured herself a glass of watermelon juice and enjoyed a hearty meal in the space. There was no denying that the space was truly an essential tool for travel. In her free time, she often cooked in the kitchen, since food stored in the warehouse never spoiled. Now, the kitchen warehouse held over 100 types of food, neatly arranged on the shelves, resembling a buffet where she could pick whatever she wanted. After eating, Feng Lingyu took a stroll around the space, then went out to sleep. This sleeping bag was one she had collected into the space from an outdoor sports store in her past life, lightweight, compact, and very warm. The moisture-proof mat beneath her was also of good quality, soft and comfortable, with no feeling of being pressed against anything hard. In short, Feng Lingyu felt no discomfort at all. Outside, the howling mountain wind made the forest creak, and with the sound of the wind, she slowly drifted off to sleep. While Feng Lingyu was as comfortable as at home, the others were not so fortunate. Especially the educated youths from the city, who tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The male educated youths fared a bit better as they could huddle together and weren't as cold. Qiao Yanfeng, alone, suffered greatly. Lying in her bedding, her feet were so cold they were nearly numb. She rubbed her hands together, but it didn't help much. Though pine branches were spread on the ground, the cold still seeped through her mattress, burrowing into her bones. The entire camp was pitch black, with only a faint light coming from Feng Lingyu's small ice house. All flashlights required batteries to work back then. No one would waste a flashlight as a lamp, since a pair of batteries cost not only industrial coupons, but also 2 yuan. Yet the light in Feng Lingyu's ice house stayed on, showing that a 2 yuan pair of batteries meant nothing to her. Although Qiao Yanfeng's mindset had changed somewhat, under such a stark contrast, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Of all the female, educated youths at the sent-down point, only she had to endure this hardship, unlike Feng Lingyu, who seemed to be on a leisure trip. But she had no choice. Her father had recently broken his leg. Her family couldn't manage, so her younger brother had to take over his job, but that meant a significant cut in wages. Qiao Yanfeng had sent all her money home, but it still wasn't enough. Her father's leg needed proper care so he could recover and return to work sooner. Helpless, Qiao Yanfeng had to think of other ways. If she joined the villagers in hunting up the mountain, she could at least get a larger share of the game. During the new year, meat prices were high, and selling it would bring in more money to send home. Thinking of this, Qiao Yanfeng found renewed strength. She comforted herself that everything would be fine. The next morning, after a full night's rest, everyone was energetic, and yesterday's exhaustion had completely vanished. Feng Lingyu gathered all the tools she needed and stood with the group. We'll split into 3 groups of 10, with the old members as squad leaders. The rest will join me in scouting and keeping watch. Feng Lingyu was assigned to the first group, which consisted entirely of skilled individuals. Qiao Yanfeng was put on watch duty, given her weaker constitution. Yan Wei had wanted to be in the same group as Feng Lingyu, but Yang Quan flatly refused. His reason was that the first group was strong enough and didn't need him holding them back. Hearing this, Yan Wei's face turned green, drawing quite a few laughs. Yang Quan moved swiftly through the snow, occasionally stopping to analyze the ground conditions. People have their paths and beasts have their trails. Once you find the animals, set traps and wait. Seeing Feng Lingyu's attentiveness, Yang Quan explained to her. Or find the food they eat, and you can ambush them there. He pointed to a green tip poking out of the snow. See that? Dig it up. Wild boars love the tubers underneath. Soon, several people began digging traps nearby. The frozen winter ground was hard, making the digging difficult. If someone lacked strength, a shovel strike might not even leave a mark on the ground. That was why Yang Jiangwo didn't let the women join. They generally had less strength and weren't much help up the mountain. After more than half an hour, 3 hunting pits had taken shape. Chapter 325, A Bumper Harvest, Great Admiration for Feng Lingyu. The 3 hunting pits were arranged around the plant, and Yang Quan tossed several tubers into each trap. He then inserted iron spikes into the pits, ensuring that any wild boar falling in would be killed instantly. The traps were covered with hay, and then snow was used to bury them, making them completely invisible from the surface. By the way, we need to mark every trap so none of us accidentally step into one. Yang Quan turned back and instructed everyone. He handed out strips of red cloth, telling them to tie a conspicuous red strip on a branch wherever a trap was set. Next, Yang Quan led the group to several other locations to set more traps. You've now learned the basics. From here on, we'll split up. If anything happens, blow your whistle, understood? Yang Quan asked sternly. Since Feng Lingyu's group was the strongest, with mostly experienced members, Yang Quan didn't accompany them. Most of this group were veterans, moving quickly through the forest. What stood out was Feng Lingyu. She not only kept up the entire time without falling behind, but she wasn't even out of breath. Even in the snow, she remained composed and relaxed. The members of Group 1, all experienced or trained, couldn't help but admire her skill. Their group was tasked with hunting larger game, as traps involved an element of luck. With bad luck, you could wait in the forest for 5 or 6 days and still come up empty. Along the way, every hare and pheasant they encountered met its end, all collected into their bags. Relying on her powerful mental strength, Feng Lingyu could detect even the slightest movement anywhere. As long as it wasn't too far away, she would subtly guide the group toward the prey. Thus, under Feng Lingyu's leadership, in just over half a day, their group returned fully loaded, each person carrying or hanging hares, pheasants, and other small animals. Glancing at the sky, the leader of Group 1 said regretfully, "It's still early, but unfortunately, we can't carry any more. We're quite far from camp. By the time we walk back, it'll be dark. Biting off more than we can chew won't help. Let's head back first," Feng Lingyu said noncommittally. What educated youth Feng says makes sense. Anyway, we'll be up here for a few more days. There'll be plenty of chances. After Feng Lingyu showed her skills today, she had become an idol in the eyes of these young people. So when she spoke, she immediately gained everyone's support. When their group returned to camp, they found they were the first ones back. The camp was empty, with only 2 members on guard duty. "You guys got so much good stuff. Group 1 is impressive," the 2 guards exclaimed, eyes lighting up. This much prey matched what they used to catch in 2 days. The members of Group 1 smiled, but said nothing. Without educated youth Feng, they wouldn't have caught this much. Taking advantage of the free time, everyone started getting busy. Though the freezing temperatures meant the prey wouldn't spoil, it still needed to be processed. For instance, bloodstains had to be cleaned off to avoid attracting wild animals. They couldn't just leave it in the snow either. Animals were clever enough to dig and steal the prey. The surrounding trees were very tall. A few young men quickly climbed up, clearing away obstructive small branches and leaving only the sturdy ones. Over the next few days, the prey they caught would be stored up in the trees. All branches low enough for animals to reach were cut off, making it hard for beasts to climb up by jumping. Tonight we'll have roasted meat. No more gnawing on dry steamed buns, haha. This is one of the hidden perks of hunting up here. Eat as much meat as you want. The people in the camp chatted while starting to process the prey. As the sky darkened, the other 2 groups finally came into view. Seeing that no one was injured, Yang Quan relaxed and asked, "Over there, hanging up there." Feng Lingyu said comfortably, sitting by the fire and pointing casually with one hand. Following her finger, the members of Groups 2 and 3 looked over, stunned. All of this was caught by them in just one day. Haha, our group had a bumper harvest today. But we owe it all to educated youth Feng. She's amazing at finding prey, hits the mark every time, a member of Group 1 boasted loudly. Tonight, everyone eats meat, the meat our group caught. Hehe. Though the two groups led by Yang Quan had decent hauls, they paled in comparison. You little rascal, getting carried away, huh? Come on, let's go practice. A burly, sturdy man stepped forward, not taking no for an answer, and forcefully dragged the loud bragger into the woods. Soon, the camp heard cries of "Brother, I won't do it again." Feng Lingyu covered her mouth with a smile, being too showy meant suffering the consequences. Everyone else laughed too, and a joyful atmosphere filled the camp. No matter which group caught the prey, it all belonged to their green mountain village. With such a strong start to the day, everyone was delighted. In the evening, they roasted the hares caught during the day over the fire. Nearby, an iron pot simmered with 3 pheasants stewing inside. At one point, Yang Quan went off alone for a while and returned with several types of wild greens. These greens were blanched in the chicken soup, adding a bit of vegetables to the meal. The aroma of roasted rabbit meat filled the air, becoming even more pronounced after sprinkling chili powder and salt. Having only eaten dry rations in the wild during the day, everyone was now frantically swallowing saliva at the smell. Xiao Yanfeng, who was roasting the meat, felt very excited. Just today alone, they had caught so much prey. When they went back down the mountain, she would get to take home a lot of meat. Now, Xiao Yanfeng no longer envied Feng Lingyu at all. She only hoped Feng Lingyu would become even more capable so she could get a bigger share. So when the rabbit meat was done, Xiao Yanfeng eagerly brought it to Feng Lingyu. Meeting Xiao Yanfeng's bright, expectant eyes, Feng Lingyu was silent. Educated youth Feng, I just roasted it. Eat it while it's hot. Chapter 326, Ambushed by the Monkey Troop. Xiao Yanfeng's every move had just been fully observed by Feng Lingyu, so she wasn't worried about the roasted rabbit meat having any issues. She reached out, took it, and said calmly, "Thanks. No problem. Enjoy it." Having achieved her goal, Xiao Yanfeng smiled and left. To be fair, Xiao Yanfeng's cooking skills weren't bad. The rabbit was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and with the chili, it had a unique flavor. But it still wasn't as good as Xiao Tao's cooking, Feng Lingyu silently noted. When Xiao Yanfeng returned and sat down, Wang Yi said in frustration, "Why are you fawning over Feng Lingyu too, just like Yan Wei?" "Wang Yi, the meat you're eating right now is from the prey Feng Lingyu helped everyone hunt. More prey benefits all of us." "I was just thanking her, you don't need to be so sensitive," Xiao Yanfeng said sternly. Wang Yi had a piece of meat stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Finally, he muttered grudgingly, "You're right. I won't talk about her anymore." Not far from them, Zhu Hongya frowned as he watched Yan Wei. The meat skewers in Yan Wei's hands were almost burnt, but he didn't seem to notice. Yan Wei, what are you thinking about?" Zhu Hongya waved a hand in front of his face. Yan Wei snapped back to reality, looking at the charred skewers in his hands. He gave an awkward laugh. "I was spacing out. The meat's burnt. What's wrong with you?" "You've been distracted for days," Zhu Hongya said. He was probably the closest to Yan Wei at the sent-down youth camp, and he knew Yan Wei's personality well. He was always organized and rarely spaced out. "Have I?" Yan Wei smiled dismissively. After a moment, he added, "Maybe I'm just too tired today. We've walked quite a distance. Then get a good rest tonight. You'll adjust once you're used to it. We'll be up in the mountains for a few more days." "Okay, you rest well too." Yan Wei lowered his eyes, hiding his thoughts from view. The next day, thanks to the excellent results from the day before, Yang Quan had no objection to Feng Lingyu's request to act alone. "Go ahead. I underestimated you before," Yang Quan said helplessly. "Uncle Quan, don't worry, I'll be careful." Feng Lingyu gave a sly smile. The members of Group 1 felt a little reluctant. Without Comrade Feng, they might not earn as much as they did yesterday. But Comrade Feng was skilled enough on her own. Being with them might actually hold her back. After saying goodbye to everyone, Feng Lingyu entered the forest alone. Alone, she felt much freer, no longer needing to match others' pace. She sprinted non-stop and reached yesterday's hunting ground in just an hour. But that wasn't her destination. She planned to go deeper into the mountains. Feng Lingyu had carefully scouted the outer area yesterday. Most of the animals there were herbivores. The real big game was hidden deeper in the forest. The further she went, the more towering trees she saw, crowding out the smaller ones and reducing the underbrush. Along the way, Feng Lingyu caught several musk deer and roe deer, all stored in the mountain on her space. A few monkeys peeked out and followed Feng Lingyu, as if observing what she was doing. Feng Lingyu initially paid them no mind. But when her prey was repeatedly startled and driven away by these monkeys, she grew furious. "If you don't leave now, I won't go easy on you." Feng Lingyu, showing rare childishness, pointed at the monkeys and threatened. A little monkey poked its head out, chattered a few times, and then Feng Lingyu watched as the monkeys scattered and ran off. But within minutes, Feng Lingyu realized she had celebrated too soon. As she was scouting around, a hazelnut hit her forehead. It wasn't hard, but Feng Lingyu's skin was fair, and a small red mark appeared on her forehead. She clenched her fist, crushing the tiny hazelnut. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you take me for a sick cat? The mischievous little monkey sat on a branch, chattering loudly, its human-like actions clearly mocking Feng Lingyu. She was so angry her temples throbbed. Being mocked by a monkey, who would believe it? She scooped up a snowball from the ground, weighing it in her hand. The little monkey was still shaking its head, as if trying to figure out what Feng Lingyu was doing. The next second, the snowball flew straight out and hit the little monkey square on the head. The monkey was dazed, rubbing its little head and letting out 2 frightened cries. Huh. You hit me first, doesn't feel good, does it? The little monkey screeched twice and suddenly, a barrage of hazelnuts and pine cones rained down on Feng Lingyu like dense arrows. Many monkeys appeared on different treetops, all baring their teeth at her. Enough. Feng Lingyu, her head throbbing with anger, shouted. Several vines spread out, winding up the tree trunks, swiftly reaching the branches and binding the monkeys that were still showing off. Especially the leading little monkey, it was tied up and dangled right in front of Feng Lingyu. You dare hit me? Huh. Feng Lingyu puffed out her cheeks, face to face with the little monkey, grinding her teeth. The other larger monkeys struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the vines. When they saw the little monkey under Feng Lingyu's control, they struggled even harder. A few thin vines gathered the scattered nuts from the ground and, under Feng Lingyu's control, pelted them one by one at the monkeys' heads. Does it hurt? If you dare hit me again, I'll pluck all your fur, especially yours. Got it. Feng Lingyu squinted at the little monkey. The little monkey's big eyes were watery, softening Feng Lingyu's heart a little. After it let out 2 low cries, she released them. Once free, the troop of monkeys fled without looking back, scrambling away as if afraid Feng Lingyu would cause them trouble. Feng Lingyu intended to continue her hunting trip, but something felt off. She changed direction and quietly followed the monkey troop. She wanted to see why these monkeys had been so determined to drive her away. The monkeys leaped through the forest, moving much faster through the trees than on the ground. Feng Lingyu had to stay fully alert to avoid losing them. At one point, she almost got caught by the little monkey. If she hadn't hidden in her space in time, she would have been discovered. Before long, the monkey troop arrived at a steep cliff. From a distance, the cliff looked rugged, covered in snow all around. A few monkeys were playing in the snow, rolling around from time to time. Feng Lingyu knew this must be where the monkey troop lived. Chapter 327. The legendary monkey wine was actually found. From the outside, there was nothing particularly different about this place. Suddenly, a mountain breeze blew, and a rich aroma of wine drifted into her nose along with the air current. Feng Lingyu carefully examined the structure of the cliff face. The place where the wine was stored should be in that cave halfway up the mountain. With the world outside covered in ice and snow, and the monkey swarm guarding the cave in an impenetrable formation, it was basically impossible for Feng Lingyu to sneak in unnoticed. Since sneaking in was impossible, she would have to confront them head-on. After all, there was no one else around, so she could use her abilities however she wanted. With that thought, Feng Lingyu stopped hiding and walked out boldly. Seeing a person suddenly appear in their territory, the monkey swarm was completely stunned. The few monkeys that had fought with Feng Lingyu earlier shrieked in alarm, their fur standing on end. The monkey swarm bared their teeth and made threatening sounds, trying to scare Feng Lingyu away. Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow. You bunch of mischievous monkeys, I'll have to deal with you myself. As she spoke, the vines behind her coiled around her waist and lifted Feng Lingyu from the ground straight to the cave entrance halfway up the mountain. Seeing her reach that spot, the monkey swarm went frantic. All the monkeys screeched and climbed up the cliff face, trying to stop her. Feng Lingyu curled her lips, looked into the cave, and broke into a carefree smile. I smell it. This is the place. Moreover, the temperature inside the cave was quite high. Compared to the sub-zero temperatures outside, it was probably around 15 degrees Celsius in here. The cave was also very clean, without the stench of monkeys, suggesting they took great care of this place's hygiene. Feng Lingyu took a flashlight and walked to the end of the cave, where she saw 2 pools of shimmering clear spring water, embedded in the ground like white jade plates. Her fair face flushed slightly with excitement as she exclaimed in surprise, "It really is monkey wine." As for why Feng Lingyu was so certain, it was because those 2 pools of clear water gave off a rich aroma of wine, making it impossible for her to mistake it for anything else. She couldn't wait to take out 2 large jars from her space and scoop up all the monkey wine from the 2 pools. By the time the monkey swarm finally entered the cave, they saw that the wine they had painstakingly brewed had been completely taken by this villain in front of them. The leading large monkey was so furious that its chest heaved up and down. Feng Lingyu had to admit that it felt like its eyes were about to catch fire as it stared at her. Thinking about how she had stolen their wine, she knew it wasn't exactly a fair thing to do, so Feng Lingyu smiled apologetically. She took out several large bunches of bananas from her space and said in a coaxing tone, "Monkey brothers, I won't take your things for nothing. I'll trade you these bananas. It's freezing outside now, where else would you find fruit, right?" The golden yellow bananas were quite appealing, but the monkeys remained unmoved. They only gave them a cold glance and continued to stare at Feng Lingyu with hostile intent. "You don't even like bananas? That can't be," Feng Lingyu muttered in frustration. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She realized this was a deep mountain forest, and these monkeys had never seen the outside world, so they probably had never eaten bananas before. So Feng Lingyu carefully broke off a banana, peeled it, and then tossed it into the monkey swarm. The leading monkey cautiously picked up the banana and sniffed it. It seemed like it would taste good. In the end, it couldn't resist the temptation and took a small bite of the banana in its hand. Delicious! Its eyes lit up. Seeing that it was working, Feng Lingyu took out many more bananas from her space. "These are all for you as an apology. Comrades, I'm off." The leading monkey called out twice to Feng Lingyu and pointed at the bananas on the ground, as if expressing dissatisfaction. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. This monkey was too clever, it even knew how to haggle. But she had plenty of fruit in her space, so she didn't need to argue with a few monkeys. So she took out some other long-lasting fruits, and only then did the leading monkey nod in satisfaction. With a single cry from it, the monkey swarm, led by their leader, made way for Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally leave. Only after she had left the cliff face and returned to the previous forest did she truly relax. Today was a huge gain. She had actually found the monkey wine recorded in ancient texts. This monkey wine was a rare treasure, only obtainable with the right time, place, and conditions. Not all monkeys knew how to brew wine, and the conditions in the wild were unstable. Brewing monkey wine required strict environmental conditions, and it wasn't always successful. According to ancient records, regularly drinking monkey wine had the effect of prolonging life, though she didn't know if that was true. Feng Lingyu entered her space, planning to taste the monkey wine first. She scooped out a little with a small glass. Earlier in the cave, it hadn't been very clear, and the white light from the flashlight had made her mistakenly think the monkey wine was transparent. Now she could see it clearly. The color of the wine was like a crystal-clear yellow gemstone, a pale yellow, and the aroma of the wine was mixed with some fruity scents. It seemed these monkeys had used wild fruits from the mountains to brew the monkey wine. Without hesitation, Feng Lingyu took a light sip from the glass. The moment the wine touched her lips, her eyes lit up. Yes, it was rich. The fragrances of many different fruits blended together, forming a unique aroma that wasn't unpleasant but rather harmonized very well. Moreover, the wine had a strong alcoholic taste. Compared to the fruit wine Feng Lingyu brewed herself, the flavor was completely different. She was certain that if this wine ever appeared on the market, it would be hyped up to astronomical prices. Unfortunately, she had only gotten 2 jars today. Once they were gone, there would be no more. Leaving the space, seeing that time was about right, Feng Lingyu started heading back. She carried a musk deer in her hand, claiming it as the prey she had caught today. By the time she returned to the camp, everyone else had just gotten back and were tidying up and preparing to cook dinner. "You're finally back. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have sent someone to look for you." Yang Quan rushed over as soon as he saw Feng Lingyu's figure. "Uncle Quan, I kept an eye on the time. I came back when I needed to." "Don't worry, I didn't go far," Feng Lingyu said with a faint smile. "Impressive. You managed to catch a musk deer all by yourself. Those things are very alert and hard to hunt." "Yeah, every time I get close, it runs away before I can do anything." "I just got lucky," Feng Lingyu said modestly. Not far away, Yan Wei watched the lively scene around Feng Lingyu, his heart sinking. He had been here for so long and still hadn't found a chance to get close to her. Thinking of something, Yan Wei's eyes grew resolute. Chapter 328, Discovering Yan Wei's Stalking. Over the next few days, Feng Lingyu hunted alone in the forest. Each day, she casually brought back some prey to fulfill her tasks. Worth mentioning was that the little monkey who had initially led the attack on her had been carefully following behind her these past few days. Presumably, having tasted the sweetness of the fruit, the little monkey was incredibly eager every time it saw Feng Lingyu. It would roll around, bow, and act cute, and Feng Lingyu found it both adorable and mischievous, often unable to resist feeding it fruit. Over time, the little monkey grew familiar with her, and whenever it spotted Feng Lingyu's figure, it would joyfully dance and wave its arms. One day, Feng Lingyu ventured into the forest alone again. The day before, she had been lucky and found many rare medicinal herbs in the woods, so today she planned to try her luck again. The little monkey crouched on her shoulder, occasionally pointing at something. It tilted its head, blinking its watery, big, cartoonish eyes, thinking humans were strange for digging up these unpleasant-tasting plants. How could these weeds compare to the sweet and sour fruits? Just as Feng Lingyu finished digging up a medicinal herb and was about to stand, her movements suddenly paused, though the slight hesitation lasted only a moment. An ordinary person wouldn't even notice she had stopped, assuming her actions were smooth and fluid like flowing water. The little monkey scratched its head. Squeak. Feng Lingyu stood up calmly. Little monkey, go play on your own. I have other things to do. She gently patted its head. Having spent time with Feng Lingyu, the little monkey could understand some simple words. After reluctantly saying goodbye, it leaped several times and disappeared into the woods. Once it was gone, Feng Lingyu tilted her head slightly, pretending not to notice as she glanced to her right, where a patch of bushes stood. Withdrawing her gaze, which hid countless thoughts, she curled her lips into a barely perceptible smile and strode deeper into the forest. After she had been gone for about 10 minutes, the lush green bushes rustled. A figure emerged from within, panting heavily, as if he had endured something strenuous. Watching the person he wanted to follow disappear into the depths of the forest, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. The deeper areas were full of dangers, perhaps wolves, tigers, or leopards lurked there. He might fail his goal and end up being killed by these beasts instead. After hesitating for a moment, he finally left reluctantly. What he didn't know was that after he turned and walked away, Feng Lingyu, whom he thought had already entered the forest's depths, revealed herself from behind a tree. Yanwei? Why him? Feng Lingyu was puzzled. She had never had any major conflict with this Yanwei. They kept to themselves, like well water and river water not interfering with each other. Although his deliberate approach had annoyed her recently, there was no real discord between them. So why was he following her? Feng Lingyu was utterly baffled. Unable to figure it out, she decided not to dwell on it. Since Yanwei hadn't achieved his goal yet, he would eventually show his true colors. Now that she had discovered his suspicious behavior and was on guard against him, whatever he planned to do would be hard to succeed. With that thought, Feng Lingyu relaxed and began exploring the forest freely. The day before, she had found many animal hoofprints near a pool, likely a watering hole for local wildlife. Although the temperature was low, the pool hadn't frozen over. Upon inspection, Feng Lingyu found it was very deep, with a spring at the bottom bubbling and gushing water. What was even more astonishing was that the spring water was warm, so the area around the pool was lush with green grass, showing no signs of the desolate winter. Over the past few days, Feng Lingyu had hunted various common animals, but hadn't encountered any wild boars. Today, she decided to try her luck there. She lightly climbed a tree and sat sideways on a branch, waiting for prey. Before long, grunting pig sounds came from not far away. Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up, and a faint smile curved her red lips. It seemed luck was on her side today. As the wild boars slowly approached the pool, Feng Lingyu held her breath. Leading the group were two sturdy males, with curved tusks on either side of their mouths, looking quite intimidating. Behind them followed several females and a group of piglets. It appeared to be a wild boar family. With no one around, Feng Lingyu used her abilities without restraint. As the boars lowered their heads to drink, she instantly hurled several thunderbolts from her hand. The glowing spheres struck the boars, and the next moment, they collapsed. The remaining piglets and a few adult boars were terrified, screeching and fleeing in panic. Feng Lingyu manipulated vines to drag back a few of the trailing piglets, planning to put them into her space for free breeding. She ignored the ones that ran off. There was no need to wipe them out completely. The fallen adult boars weighed an estimated over 2,000 pounds. Too lazy to store them in her space, Feng Lingyu began processing them right by the pool. Her knife was sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, and she quickly dismembered the boars. The blood and entrails, difficult to handle, were buried on the spot. After finishing, Feng Lingyu stored all the boar meat into her space and returned to camp. Of course, she didn't go back empty-handed. She took out a few wild rabbits to make it look convincing. If she alone could bring back deer-like animals every day, others would pin all their hopes on her. Feng Lingyu wasn't about to do such thankless work, especially without any benefits. Back at camp, as usual, everyone handed over their prey and then started cooking dinner. During the day, everyone was out and about, so they could only return at night for a hot meal. Thus, evenings were the happiest time of the day for everyone. Not to mention, having meat at such times made it even more satisfying. After handing over her prey, Feng Lingyu discreetly glanced in Yanwei's direction. He was talking to someone nearby, still appearing gentle and composed, with nothing unusual. But now that she was on guard against him, she knew that no abnormality often meant the biggest abnormality. Turning, Feng Lingyu walked toward Yang Quan and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Quan, how was your haul today? Hearing this, Yang Quan paused his work, thinking of the past few days' results. With a hint of a smile in his eyes, he replied, not bad. This year has been the most fruitful. Honestly, we owe a lot of it to you. Chapter 329, Yan Wei puts on an elaborate act. A few days ago, Feng Lingyu shared some of her hunting insights. Everyone tried them with skepticism, only to find they were remarkably effective. The number of prey each group caught had increased significantly. So now Yang Quan, like Yang Zhengwo, looked at Feng Lingyu as if she were a piece of gold. Uncle Quan, don't say that. Everyone's contributions are obvious to all. I just talked a bit. It's nothing, Feng Lingyu said, unwilling to take all the credit for herself. She smiled modestly. Then, as if casually, she asked, did anything happen while you were hunting today? Yang Quan thought carefully. Same as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary. Hearing his answer, Feng Lingyu knew she wouldn't get anything useful by asking directly, so she laughed and teased. It seems all of us educated youths have performed well. I was worried someone might slack off and affect everyone's impression of us. Although Feng Lingyu's relationship with the educated youth compound was average, in outsiders' eyes, she was part of that group, so her words were understandable. How could that be? Among the educated youths this time, you're the best, no need to mention. The others have also worked hard, kept their eyes on the tasks, and didn't slack off. Yang Quan's expression relaxed, showing that the educated youths had indeed performed well this time. Then he added, except for educated youth Yen, who was distracted several times. Today he said he felt unwell and wanted to return to camp alone for a while. But these are minor things. Is that so? As long as there's no problem. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Feng Lingyu parted ways with Yang Quan. During dinner that evening, Yan Wei kept glancing at Feng Lingyu, drawing many ambiguous smiles from others. The rest of the educated youths were greatly shocked, feeling as if they'd seen a ghost. It wasn't that Feng Lingyu wasn't good enough for Yan Wei, but they had all witnessed her true temperament and strength. Not to mention the unpleasantness when she moved out, and how they had since kept their distance from each other. Under these circumstances, how could Yan Wei develop feelings for Feng Lingyu? Yan Wei had a good reputation in Qingshan village. With his handsome, refined appearance and scholarly air, he embodied the cultured look that this small village lacked most. In the eyes of people like Yang Quan, Yan Wei, and Feng Lingyu were quite well matched. Facing these teasing smiles and the shock churning in the educated youth's hearts, neither of the two parties involved showed any reaction. Because only Yan Wei himself knew how panicked and conflicted he felt inside. And Feng Lingyu was as steady as a mountain, for she could clearly see the struggle and pain in Yan Wei's eyes. She knew that tomorrow was the last day of hunting. Whatever his goal was, if he didn't act now, he would miss his chance. The next day, Feng Lingyu went into the mountains alone as usual. After Feng Lingyu left, Yan Wei immediately found Yang Quan and said he felt unwell and wanted to rest. Although Yang Quan was dissatisfied with his repeated lack of focus, he still agreed. Once everyone was gone, Yan Wei didn't hesitate and directly chased after the direction Feng Lingyu had taken. Feng Lingyu strolled leisurely through the woods. Patches of golden sunlight fell on her face, making her delicate, fair skin glow like a painting. Her graceful figure moved with elegance, a stark contrast to the unrestrained running of the past few days, as if she were a different person. But she deliberately walked slowly, just to wait for someone. If she walked too fast and the person behind couldn't catch up, wouldn't she miss a good show? The little monkey came to work as usual today. As soon as Feng Lingyu appeared, it excitedly jumped onto her shoulder. It was also unaccustomed to today's slow pace, so it tugged at Feng Lingyu's hair, urging her to speed up. Don't rush. The person I'm waiting for hasn't arrived yet. Feng Lingyu said with a bright smile, casually tucking her jet black hair behind her ear. While playing with the little monkey, Feng Lingyu's ears caught a faint sound in the snow. She lifted the corners of her mouth joyfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. A hint of barely noticeable excitement crept into her voice. The person I've been waiting for is finally here. The little monkey warily climbed a tree and hid itself. Almost at the same time, a male voice, slightly out of breath, came from behind. Educated youth Feng. How are you here? Feng Lingyu turned around, her face calm and unreadable. She put on a surprised expression. Educated youth Yen, aren't you supposed to be with Uncle Quan and the others? How did you end up in my direction? Usually, Yang Quan and the others went in a different direction from Feng Lingyu, almost never interfering with each other. So Feng Lingyu's normal reaction upon seeing Yan Wei should have been surprise. Yan Wei widened his eyes and also pretended to be surprised. Is that so? How did I end up here? Then he gave a bitter smile. I really got lost, and quite far at that. Yan Wei was still panting heavily, putting on an act of being very tired. Educated youth Yen, why were you running so fast? Where are Uncle Quan and the others? Feng Lingyu asked again. A look of regret flashed in Yenwei's eyes. I almost forgot something important. Not far from our camp, there's a trap, and a big wild boar has fallen into it. When I found it, I was overjoyed. I wanted to go get Uncle Quan and the others, but I ran in the wrong direction. He saw a hint of delight in Feng Lingyu's expression and pressed on. I saw that wild boar was bleeding. If it attracts other beasts, that would be terrible. It's a shame I ran the wrong way. There's no time to call Uncle Quan and the others back. Oh dear. Seeing Yenwei putting on such an elaborate act, Feng Lingyu naturally played along. What are we waiting for? Let's go cover up the bloodstains now. Hurry, take me there. Seeing that he had achieved his goal so easily, a flash of joy passed through Yenwei's eyes. Good, follow me. It's not far from here. After walking a short distance, Yenwei led Feng Lingyu to another unfamiliar patch of woods. He pointed at a red cloth strip hanging not far away. Look, that's the trap marker. The boar is right there. It's not moving anymore. Looks like it's dead. Feng Lingyu took only a casual glance and knew that the trap wasn't one dug by Yang Quan and the others. The red cloth tied to the treetop was even more ridiculous. The knot was tied wrong. For someone as meticulous as Yenwei, making so many mistakes showed just how anxious and flustered he was. Let's hurry over. If beasts really come, it'll be bad. Yenwei urged. All right. A meaningful smile spread across Feng Lingyu's face. But Yenwei, his mind full of the trap, didn't notice. For the rest of his life, he would deeply regret his recklessness that day. Chapter 330, The Familiar Scheme of Using a Knife by Proxy. As Feng Lingyu began walking toward the marked spot, Yenwei's face broke into a smile. Unfortunately, the foot that was just inches from the trap came to a halt. Comrade Yen, aren't you coming with me? Feng Lingyu narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze fixed on Yenwei. Yenwei couldn't help but swallow nervously. He knew Feng Lingyu was highly suspicious, and he had to stay steady now, not letting her see through him. Of course I am. I was just checking if there are any wild beasts lurking around here. Come on, I'll go with you. Yenwei gave a faint smile, then calmly walked over to Feng Lingyu's side, heading with her toward the trap. If Feng Lingyu hadn't already known there was a trap ahead, she might have actually been fooled by him. Taking a step forward, Feng Lingyu stepped precisely onto the snow that showed no trace of disturbance. The snow, which looked solid and firm, suddenly gave way to a large opening. Feng Lingyu stepped into empty air and fell hard. Her face displayed a timely expression of panic and shock. Now that Feng Lingyu had fallen into the trap, Yenwei's plan, which he had schemed over for days, had finally succeeded. He dropped his pretense, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. For an ordinary person, without external help or tools, climbing out alone would be absolutely impossible. Yenwei had really put in a lot of effort to harm her. A pit this deep would take at least half a day for one person to dig. Not to mention that he had to follow the group for hunting every day. He must have racked his brains to find a way to sneak off and dig such a large pit here all by himself. Standing at the edge of the pit, Yenwei crossed his arms and looked down at the disheveled Feng Lingyu from his lofty position. A low laugh escaped his throat uncontrollably. Feng Lingyu, look at you now. At the bottom of the pit, Feng Lingyu remained lying on the ground, her hair hanging slightly on both sides of her face, concealing the sharp glint in her eyes. From the outside, she appeared very frail, as if she had injured herself somewhere, clutching her arm and not moving. Thus, in Yenwei's eyes, Feng Lingyu was now nothing but a paper tiger, easily defeated. Yenwei, why are you trying to harm me? Feng Lingyu demanded sharply. Yenwei sneered coldly, not bothering to answer her question. Do you know how long I've been stuck in Qingshan village? 5 years, a full 5 years. My best years have been wasted here. I can't accept this. Feng Lingyu, tell me, if you were me, and a chance to return to the city was placed right in front of you, and all you had to do was some trivial little thing, would you take it? Feng Lingyu let out a disdainful snort. Trivial? A trivial matter that costs me my life. Trading someone else's life for your own path to success, huh? No matter how much you dress yourself up as a victim or claim innocence, you can't hide your filthy, vile soul. Using your own suffering as a banner to justify taking lives? What a convenient excuse. In this world, those with dirty minds are always good at finding excuses for themselves, as if shifting the blame onto others allows them to do evil with a clear conscience. I only did bad things because you forced me to. You forced me. But in reality, upright and kind people would never harm others to satisfy their own needs, no matter how great the temptation. Yenwei felt a pang of guilt under Feng Lingyu's clear, piercing gaze. Flustered and angry, he snapped, so what? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. After saying this, his eyes shifted to Feng Lingyu, who had changed her position and was now sitting against the pit wall. His tone softened into something more moderate. Feng Lingyu, I never intended to take your life. He drew out his words. Now you only have two choices in front of you. First, marry me and never think about rising above. After stating these two conditions, Yanwei watched Feng Lingyu's face with interest, eager to see how she would react. After all, Feng Lingyu was a proud and aloof person. Could she really accept these two demands? But to his disappointment, even at this point, her face showed no major reaction. But why? She had fallen to the state, her life and death entirely in his hands. What right did she have to still look down on him? His usually refined and scholarly features twisted into something terrifying. So, someone tempted you with a return to the city to make you target me? At this point, Feng Lingyu had pieced together the situation. Either make her marry Yanwei, or suppress her so she couldn't rise. This method of using a knife by proxy was all too familiar to Feng Lingyu. There was no one else but that so-called second madam of the Feng family, Ling Qingwei. Yanwei's eyes flickered. As long as you're with me, I won't do anything to you. Besides, this place is remote. Even if Yang Quan finds out you're missing, by the time he gets to you, you'll probably have frozen to death. Is that so? Feng Lingyu let out a wild laugh, slowly rising from the ground. Now that she knew what was behind all this, there was no need to keep up the act. Yanwei frowned, instinctively stepping back 2 paces, his voice filled with suspicion. You're not injured? But even if you're not hurt, so what? I dug this pit 3 meters deep, and I poured water on the walls. They're covered in thick ice. Yanwei laughed smugly. In this situation, getting out is a pipe dream, ha ha ha. For a useless piece of trash like you, it's naturally hopeless. Feng Lingyu raised her left hand slightly, and a grappling hook shot out, firmly latching onto a tree trunk nearby. Under Yanwei's disbelieving gaze, Feng Lingyu followed the grappling hook and nimbly climbed out of the trap, landing steadily on the ground. Her eyes darkened slightly, and then she said smoothly, "For me, it's just a game of cat and mouse." Yanwei's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected that even after trapping Feng Lingyu in the pit, she still had a way to escape. Thinking of the actual methods this seemingly delicate woman possessed, his heart was filled with panic. Feng Lingyu lifted her upper eyelids slightly, revealing eyes beneath her long, thick lashes that were cold as ice. Before her words had even faded, she retracted the grappling hook from the tree trunk and shot it abruptly toward Yanwei. Chapter 331. Digging his own grave with his own hands. In the blink of an eye, the steel claw wrapped around Yanwei's legs. The sudden tightening caused him to quickly lose his balance, tumbling awkwardly onto the snowy ground. Yanwei struggled fiercely, trying to free his legs. But the steel claw was forged from refined black iron. How could a frail scholar like him break free? Yanwei lay sprawled on the ground, writhing and twisting like a worm. His pathetic state was a far cry from the arrogance he had shown just moments ago. Feng Lingyu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been blinded by greed. Please, let me go. Realizing he couldn't escape, Yanwei immediately begged Feng Lingyu for mercy. His tearful display might have fooled anyone into thinking he was genuinely repentant. I never really planned to do anything to you. Even if you refused, I would have let you go. I truly messed up. I'm sorry. Just let me leave, and I'll act like none of this ever happened. I won't come near you again. Do you even believe the nonsense you're spouting? Feng Lingyu lost interest as she watched Yanwei continue to spout lies. With a flick of her wrist, she yanked Yanwei's body upward. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you with my own hands. Hearing this, Yanwei thought Feng Lingyu was about to let him go, and a look of joy spread across his face. Are you serious? But the next second, her words sent a chill down his spine. This pit is well dug. It's perfect as your burial site. What do you think? Feng Lingyu, what exactly are you trying to do? Yanwei asked, his eyes wide with fury. Feng Lingyu flashed him a sweet smile. The pit you dug shouldn't go to waste. Is there anything wrong with putting it to good use? Yanwei, not many people in this world get to dig their own grave. With that, she blinked playfully. Consider yourself lucky. Yanwei's throat tightened, and he couldn't make a sound. Even his lips trembled with fear. Feng Lingyu tossed him into the deep pit without hesitation, like throwing away trash. She even dusted off her hands in disgust, as if she had touched something filthy. Unlike Feng Lingyu, Yanwei's body wasn't tough. The 3-meter fall left him bloodied and bruised. His entire back ached from the impact, forcing him to curl up as much as possible to ease the pain. Out of the corner of his eye, he glared at Feng Lingyu, watching her look down at him just as he had done to her moments ago. Feng Lingyu, aren't you afraid Yang Quan, will find out? I haven't done anything. You dug this pit yourself, isn't that right? Feng Lingyu's smile grew even brighter. Didn't you say earlier that this place is remote, and it would take Yang Quan and the others a long time to find it? Perfect. Let's see how long you can hold on, whether you can survive until they notice you're missing and come in time. Looks like it's about to snow. Yanwei could only watch helplessly as Feng Lingyu disappeared from his sight. Lying on his side at the bottom of the pit, his eyes were filled with resentment. Why? Why couldn't fate favor him just once? Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, like dancing spirits painting a beautiful scene in the forest. The temperature continued to drop, and the heavy snow would soon bury all traces of wrongdoing. Feng Lingyu's figure gradually faded into the woods. The footprints she had just made were quickly smoothed over by fresh snow. A golden little monkey appeared on her shoulder, chattering away as if telling her something. By evening, after saying goodbye to the little monkey, Feng Lingyu took some game from her space and headed back. Yang Quan and the others had already returned to the camp. All the hunted game was piled together into a small mountain. A few sturdy young men were crouched on the ground, processing the prey. They were set to return to the village tomorrow, so there was much to wrap up today. Xiaoyu, you did well today, Yang Quan said, his face glowing with satisfaction. This hunting trip had been incredibly fruitful, perhaps the best in years. Those who came up the mountain would get a generous share of meat. Feng Lingyu replied, not bad. Knowing we're heading back tomorrow, I ventured a bit farther. Found another rabbit den. After a few casual words with Yang Quan, Feng Lingyu returned to her ice hut to rest. Not long after, she heard a commotion outside. Zhu Hongya rushed to Yang Quan in a panic, telling him that Yan Wei was missing. Yang Quan's eyes widened. Didn't Yan Wei say he wasn't feeling well and came back to rest? How could he be missing? I haven't seen him since I got back. I thought he might have gone off to do something, but it's this late and he's still not here, Zhu Hongya said anxiously. He and Yan Wei had supported each other since being sent to the countryside, so there was some genuine bond between them. His worry was real. If something happened to Yan Wei, it would be a huge problem. Yang Quan's face darkened instantly. Frustrated, he barked, everyone, drop what you're doing and come with me to look for him. They were supposed to leave tomorrow. How could something go wrong on the very last day? No one knew the bitterness in Yang Quan's heart. Hearing the noise, Feng Lingyu naturally joined the search. Snow was still falling lightly, and it was getting late. The group dared not split up, so they moved together, holding torches as they searched everywhere. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally found Yan Wei, buried under the snow. How did he fall into a trap? Yang Quan frowned, but there was no time to dwell on it. Saving him was the priority. Several people worked together to pull Yan Wei out of the trap. One of them complained, this trap is way too deep. Who had nothing better to do than dig it so deep? Focus on saving him first. We'll deal with the rest later. Yang Quan narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, they hadn't dug any traps here. Zhu Hongya held Yan Wei's body and found it stiff with cold. He tremblingly placed his fingers under Yan Wei's nose. After a moment, his eyes lit up and he shouted in, Yan Wei's alive. He's alive. Hearing that he was still alive, several people rushed over to wrap Yan Wei up. Soon, they carried him back to camp. Feng Lingyu quietly followed at the back of the group, thinking to herself, asterisk, he didn't die? Talk about being lucky, asterisk. Still, being frozen for hours in the icy snow must have done some damage to his body. Jiqing Feng, will Yan Wei be okay? Qiao Yanfeng somehow appeared beside Feng Lingyu. Her face was pale, her lips drained of color, as if she had been frightened. Last night, Qiao Yanfeng had seen Yan Wei sneak out. She had a feeling it was connected to today's events. Chapter 332, Returning to the Village, Laden with Goods. Meeting Feng Lingyu's cold gaze, Qiao Yanfeng felt a chill run through her lips moving hesitantly as she muttered, nothing, I was just asking. Some things were better left alone. Keeping her mouth shut was the best protection. Whatever Yan Wei had done, it was none of her business. Realizing this, Qiao Yanfeng let go of her worries and became more at ease. Feng Lingyu, however, remained composed, satisfied with Qiao Yanfeng's tactfulness. Though she wasn't afraid of her prying, fewer troubles were always better. The group returned to the camp in a flurry. No one among them was a doctor, and Yang Quan only knew basic wound treatment. Feng Lingyu certainly wouldn't step forward to treat someone who had tried to harm her. With no way to descend the mountain in the heavy snow, Yan Wei could only be placed in the ice house. Zhu Hongya kept wrapping blankets and clothes around Yan Wei, hoping he would warm up soon. I have a hot water bottle here. You can put it with him, Wang Yi said awkwardly. Zhu Hongya paused for a moment, then took the hot water bottle and said a sincere thank you. When Wang Yi stepped outside, he saw Qiao Yanfeng. How's Yan Wei? Has he woken up? Not yet. He doesn't look good. His eyes haven't even opened, Wang Yi sighed, feeling a sense of loss. He wondered if they, the sent-down youth, were having a streak of bad luck, with one incident after another. Now even Yan Wei, the head of their group, had met with trouble. He didn't know what chain of reactions would follow once they returned. Qiao Yanfeng patted Wang Yi's shoulder reassuringly. Whatever happens, it's fate. We city folk don't know how long we'll be stuck here. We need to change our mindset and stay grounded. If we want to go back, we have to stay alive first. After Yan Wei's incident, Wang Yi had also undergone some change. He nodded solemnly. You're right. We'll survive and make it back to the city one day. But Yan Wei doesn't seem to be in good shape this time. He definitely can't stay as the head of the sent-down youth group. Don't you have any thoughts about that position? If you want it, I'll definitely support you. In his eyes, Qiao Yanfeng was diligent and impartial, making her the most suitable candidate for the role. As for himself, his sharp tongue had offended many, and he had the self-awareness not to covet the position. Let things take their course. We new sent-down youth aren't well liked. Even without Yan Wei, there's still Zhu Hongye and the others. Qiao Yanfeng no longer had the desire to compete for power. Besides, she had no outstanding contributions, and even by seniority, it wouldn't be her turn. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the camp became lively. Yang Quan had made several wooden planks, placing the hunted game and Yan Wei on them. Dragging heavy loads on planks would make the return trip easier. After a simple breakfast, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Feng Lingyu looked back at the camp where she had spent several days, especially her oddly cute little ice house, feeling a bit reluctant. In an unnoticed corner, a small golden creature poked its head out and waved at Feng Lingyu. Seeing her just standing there without reacting, it grew anxious, scratching its head and ears. Feng Lingyu was amused by its adorable antics. She made up an excuse to Yang Quan and slipped into the woods alone. You little one, are you here to say goodbye? Feng Lingyu shook the little monkey's tiny hand, her eyes curving into a smile. Squeak. The little monkey clung to Feng Lingyu's pant leg, refusing to let go. Didn't I leave you some fruit? Don't go up to other people foolishly in the future, okay? This little monkey was so trusting that Feng Lingyu genuinely worried it might be tricked by someone else. Feng Lingyu tried to leave, but the little monkey still wouldn't let go. After staring at it for a while, Feng Lingyu relented and asked uncertainly, You want to come with me? Squeak squeak. The little monkey shook its head and chirped excitedly. Seeing its joyful reaction, Feng Lingyu knew she had guessed correctly. You really want to come with me? Is it because you've taken a liking to my fruit, little one? The little monkey stubbornly held on to Feng Lingyu, refusing to let go, putting her in a dilemma. What about your parents? Are you just going to leave with me like this? What Feng Lingyu didn't know was that the little monkey was the child of the former monkey king, and the king was more than happy to see it go. It had no parents to care for it. Thinking of the little monkey's silent companionship over the past few days, Feng Lingyu softened. All right, come with me then. From now on, you'll eat well and live well with me. Knowing that Feng Lingyu was willing to take it along, the little monkey was overjoyed, hopping around in the snow. So when they returned, the group had gained a little monkey, though no one noticed. Feng Lingyu had placed the little monkey in her small bag and ordered it not to come out. The journey back went smoothly without any trouble. However, because of the large amount of game and the need to tend to Yan Wei's injuries, their pace was slow. The group hurried along and only made it back to the village before dark. Yang Jiangwo had been waiting anxiously. In previous years, the hunting party had never returned this late. From a distance, as the faint outline of Qingshan village came into view, a few young men in the group shouted excitedly. Gao Xiaodao, being tall, could see far without standing on tiptoe. Spotting a figure with a straight back and brisk movements, her eyes lit up. Xiaoyu is back. She hadn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. Seeing Feng Lingyu safe and sound, the heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. As the crowd approached, everyone saw the planks piled high behind them. Good heavens, how much game did they catch? This year, our village will have a good new year. Truly blessed by the heavens, someone said, clasping their hands in prayer. Your son went up the mountain this year and might get a good share of meat. I regret not sending mine along, another person lamented. If not for Yan Wei's incident, Yang Quan would have been overjoyed. But now he couldn't muster any happiness. Yang Jiangwo had been delighted at first, but after hearing Yang Quan's account of Yan Wei's situation, his stern face immediately darkened. Deli, get a few people to carry Yan Wei to the clinic. Yang Deli didn't say a word and, along with a few young men, carried Yan Wei away. The onlookers, witnessing this, felt their joy dampen slightly. The auntie who had just regretted not sending her child up the mountain fell silent. Hunting wasn't so easy after all. Chapter 333, New Family Members, the two little ones compete. Meeting Gao Xiaodao's worried gaze, Feng Lingyu gave a warm smile. What could happen to me? Don't worry. You've been gone these past few days, and Huiqing, Tuanzi, and I have missed you so much. Gao Xiaodao said, pulling at Feng Lingyu's hand with some attachment. Especially now that it was winter, they had no pastimes and could only stay home every day. Alright, let's head home first. I doubt Uncle Yang is in the mood to divide the prey today. Because of Yan Wei's incident, Yang Jiangwo had no time to divide the prey now. Returning to the home she had left for a few days, seeing the familiar scene and smelling the familiar scents, Feng Lingyu completely relaxed. Sister Xiaoyu, you're finally back. Shen Huiqing ran up holding Tuanzi, his eyes sparkling like stars. A wood Tuanzi lazily flicked its tail, as if greeting her. Feng Lingyu first patted Shin Huiqing on the shoulder, then vigorously rubbed Tuanzi's soft, long fur. Surrounded, Feng Lingyu entered the living room. I have something to announce. Her sudden formality left Gao Xiaodao and Shin Huiqing a bit confused, but they both stared at Feng Lingyu attentively. Even Tuanzi sat up straight, tilting its head to listen earnestly. Our family is going to have a new member. Everyone must get along well from now on. A new member? Who and where? Gao Xiaodao asked impatiently. Feng Lingyu didn't keep them in suspense. She opened her small bag, and the little monkey, stifled from the journey, saw the bag open and knew it could come out. So Gao Xiaodao saw a little golden-furred monkey crawl out of the small bag, its big watery eyes making one's heart itch. A little monkey. Xiaoyu, how did you bring a little monkey back? Sister Xiaoyu, is it going to live with us from now on? Shin Huiqing also asked quickly. Yes, this little guy latched onto me and insisted on following me back. Feeling the little monkey clinging to her and trembling, Feng Lingyu soothed it by rubbing its head. Don't be afraid. They're just like me, and from now on, they'll be your family too. Under Feng Lingyu's comfort, the little monkey gradually stopped being scared and began scurrying around the room. Sister Xiaoyu, what's the little monkey's name? Shin Huiqing suddenly asked. Feng Lingyu then remembered she had been calling it Little Monkey all along and hadn't given it a name. After thinking briefly, Feng Lingyu said, let's call it Jinzi. Jinzi is too simple. Gao Xiaodao's mouth twitched slightly. Xiaoyu really was terrible at naming things. Look at Tuanzi at home, and now Jinzi. Look at its fur, calling it Jinzi is so fitting. Feng Lingyu said happily, not thinking the name was tacky at all. Shin Huiqing, on the other hand, accepted it easily, silently feeling the name suited Sister Xiaoyu's temperament. I've boiled water for you. Go take a bath and change clothes first, then we'll eat. Gao Xiaodao arranged things methodically. Feng Lingyu took off her coat and went into the bathroom. As the hot water flowed down, Feng Lingyu let out a long sigh, feeling the exhaustion of the past few days wash away. Though she could rest in her space during this time, it was only occasional, since the camp was full of people everywhere. If someone like Yang Quan suddenly came looking for her and found the ice hut empty, it would cause trouble. Thinking about the Yanwei incident from this trip, Feng Lingyu frowned slightly. Ling Qingyue's reach was too long. This time, she tempted Yanwei to act for her. Next time, who knew who it would be? There's only the principle of being a thief for 1,000 days, not guarding against one for 1,000 days. In the living room, Tuanzi was staring at the new family member, Jinzi, with wide eyes. Both little ones were fluffy and looked harmless. But Shin Huiqing, sitting nearby, knew this was just appearances. Just moments ago, these two had already fought several times. If he hadn't kept stopping them, they wouldn't be in this standoff now. Both little ones watched each other warily, baring their teeth and letting out threatening growls from their throats. Tuanzi, come here. Jinzi will be your friend from now on. You can't fight. Feng Lingyu came out and heard this, immediately teasing. They fought? So, who is stronger? Shin Huiqing was speechless. Sister Xiaoyu still had the mood to laugh at such a time. But after thinking, he answered seriously, even though Tuanzi is small, it's stronger, and I feel Jinzi is a bit afraid of Tuanzi. The king of beasts, though not fully grown, it still had its presence, Feng Lingyu thought to herself. Oh, you little one is quite tough, huh? Don't be mad, I'll give you extra treats tonight. Caught off guard, Tuanzi was picked up from the floor by Feng Lingyu, who lightly patted its chubby little bottom. So, what if I touched you? If you bully Jinzi again, your bowl of milk tomorrow is gone, got it? Feng Lingyu wasn't about to indulge its bullying temper. Oh whoa. How can you do this, master? Jinzi, come here. Seeing Jinzi huddled on the cabinet, Feng Lingyu's heart softened. Since it had followed her back, she had to take good care of it and not let it get scared sick right away. Jinzi crawled into Feng Lingyu's arms with attachment. With her backing, it proudly lifted its chin at Tuanzi. It kept snorting through its nose, making Tuanzi want to jump up and bite it again. If Feng Lingyu hadn't held Tuanzi's neck, the smug Jinzi would have been beaten again. Well, this one was also a handful. Feng Lingyu felt exhausted. Even little animals these days had 1,000 tricks up their sleeves. Shin Huiqing watched the two fluffy creatures in Sister Xiaoyu's arms and couldn't help showing an envious expression. Sister Xiaoyu, they'll get used to each other in a couple of days. Somehow, Feng Lingyu didn't hold much hope for that. Soon, Gao Xiaodao called from the kitchen, time to eat. To celebrate Feng Lingyu's safe return, the table was once again full of hearty dishes. Smelling the rich, savory aroma of braised pork bones, Feng Lingyu found herself craving them for once. Not to mention that Gao Xiaodao had also made a pot of lily and lotus seed soup, both sweet and refreshing. Out in the wilderness, nothing compared to the comfort of home. Gao Xiaodao poured each of them a glass of passion fruit honey water. Cheers to Xiaoyu's safe return. And let's welcome our new little family member, Jinzi. Welcome, Jinzi, Shin Huiqing said with a smile. Looking at this warm scene, Feng Lingyu also said, Welcome, Jinzi. They exchanged smiles, and a gentle warmth flowed in their hearts. Chapter 334. A sickly person from now on. In the medical room, after hearing Ma Dafu's words, young Jangwo's expression turned grim. So you're saying that from now on, he'll be a sickly person? He spoke the last 3 words very softly, afraid that the person in the inner room might hear. Ma Dafu leisurely smoothed his white coat. Otherwise? In such freezing weather, it's already a huge blessing that he managed to keep his life. He knew that in extreme cold, a person's hands and feet could be directly frozen off. Compared to that, Yan Wei coming back with all his limbs intact was already fortunate. Knowing that young Jangwo was upset about the incident, Ma Dafu comforted him. Don't worry too much. After all, he signed up to go up the mountain himself. It's not like you forced him to go. In previous years, weren't there people in our village who got injured? Does that mean you have to blame yourself for all of them? Young Jangwo let out a heavy sigh and said bitterly, that's not how it works. Yan Wei is a sent-down youth after all. 2 sent-down youths in our village have already had accidents this year. If another one comes, when the higher-ups investigate, it'll ultimately be blamed on our poor management. I think he's smart enough to know what's good for him, Ma Dafu said meaningfully. As long as Yan Wei remained a sent-down youth in Qingshan village, he wouldn't say anything unfavorable about the village. A smart person would use this incident to gain some benefit for himself. Yan Wei lay with his eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling, his gaze hollow. Seeing this, Zhu Hongya felt uneasy too. Yan Wei, don't be like this. The room wasn't soundproof, so they had heard everything young Jangwo and Ma Dafu said outside. Although Zhu Hongya had already anticipated Yan Wei's physical condition, he hadn't expected it to be this severe. From now on, forget about doing any heavy labor. Even normal daily life would likely leave him panting after 2 steps and gasping after 3. Hongya, I'm a useless person now, Yan Wei said dazedly. Yan Wei's reaction pained Zhu Hongya, who forced a smile and comforted him. How are you useless? There's still a long way to go. Find a good doctor and take your time to recover. You'll get better eventually. Go out. I want to be alone for a while. Yan Wei turned his head away and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Zhu Hongya had no choice but to leave and keep watch outside. Only after Zhu Hongya left did Yan Wei open his eyes again. He could feel his own physical condition. Every breath felt like he couldn't get enough air, and the burning sensation in his lungs made his heart race. There was also the chilling cold that even lying under thick blankets couldn't ward off, clinging to him every moment since he woke up, following him like a shadow. Speaking of which, even after falling to such a state, he didn't feel the slightest resentment toward Feng Lingyu. Since ancient times, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. He admitted he was outmatched. If he had been the one in the dominant position, he would probably have done even worse than Feng Lingyu. Thinking of this, Yan Wei gave a weak smile. He was still alive, after all. There would always be a chance. He could afford to wait. The only thing he couldn't figure out was who Feng Lingyu had offended. The only thing Yan Wei was certain of was that the person behind it all was definitely no ordinary individual. Feng Lingyu, I don't think the person behind this will let you off. This time it was me. Next time, who knows? I hope you'll be this lucky every time. Yan Wei murmured, a mix of relief and madness in his eyes. Everyone in the village was beaming with joy, and the children were cheering loudly because today was the day meat would be distributed. Unless a family was extremely stingy, most would cook some meat on distribution day. Each person in the village could get 1 gene of meat, while the elderly, disabled, and orphans could get an extra 5 gene. As for Feng Lingyu, she had contributed the most effort and received nearly 30 gene of meat by herself, making the villagers envious. Comrade Feng, my son told me that this year, thanks to you, they wouldn't have caught so much game, a village ant said gratefully. Others chimed in, that's right, Comrade Feng, we owe it all to you. Ever since you came to our village, life has been much better. My son said if you hadn't pulled him, he would have slipped and fallen off the tree slope. Thank you, Comrade Feng. The villagers gathered around Feng Lingyu, each speaking to her with gratitude. Not a single person felt dissatisfied with her getting so much meat. Fellow villagers, although I'm a sent-down youth, now that I'm in Qingshan village, I'm part of it. These are just small efforts on my part. If you keep thanking me every day, that would be too formal. Feng Lingyu replied with a smile. The villagers' enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for her. She was a reserved person and wasn't used to everyone crowding around her to express their thanks. Gao Xiaodao came to her rescue just in time. Xiaoyu, with so much meat, let's go back and salt it. Aunties, we'll catch up another time. Gao Xiaodao smiled warmly and, together with Feng Lingyu, dragged the dozens of gene of meat home on a cart. Look at that, 2 young girls making a life for themselves in the countryside. They're really capable. No kidding. If my daughter were half as ambitious, I wouldn't have to worry about her future. I wonder who Comrade Feng will marry in the end. It won't be anyone from our village, that's for sure. A golden phoenix doesn't stay in a chicken coop. After Feng Lingyu and Gao Xiaoda left, the villagers chatted kindly among themselves for a while longer. Xiaozi also came to get her share of meat today. Since she was alone, she only got one gene. Compared to Feng Lingyu's dozens of gene, it was negligible. Watching Feng Lingyu being surrounded like the moon by the stars, Xiaozi lowered her eyes. Strangely enough, seeing her again this time, the resentment and frustration that had once filled her heart had all dissipated. The old Xiaozi, full of aggression and arrogance, seemed to have vanished for good. Lu Xiaowei carried her own meat and deliberately bumped into Xiaozi's shoulder. Sorry, who told you to stand there without moving? I didn't see you. In the past, Xiaozi would have immediately started a fight with her, not letting go of her anger until she was satisfied. But now, she just gave Lu Xiaowei a cold glance and turned to leave without a word. Not getting the reaction she expected, Lu Xiaowei stomped her foot in frustration. This Xiaozi, eating nothing but the black flour others didn't want, and still acting so superior. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Lu Xiaowei's eyes darted around as she came up with a clever idea to provoke her. Chapter 335, Tearing Open the Facade of Peace. Xiaozi was walking back to the educated youth point when she was suddenly shoved from behind, and the meat she was carrying fell to the ground. Oh, I'm so sorry. Lu Xiaowei covered her mouth in a fake show of remorse, but her eyes were full of malice. Are you okay? TSK this meat. What a shame. How can you waste food? Xiaozi frowned and picked up the meat from the ground. It had rolled around and was now covered in dust. I didn't mean to. Besides, you're a cadre's daughter, do you really care about a little piece of meat? Lu Xiaowei said deliberately. She had been watching Xiaozi's recent hardships closely. In the past, Lu Xiaowei might have held back out of fear of Xiaozi's family background. But after days of observation, Xiaozi's so-called father had never once come to check on her. Even if she really was a secretary's daughter, she must be an unloved one. Since that was the case, Lu Xiaowei saw no reason to spare her feelings anymore. Don't be so unreasonable. Xiaozi shot Lu Xiaowei a disgusted look. How had she been blind enough to think she was a good person? Lu Xiaowei snorted coldly. Am I wrong? When you first arrived, you refused to eat anything but white flour. People change. I've been reflecting on my own mistakes. You don't need to mock me with things from the past. With that, Xiaozi turned to leave. As she passed Lu Xiaowei, she added, Consider this me paying you back for stealing your food. If you ever do this again, I'll tell village chief Yang that you wasted meat. Xiaozi now understood clearly. Even if her father had abandoned her, as long as he still held his position, Yang Jiangwo wouldn't dare let anything happen to her. Besides, she had done nothing wrong. Yang Jiangwo couldn't just ignore her. With this realization, Xiaozi steadied herself, her gaze growing firm. Watching Xiaozi walk away, Lu Xiaowei fumed. But she knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't dare provoke Xiaozi openly anymore. When Lu Xiaowei stormed back to the educated youth point, she found everyone gathered together, laughing and chatting. The lively atmosphere came to an abrupt halt the moment she entered. This subtle exclusion stung Lu Xiaowei's pride. She rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, What's so fun that you're all gathered here? Isn't this supposed to be a democratic society? Why hold a secret meeting the moment I'm gone? Her words made everyone's faces darken. Lu Xiaowei, drop the sarcasm. Don't throw around words you don't understand. We were just reading and studying together, what's there to discuss? Wang Yi slammed the table and shot back. With Lu Xiaowei stirring trouble, the educated youth point had become a mess. Most people didn't want to bother with her, so they let her be, only for her to grow bolder. Xiaozi had been annoying when she first arrived, but she had changed a lot recently, and everyone noticed. Lu Xiaowei, on the other hand, spent her days bitter and resentful, acting as if the whole world owed her something. But she never stopped to think she wasn't the queen. Who had the time to play her little princess games? Good to hear. I was just giving you a heads up, Lu Xiaowei said, ignoring everyone's sour expressions as she sat down. Yan Wei's been away lately. If anyone has ideas about his position as his good friend, I have to keep an eye on things, don't I? Lu Xiaowei toyed with her nails and spoke casually, shattering the fragile peace in the room. Since news of Yan Wei's injury had spread, it would be a lie to say no one at the educated youth point had entertained other thoughts. After all, this might be the most promising way back to the city. But everyone maintained a surface-level calm, unwilling to be the first to step forward. Now Lu Xiaowei, that troublemaker, had torn open the facade of peace. Seeing the varied expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Xiaowei smirked maliciously. Let it fall apart, the messier the better. Lu Xiaowei, stop talking nonsense. All of us educated youth follow the orders of our superiors. Comrade Yan Wei will handle things properly, Yang Hongying said sternly, unable to bear it any longer. Wang Yi scoffed disdainfully. Huh. So according to you, only he can sit in that position. Keep an eye on things. Who do you think you are? You. Lu Xiaowei was furious at Wang Yi's sharp tongue, and at Yang Hongying too. She had once thought Yang Hongying was her best friend. But everyone knew Yang Hongying had a soft spot for Yan Wei. Coming out now to play the good guy, what was she really after? After Lu Xiaowei's outburst, the lively atmosphere vanished. No one felt like staying together to read anymore. Soon, everyone retreated to their own rooms, leaving Lu Xiaowei alone outside, stewing in anger. Xiaozi hadn't joined the commotion outside. She was crouched on the ground, washing the fallen meat. The temperature was low, and she hadn't bothered to heat water, washing it directly in cold water. Luckily, it was only dusty. Cleaning it would make it fine to eat. Thinking back to her past pickiness about fatty meat, Xiaozi smiled bitterly. Feng Lingyu had been right. She had simply been too well fed back then, with nothing better to do than cause trouble. Since coming to the countryside, she hadn't eaten meat at all. This piece, though only a pound, would be enough for a good meal to satisfy her cravings. As Xiaozi scrubbed the meat, a figure stopped in front of her. She looked up surprised. Xiao Yanfeng, is something wrong? Back when she had just fallen out with Lu Xiaowei, Xiaozi couldn't cook. Xiao Yanfeng had taken pity on her and helped her a few times, eventually teaching her how to cook. How did the meat get dirty? Xiao Yanfeng frowned. Xiao Yanfeng had also gone up the mountain this time and received 10 pounds of meat. She was better off than the other educated youth. Lu Xiaowei went crazy and bumped into me on purpose, Xiaozi said honestly. She's insane. Don't bother with her. The more you engage, the worse she gets. After a pause, Xiao Yanfeng continued, I wanted to ask, would you be willing to share a room with me? It'll be easier to gather firewood together. Chapter 336. Slacking off for half a month. Xiaozi was stunned. When she first arrived, she had rejected Xiao Yanfeng's suggestion to share a room. Now, after suffering the consequences, she realized how foolish she had been. She never expected Xiao Yanfeng to take the initiative and invite her to live together again. If you don't think it's a loss for you, then of course I'd be happy to live with you. Xiaozi lowered her eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Xiao Yanfeng was far more capable than her. If they shared the burden, she would definitely be the one benefiting. Then tonight, I'll help you move over. The weather is getting colder, and I plan to gather one last batch of firewood in a couple of days. After that, I won't be going out anymore. Xiao Yanfeng said with a smile. I'll follow your lead. You have much more experience than I do. By evening, Xiaozi had moved her things into Xiao Yanfeng's room. She had never shared a room with anyone before in her entire life. Xiaozi carefully organized her belongings. The room had 2 small cabinets that Xiao Yanfeng had commissioned herself, and she kindly gave one to Xiaozi. When she accidentally touched Xiao Yanfeng's clothes, Xiaozi's expression changed. Why were her clothes so thin? Xiaozi, what's wrong? Seeing Xiaozi frozen in place, Xiao Yanfeng asked curiously. What do you want to say? It's fine. Since we're living together now, it's better to be honest with each other. Xiao Yanfeng noticed her hesitation. Why are your clothes so thin? It's going to get even colder in a few days. These clothes won't hold up. So that was it. Xiao Yanfeng smiled bitterly. She had sent all her money home this year and hadn't had time to make thicker clothes. The winters in her hometown weren't as cold as here, so the winter clothes she had brought weren't very thick. She had originally planned to make new clothes last month, but just then, her father had broken his leg, so she sent all her money home. After hearing Xiao Yanfeng's explanation, Xiaozi felt a pang in her heart. Compared to Xiao Yanfeng, she had been so immature in the past. You're amazing. If I were you, I probably wouldn't even have money to send home. Xiaozi praised her sincerely. Seeing the faint light in her eyes, Xiao Yanfeng felt a warmth in her heart and said softly, thank you. Don't worry too much. The meat I got from hunting this time can be traded for quite a few things, including cotton-padded clothes. Xiaozi nodded, then added, for now, wear my coat these days. You can return it once you get your cotton-padded clothes. Although Xiaozi had no money or ration tickets when she came to the countryside, she had brought plenty of clothes and other items. Seeing Xiao Yanfeng hesitate, Xiaozi quickly said, no refusing. I'm just lending it to you to wear. It's really nothing. All right, then I'll shamelessly accept it. Xiao Yanfeng said gratefully. In these times, who would be willing to lend their clothes to someone else? Especially Xiaozi's coats, which clearly weren't cheap. After that evening, the relationship between Xiaozi and Xiao Yanfeng grew rapidly, and they became close friends. Seeing this, Lu Xiaowei couldn't help but make some sour remarks, but they were both ignored. At the educated youth point, tensions were brewing beneath the surface over the matter of the person in charge. Since the last hunting trip, Feng Lingyu had been lying at home for half a month. Every day, she stayed home, eating and sleeping, living a life of utter laziness. Feng Lingyu lay back on her recliner, catching a glimpse of Gao Xiaodao about to go out, so she quickly called out to her. Gao Xiaodao was surprised. Xiaoyu, you're going out? Didn't you say it was too cold and you didn't want to move? It's been half a month. Time to get moving. Feng Lingyu stood up and stretched lazily. Her clothes rode up slightly, revealing a slender waist. I'm going out now to deliver soup to Commander Shi. How about we go out for a stroll when I get back? Gao Xiaodao suggested. Feng Lingyu shrugged. I should go see Commander Shi too. Let's go. Huiqing, stay home and read your book. Oh, and keep an eye on Tuanzi and Jinzi. Don't let them fight. Before leaving, Feng Lingyu instructed Xin Huiqing. All right. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Xin Huiqing was deeply absorbed in his book and replied without looking up. Seeing how engrossed he was, Feng Lingyu helplessly rubbed her forehead. She'd have to ask Huiyu to send more books. The ones at home were almost all read by Huiqing. When they arrived at Shi Wenhai's house, they saw Wang Li and he'd been clearing snow in the yard. Comrade Feng, long time no see. What have you been up to? Wang Li, a big simpleton, immediately trotted over to ask when he saw Feng Lingyu. She couldn't exactly say she'd been eating and sleeping at home all day. A soft laugh came from not far away. Feng Lingyu looked up and saw that a window had somehow been opened. Shi Wenhao sat in his wheelchair at just the right height to show his upper body through the window. He was looking at Feng Lingyu with a teasing expression. This made Feng Lingyu feel awkward, and she muttered inwardly, "Old fox, who knows how much he's laughing at me in his head." Commander, close the window quickly. Don't catch a cold, Wang Li urged. It's fine. Letting some air in is better for your health. Wang Li looked at Feng Lingyu, wanting to confirm if what the commander said was true. Only when Feng Lingyu nodded did he stop insisting that Shi Wenhao close the window. Inside, Shi Wenhao poured Feng Lingyu a cup of tea. A faint wisp of steam curled into the air. My guard now follows your orders more than mine. My words don't carry any weight anymore, Shi Wenhao joked. It was clear that since his leg had improved, his overall spirits had lifted as well. He could now joke freely, and his previous aloof demeanor seemed like a distant memory. I don't have Commander Shi's abilities. To have a guard at such a young age, I can only dream about it, Feng Lingyu said with a deep sigh. Shi Wenhao's lips twitched slightly. When had he ever known Feng Lingyu to be so good at taking advantage of a situation? He was just joking, but she actually seemed to want a guard. With your skills, reaching my position would be easy, Shi Wenhao said meaningfully. If he could recruit Feng Lingyu into the military, his special forces unit would be greatly strengthened. Feng Lingyu spread her hands. Forget it. I'm too used to being lazy. Military life isn't for me. True. It's rare to see someone who can lie around for half a month. Shi Wenhao raised his teacup to hide his smile. Chapter 337, Jinzi is a master brewer. After being teased repeatedly, Feng Lingyu checked Shi Wenhao's leg and went home once she confirmed it was fine. But this incident also made Feng Lingyu start to reflect. She should find something to do for herself and stop being so lazy. When she got home and entered the door, Gao Xiaodao exclaimed, "Oh my god, did a robber break into the house?" Seeing Gao Xiaodao's reaction, Feng Lingyu stepped closer, and the mess in the living room came into her view. "Xiaoyu, it's my fault. I didn't keep an eye on Tuanzi and Jinzi," Xin Huiqing said, biting her lip helplessly. She hadn't expected those two little ones to fight so fiercely. With Feng Lingyu not home, they wouldn't listen to her at all. Feng Lingyu smiled through gritted teeth. "It's not your fault. They've been spoiled." The floor was covered with all sorts of things, all knocked down during their fight. Tuanzi and Jinzi were good at reading the room. Seeing Feng Lingyu's displeased expression, they tucked their tails and shrank into the corner. Their pitiful look made one's heart soften. But Feng Lingyu knew these two were too clever to be fooled by their appearance. "You two, if you fight again, Tuanzi's meat jerky will be halved, and Jinzi, your fruit will be halved." "Got it." Tuanzi and Jinzi blinked. Jinzi even raised its hands in a bow, signaling it was wrong. Seeing how pitiful and cute they were, Gao Xiaodao couldn't help pleading, "Let it go, Xiaoyu. They'll be better when they grow up a bit." "No, rules have to be set from a young age. If I let it slide this time, I'll let it slide next time too." There was another thing Feng Lingyu didn't say. Tuanzi and Jinzi weren't ordinary animals. They could understand human speech, so she had to hold them to a higher standard. That evening, Feng Lingyu took the two little ones into the space. "From today on, you two have to learn to get along, understand? Even though you're different species, you're both part of this family." At dinner, their treats were confiscated, and now they knew what punishment meant. So, for the sake of future goodies, Tuanzi and Jinzi reluctantly made peace. Feng Lingyu rubbed each of their little heads. "That's my good ones." Seeing that Feng Lingyu was no longer angry, they crowded around her, nuzzling and whining as they acted spoiled. Maybe because Tuanzi and Jinzi were still cubs, they were especially dependent on Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu happily held one in each arm. Indeed, fluffy creatures that didn't fight were the cutest things in the world. The wine she had brewed last time in the space was almost ready. Feng Lingyu planned to bottle it all and then start a new batch. Since she brewed fruit wine, it didn't need to age for years. But as soon as she opened the wine jar lid, Jinzi scurried over in a few bounds. It gestured wildly at Feng Lingyu, leaving her completely confused. Jinzi, I've done pretty well getting it to this point. I can't compare to you monkey's natural brewing skills, Feng Lingyu teased with a laugh. Seeing that Feng Lingyu didn't understand, Jinzi grew anxious, scratching its ears and cheeks. After thinking, it started acting out a performance with exaggerated movements. Watching Jinzi's motions, Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. You mean you know how to brew? This was great news. Feng Lingyu's slightly upturned almond eyes narrowed with joy. She had been worried about running out of monkey wine, but now she didn't have to hold back, since Jinzi could brew it. She hadn't expected to bring home a master brewer. Huh. Jinzi, if you can brew good wine, you can eat as much fruit from the space as you want from now on. Feng Lingyu said temptingly, holding Jinzi's little hand. Feeling useful, Jinzi puffed out its little chest proudly and shot a challenging glance at Tuanzi. See that? I'm useful to the master. Unlike you, just a freeloader. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. It wasn't that she was biased, but Jinzi really was asking for a beating. Enough, you. If Tuanzi beats you up on its own later, I'll pretend I didn't see it, Feng Lingyu said, flicking Jinzi's forehead and leaving it dazed. The various terrains in the space had gradually emerged, mountains, hills, lakes, basins, all spread across the area. The only pity was that there was no sea, otherwise, there would be all kinds of seafood to eat. Now, the species in the space were nearly complete, forming multiple stable food chains. Though it couldn't compare to the real world, it was still decent. Feng Lingyu picked a durian, planning to make a durian milk crepe cake. She wondered if Xiaodao and Huiqing could handle the stinky stuff. Jinzi, meanwhile, bounced around every fruit tree, many of which it had never seen before. It had thought the fruit in its owner's arms was the best, but as soon as it got close, the smell nearly knocked it out. Seeing Jinzi's strong reaction, Feng Lingyu laughed sheepishly. Is it really that bad? She didn't know about others, but she herself loved durian. She didn't find it too smelly, and it tasted sweet and delicious. After tinkering in the space's kitchen for a while, a big durian milk crepe was ready. Feng Lingyu put it on a plate, planning to take it out tomorrow for Xiaodao and the others to try. As she passed the main hall of the small building, she noticed the painting hanging on the wall and suddenly remembered she still had treasure to retrieve. It was the dead of winter now, with everyone staying home to hibernate. Even if she disappeared for a while, no one would notice. If she waited until spring, she'd need a reasonable excuse to leave. With a plan in mind, Feng Lingyu left the space and silently calculated how to get the treasure. First was the letter of introduction. Although Yang Jiangwo was good to her, she didn't plan to tell him about the treasure. So getting to Inner Mongolia through normal channels might not work. Without a letter of introduction from Yang Jiangwo, she couldn't go anywhere. Plus, with the temperature so low, Inner Mongolia was no different. Regular transport might have already stopped. Lying in bed, Feng Lingyu let out a long sigh. The only way to leave without alerting anyone was through Dacheng Mountain. It connected to the greater Xing'an Range, which bordered the Hulunber grassland, and the lake she was looking for was right on that grassland. Chapter 338, announcing the news of leaving. A sharp cry cut through the silence, startling Tuanzi, who was playing in the yard. Don't get too excited. I haven't made up my mind yet, Feng Lingyu said, her starry eyes slightly raised as she looked helplessly at Gao Xiaodao, whose face was full of shock. Gao Xiaodao paced a few steps around the room. If you leave this time, it'll be ages before you come back. What if you can't make it home for the new year? As for why Feng Lingyu was going all the way to Inner Mongolia, Gao Xiaodao didn't ask. Yeah, Sister Xiaoyu, if you leave, it'll just be me and Sister Xiaodao at home, Xin Huiqing added, also feeling reluctant. He had been hoping they could all celebrate the new year together this year, lively and warm. To be honest, this trip to the Hulunber grassland would involve crossing mountains and traversing the greater Xing'an Range. How long it would take, Feng Lingyu herself wasn't sure. First, she wasn't familiar with the route, and second, extreme weather would add to the travel time. Moreover, finding the Yuanbao Lake from her past life would also take some time. Feng Lingyu really couldn't guarantee she'd be back before the new year. How about this? If I can't make it back, I'll find a way to let you know. This trip might take a while. Now that the snow has sealed off the mountains and no one's visiting the village, it's a rare opportunity. Seeing her like this, Gao Xiaodao knew she had made up her mind and could only say, since you've decided, I won't try to talk you out of it. If my dad can come over for the new year, along with Grandpa Shen, then Huiqing and I won't be alone, hee. Feng Lingyu's eyes lit up. Right, Uncle Gao could come over for the new year. That would be great. But don't be too pessimistic, who knows what might happen. What if I make it back before the new year? After settling that, Feng Lingyu brought out the durian milk crepe cake she had made last night. I whipped up something new. Give it a try. As soon as she brought it out, the signature smell of durian filled the room, saturating the air with its strong aroma. Jeanzy ran out to the yard in disgust, not understanding what was so good about this stinky thing. Eating it yesterday was bad enough, but today too. What's this? It smells weird, Gao Xiaodao asked curiously. At the time, everyone ate Chinese pastries like mung bean cakes, mooncakes, and walnut cookies. Western-style pastries hadn't made their way in yet. This looks like a cream cake, Xin Huiqing observed for a moment. But it's different from the ones I've seen. When he was little, for one of his birthdays, Xin Xiui had asked a friend to make him a birthday cake. This is called durian milkshake cake. It's made with a fruit that has a unique smell. I'm not sure if you'll like it, Feng Lingyu explained. Xin Huiqing sniffed, his face quickly scrunching up. He looked at Feng Lingyu with some difficulty. He thought the smell was awful. Just try it. It's like stinky tofu, smells bad but tastes good. As she spoke, Feng Lingyu gave each of them a small plate. Under Feng Lingyu's expectant gaze, they both took a small bite. It's a bit strange, but the taste is okay, Gao Xiaodao said, smacking her lips as she savored it. Huiqing, what about you? Feng Lingyu looked at the frowning Xin Huiqing. I don't know how to put it. I don't think it's tasty, but it's not bad enough to call it awful, he replied after a moment, conflicted. Feng Lingyu laughed. Then you must not like durian. Even with cream added, you're not into it. If you ate it straight, you'd probably hate it, haha. So the fruit inside is called durian. I've never heard of it before. I wish I could try every fruit in the world someday. It's a tropical fruit. Our country is vast and rich in resources, especially the south, with all kinds of fruits. So, you'll definitely get the chance someday. Just then, Tuanzi and Jeanzy came back from the yard. The two little ones were covered in snow. As soon as they entered the house, the snow melted into water, soaking their fur. But they were smart enough to know the kitchen had a charcoal fire burning, so they veered off and went straight in to dry their fur. Huh, strange. How did they stop fighting overnight? Gao Xiaodao asked, puzzled, watching them walk side by side. Just last night, the two had been going at each other tooth and nail. For a bite to eat. I didn't give them snacks last night, so today they're behaving. Speaking of which, Feng Lingyu suddenly thought of Chaozi, who had changed drastically. Whether it's people or animals, if they don't behave, you have to straighten them out. When I'm gone, keep an eye on the educated youth point, especially Chaozi. Focus on her. Feng Lingyu lazily shifted positions, speaking casually. Why? Hasn't she already reformed? Recently, Chaozi had been very well behaved. Gao Xiaodao had once run into her gathering firewood outside. And from gossip at the educated youth point, she had learned to cook for herself. Feng Lingyu shook her head. Whether she's reformed or not doesn't matter to me. I'm asking you to watch her to ensure her safety. If something happens to her while I'm away, Uncle Yang, as village chief, won't get off easy. She could discipline Chaozi however she wanted, but one thing was certain, her safety had to be guaranteed. After all, Secretary Chao hadn't completely abandoned Chaozi by dumping her here. I understand. I'll keep an eye on her, Gao Xiaodao said, committing it to memory. Seeing her serious expression, Feng Lingyu thought for a moment and added, just her life safety. Unless it's life-threatening, don't bother with anything else. Feng Lingyu was speechless. I haven't planned it out yet. I need to settle everything here first. Sure, Wenhao's leg was still being treated. It wouldn't be right to just abandon him halfway. And the supplies at home, she had to stock up before leaving. If she left and the house ran out of things, that would be a disaster. She also needed to visit Grandpa Shen and say goodbye before she left. Thinking it over, these things would take another 2 days. What will you bring on the road? Gao Xiaodao asked, troubled. She had no idea how many days the journey would take, and it would be through the wilderness the whole time. Even just food would be hard to carry, let alone other things. Chapter 339, Preparations Before Departure. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. Rest assured, since I've made this decision, I can guarantee my own safety. Knowing Gao Xiaodao's concerns, Feng Lingyu said warmly. As for you and Huiqing, you two must take good care of yourselves at home, understand? Besides living your own lives well, don't meddle in other matters. Wait until I return home to discuss everything. Not only were they worried about Feng Lingyu, but Feng Lingyu was equally worried about them. Especially with Ling Qingwei lurking in the shadows, watching covetously. If she were to target Gao Xiaodao and Xin Huiqing, it would be a huge problem for Feng Lingyu. The incident with Yan Wei a few days ago had also served as a reminder to Feng Lingyu. Although young Fugui, the informant in Qingshan village, had been eliminated, Ling Qingwei would surely not remain idle. She didn't know how much Ling Qingwei knew about the situation here now or who the new informant might be. By evening, Feng Lingyu began sorting out the things she would leave for the household. She also set aside more money and tickets for emergencies. For Feng Lingyu now, any problem that could be solved with money was a minor one. The underground black market in the capital was like a golden goose, continuously supplying Feng Lingyu with funds. Gao Xiaodao's mouth twitched. Oh my god, I had no idea we had so much stock at home. This is enough to last half a year, isn't it? Usually, Gao Xiaodao just used things without ever paying attention to whether supplies were increasing or decreasing. Feng Lingyu was always the one to replenish them regularly. So Gao Xiaodao really had no idea about the household's inventory. I'm just preparing for the worst. See, now it's come in handy, hasn't it? Don't skimp on the meat and bones. There's enough for you to eat every meal. Visit Grandpa Shen often, and if he's missing anything, take it to him promptly. As for the charcoal, use it as much as you want. There's plenty left, enough for years. Feng Lingyu rambled on for a while before finally stopping. The next day, Feng Lingyu went alone to Shi Wenhao's courtyard. Seeing her arrive, Shi Wenhao and the others were quite surprised. Usually, Feng Lingyu came once a week or every 2 weeks. She had just been here a few days ago, so why was she back today? I came today because I have something to tell you, Feng Lingyu said directly. Seeing her serious expression, Shi Wenhao knew it was important, so he didn't waste words and let her in to talk. After sitting down, Feng Lingyu spoke. Regiment Commander Shi, there's something I must tell you. I have some matters to attend to soon, and I'll need to leave for a while. I can't guarantee when I'll return. Hearing this, Shi Wenhao's hand, holding his teacup, paused slightly. Before he could respond, Wang Li, standing nearby, grew anxious. Comrade Feng, but our regiment commander's leg is only halfway through treatment. A patient's condition was always unpredictable. If something went wrong with Shi Wenhao's leg and Feng Lingyu wasn't there, what then? There was already hope for healing the leg injury. Was it all going to be for nothing now? Wang Li, shut up. Step out. Shi Wenhao said with a frown. Get out. What's the first rule of being a soldier? Obey orders. After saying this, Wang Li shot Feng Lingyu a reluctant glance before storming out angrily. Once Wang Li had left, Shi Wenhao smiled calmly and said, Wang Li only said that because he's worried about me. Don't take it to heart. I wish you a smooth journey. Feng Lingyu had imagined many possible reactions from Shi Wenhao upon learning she was leaving: shock and disappointment, sadness and anger, but never this calm and composed demeanor. Her eyes trembled slightly as she asked, aren't you angry? What if something goes wrong with your leg after I leave? Shi Wenhao shook his head with a smile, his demeanor growing even gentler. I'm not a saint, so of course I'm worried. But I trust you. You're someone who sees things through. If it weren't absolutely necessary for you to leave, you wouldn't give up halfway. Since that's the case, I naturally want to wish you well, so you can return sooner. Hearing this, Feng Lingyu also broke into a smile. You're right. But I'm not irresponsible either. Before I leave, I'll adjust your leg treatment plan to slow down the recovery process. Everything will resume once I'm back. Xiaodao will still bring you the soup every day. Just keep drinking it. In truth, once Feng Lingyu left, without the nourishment of her spiritual energy and abilities, Shi Wenhao's leg wouldn't recover as quickly anyway. There was no real need to adjust the plan. Since I said I trust you, I'll follow all your arrangements, Shi Wenhao said. To him, Feng Lingyu was the best doctor. His leg had gone from completely numb to its current state, though he still couldn't walk. All other sensations had returned. That was all thanks to her. Feng Lingyu said solemnly, don't worry, I will definitely heal your leg. With any other patient, things might not have gone so smoothly. After all, having a doctor run off halfway through treatment was truly alarming. With Shi Wenhao's matter settled, Feng Lingyu felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. Now, she only needed to finalize her plans and say goodbye to Grandpa Shen before she could set off. Feng Lingyu rummaged through her space and finally found a map. She had stored it in her space in her past life, never expecting it to come in handy now. This world wasn't exactly the same as her original one, but there were still points of reference. Feng Lingyu had to find the most time and effort-efficient route. Marking and comparing on the map for a while, she finally settled on one route. It wasn't the shortest, but overall, the terrain was relatively flat, avoiding excessive climbing up and down mountains. Barring any accidents, traveling this route would take about half a month. Holding the soft little ball of fur, Feng Lingyu thought to herself, thank goodness she had her space. Otherwise, camping out in the open with temperatures below freezing would have been a real ordeal. With her space, she could rest inside whenever she got tired and enjoy all kinds of food. Aside from the harsh conditions, it almost felt like going on a trip. Feng Lingyu tilted her head and turned her gaze to Jinzi, who was busy at work. Jinzi had already started brewing wine in earnest. Watching its skilled movements, one might think there was a human soul inside it. Feng Lingyu had told Jinzi it could use any fruit in the space as it pleased and experiment however it wanted. Each fruit had a different flavor, so Jinzi had to try different combinations to see which brews tasted good. Compared to the busy Jinzi, Feng Lingyu and the little ball of fur felt like lazy little layabouts. Little ball, you need to work harder too. Look at Jinzi, you can't fall behind. You have to step it up. Oh wow. Look at yourself first. Chapter 340, Official Departure, Jinzi has 800 schemes. With everything ready, Feng Lingyu bid farewell to Gao Xiaodao and Grandpa Shen and set off alone on the mountain path one morning. Perhaps the two little creatures sensed that Feng Lingyu wanted to leave, as they had been circling around her for the past 2 days, sticking close as if afraid she would slip away without saying goodbye. So, when she tried to leave this morning, Tuanzi and Jinzi each grabbed one of her legs, refusing to let her go. No matter how much everyone tried to persuade them, the two little ones wouldn't let go. Helpless, Feng Lingyu had to say to Gao Xiaodao, "Since they want to come, I can take them along. It'll just be you and Huiqing at home now, take good care of yourselves." As soon as they heard they could come along, Tuanzi and Jinzi immediately retracted their paws and waited obediently on the side. Staying home was comfortable, but there wouldn't be any tasty snacks or fruit. At home, he was the one who had spent the most time with the two little animals. "Sister Xiaoyu, you, Jinzi, and Tuanzi must come back safely," he said, his face showing reluctance. I know. You and Xiaodao take care at home, and don't fall behind on your studies, or your brother will come after me." Feng Lingyu cracked a joke as she patted Shen Huiqing on the shoulder, then turned and walked away alone with a large backpack on her back. Behind her, the two little cuties hopped and skipped, leaving 2 rows of tiny footprints in the snow. In the faint morning light, after walking for several hours, Feng Lingyu arrived at the place where she had last hunted. The camp they had built was now completely buried under snow, and the ice houses had long since vanished without a trace. This was where Jinzi had grown up, and it knew the area well. With Feng Lingyu's permission, it took Tuanzi into the woods to run wild. Feng Lingyu left a small trace of her mental energy on them so that she could sense it immediately if they were in danger. In reality, this method had many limitations, the most important being that she had to be very close. So, in the apocalypse, this method was only useful for strong individuals who kept beast pets. Once Jinzi had run off with Tuanzi, Feng Lingyu entered her space. Brushing the snow off her clothes, she had a simple lunch and drank a cup of hot milk tea before coming back out. Sensing where Tuanzi and Jinzi were, she headed in their direction. As soon as she looked, she saw Jinzi and Tuanzi surrounded by a group of monkeys. She recognized those monkeys well. Weren't they Jinzi's clan? Curious, Feng Lingyu quietly crept closer. She used her ability to mask her presence, blending into the surrounding environment. None of the monkeys noticed that someone had approached them. Then Feng Lingyu saw Jinzi sitting in the middle, showing off with grand gestures, occasionally patting its own chest and swaying its neck. Tuanzi, on the other hand, sat upright with an air of nobility, though its eyes occasionally gleamed with pride. And as the surrounding monkeys reacted, it lifted its chin even higher. The other monkeys stared wide-eyed, occasionally letting out ooh sounds, and some even had looks of envy on their faces. Feng Lingyu. I'm speechless. At this point, Feng Lingyu understood everything. That damn Jinzi now thought it was a worldly monkey. So it had brought Tuanzi along to show off to its poor relatives. Jinzi, Tuanzi, what are you two up to? A soft female voice suddenly rang out, startling the monkeys into scattering and hiding in the trees. The proud expressions on Jinzi and Tuanzi froze. How had their master finished resting so quickly? You two have gotten quite bold, huh? Learning to show off. Grabbing each by the scruff of the neck, Feng Lingyu said through gritted teeth. If these two were human, their behavior would make them nothing but spoiled brats. Jinzi blinked its big eyes and let out a pitiful cry. Tuanzi, however, let out a stubborn growl, its face full of defiance. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched, and she sighed in frustration. Tuanzi, you stubborn blockhead. Jinzi has already admitted it's wrong, why won't you? Seeing its foolish look, Feng Lingyu shook her head. You're hopeless. She had to admit, the heavens were fair. They gave Tuanzi the strongest physique of the Beast King, but didn't give it a good brain. Compared to Jinzi, who was full of schemes from head to toe, Tuanzi was just a simple, muscle-bound creature. Feng Lingyu gave each of them a flick on the head, then tossed them into her space, out of sight, out of mind. Looking at the monkeys still peeking out, Feng Lingyu took out some fruit as an apology. After she left, the monkeys cautiously divided the fruit on the ground. Daytime couldn't be wasted, as the temperature would drop sharply at night and visibility would be low, making it unsuitable for travel. When she got bored walking, Feng Lingyu would let Tuanzi and Jinzi out. At times like this, she was incredibly glad she had brought them along. Otherwise, out in the wilderness, she wouldn't even have anyone to talk to. Well, even though Tuanzi and Jinzi couldn't talk, they were intelligent and would occasionally respond to her. That was enough. If she had a person who chattered nonstop, she might find it annoying. Stopping and starting like this, after 3 or 4 days, Feng Lingyu finally left the Daqing Mountains. But that also meant she had entered the truly endless primeval forest. Looking at the quiet forest ahead, dark green and white intertwined, it looked like a beast that had been lurking for a long time, ready to pounce and bite at any moment. A shadow of unease hung over Feng Lingyu's heart. Who knew how many dangers were waiting for her in this forest? But great danger came with great opportunity. Still, having walked all day, Feng Lingyu decided to rest for the night and officially enter the primeval forest tomorrow. Chapter 341, Shouldn't Be a Domesticated Waste. Tomorrow was going to be a big day, so Feng Lingyu decided to have a proper dinner tonight. These past few days, she had been rushing and only eating simple meals. Now that she had time, she decided to have hot pot tonight. Actually, the ingredients had already been prepared, so Feng Lingyu didn't need to get them ready now. She poured the hot pot base into a small copper pot, added water, and set it to boil. The base had already been stir-fried, so it just needed to be boiled directly. Feng Lingyu went to the storeroom and picked out some fatty beef, fatty lamb, braised chicken feet, spare ribs, meatballs, and other meat dishes. She also gathered some greens, asparagus, lettuce, tofu, and other vegetables from the garden. She filled the small stone table outside the bamboo building to the brim. To be honest, Feng Lingyu felt a little ashamed. Having spent so much time in the space, she naturally knew that this outdoor table was meant for playing Go. But now she was using it for hot pot. What a waste of a fine item. Pouring herself a cup of monkey wine, Feng Lingyu officially began her meal. The moment she took the first bite, Feng Lingyu squinted her eyes in delight. This is the taste. Come to think of it, this was her first hot pot meal since arriving in this world. Although she had eaten lamb hot pot a few times before, it still couldn't replace hot pot's place in her heart. This base was something Feng Lingyu had figured out on her own after reading a book and stir-frying it in the space. Next time, she'd have Xiao Tao and Ming Rui try making it. Whatever they made would definitely taste even better. The spicy and rich aroma kept spreading, attracting Tuanzi and Jinzi as well. These two little ones smelled the fragrance and felt that the food in their own bowls wasn't appetizing anymore. So they both stared at Feng Lingyu with longing eyes, hoping to get a taste too. You want some too? But this has a lot of oil and salt. If you eat it, you won't have your beautiful, smooth fur anymore. Feng Lingyu had been careful with how she fed these two little ones, never giving them random things. Jinzi jumped onto the stone stool and made a begging gesture. Seeing how eager he was, Feng Lingyu smirked mischievously. You really want to eat? Since the owner had been eating so happily, this must be something delicious. She picked out a bright red chili pepper from the pot, cleared her throat, and suppressed her laughter. Here, take it. When Jinzi tilted his head and didn't take it, Feng Lingyu thought to herself, what a clever one. I'm not lying to you. Didn't you see me take it out of the pot? Go ahead and eat it. With Feng Lingyu's assurance, Jinzi finally took the chili pepper. Without any hesitation, he took a big bite. Almost instantly, Jinzi leaped 3 feet high, jumped off the stone stool, and started hopping around in circles on the ground. Seeing him constantly sticking out his tongue from the spiciness, Feng Lingyu threw her head back and laughed. You had to learn that the smartest creatures in this world are still humans, ha ha ha. Still want to eat? Feng Lingyu asked with a sly grin. Squeak. Jinzi covered his mouth and jumped far away in fright. Tuanzi was a little confused, not understanding what was wrong with Jinzi. Tuanzi, do you want to try? Seeing that Jinzi was scared, Feng Lingyu turned to look at Tuanzi, who was watching the commotion. Tuanzi sensed something was off, let out a soft whine, and ran off. Seeing that she couldn't trick Tuanzi, Feng Lingyu raised an eyebrow regretfully. Guess you dodged that one. But after this, Jinzi and Tuanzi never dared to eat random things again. After enjoying a satisfying hot pot meal, Feng Lingyu went to sleep in the space. Tuanzi and Jinzi also forgot about Feng Lingyu tricking them into eating chili peppers and curled up at her feet, sleeping soundly. Winter days dawned late. By the time the surroundings were fully bright, it was already nearly 9 in the morning. Feng Lingyu's small figure gradually disappeared into the forest. The primeval forest was deep and dense. As soon as Feng Lingyu stepped inside, she felt that the temperature around her was even lower than outside. Pulling her scarf tighter, Feng Lingyu carefully moved forward. This place had been untouched for years, with tree roots intertwining in a complex mess. One wrong step could easily trap her foot. Compared to her, the lighter Tuanzi and Jinzi moved much more freely. Especially Jinzi, there were many vines in the forest, so he didn't even need to walk on the ground. Instead, he swung from vine to vine as he moved forward. Feng Lingyu extended her spiritual sense to probe the area and found that there were almost no signs of life around. She frowned. This was not a good sign for her, because it meant that there was a terrifying presence nearby, one that kept other animals from daring to approach its territory. Feng Lingyu silently quickened her pace. Although she wasn't afraid, it was best to avoid trouble. Hiding her aura, she trekked silently through the forest for an entire day. It wasn't until dusk that they reached a small cave. Just as Feng Lingyu was about to enter the space to rest, a roar echoed from the forest they had passed during the day. The sound was incredibly intimidating. Tuanzi and Jinzi huddled close to Feng Lingyu in fear, and a large flock of birds startled into flight from the woods. Feng Lingyu's eyes darkened. It seemed there really was a big creature over there. It's fine. Let's go into the space. Holding the two little ones, Feng Lingyu returned to the space. Although the sky had already darkened, it was still early, only around 6 o'clock. Suddenly remembering how Tuanzi had been frightened by the roar earlier, she couldn't help but pick him up and look him in the eye. Tuanzi, you were such a coward today. Are you still the descendant of the king of beasts? If you follow me and turn into a good-for-nothing little waste, I'd be letting your parents down. Before, Tuanzi would still go up the mountain and catch small things to bring back. But ever since winter started, he had been eating and sleeping with Feng Lingyu, and his little body had grown noticeably rounder. No, you can't keep going like this. Feng Lingyu made a decision in her heart. Oh wow. Tuanzi had no idea what was going on and just let out a soft, adorable whine. Feng Lingyu didn't need to worry about Jinzi, he didn't need anyone to teach him. He already had 800 tricks up his sleeve. If she taught him anything more, who knows what would happen. She might end up raising a monkey that would outsmart her. The next day, after leaving the space, Feng Lingyu set the two little ones on the ground. Then she looked at them seriously and said, starting today, you'll find your own food during the day. I'll wait for you at a certain spot every day. You follow my scent and catch up, understand? Jinzi, you have to stay with Tuanzi at all times. Don't try any tricks. If you dare to leave Tuanzi behind and run off alone, I'll make sure you regret it. Squeak. Jinzi nodded reluctantly. Feng Lingyu hardened her heart and turned away. She was afraid that if she met their big, watery eyes, she would soften. The king of the jungle shouldn't become a domesticated waste. It wasn't too late to change now. Chapter 342, Mutated Fleece Flower Root. In the silent, desolate jungle, things had suddenly become lively over the past few days. Something seemed to be moving in the vast white snow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small, snow-white animal. Its hind legs were slightly bent, its entire body pressed against the snowy ground, and its pitch-black eyes were fixed intently on a rabbit not far away. The rabbit was completely unaware, its lips moving up and down as it nibbled on the grass in front of it. The small, snow-white animal shifted its stance, kicked off with its hind legs, and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Before the rabbit could react, it was pinned down by a dark shadow, and its nape was bitten. Squeak! A little monkey jumped down from a tree. It had hidden itself well, and the rabbit hadn't noticed its presence either. That's right, these two little animals were Tuanzi and Jinzi. Just now, Jinzi had been on lookout and surveillance, while Tuanzi had been hunting. They were already quite familiar with this routine. Tuanzi used its claws to restrain the little rabbit, its small, round ears twitching forward and backward, and its cat pupils returning from vertical slits to normal. Feeling the little creature trembling beneath its claws, Tuanzi's cat face showed a human-like expression. Its eyes narrowed slightly, and then it released its claws. It had already eaten its fill today. This was just practice for its hunting skills. Seeing that the little rabbit was scared out of its wits, Tuanzi felt quite disdainful and graciously let it go. Tuanzi shook its head and then walked in the direction Jinzi pointed. These past few days, Jinzi had been responsible for guiding the way and had never lost track of Feng Lingyu. Even Feng Lingyu herself was puzzled. How did Jinzi manage to pinpoint her location so accurately in the jungle? But thinking that animals always had some innate skills that humans lacked, she let it go and didn't dwell on it. For the first 2 days after parting from Feng Lingyu, Tuanzi and Jinzi were both very uncomfortable. First, there was no free ride. They could no longer hitch a ride through the space. No matter the distance, they had to rely on their own legs. Water wasn't a problem. The snow on the ground was a natural source of drinking water. But food was different. It wouldn't fall from the sky. They had to catch prey themselves. Without Feng Lingyu's vigilance, Tuanzi had nearly been ambushed by lurking animals several times. Once, Jinzi accidentally jumped into the lair of a large python. The faint noise woke the hibernating python, which immediately tried to swallow them whole. It was only through their intelligence and mutual cooperation that they managed to escape death time and again. On the first day, Tuanzi caught no prey. Jinzi managed to find some edible wild grass, but Tuanzi was a carnivore and didn't eat grass. So, when the two little ones finally saw their owner waiting for them at the destination, they were listless and lifeless. Seeing their state, Feng Lingyu knew they had suffered. That evening, she didn't hold back and prepared a generous meal for them. Since being adopted by Feng Lingyu, Tuanzi and Jinzi had never gone hungry. Watching them wolf down their food, she felt a pang of sadness. Tuanzi, Jinzi, you have to work hard. You've drunk so much of my spiritual spring water. Aren't you smarter than these wild beasts? Maybe they were too exhausted from the long journey, but after eating, they fell asleep immediately. Fortunately, the two had strong comprehension and observation skills. Aside from the first day when they went hungry, they never suffered as miserably as that day again. Gradually, they were able to keep up with Feng Lingyu's pace, no longer making her wait long for them. Sometimes, Feng Lingyu even received prey they brought back. Whenever that happened, she would praise them enthusiastically. In short, Tuanzi and Jinzi's progress was very encouraging. Along with their training, they had already traversed half of the primeval jungle. Feng Lingyu calculated in her mind that it had taken 8 days to get this far. The remaining journey would only get harder. She hoped to get out of the forest within half a month. Feng Lingyu sat on the soft couch in her space, planning the route for the coming days. If time was tight, she would change course and cross over the mountain. Although the terrain was treacherous, if she could make it across successfully, it would save a lot of time. In fact, over these past few days, Feng Lingyu had discovered many good things in the dense jungle, especially some medicinal herbs, which grew abundantly and in large patches. Probably because this place was rarely visited by humans, these herbs were able to grow freely. Not to mention anything else, just one fleece flower root had left Feng Lingyu in awe. Its roots stretched underground for who knows how many meters. Feng Lingyu dug for a long time, but still couldn't unearth it entirely. Helpless, she had to cut off the above-ground part and bury the soil back, hoping that years later another fleece flower root would grow here. Legend has it that eating a 1,000-year-old fleece flower root could prolong life. The root in her hand had already vaguely taken on a human shape, and its age was definitely no less than 1,000 years. This fleece flower root had many other branches, but they were still small, so Feng Lingyu didn't dig them up. She only took a small seedling and transplanted it into the medicinal field in her space. Actually, she had fleece flower roots planted in her space, but they were ordinary varieties. This one, however, gave her an extraordinary feeling, with a faint purple hue showing through its root. Taking out a jade box from the medicinal herb room, Feng Lingyu carefully placed the large fleece flower root inside and stored it in her space. The other things she obtained were quite ordinary, as Feng Lingyu already had most of them in her space. For example, ginseng and lingji, the ones in her space, were even better in quality. The fleece flower root was an exception. Feng Lingyu guessed it might have mutated, otherwise it wouldn't have grown so large. She had planned well, intending to set out tomorrow to check the mountain opposite and see if it was possible to cross. Almost instantly, the weather changed. Dark, oppressive clouds closed in, seeming to merge with the distant mountains. In the mist, purple lightning flashed from time to time, illuminating the distant mountain peaks. A cold wind mixed with frigid air swept in, and the temperature plummeted. A squirrel that had crawled out of its nest to check the situation tilted its head and poked around, just as the cold wind hit. But before it could retreat into its nest, the cold air arrived, instantly freezing it into an ice sculpture. Outside, the branches and leaves of various plants were almost entirely covered in ice. Feng Lingyu was fast asleep in her space, completely unaware of the disaster raging outside. Chapter 343. The Blizzard Arrives, Finding Transportation. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, Feng Lingyu took the 2 little ones out of the space. She was only halfway through stretching when she looked at her surroundings and froze completely. Everything was desolate, covered in silver white, ice crystals stacked endlessly, vast and boundless. It was as if all color and life had been drained from heaven and earth, leaving only this expanse of white. Had she stumbled into some frozen world by mistake? Even though Feng Lingyu had seen many grand scenes, she was utterly bewildered by what lay before her. Her gaze shifted to the stone not far away. Yesterday, she had sat on that very rock, waiting for Tuanzi and the others to arrive. So she was still in the same place. It was just that the temperature had plummeted overnight, transforming this corner of the world. Feng Lingyu straightened her back, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a mist of moisture clinging to her eyelashes. As she blinked, those few droplets trembled and fell. A few more snowflakes brushed past her tender, flower-like face, landing on her shoulders. From a distance, she looked like a breathtaking painting of a beauty amidst a mountain landscape. Because of the low temperature, Feng Lingyu's cheeks were slightly flushed, and the tip of her nose was a soft pink. Tuanzi and Jinzi were no better off. Their paw pads came into direct contact with the ice, freezing them so badly that they quickly jumped onto Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu sighed. In this situation, she couldn't just wander around casually. Carrying the 2 little ones back into the space, the sudden temperature difference made her shiver. If her senses were correct, the temperature outside had already dropped to around minus 30 degrees Celsius. She wondered if this sudden temperature drop had affected Qingshan village. Fortunately, before she left, she had left Xiaotao and the others enough charcoal to last several years. Even if burned continuously, it would hold out for a long time. If it weren't for the space, and she had slept outside last night, even with many measures, she would most likely have frozen to death silently, wouldn't she? From the few minutes she had just spent outside, Feng Lingyu could clearly tell that her clothes weren't warm enough. She would need to add more layers, otherwise, staying out too long would definitely make her sick from the cold. If only she had fire-type abilities, she would be a walking heater in winter and wouldn't need to wear so many thick clothes. Oh whoa. Tuanzi sat on the ground, grooming itself. Feng Lingyu lifted its paw and noticed it was slightly purple, probably frostbitten from the ice earlier. Logically, Tuanzi and Jinzi were wild animals and shouldn't fear the cold. But Feng Lingyu felt sorry for their little paws, so she rummaged through the space and found some children's patterned socks. At first, Tuanzi and Jinzi were a bit uncomfortable wearing the socks, but after a while, they were hopping around and being mischievous again. Having taken care of them, Feng Lingyu began to layer up herself. A down vest, a wool sweater, a wool fur coat, a hat, a scarf, gloves, thick socks, fur-lined boots. From the inside out, Feng Lingyu changed into warmer clothing. With all this on, from a distance, Feng Lingyu looked like a moving mountain. She couldn't just stay in this place forever, could she? Even though she had the space couldn't move on its own. Everything still depended on her. After preparing herself, Feng Lingyu set off on the journey again with Tuanzi and Jinzi. It had to be said, wearing so many layers really hindered movement. After nearly tripping for the umpteenth time, Feng Lingyu angrily kicked a tree stump. Luckily, no one else was around to see her rolling around like a ball. Compared to Feng Lingyu, Tuanzi and Jinzi adapted to the environment much better. Their thick, long fur shielded them well from the cold, and they didn't feel hindered in their movements at all. Watching their owner suddenly kick a tree stump, the two little ones. Feng Lingyu showed no embarrassment. What's the use of raising you two freeloaders? Not knowing why their owner was angry, Tuanzi and Jinzi still dutifully followed along. They walked until dusk before Feng Lingyu finally stopped. Her expression was a bit grim. Today's pace had been too slow. At this rate, she wouldn't even make it out of these mountains in another month. After searching the forest for 2 days, Feng Lingyu finally found traces of other animals. Following the footprints, she tracked them all the way to the animal's habitat. If she could lure one to pull a cart for her, she wouldn't have to walk so hard. Feng Lingyu observed carefully and found that this herd was quite large, several dozen reindeer. Losing one probably wouldn't be noticed. Besides, they ate a type of moss from the forest, which was easy. Her space had that kind of moss on its mountain. Since it was winter and food was scarce, the reindeer surely couldn't resist the temptation. So, selecting a strong male reindeer, Feng Lingyu didn't have much trouble luring it farther and farther away, until it was completely separated from its herd. Inside the space, the reindeer, suddenly in a strange place, was so frightened it kept calling out. Feng Lingyu quickly brought out plenty of fresh moss to calm it down. This was going to be an important means of transportation for the foreseeable future. She couldn't afford any mishaps. With food to eat, the reindeer settled down and stayed quietly in the space. Tuanzi and Jinzi kept circling around the reindeer. They had never seen a creature with such large antlers on its head. As long as they didn't harm the reindeer, Feng Lingyu let them be. She still needed to build a windproof cart for the reindeer to pull. Since she had no luggage anyway, it wouldn't be a burden to the reindeer. Though she called it a cart, it was really just a windproof wooden box. Since the ground was covered in snow, wheels weren't necessary. After finishing the cart, Feng Lingyu prepared to harness the reindeer. But as soon as she approached, the reindeer backed away warily. Feng Lingyu's mouth twitched. I didn't bring you here to eat for free. You have to help me, understand? After some fussing, the reindeer was finally harnessed to the cart. Since it wasn't dark yet, Feng Lingyu released it from the space. The reindeer was large, and with the low resistance on the snow, pulling Feng Lingyu was quite easy. It was just that it wasn't yet skilled at pulling the cart, and when turning, it would toss Feng Lingyu from side to side. But after all, it was an animal. She couldn't expect too much from it. Chapter 344, See the Person Alive, See the Corpse if Dead. The next day, after giving the reindeer a hearty meal, Feng Lingyu officially put it to work. With the reindeer's help, their progress was indeed much faster. Feng Lingyu, Tuanzi, and Jinzi all sat in the cart behind, only needing to adjust the reindeer's direction from time to time. Without having to travel on her own, she finally had the leisure to enjoy the scenery along the way. Wearing a wolfskin cloak and holding a hand warmer, Feng Lingyu turned her head and stared intently outside. But outside, it was a world of ice and snow. After looking for a while, there was nothing new to see, and her eyes began to ache. So later, Feng Lingyu obediently sat still in the back and stopped looking around. It must have been due to the sudden drop in temperature, as there were really no small animals moving about in the forest now. Even birds were rare, let alone other large beasts. Thus, they encountered no troubles along the way. Occasionally, the path ahead was blocked, and Feng Lingyu had to put the reindeer into her space and walk through herself. With the reindeer, Feng Lingyu traveled almost non-stop during the day, except when eating. At first, the reindeer was a bit temperamental, but after Feng Lingyu gave it some spiritual spring water, it calmed down obediently. After several days of such, Feng Lingyu finally saw the of getting out. She decided to rest for one night and push through to leave the next day. The next day, a heavy snowstorm struck unexpectedly. Unlike the last time, this blizzard appeared suddenly during the day. Animals have a certain sensitivity to extreme weather. The reindeer kept stomping its hooves anxiously and snorting heavily, refusing to move forward no matter how Feng Lingyu tried to soothe or bribe it. Tuanzi and Jinzi were not much better, barking urgently at Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu also sensed something was wrong. She turned to look behind her, her face solemn. The sky seemed split in two by dark clouds. One half was a heavy black, the other a pure white. But the black was constantly expanding, squeezing the white with an irresistible force. The stray hairs at her temples lifted, brushing against Feng Lingyu's delicate ears. The storm was coming. But this time, she did not plan to hide in her space. While the storm was still brewing, Feng Lingyu calmed the reindeer and resolutely walked forward. This area was high in elevation, and when the storm hit, it would be the most dangerous place. So Feng Lingyu changed her route and headed downhill. Following the river valley below, she could still reach the grasslands. After about 2 hours of travel, the sky had darkened, and everything around was gloomy. It was noon, normally the brightest time of day. The biting cold wind cut like knives, scraping Feng Lingyu's face painfully. Her eyelashes and the stray hairs on her forehead were covered in silver frost crystals. With her jet-black pupils and her rosy red lips, she looked like a spirit wandering through the mountains, breathtakingly beautiful. Tuanzi and Jinzi hid under her cloak, occasionally letting out startled cries. The two cubs were terrified by the sudden change in the weather. Only Feng Lingyu remained calm amidst the chaos of the sky and earth, her gaze firm as she looked ahead. Although she had her space with good food and drink, who would want to stay trapped in the deep mountains forever? It was better to leave quickly and find the treasure. In the raging snowstorm, several figures stumbled and ran, with sounds of pursuit occasionally coming from behind. One of them looked at the situation and made a decision. Our only option now is to go into the mountains. This grassland stretches endlessly, with nowhere to hide. Ahead is a primeval forest, complex terrain, dense trees, and now with the blizzard reducing visibility. If we go in, we might have a chance to survive. The others knew he was right. They were at their wits' end. If they hesitated any longer, they would never escape. Gritting their teeth, the group charged into the forest against the wind and snow. Big Brother, what do we do? That forest ahead is deep and remote. The man called Big Brother had a long scar across his face, almost spanning its entire length. Combined with the ferocity in his eyes, he looked like a ruthless outlaw not to be trifled with. What do we do? See the person alive, see the corpse if dead. Chase them. And so, the forest became even more lively that day. Feng Lingyu lounged on the cart, legs crossed, as the reindeer leisurely ambled along. She had successfully passed through the most dangerous center of the blizzard and reached the outskirts. Though snow was still falling, compared to the earlier chaos, this was nothing to fear. Pulling her scarf tighter, Feng Lingyu took a leisurely sip of milk tea. Now that she was here, there was no need to rush. In the distance, she could already see the outline of the grasslands. Tuanzi was curled up beside her, gnawing on a small bone. This bone was specially given by Feng Lingyu for Tuanzi to chew on and play with, and Tuanzi treasured it dearly. Feng Lingyu usually kept it safely stored for him. Jinzi was squatting by Tuanzi's head, looking for lice in his fur. Originally, Jinzi had wanted to do the same for Feng Lingyu, but she had firmly refused. So he had to settle for rummaging through Tuanzi's fluff instead. Under Feng Lingyu's orders, Tuanzi and Jinzi bathed almost daily, so there were definitely no bugs on them. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Jinzi pestered Feng Lingyu for an apple and happily went off to eat. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by several gunshots in the distance. Feng Lingyu climbed a tall tree and looked toward where the shots had come from. Unfortunately, the forest was dense, and she saw nothing. Although her position was on the forest's outskirts, it was still some distance from where the shots rang out. As the saying goes, the mountain looks close, but it kills the horse to get there. She only hoped to leave safely this time. Her goal was to find the treasure, everything else had nothing to do with her. But it was predictable that others had entered the forest and, in this era, people with guns were either soldiers or ruthless criminals. Either way, it was not good news for Feng Lingyu. A young girl suddenly appearing in a desolate, remote forest was too strange. The military would surely interrogate her thoroughly, but since she had run away, she couldn't reveal her identity. If they were bad people, that would be even worse, because for them, the best option would be to silence her. Chapter 345, A Traitor Emerges. If they continued using the reindeer to travel through the forest, they would be too conspicuous, almost like a moving target. So Feng Lingyu patted the reindeer's head and said, "You've worked hard. Get some rest." Then she put it away into her space. She herself changed into a set of shabby-looking clothes inside the space. The cotton jacket and pants were covered in patches, with stains that made the original fabric unrecognizable. She didn't neglect her face and hands either, smearing them all dark, and tucked her messy hair under a black hat, making her look like a scrawny little boy. Ever since she realized she had no talent for disguise, Feng Lingyu had come up with a lazy shortcut. She would smear disguise paste all over her face to change her skin tone, and then alter her entire demeanor. Unless someone knew her very well, even if their facial features were similar, outsiders wouldn't recognize her. After finishing her disguise, Feng Lingyu had Tuanzi and Jinzi separate from her. After training, they could now survive on their own in the forest. She left them outside just in case, since people generally wouldn't be wary of animals. Feng Lingyu strolled slowly along the planned route, with two small figures following behind her. Beneath a gentle slope, a group of people was resting, hidden there. The constant running had drained all their strength. If we get caught, the goods won't be safe. How about this? We split into two groups. Li Zipping and I will lead the pursuers away, while you hide with the goods, said a young man who looked somewhat gaunt. He was too weak. If he kept tagging along, he'd just be a burden. What are you saying, Chenglu? If you get caught, you'll die. No, I absolutely disagree. We came out together, and we'll go back together. There were 6 of them who went up the mountain. Aside from the man and woman from the capital, the remaining 4 were all from the same unit. Why should they have to sacrifice their lives when something goes wrong? The one speaking was named Du Ji. His 3 colleagues were Li Zipping, Chenglu, and Fan Fei, who had been silent all along. As for the man and woman from the capital, they were very mysterious. No one knew their real names, so they just used code names. The man was Dr. Ku, and the woman was his assistant, Shaoan. After speaking, Du Ji glanced at the 2 from the capital. They were always so secretive, and he had no idea what they were doing here. Du Ji, calm down. I'm not in good health and can't run far. Being with you is a burden. If Li Zipping and I can lead those people away, they won't kill us because they want the goods we're carrying. Qinglu spoke anxiously and couldn't help covering his mouth as he coughed. As for you, find a good place to hide. The higher-ups know we're missing and will send people to find us immediately. That way, maybe everyone can be saved. As for Li Zipping, who was mentioned in his words, his expression was calm, and he looked very reliable. Even now, being assigned by Chenglu to lead the enemy away together, his face showed no change at all. Everyone present knew that what Chenglu said made sense. But Du Ji was still indignant. Even if someone had to sacrifice themselves, it should be those 2 from the capital. Ever since they arrived, they had been throwing their weight around without doing anything useful. This time, they were transporting something, and no one knew what it was, but the higher-ups had specifically ordered them to deliver it. No, anyone can guard the goods. Why does it have to be sacrificing yourself? Du Ji still refused to accept it. But the implication in his words was clear. Dr. Ku and Xiaoan's expressions both changed. Dr. Ku wore gold-rimmed glasses, making his exact expression hard to read, but his tone was dismissive. Humph, the items being delivered this time have a password. Only I know it. If the box is forced open, the contents will self-destruct. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present darkened. Now that things have come to this, just tell us the password. That way, as long as one of us survives, the mission won't be a failure. Du Ji refused to back down. He wasn't about to throw his life away for these 2. You're so naive. Only I know the password, which means the contents are top secret. If I told it, would it still be a password? Dr. Ku sneered, his thin lips curling. What does Dr. Ku mean by that? We're in this situation and you still suspect us. Fan Fei, who had been invisible until now, suddenly spoke up. They're from the capital, so their lives are naturally more valuable than ours. Du Ji said sarcastically. Dr. Ku's temple twitched. Why was he wasting words with a fool? The purpose of this trip is top secret. How did the pursuers behind us find out? Haven't you used your pig brain to think about it? Revealing the password now would be asking for death. A cold, clear female voice rang out. It was Shaoan, Dr. Ku's assistant, who had short, neat hair and usually didn't talk much. But her words reminded everyone present. Yes, how did those pursuers come? Either there's a traitor in the organization, or the traitor is one of us. Tell me, if we reveal the password now, isn't that asking for death? As Shaoan analyzed the situation, everyone's faces grew darker. They looked at each other, unable to believe that the person they worked with day in and day out could be a traitor. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Chenglu spoke again. Since none of you have a solution, then do as I said. Remember to protect Dr. Ku. Don't forget your responsibilities. Seeing that Li Zipping hadn't expressed an opinion, Chenglu said somewhat apologetically, comradely, you've been with us the shortest time, so that's why I. Though he didn't finish, everyone understood the implication. Chenglu suspected there was a traitor among them, which was why he chose to take Li Zipping with him. Between the 2 of them, One was a burden, and the other was likely a traitor. It was best they left the team. Compared to the others, Li Zipping had only been transferred here this year, making him the most suspicious. Li Zipping's eyes were deep. He glanced at everyone's expressions and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, let's go. Dr. Ko and everyone else, you must be careful and protect the goods in your hands. That way, even if something unexpected happens, our sacrifice won't be in vain." Though Chenglu was frail, his whole demeanor lit up when he said this. Du Ji and Fan Fei's eyes reddened. "All right, you must survive." Chapter 346, Rescuing Dr. Ku and his group. Dr. Ku and Xiaowen's eyes flickered, but they said nothing. It was worth noting that Dr. Ku had been holding a small iron box the whole time, gripping it tightly in his hand without ever letting go. Qinglu and Li Zipping quietly slipped away toward the other side of the woods. The others didn't linger either, as those behind them were about to catch up. Feng Lingyu walked out alone, staying alert. Several more gunshots rang out from the woods. She didn't want to confront those with guns, so she headed in the opposite direction. She thought this would avoid the trouble, but what she didn't expect was that there was another group of people in the woods. Meeting suddenly, in this desolate wilderness, not only Feng Lingyu, but also the few people opposite tensed up. Feng Lingyu was wrapped up tightly, her face unclear. The group opposite, though disheveled, were clearly wearing uniforms. I'm a native of this mountain." A stumbling voice with an accent sounded, somewhat youthful, clearly a young boy's voice. This area was deep in the mountains. Feng Lingyu had checked before coming, knowing that a wild tribe lived on this mountain, surviving by hunting. "I see. Little brother, we're lost on the mountain. Can you guide us?" A man with gold-rimmed glasses said gently. Seeing the boy hesitate, the man smiled knowingly. "Don't worry. As long as you get us down the mountain, I'll reward you handsomely." The speaker was Dr. Ke. The other three were his assistant Xiaowen, and Du Ji and Fan Fei. No matter who this suddenly appearing boy was, they couldn't let him leave. What if he ran into the people chasing them and revealed their whereabouts? The woods were vast and boundless, and with Chenglu and Li Ziping buying time, finding them would be very difficult. They just needed to endure a few days in the woods until reinforcements arrived. Having made up his mind, Dr. Ke's expression grew even warmer. "Little brother, rest assured, we're all good people. As long as you guide us out safely, we'll repay you well." Feng Lingyu opened her clear, black and white eyes, knowing she couldn't leave now. Most importantly, these people's identities were clearly not ordinary. Their uniforms looked like those of national researchers. As fellow Chinese, knowing that those chasing them meant harm, she really couldn't stand by and do nothing. Who knew if these people held something crucial to the country? The mountain is sealed by heavy snow. Getting out like this is too difficult. Feng Lingyu shrank her neck and spoke in a muffled voice. "Is there anywhere to hide here? To be honest, bad people are chasing us. We had no choice but to run into the mountains." Hearing this, Feng Lingyu understood. "Follow me first." When she came over earlier, she had spotted an excellent hiding spot that only a local would find. "Little brother, why are you here alone? Where are your people?" Though Feng Lingyu acted like an inexperienced, naive boy, Dr. Ke didn't fully trust her and probed subtly. "They all died a few days ago. Dad told me to go down the mountain and ask the government for help." Feng Lingyu wiped her eyes with her dark hand, speaking dejectedly. Dr. Ke remained unfazed, but Du Ji was somewhat convinced. He had been here for a while and knew some mountain dwellers lived on this mountain. The government had tried many times to assimilate them, but they always refused. The Chinese they spoke was even taught by government-appointed teachers up the mountain. "If I take you down, can you take me to the government?" Feng Lingyu pretended her Chinese was poor, speaking haltingly. "Of course we can." Dr. Ke smiled warmly. Looking at the cave ahead, Du Ji's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this mountain boy to actually find a hiding place. "Great. If we hold out here, at most 3 days, someone will definitely come for us." Even the silent Fan Fei spoke happily. Du Ji and Fan Fei eagerly entered the cave, while light snowflakes continued to fall outside. Dr. Ke and Xiaowen were more cautious, waiting until the others were inside before inviting Feng Lingyu in together. "Oh, little brother, what's your name?" Dr. Ke suddenly asked. The cave wasn't large. After Du Ji and the others entered, with Feng Lingyu's help, they quickly started a fire. "Dr. Ke, didn't you say people were after you? Why hasn't there been any movement?" But she didn't expect that her words would make everyone present look uncomfortable. "Two of our colleagues went to draw the pursuers away to save us. They must have been caught by now," he said with difficulty. "So that was it. The things they carried must be very important, or the bad guys wouldn't leave no stone unturned. You said someone would come to rescue you. Once they're here, it'll be fine," Feng Lingyu said innocently. Du Ji and Fan Fei's expressions darkened further. That was just wishful thinking. It was obvious that the bad guys, having gotten no useful information, wouldn't show mercy afterward. Within 2 days at most, Cheng Lu and Li Zipping would surely be in grave danger. Feng Lingyu silently observed their expressions, gaining insight into their relationships. When the safety of the others was mentioned earlier, Dr. Ku and Xiaowen showed no emotional fluctuation, indicating they were in two different factions. Moreover, Du Ji and Fan Fei harbored dissatisfaction toward Dr. Ku and Xiaowen. After the conversation, the cave fell silent, with only the crackling of the fire. Du Ji clutched his stomach. After a day of running, he was very hungry. Xiaofeng, what do you usually eat alone? Feng Lingyu smiled shyly. Her simple demeanor put everyone at ease. I usually hunt. I can't catch big animals, but I can get smaller ones. Du Ji said awkwardly, we haven't eaten all day. Could you find us some food? He had never done anything since he started studying, and going out to hunt now was really too much for him. Hearing this, Dr. Ku also said to Feng Lingyu, Xiaofeng, we can't go out. We'll trouble you. Even if you find nothing, it's fine. We can hold on for a few days. Feng Lingyu didn't commit, simply saying, okay, I understand. Chapter 347, Cheng Lu and Li Zipping escape. Du Ji's proposal suited her intentions perfectly. Even if he hadn't suggested it, she would have found an excuse to get out. Tuanzi and Jinzi emerged from the nearby bushes. She still hadn't figured out the specifics of the group outside, so she certainly couldn't just take Dr. Ku and the others at their word. Jinzi and Tuanzi chirped and chattered, reporting the information they had just gathered. Feng Lingyu furrowed her brow. You're saying those bad guys caught 2 people? And they're demanding something from them. It seemed Du Ji hadn't been lying. Feng Lingyu pressed her lips together. Boss Lei, those 2 are stubborn as hell. They still won't talk. They had spent the whole day scouring the woods and finally caught these 2, but unfortunately, they were tough nuts to crack. Boss Lei grinned, his eyes full of cold, sharp light, and said harshly, let's see just how tough they really are. Strip their jackets off and don't let them eat. In these woods, he had all the time in the world to wear them down. Cheng Lu and Li Zipping had just been beaten and kicked, and both were now bruised and swollen. Especially Cheng Lu, his health had never been good, and now he was barely breathing, more out than in. Li Zipping, I don't think I'm going to make it. You have to hold on, cough, cough, Cheng Lu said weakly. At that moment, Cheng Lu and Li Zipping were tied back to a tree. Boss Lei had left only a few people to guard them while the others went to continue hunting for Dr. Ko and the rest. Don't talk nonsense. You'll be fine. Li Zipping lowered his eyes and replied quietly. Cough, cough. Actually, I've known for a while that there's a traitor among us. I originally suspected you, but now it looks like I was wrong, and I've dragged you into this. Cheng Lu's face showed a look of guilt. How did you know there was a traitor all along? Li Zipping asked, puzzled. Cheng Lu gave a bitter smile. Before Dr. Ku arrived, our experimental data went missing several times. Doesn't that speak for itself? I was just guessing before, since the higher-ups forbade discussion, but now this situation, cough, cough, it's clear enough. What I'm most afraid of now is that the traitor is close to Dr. Ko. Du Ji and Fan Fei, I don't want to suspect them, but they're too suspicious. Even if they get the box, without Dr. Ku revealing the password, it's useless. Don't worry. Seeing Cheng Lu getting so agitated his face was red, Li Zipping quickly tried to calm him down. Hey, what are you 2 doing? Not cold enough? If you want to live, spill where Dr. Ku is. 2 thugs left to guard them sneered. We really don't know anything. Dr. Ku is very secretive. Why would he share classified information with small fries like us? Brothers, could you get us a jacket? My colleague is freezing to death. Li Zipping pleaded urgently with their 2 guards, while Cheng Lu's lips were already turning blue. The 2 men looked over. Cheng Lu's condition didn't seem good at all. He hadn't said anything yet, and if he died like this, they'd be in big trouble when their boss returned. So, cursing under their breath, they grabbed 2 jackets and came over to put them on Li Zipping and Cheng Lu. Don't you 2 be ungrateful, ah. With 2 screams, under Cheng Lu's incredulous gaze, Li Zipping suddenly raised his hands and looped a rope tightly around the necks of the 2 men. A few minutes later, Li Zipping untied Cheng Lu, while the 2 guards were now tied to the tree in their place. Cheng Lu was dazed. He had no idea his colleague was this capable. Talk. Who are you people? Li Zipping pressed a knife against one of them. He's our boss. Hearing these evasive answers, Li Zipping's face darkened, and he pushed the knife closer. Tell the truth, or you won't keep your life. Boss. I'm just hired help. I don't know anything. Boss Lei has his own trusted men who stick by his side. The terrified thug stammered, tears streaming down his face. Li Zipping, I don't think they're lying. While that Boss Lei is away, we should run first. We've bought Dr. Ko and the others a day. They should be far by now. Cheng Lu pressed his lips together and stepped forward. He believed the 2 were telling the truth. Li Zipping gave him a long, hard look, then nodded. All right, let's run. In the snowy ground, Li Zipping helped Cheng Lu walk, stumbling step by step. I wonder where Dr. Ko and the others are now? If that boss Lei catches them, we'll have failed badly. Qinglu said worriedly. Seeing how anxious he was, Li Zipping replied, don't worry. As long as they don't have the password, even if they catch Dr. Ke, they won't do much to him. We just need to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Li Zipping knew in his heart that this group was after what was in the box. Dr. Ke himself wasn't important. What if Dr. Ke leaks the password? You've seen what Boss Lei is capable of. If Dr. Ke can't withstand the torture and gives it up, we're all finished. Li Zipping frowned. He shouldn't be that stupid. Boss Lei doesn't know about the box's password. If he forces it open and finds the contents destroyed, at this, Zhenglu's already pale face turned even whiter. He expected Li Zipping to agree, but instead, Li Zipping just gave a cold laugh. Didn't you say there's a traitor? The news has already spread. How could he not know? But if Dr. Ke is killed, and he's the only one who knows the password, then the box can't be opened, right? Li Zipping's right hand, hidden behind his back, twitched. This Qinglu. Just as his right hand was about to move, a figure suddenly emerged from the woods ahead. Boss, I'm just out hunting. A young man, bundled up tightly from head to toe, appeared. Li Zipping's eyes narrowed sharply as he caught sight of something on the boy's wrist. Chapter 348, Saved Everyone. Hunting? Here. Li Zipping steadied his mind and asked in doubt. Under the brim of the hat, the young man's eyes were strikingly clear and bright, as if they could see straight into his heart. Feng Lingyu shrank her neck, putting on a timid and fearful look. She sized up the two men across from her. Based on their clothes and appearance, they should be the captured colleagues Dr. Ke had mentioned. She had come out under the pretense of hunting, originally thinking she might try to rescue them. She hadn't expected these two to have some skill, actually managing to escape on their own. Yes, are you colleagues of Dr. Ke and the others? Feng Lingyu asked quietly, as if gathering her courage. Qinglu's eyes widened. How did this young man know Dr. Ke? Li Zipping looked at the cowering young man and let down his guard. Where are Dr. Ke and the others now? Can you take us to them? Qinglu smiled warmly. Don't be afraid. We're Qinglu and Li Zipping. Feng Lingyu stepped back 2 paces. Follow me. After walking a short distance, Qinglu saw the strange young man duck into a bush by the roadside. Before he could say anything, the young man scrambled back out. In his hands, he carried 2 tied-up rabbits, their noses still twitching, lively and kicking. I sensed someone up ahead earlier, so I hid the rabbits. Let's go. Dr. Ke and the others aren't far from here. Feng Lingyu waved at the 2 men still standing nearby, signaling them to follow. If the earlier path had been very flat, the latter half was extremely rough, jagged rocks and gnarled tree roots everywhere. Qinglu hadn't taken 2 steps before he was panting heavily, occasionally coughing hard. Looking at his frail frame, Feng Lingyu was genuinely afraid he might keel over if he couldn't catch his breath. Li Zipping caught the disdain in the small figure's eyes beside him and barely lifted the corner of his mouth. I'll help you walk, or we won't make it by dark. A large hand reached out and steadied Qinglu's arm. He wanted to refuse, but the latter half of the sentence left him unable to say no. With Li Zipping supporting Qinglu, the 3 of them moved much faster. My name is Li Zipping. I haven't asked, little comrade, what's your name? Feng Lingyu had been trudging with her head down, but at this she murmured, my name is Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. Li Zipping nodded as if acknowledging it. His tone was perfectly ordinary, yet Feng Lingyu sensed something different in it. Unexpectedly, she met a pair of ink-jade-like eyes, as if filled with fragments of stars. Feng Lingyu pretended to smile shyly, then lowered her head and continued trudging. Inwardly, though, she grumbled. This person, though plain-looking, had truly beautiful eyes. The group waiting in the cave sat around the fire, no one speaking. A sudden noise made them turn their heads, and when they saw who was coming, they were all pleasantly surprised. Du Ji, in particular, immediately rushed over. Qinglu, you're okay? This is wonderful. How did you find this place? Fan Fei was also emotional. He patted Li Zipping's shoulder excitedly, choking up. It's good you're back. This place is hidden. Those bad guys won't find it without a guide. Feng Lingyu couldn't be bothered to watch their reunion. She set the 2 rabbits aside and went to sit by the fire to warm herself. Dr. Ke and Xiaowen didn't rush over either, remaining by the fire. Their relationship with the other 4 had always been average, and now, because of what Dr. Ke was carrying, everyone had ended up stranded in this wilderness. Du Ji and the others already held some resentment. Comrade Xiaofeng, how did you run into them? Dr. Ke pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and asked gently. I met them while hunting. I saw their clothes and looks matched the colleagues you mentioned, so I went to ask. Dr. Ke said gratefully, if we hadn't met you this time, all of us might have been in grave danger. Once we get out, we'll make sure to commend you. Feng Lingyu just wanted to get through the next couple of days and safely escort this group out. Once they were out, she'd find a chance to slip away. The grassland was vast, she didn't think they'd find her. So Feng Lingyu nodded innocently. My father said I just need the government to settle me properly. Feng Lingyu noticed Xiaoan, who had been sticking close to Dr. Ku, staring at her. The only woman in the group kept a low profile and rarely spoke, so Feng Lingyu hadn't paid her much attention. But now she was looking at her with a gaze full of scrutiny and assessment. When the dark-eyed young man looked over, Xiaoan timidly lowered her eyes and looked away. From the outside, this was clearly a child who had grown up in the mountains. Yet somehow, this young man gave her a sense of dissonance and unease. After Du Ji and Sheng Lu's excitement subsided, they all gathered around the fire. Qing Lu, Li Ziping, you don't know this, but we were only able to find this hiding spot thanks to Xiao Feng. When we get out, we must properly thank him. Du Ji said warmly, reaching out to put an arm around Xiao Feng's shoulder. Feng Lingyu subtly dodged his hand. I didn't do much. No need to thank me. Li Ziping's eyes fixed on Du Ji's hand, and he said coolly, don't think hiding here means we're safe. Don't forget, there's still a traitor among us. With a traitor present, their location might have already been exposed. Huh? But we've been together all day. Even if there's a traitor, he wouldn't have had a chance to pass on information. Du Ji said uncertainly. Let's hope so. Li Ziping drew out his words, his gaze sweeping over everyone's expressions. All right, everyone must be hungry. Let's fill our stomachs first before talking. It's already dark, and it's still snowing outside. At least tonight, we're safe, Dr. Ke said. The rabbits, though their feet were tied, were still looking around with wide eyes. Everyone stared at the two rabbits at a loss. They were all researchers who had never cooked before. Now, faced with two live rabbits, they truly didn't know what to do. Feng Lingyu looked at their clueless expressions and twitched the corner of her mouth. I'll go butcher the rabbits. Xiao Feng's offer broke the awkwardness for everyone. Otherwise, these adults couldn't very well ask a child to kill rabbits for them. Chapter 349, The Strangely Zipping. Qing Lu looked gratefully at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, thank you. I'll go learn from you, otherwise I can't keep troubling you these 2 days. She hadn't expected this Qing Lu, who seemed frail, to actually be a decent person, not taking her help for granted. No need, I'm used to doing this. Feng Lingyu said shyly. After speaking, without waiting for Qing Lu to continue, she hurried out. It wasn't that she didn't want to help her. First, killing a rabbit was easy for her. Second, it was only a matter of a couple of days. What was there to learn? Feng Lingyu didn't look down on these researchers either. Spending all day in the lab, contributing more to the country was enough. Cooking wasn't their strong suit. Walking to a spot a little farther from the cave, Feng Lingyu swiftly used a small knife to finish off a rabbit. Just as she was concentrating, someone suddenly appeared beside her. Why are you here? Feng Lingyu asked Li Ziping, puzzled. She always felt this person was strange. 2 rabbits, 1 for each of us. Li Ziping said succinctly. Because she had returned to the cave, Feng Lingyu had taken off the scarf that covered her face. It was full of patches, but she wasn't afraid of anyone being suspicious. The small face opposite her looked dark and dirty, yet his expression was very lively. Li Ziping kept working with his hands and replied, I can. How did you end up alone on this mountain? Didn't Dr. Ku and the others tell you? All my clansmen died, and I wanted to go down the mountain to seek help from the government. Having told the lie 10,000 times, Feng Lingyu now answered very smoothly. I see. A hint of amusement flickered in Li Ziping's eyes. Cunning little fox. Feng Lingyu cleaned 1 rabbit and buried the entrails in the snow to avoid attracting other carnivores. She glanced at the rabbit in Li Ziping's hands and found that he hadn't lied. His movements were very skilled, no less proficient than hers. The rabbit skin he peeled off was intact, without a single scratch. You're very good at killing prey, just like us mountain folk. Why are you? Feng Lingyu probed. How strange. How could a researcher be so adept at handling game? Li Ziping didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowly wiped the bloodstains from his hands on the snow. His imposing height made Feng Lingyu unconsciously take 2 steps back. The eyes she had praised during the day as beautiful were now filled with a hint of laughter, fixedly looking at her. For some reason, even though his appearance was still plain and ordinary, Feng Lingyu somehow sensed something different about him. There you are. Are the rabbits done? A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting what he was about to say. The two turned around and saw that the speaker was Qing Lu. When Feng Lingyu looked back at Li Ziping, she found that the warmth from before had been withdrawn. He had returned to his usual silent and reserved demeanor, as if the amusement she had seen in his eyes was just her imagination. They're done. We were about to go back. Feng Lingyu said softly, still putting on a timid, shy act. Qing Lu stood in the snow, a warm smile on his face, matching his gentle temperament. So fast? What were you two standing here talking about? Li Ziping strode toward the cave and said flatly, nothing much. Why did you come out? It's all Du Ji. He said that to prevent traitors from leaking our whereabouts, from now on, everything must be done in pairs. Qing Lu smiled helplessly. After what happened with being captured, I'm sure you're not a traitor. I never expected Li Zipping to be so kind to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, you don't know this, but Li Zipping has barely spoken since he came to our unit. Qinglu coughed twice and teased. Just now, seeing Li Zipping smile at Xiaofeng, he thought he had misseen it. Brother Li is very skilled at killing rabbits. I was just admiring it earlier. A voice as faint as a mosquito sounded. I see. Li Zipping, you have a talent for killing rabbits, and we never knew. Feng Lingyu didn't dislike Chenglu, she found him quite easy to get along with. Li Zipping had long legs and walked fast. He didn't wait for Chenglu and Feng Lingyu and soon returned to the cave. Brother Qing, let's hurry back too. Everyone must be hungry. Alright. Chenglu coughed twice, covering his mouth with his hand. Watching Chenglu keep coughing, Feng Lingyu could only tell from his appearance that he was very weak. She didn't notice anything else. Although he looked like he needed support to walk, his face didn't seem lifeless. When they also returned to the cave, Feng Lingyu quickly handed over the rabbit she had prepared. She glanced at Li Zipping. He was already sitting to the side with his arms crossed, looking like he didn't plan to cook anymore. Fortunately, while killing rabbits wasn't their forte, Du Ji and the others could still roast them. After the rabbit was cooked, Feng Lingyu was also given a piece of meat. 2 rabbits really weren't much. For the 6 of them plus Feng Lingyu, it was barely enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. But Feng Lingyu couldn't hunt too much prey for them, keeping them from starving was enough. Any more would arouse suspicion. A half-grown boy like him catching 2 rabbits in one go was already remarkable. When it was time to sleep, Feng Lingyu consciously went to the other side alone. Du Ji complained a few times about the current environment, and Chenglu gently comforted him. Even Dr. Ku, who usually remained expressionless, was a bit uncomfortable, but Shaoan persuaded him to settle down. Feng Lingyu sat to the side with her arms folded, far from the fire. Even at a time like this, they still had the energy to complain about the environment. Feng Lingyu couldn't help but sigh at how out of touch with reality these people were. Xiaofeng, come over and squeeze in with us. It'll be warmer that way. Qinglu said to Feng Lingyu with concern. No need, I'm used to it. Feng Lingyu pulled her scarf up and smiled shyly. Chenglu frowned and asked again, are you sure it's okay? When the night grew deep and quiet, the only sounds around were the crackling of the fire and the howling wind outside. The padded jacket looked worn, but it was actually filled with down, making it very warm. Just as she was about to sleep, a tall figure walked over. Feng Lingyu watched as he sat down on the outer side of her, blocking the cold wind completely. Chapter 350 Teasing Feng Lingyu. Looking at his sharply defined profile, Feng Lingyu couldn't help but mutter to herself, what an odd person. Instead of staying in a nice warm place, he insisted on sitting here in the cold wind. But that wasn't her concern, she just needed to keep an eye on this group. If anyone wanted to go out and pass a message, they'd have to get past her first. The dim yellow firelight flickered inside the cave. Feng Lingyu pulled her padded jacket up higher and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Li Zipping leaned against the cave wall, one leg slightly bent and the other stretched straight out. The warm glow of the fire cast on his face revealed an unexpected gentleness. He was startled at first, then his heart suddenly softened. Li Zipping glanced sideways and a small, dark face came into view. Little Feng was sleeping soundly, leaning on his shoulder. Because of the deep sleep, the timid expression on his face during the day had completely vanished, making one involuntarily want to uncover his true self. His light, shallow breaths brushed against Li Zipping's neck, carrying a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Li Zipping's ears and neck were faintly turning red. Just as he froze, not daring to move, the person leaning on his shoulder suddenly turned around. An arm also caught him off guard, resting across his chest. Now, if Li Zipping reached out, the sleeping little one would be completely nestled in his arms. Li Zipping's fingers, resting at his side, curled a few times. After a long moment, he finally restrained the urge to pull her into his embrace. And all of this, the deeply sleeping Feng Lingyu knew nothing about. Feng Lingyu woke from her daze. When she saw the surroundings, she sat up abruptly. What happened last night? Wasn't the plan to keep watch? How did she end up sleeping so soundly? In her grogginess, she only remembered a reassuring and familiar scent beside her, and so she had fallen asleep without any guard. She slapped her forehead in annoyance, covering her face as she silently wallowed. Then she saw a pair of sparkling eyes, as if filled with the morning light, looking at her with a smile. There was someone else beside her that she hadn't even noticed. Was she still that dazed from sleep? Feng Lingyu. Feng Lingyu's eyes were wide and round, still shimmering with the mist of just waking up, like a newborn child, clear and innocent. This pitiful yet adorable look made Li Zipping's heart skip a beat, but he quickly composed himself and asked, Little Feng, what are you staring at me for? Feng Lingyu couldn't help but grind her teeth. This guy was turning the blame around. brotherly, what were you just laughing at? Feng Lingyu countered. Li Zipping laughed again. Nothing, I was just thinking of a little fox I keep at home. As he said this, the corners of his eyes stretched, and his gaze fell on Feng Lingyu's face. A little fox that looks a lot like comrade little Feng. Brotherly has such broad interests, keeping a fox at home. Meeting Li Zipping's gaze, Feng Lingyu felt her face heat up for some reason. Coupled with the fact that he had seen her looking so disheveled after just waking up, she wanted even less to stay with him. So, after greeting him, Feng Lingyu left the cave alone. Li Zipping hadn't expected Feng Lingyu to be so easily teased that she would just run off, and he was a bit taken aback. The daylight was still early, and the others in the cave were still asleep. Last night, everyone had slept peacefully, and no one had sneaked out. Feng Lingyu made a round outside alone and found nothing unusual. Tuanzi and Jinzi, who hadn't seen her all night, excitedly spun in circles. Feng Lingyu scooped them up and thoroughly rubbed and cuddled them. After she had her fill of petting them, she fed the two little ones milk, fruit, and meat. Where are those bad guys now? After feeding the two little darlings, Feng Lingyu started gathering information. Jinzi hopped and gestured on a branch, chattering Ji as it reported to Feng Lingyu. It and Tuanzi had followed those bad guys yesterday, but unfortunately, their leader was very alert, so they didn't dare get too close and could only follow from a distance. You mean that group has set up camp outside and isn't searching anymore? When she met Qinglu and Li Zipping yesterday, they clearly said those bad guys had been chasing them. Knowing time was tight and that reinforcements would come if they didn't get the item soon, that leader Lei wasn't in a hurry. Feng Lingyu lowered her eyelids, quietly leaning against a tree and thought. If it were her, the only reason for doing this would be. Then Du Ji and the others had analyzed correctly. Among the 6 people in the cave, there must be a mole. And that mole had already made contact with Leader Lei otherwise. Without a doubt, what Leader Lei and his men wanted was the box that Dr. Ku was carrying. If Feng Lingyu hadn't been mistaken, that box had a self-destruct mechanism installed on it. Why weren't the traitor and Leader Lei working together to make a move? What were they waiting for? But then again, it didn't matter. As the saying goes, brute force can overcome all skill. If Leader Lei and his men really threatened the safety of these researchers, then she would go and eliminate them. After sending Tuanzi and Jinzi to continue keeping watch, Feng Lingyu returned to the cave. Everyone in the cave was already up. After resting for a night, the mental state on their faces had improved a lot. It was just, they were still facing the problem of an empty stomach. I went out for a look around to see if there was any food, Feng Lingyu replied quietly. Seeing that his hands were empty, everyone knew he hadn't found anything. Du Ji glanced at everyone and suddenly spoke up. We can't just rely on little Feng alone to find food. How about this? Everyone goes out to look, so we'll have a better chance. Du Ji is right. We don't know how many days we'll have to stay here. We can't just hole up in the cave and do nothing. Van Fei agreed with Du Ji's opinion. That's fine, but with my body, I'd just be a burden if I went out. How about I stay behind to watch the cave with Dr. Ke and assistant in? Qinglu frowned, speaking a bit sheepishly. Li Zipping suddenly spoke up. I know how to hunt. I'll go with little Feng. You all stay near the cave and see if there's anything else edible. At the very least, you can gather some firewood. Most of Feng Lingyu's face was covered by her hat and scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. So, no one could see the change in her expression. Chapter 351, Discovering Li Zipping's True Identity. Xiao Feng, I'll go with you. Li Zipping turned his head and said to Feng Lingyu. Seeing this, the others didn't object. They hadn't expected Li Zipping to be so unassuming and actually know how to hunt. He usually kept a low profile, but when it came to a critical moment, he proved to be very useful. Feng Lingyu pursed her lips. She would have preferred to move freely on her own. With someone tagging along, she couldn't easily go see Tuanzi and Jinzi. But if she refused, it wouldn't fit the persona she had established. Helpless, Feng Lingyu had no choice but to nod. All right, brotherly. From Li Zipping's perspective, he could only see the tip of Feng Lingyu's hat. But just from her tone, he knew she was cursing him in her mind. Thinking of this, a hint of amusement flickered in Li Zipping's eyes. And so, Feng Lingyu and Li Zipping set off on their hunting trip. The others either stayed behind to guard the cave or went out to find food. Feng Lingyu knew they were trying to prevent the traitor from passing information. But the message had already been sent out, she just didn't know what their next move would be. Li Zipping had long noticed that the person beside him was distracted, so he softly coughed twice. Feng Lingyu snapped back to attention, realizing she had once again overlooked the man beside her. She felt a bit annoyed. To be honest, someone like her was highly guarded and would never zone out like this in front of strangers. Unless, subconsciously, she felt the person posed no threat to her. But this Li Zipping, she had only met him for the first time. Why did she feel a familiar aura about him? Xiaofeng, I do know how to hunt, but you're more familiar with this forest. How about I assist you? Li Ziping asked. Feng Lingyu replied, all right, but my skills aren't great, so I can't guarantee we'll catch anything. That's fine. Hunting always involves some luck. With his reassurance, Feng Lingyu began searching the forest seriously. Brotherly, look, there are rabbit tracks here. They must pass through often. Let's set the trap here. As someone from a family that had relied on hunting for generations, she had to know some of these skills. Sensing Li Ziping's attention on her, Feng Lingyu tried to dispel his suspicions. All right, there are vines on that tree. I'll weave a snare and leave it here to wait. Without delay, Li Ziping, being tall with long arms and legs, reached up and pulled down several vines. Feng Lingyu watched as his fingers moved swiftly, weaving the vines up and down. Soon, a grass snare took shape. To blend it into the surroundings, Li Ziping even rubbed some snow onto it. Brotherly, you're amazing. Feng Lingyu praised half-heartedly. Still, she hadn't expected Li Ziping to be telling the truth. He really did know how to hunt. Li Ziping saw right through her lack of sincerity, feeling both amused and a little frustrated. My shoulders are so sore. After setting the snare, Li Ziping suddenly exclaimed. Seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, Feng Lingyu asked, Brotherly, what's wrong? Weaving a grass snare couldn't be that exhausting. Glancing at her expression from the corner of his eye, Li Ziping deliberately said, Last night when I was sleeping, it felt like something was pressing down on me. Sure enough, hearing this, Feng Lingyu stiffened all over. If she remembered correctly, she had been sleeping on something last night. Is that so? Haha, Feng Lingyu laughed awkwardly. Let's go check ahead. We can't rely on just this one spot. Seeing Feng Lingyu clumsily change the subject, Li Ziping couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen her so flustered before. Those eyes, brimming with teasing amusement, made Li Ziping's otherwise ordinary face come alive. When he looked at Feng Lingyu intently, she felt her heart tighten. She even felt a little at a loss, her mouth going dry. Seeing Xiaofeng suddenly cover her cheeks, Li Ziping was puzzled. What's wrong? Didn't you say we should check ahead? Nothing. Let's go. Feng Lingyu shook her head. As they walked, she pretended to casually observe Li Ziping. And those slender, fair hands she had once complimented. Not to mention those pupils as captivating as black holes. Oh, you've gotten bold, have you? Learning to toy with me. Shinhuayu, who had been walking ahead, suddenly felt a chill down his back. When he turned around, he saw Feng Lingyu still wearing her ragged cloth hat, a strange smile on her face. But he didn't think much of it and said with a grin, Xiaofeng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Suppressing the urge to punch him, Feng Lingyu muttered softly, I'm coming. They had good luck today. Not only did they catch 2 rabbits, but they also snared a small deer. With this deer, they could hold out for a few more days. But what bothered Shinhuayu was that Feng Lingyu used to get shy when teased, yet on the way back today, she seemed immune. He had no idea that Feng Lingyu had already figured out his true identity. When they returned, Shinhuayu and Feng Lingyu were warmly welcomed because of the game they brought. Duji and the others hadn't been idle either. They had gathered a large pile of firewood, enough to last several days. Not bad, Li Ziping. You're wasted in the lab. Duji exclaimed, circling the catch in amazement. Shinhuayu just smiled without speaking, staying in character as the aloof and quiet Li Ziping. He glanced toward Dr. Ko and Assistant In, seeing them still sitting there calmly, and felt a flicker of doubt. Based on his guesses, those people should have made a move by now. Feng Lingyu observed Shinhuayu's every move and followed his gaze. She definitely trusted Shinhuayu. Could the problem be with Dr. Ko? Chapter 352, Discussing Matters in the Cave. With prey secured and no longer needing to worry about hunger, the group's mood improved considerably. As before, Shinhuayu and Feng Lingyu went out together to handle the game. You've barely spoken since we came back from hunting. What's on your mind? Shinhuayu looked at Feng Lingyu, who stood beside him. She had grown quite a bit taller, but still looked very thin, which made her almond-shaped eyes seem even larger. Feng Lingyu looked up at him, rolling her eyes inwardly in exasperation. Brotherly, what do you want me to say? Shinhuayu rubbed his nose awkwardly. He just felt that the person beside him was in a worse mood. Nothing. Ahem, let's just clean the game. He decided that topic couldn't continue. Hey, isn't it strange? Li Ziping, that cold guy, is actually gentle with Xiaofeng. How bizarre. Duji propped his chin on his arm and teased. Everyone knew that in the months since he'd joined the unit, no matter who tried to talk to him, he was always indifferent. Over time, people stopped trying to chat with him. No one expected that a mountain boy they met here would actually make him soften. Qinglu smiled warmly. Xiaofeng is a good kid and our benefactor. It's only right that Li Ziping feels grateful. Dr. Ku adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze to Chenglu. Comrade Chung, now that I think about it, we forgot to ask yesterday, what happened when you and Li Zipping were captured? At this, everyone in the cave turned their attention to Chung Lu. Yesterday, seeing that they had suffered after being caught, no one had asked for the details. Chung Lu's gentle expression didn't change as he calmly recounted what had happened. Later, we met Xiaofeng and you all know the rest. When they heard that the two had been stripped and tied to trees, Du Ji and Fan Fei were deeply distressed. Especially Chung Lu, he was so frail, like a porcelain doll back at the unit, and everyone instinctively looked after him. And now, in the bitter cold of winter, he had endured such a long time exposed to the freezing elements. Du Ji's eyes reddened, and he choked up. No wonder you looked so terrible when you got back yesterday. Those animals. A glint of light flashed behind Dr. Ke's glasses. According to you, Boss Lei came looking for us yesterday, but we didn't notice anything at all. Fan Fei's face paled, and he stammered, that's right. A whole night passed. Even if they couldn't find our exact hiding spot, the forest shouldn't have been completely silent. Not to mention that Li Zipping and Chung Lu escaped yesterday. Wouldn't that boss have sent people after them? As Fan Fei spoke, everyone's expressions darkened. It was clear they all sensed something was wrong. Then, what do? Du Ji was panicking, looking helplessly at Dr. Ke. Though he had some grievances against the doctor from Beijing, there was no doubt that Dr. Ke was their backbone. Even more so, if necessary, everyone here could be sacrificed for Dr. Ke's safety. Comrades, all the signs now point to the fact that a traitor among us has already passed on the information. Dr. Ke's face showed a sorrowful smile. Right now, that group might be waiting outside, ready to catch them walking right into the trap. Du Ji's eyes were bloodshot as he scrutinized everyone resentfully. But every face showed either grief or anger, just like his. Li Zipping stood there coolly. Though his features were plain, his tall frame was equally imposing. Xiaofeng held the cleaned game in his hands, his grape-like eyes darting around curiously, as if wondering what they were talking about. No one knew how long the two had been listening outside, or what they had heard. Li Zipping, you're back. We were just talking on a whim. Chung Lu felt a bit awkward. Though they hadn't meant to exclude Li Zipping, being caught felt uncomfortable. But Li Zipping only gave him a glance, said nothing, and directly pulled Xiaofeng over to sit down. Comrade Li, what do you think? Dr. Ke asked urgently. Though he had never dealt with Li Zipping before, for some reason, Li Zipping gave him a sense of reassurance. This made Dr. Ke instinctively want to hear his opinion. Feng Lingyu was a bit confused. She felt she should excuse herself from this kind of occasion, since she was an outsider. But Xin Huayu held her hand firmly, leaving her no room to refuse. The others, preoccupied with the matter of their safety, only glanced at Xiaofeng briefly and didn't bother about his presence. Since that was the case, Feng Lingyu openly began to listen to their conversation. Dr. Ke, I estimate that the rescue team will be able to enter the mountains within 2 days at most. So we just need to hold out. Think about it, the starting point is only about 100 kilometers from here. From the time we disappeared until now, that's long enough for the rescue forces to start searching for us. But the grassland is so vast, and we abandoned the car to flee. How would the searchers know which direction we went? Assistant and asked with a frown. If they had to search every direction, by the time they found this place, it would be far too late. And it's still snowing. Even if there were footprints, they'd have been covered by now, Chung Lu said bitterly. Don't worry. I left marks along the way. They will definitely arrive within 2 days. So we only need to hold out for these 2 days. Li Zipping dropped that bombshell as casually as if it were nothing. Hearing this, everyone was both shocked and overjoyed. A glimmer of hope lit up Dr. Ke's eyes. Great. If that's the case, we just need to get through these 2 days. But Li Zipping shook his head. That's not quite accurate. Those people aren't making a move now because they think they're sure to get the password. They won't just let us stall for time and wait for rescue. Within the next day or two, they will definitely act. Du Ji scratched his hair in frustration. After days of travel, his hair had matted into clumps. This won't work, that won't work. What are we supposed to do? This place is very well hidden. As long as no one leads them, they won't find it anytime soon. Li Zipping looked seriously at everyone and said, so the most important thing now is to ensure Dr. Ke's safety. Chapter 353, would you like to go to the bathroom with me? With Li Zipping's idea, everyone seemed to find their anchor. However, the shadow of the traitor hung over everyone's heart, and they couldn't help but suspect those around them. Dr. Ke's side was even more guarded, with people watching him at all times. Everyone feared that if they let their guard down for a moment, the traitor would harm him. Feng Lingyu silently observed everyone's movements. At the same time, she pondered inwardly that this boss Lei not only wanted the box Dr. Ke was carrying, but also the password. That was why he had coordinated from within and still hadn't made a move. From her observations, Dr. Ke was also very cautious, never letting the box leave his side. In truth, Feng Lingyu already had a suspect in mind, and she believed Shen Huayu had figured it out too. What if there was more than one traitor in this group? Too many was certainly unlikely. The highest probability was two. The other one was hiding too deep, showing no signs at all so far. Of course, all of this was just Feng Lingyu's personal speculation. She put on her tattered padded jacket and walked outside. Right now, the person everyone trusted most was the naive young boy Xiao Feng from the mountains. No one else was allowed to move freely. The temperature dropped even lower at night, and every breath Feng Lingyu took produced a puff of white mist. The cold air filled her nose as she inhaled, and her originally delicate, exquisite nose had its tip frozen red. There was no snow tonight. It was one of the rare clear and bright nights recently. A few scattered stars dotted the blue-black sky, and even the long-mist full moon hung high above. The pale silver moonlight mingled with the white snow on the ground, revealing the full view of the primeval forest even at this hour. Just as Feng Lingyu was about to call out Tuanzi and Jinzi, she sensed movement behind her. The sound of snow crunching underfoot approached from afar. Of course, the newcomer had no intention of hiding from her. Instead, he calmly walked up to her side. Under the moonlight, the black smudges on Feng Lingyu's face were less noticeable, and her originally unparalleled beauty faintly showed through. A faint, elegant herbal scent mixed with warmth rushed toward Shen Huayu. If not for the covering on his face, his flushed cheeks would have been exposed. But what he didn't know was that the redness had spread to his neck, a flaw Feng Lingyu had already noticed. Seeing Shen Huayu's eyes widen like glass beads in shock, Feng Lingyu suppressed her laughter and said timidly, "Brotherly, let go quickly. Or I'll wet my pants." These devastatingly impactful words stunned Shen Huayu. He instantly released his grip and stammered, "Go ahead and go to the bathroom. I'm leaving." With that, he dared not look at Feng Lingyu's expression and turned to leave stiffly. His straight but unnaturally rigid back finally made Feng Lingyu lose her composure. After confirming he was far enough away, she leaned against a tree trunk, laughing so hard she bent over, shaking some snow off the branches. Even after all this time, Shen Huayu was still so fun to tease. After her laughter subsided, Feng Lingyu called out Tuanzi and Jinzi. Tuanzi rolled in the snow, exposing its fluffy belly in a pose begging for pets. She took out some food from her space to feed them, and then asked what they had seen that afternoon. Feng Lingyu frowned. It seemed he was really confident in that mole. According to Huayu, reinforcements would arrive within 2 days, which also meant that Boss Lei would make a move within that time. Now that Dr. Ku was under tight watch, what other tricks could they have? Feng Lingyu finally understood now. The reason one traitor was hiding so deep was that they intended to continue their undercover work. After all, the unit Shen Huayu belonged to a surely no ordinary one, and cultivating a mole wouldn't be easy. The best strategy was to sacrifice one to expose them, while the other pretended to know nothing and acted accordingly. Having figured out the key, Feng Lingyu sent the two back to keep watch. Shen Huayu leaned against a tree, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. He felt frustrated. After all this time, why was he still so easily flustered? There was a small opening in the inner layer of his clothes, and he pulled out a hard object. Under the moonlight, the object was clearly visible. It was a bracelet. To avoid revealing his identity, he had taken it off and hidden it close to his body. He had promised Xiaoyu he wouldn't take it off, but he had broken his word. Chapter 354. A tough battle ahead. He rubbed the wristband in his palm a few times, then carefully put it back. By the time Feng Lingyu came over, Shen Huayu had already composed himself. "Brotherly, I'm ready. Let's head back." Feng Lingyu walked over gracefully and said softly. Seeing her current timid demeanor, Shen Huayu pressed his tongue against his back teeth, feeling a bit speechless. "Xiao Feng, you must stick close to me these next few days. Don't wander off, understand?" Shen Huayu said seriously. "If those bad guys show up, you run. You have nothing to do with us. They won't bother you." Brother Lei and his crew were only after what was in that box. Once they got it, their first instinct would be to move it as quickly as possible. They definitely wouldn't waste time on a kid like Xiao Feng. Even though she knew Shen Huayu was looking out for her by not telling her the truth, Feng Lingyu was still a bit displeased. "Okay, I understand. She was definitely going to get involved in this. What are you two doing out here so late? Aren't you cold?" Shen Huayu and Feng Lingyu looked toward where the voice came from. Behind a tree, Du Ji came out holding up his pants, asking drowsily. From the look of it, he had just woken up to pee. Shen Huayu subtly stepped forward to block Feng Lingyu's view and said flatly, "Same as you, we came out to use the bathroom." Du Ji pulled his pants up properly and waved a hand. "It's freezing and you two are being so particular. Hurry back inside, it's too cold out here." His manner clearly suggested he thought Li Zipping and the kid were just being cleanly, going farther from the cave to relieve themselves. Shen Huayu didn't explain. "All right, we're heading back." Back in the cave, Duji lay back down by the fire. Someone stirred at their noise, and a few murmurs of sleep talk rose up. Smelling the familiar, reassuring scent of the person beside her, Feng Lingyu fell asleep peacefully. Watching her sleep so trustingly and defenselessly, Shen Huayu felt warmth in his heart. Though he didn't know how Xiaoyu had ended up here, he had to protect her. The higher-ups had been watching the lab here for a long time. Several important research documents had gone missing. A pair of eyes were wide open, looking mysterious in the firelight, staring fixedly at him. Shen Huayu recognized her as Assistant In, the only apparent woman in the group. Even caught staring, Assistant In showed no panic. She nodded at Shen Huayu as if nothing had happened, then turned over and went back to sleep. Shen Huayu's face was expressionless. Lost in thought, he closed his eyes as well. The daytime in the woods passed without incident, and everyone felt a sense of unreality. That meant if they could just get through tonight, they'd be safe. Duji sat cross-legged by the fire, humming a tune while turning meat over the flames. Don't all look so glum. Today passed safely, just wait until tomorrow, and we'll be in the clear. His tone was light and cheerful. Feng Lingyu sneered inwardly. Tonight was the most dangerous. During the day, someone had been by her side constantly, so she hadn't gotten any news from Tuanzi and Jinzi. But if she were the leader, she would definitely choose to act tonight. With the cover of darkness, the mole's cooperation, and this rugged, rocky terrain, it was the perfect combination of time, place, and people. This place was treacherous and hidden, which kept Brother Lei and his men at bay, but it also trapped them. With the physical condition of these bookish scholars, trying to outrun those who lived by the blade here was pure fantasy. She just didn't know what backup plan Huayu had. Whatever she could think of, Huayu could think of too. But seeing him sitting there calmly waiting for the roast meat, he didn't seem to sense any danger approaching. Come on, there's still a long way to go. We can't let our guard down. Fan Fei shot Duji a disapproving look. I know, but it's also true that today passed safely. Can't I even be happy for a moment? Duji frowned. His clothes felt like they were starting to stink, but it was too cold to take them off and wash them. Qinglu smiled gently. He hadn't been running around outside these past few days and was feeling much better. You both have a point. We'll do what we can, and the rest is up to luck. Come to think of it, it's strange. Usually, missions like this have military escorts. Why didn't the leadership send anyone this time? Dr. Ko, do you know what's going on? Qinglu looked at Dr. Ko, who had barely spoken. Among the four of them, Chenglu, Duji had always disliked Dr. Ko and his companion. Fan Fei stayed silent, but clearly sided with Duji. As for Li Zipping, he didn't bother talking to anyone at all. Only Chenglu, with his gentle nature, was kind to everyone. So Dr. Ko was willing to say a bit more to him. Dr. Ko sighed. There are some things you don't know. The troops stationed near our lab were sent out on another mission. Without what we're carrying, the project can't start. The country can't afford such a loss. So after deliberation, they decided we'd travel quietly. This operation was secret, hardly anyone in the unit knew. It should have gone smoothly, but who knew it would turn out like this? Feng Lingyu was also thinking. She didn't buy it at all. She turned her head and found Shen Huayu had been watching her for who knows how long. I'm going out to pee. Feng Lingyu mumbled in a low, muffled voice. She kept a low profile in the cave, and no one thought to guard against her. Go ahead. Be careful alone. Qinglu gave her a warm smile. Then he saw Li Zipping suddenly stand up and toss out, I'll go with him. Li Zipping and Xiaofeng sure are close. This isn't the first time I've seen them go to the bathroom together. Duji frowned, suddenly remembering he'd seen them both outside last night too. Li Zipping and Xiaofeng, is there something wrong with them? At that, the atmosphere in the cave grew tense again. Chapter 355, Shen Huayu, you're still laughing. Duji became more convinced of his own reasoning. Otherwise, why are they together all the time? Duji, don't make wild guesses. I was captured with Li Zipping that day, and I can testify that he is absolutely not a problem. Qinglu said sternly. That still doesn't prove he's completely innocent. Dr. Ko pursed his lips, neither confirming nor denying whether he believed what Duji had said. Outside the cave, Shen Huayu stood still under a large tree. Xiaofeng, I called you out because there's something I need to tell you. Feng Lingyu stood there calmly, waiting. What was there to say now? It's too dangerous here. You have nothing to do with this matter. To avoid dragging you into it, you need to leave now. With that, Shen Huayu pulled a piece of paper from his chest. Once you go down the mountain, follow the map I've given you. After this is settled, I'll come find you. Shen Huayu's breathing grew heavier. The situation had changed, and Xiaoyu had to leave first. Opening it, she saw a detailed map drawn on it, with various prominent landmarks marked along the way, pointing to the nearest town. Why should I leave? I want to stay with you. If I leave now, you'll be treated as a traitor, Shen Huayu. Feng Lingyu lifted her eyes, staring coldly at Shen Huayu, her tone laced with anger. Hearing his name called out, Shen Huayu was momentarily stunned, then immediately broke into a smile. His calm eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. His otherwise ordinary appearance, enhanced by those exceptionally striking eyes, gained an infinite charm. His chest trembled as he spoke with joy and satisfaction. So, you really recognize me? I thought it was just my imagination. Ever since meeting Feng Lingyu, Shen Huayu's heart had been conflicted. He both longed for Xiaoyu to recognize him and feared that she would. After testing her a few times and noticing no reaction, Shen Huayu began openly taking care of her under the identity of Li Ziping. But last night, Xiaoyu's teasing had made him suspicious. Given Xiaoyu's cautious nature, she wouldn't make a move so out of character for the person she was pretending to be. Shen Huayu, you're still laughing. Why are you making me leave? That puts you in a dangerous position. Don't you? Before she could finish, Feng Lingyu was pulled into a warm embrace. Xiaoyu, I'm really happy. I've missed you so much. Feng Lingyu relaxed, her previously tense back softening. Stop it. I don't agree. I'm not leaving no matter what. She knew that if she left now, everyone back in the cave would never trust Shen Huayu again. Losing their trust would have a devastating impact on his mission. Xiaoyu, listen to me. This ambush was planned, but now I can't contact my superiors. This means there's been a change within the military too. If you stay here, I won't be able to look after you. Feng Lingyu broke free from his embrace and said, word by word, I don't need you to look after me. I want to help you and I can help you. This isn't just because of you, it's because I'm Chinese. Shen Huayu looked at Feng Lingyu in shock, his heart brimming with overwhelming love for her. How could he not love a Xiaoyu like this? His tone turned serious. Since that was the case, he would let Xiaoyu be involved. Duji watched as Li Ziping walked back into the cave from outside and silently sat down near the fire. The others also began to study him, but no one spoke. How come you came back alone? Where's Xiaofeng? After waiting for a while and seeing that Xiaofeng hadn't returned, Duji was the first to break the silence. Li Ziping looked up and said flatly, I sent him away. After all, this is our matter. There's no need to drag a kid like him into it. He already did well by helping us find a hiding place. Hearing this sudden news, Duji shot up from the ground. The others had varied expressions, but none of them looked pleased. Li Ziping, how could you do that? What if he gets caught out there? He'll fall into the hands of those villains. Fan Fei chimed in with a grim face, yeah, he's just a kid, untrained. He'll definitely expose us. Li Ziping, why did you do this? Even under everyone's questioning, Li Ziping remained unfazed. He looked up at them and said calmly, I told you, I didn't want to drag Xiaofeng into this. Du Ji snorted coldly. Only a fool would believe that excuse. He turned away in indignation. I just said it earlier, there's something going on between him and Xiaofeng. None of you believed me. Now the proof is here. Xiaofeng must have gone out to tip someone off. Qing Lu frowned at Li Ziping. Li Ziping, given the current situation, your explanation is hard for anyone to accept. Dr. Ku, I think we need to put Li Ziping under control. And this cave is no longer safe either. Assistant and suddenly spoke up. Li Ziping tilted his head, his face red with anger. We're all comrades. That day, I volunteered to go undercover for everyone's safety. Now you're burning the bridge after crossing it, suspecting me over something so trivial. Qing Lu's eyes flickered, and he suddenly made a decision in his heart. I actually trusted comradely before, but these past few days, he's been acting very off. Do you all remember the first day we arrived at the cave? Xiaofeng went out to deal with the rabbit, and Li Ziping volunteered to go too. When I went out to call them, I saw their heads close together, looking like they were having a pleasant conversation. I thought it was very strange at the time. Getting that close on the first meeting? I called out to Li Ziping, and both of them were startled by me. Qing Lu looked as if he had been deeply shaken, trembling as he said, Li Ziping, why did you betray the organization? Seeing him so breathless with anger, Duji quickly stepped in to soothe him. Qing Lu's words seemed to seal Li Ziping's fate completely. Huh. A soft laugh escaped Li Ziping's lips.